at 10 a.m. Eastern Time, at the DC HSD National Memorial. This renowned memorial houses the most significant national artifacts that commemorate the 2 centuries since the founding of the United States. Among these are the Declaration of Independence drafted by Franklin and a nugget of gold, symbolizing the rise of the Western Gold Rush. There are also items imbued with special significance throughout American history, such as the Winchester 1873 rifle, representative of the westward expansion. However, the most popular section of the entire memorial is undoubtedly the World War II exhibit, or more precisely, the special Captain America exhibition within it. The Captain America program, spearheaded by the government to create super soldiers, was undoubtedly a resounding success, remarked a balding middle-aged man with black-rimmed glasses, resembling a teacher, as he addressed a group of 16 and 17-year-old high school students in front of the statue of Steve Rogers. Captain America, Steve Rogers, is a true hero. He thwarted the nefarious plans of the Nazis, leading the Howling Commandos in wreaking havoc behind enemy lines and rescuing countless Allied soldiers. His actions were pivotal in reversing the tide of battle between the Allies and the Nazis, laying the groundwork for victory in World War II. The middle-aged teacher appeared to be an ardent admirer of Captain America, and it was evident that the majority of students present shared his enthusiasm. In this era, it is nearly impossible for an American not to have heard the legend of Captain America, as the comic books and games inspired by his true story have endured for decades. Even Hasbro released a new set of collectible Captain America cards just last month. Mr. Parker, I must emphasize, if you wish to keep your camera, it would be wise to remove your finger from the shutter. Photography is not permitted here, the middle-aged teacher admonished as he noticed a student with tousled chestnut hair preparing to photograph the statue of Captain America. Oh. Okay. Thank you for the reminder, Mr. Dawn. The young man named Parker reluctantly relinquished his vintage Pentax camera. Hey Peter, we can't take photos here. If you're really eager to shoot something, we could head to the Lincoln Memorial afterward. I doubt they'll mind if we photograph Lincoln's statue there. A classmate who seemed to be familiar with Peter Parker approached him. Oh no, Jason, I have no desire to photograph Lincoln. I'd rather capture the HSD monument. Peter Parker shrugged. You realize saying that would surely sadden President Lincoln, right? Just think, he toiled to emancipate the enslaved, and now a high school student doesn't even wish to photograph his statue, Jason jested. I believe the great President Lincoln, while liberating the enslaved, was not contemplating that one day a student named Peter Parker would be disinterested in photographing his statue. Peter replied, I'm quite certain that was not his motivation. Well, this Saturday is my birthday. The party will be at my house, and I've already invited Harry. I'm extending an invitation to both of you. Will you come? Jason inquired. Of course. My 2 best friends will definitely be there. Peter eagerly accepted the invitation. A smile graced Jason's face upon hearing that Peter Parker would attend his birthday celebration. Jason Lee is the full name of this youth, who also bears the Chinese name Li Jie. Over a century ago, Li Jie's great-grandfather was lured to America under the pretense of seeking gold. He eventually settled in the United States, establishing roots that have flourished into the 4th generation. Through numerous intermarriages, Li Jie now possesses a heritage comprising 1/4 Chinese lineage, 1/4 Latin descent, and half Saxon ancestry. Due to his mixed heritage, Li Jie is endowed with the striking features typical of Westerners' prominent cheekbones and deep-set eyes. His Chinese ancestry imbues him with an exquisite delicacy. This unique blend renders him more visually appealing than the average rugged Western individual. His dark hair and eyes add a touch of softness to his appearance. Owing to years of rigorous training, although he has yet to turn 17, the contours of his muscles have begun to emerge. While Li Jie remains relatively unassuming at school, many girls nonetheless find him exceedingly attractive. In the West, the term sexy is not solely reserved for women, it is also employed to describe men who evoke a surge of feminine allure. Despite the attention from various girls, Li Jie has not reciprocated any of their affections, as he harbors a deeper concern within his heart. Li Jie does not belong to this world. If the concept of parallel universes holds true, one might say that he is not of this particular universe. He hails from a more ordinary Earth, a place that encompasses both China and America, where one can find figures like Michael Jackson seemingly akin to this universe. However, in that realm, superheroes do not exist. Indeed, Li Jie comes from a commonplace Earth, where the tales of superheroes unfold solely within the realms of cinema, novels, and comic books. He could watch Spider-Man, Peter Parker, swing through the metropolis on the silver screen, or witness the clash between the Kryptonian and Superman reducing Manhattan to ruins. Yet, he never envisioned that one day he would inhabit a world so perilous that even superheroes would tremble. When the soul of his previous life traversed into the body of an infant, He initially believed he was merely reborn in America, akin to the narratives of urban fiction. However, as he matured, he gleaned an unsettling truth. This world boasts Captain America, who once altered the course of World War II. It is home to Stark Industries, the largest arms manufacturer globally, and Oscorp, a leader in medical and biotechnological advancements. Having lived in this world for nearly 17 years, Li Jie has developed emotional ties akin to those of a loyal dog. The Li family has become his true family in this universe. With the memories of his former existence, he is acutely aware that, at a certain juncture in the future, the greater New York area will devolve into a battlefield, and even the neighborhood where his family resides will be reduced to rubble. Although those memories are derived from films, perhaps this parallel universe will not witness those dreadful events. Yet, who can guarantee that such occurrences are entirely improbable? The existence of Captain America implies that S.H.I.E.L.D. must also be a reality. It is entirely plausible that one day the Avengers will battle extraterrestrial beings in New York. Li Jie and his family reside in New York, where his grandfather owns a restaurant in Chinatown, while his parents are employed at a bank. Li Jie believes that the best way to evade danger is to distance himself from New York, but who would take the words of a mere child seriously? How could he inform his parents that, one day in the future, aliens will invade Earth, with New York as their landing site? If he were to reveal this to his parents, his carefree father would likely turn it into a joke during a family gathering, sharing it with all the guests. As for the notion of profiting from prophetic foresight to arm himself, it is not that Li Jie lacks such ideas. As the saying goes, the wealthy depend on technology, while the impoverished rely on mutation. However, this is a parallel universe Earth. It is not the original Earth, and many things appear to be true yet are misleading. There is no Apple Incorporated, no Google Group. The technology here is more advanced. Oscorp has achieved remarkable feats in biomechanical prosthetics. Stark Industries subsidiary, JRVIS Technology Network, dominates the global internet. In his previous life, Li Jie was merely an ordinary office worker, and here he finds no clear path to wealth. If he truly desires to earn money, he might as well deliver newspapers and wash cars in the community. Thus, Li Jie can only focus on being a diligent student, honing his physique and learning self-defense techniques. His acquaintance with Peter Parker, the future Spider-Man, was entirely serendipitous. He never anticipated that they would coincidentally attend the same high school and become classmates. Their personalities are strikingly similar, both introverted yet possessing an inner tendency to be talkative. Soon, they became close friends, and Harry Osborn, Peter's longtime companion, was introduced to Li Jie. Li Jie also befriended the future Green Goblin, Harry Osborn. Adhering to the principle of forging multiple friendships to open numerous paths, Li Jie extended his friendliness to Harry as well. The trio quickly became inseparable. After concluding their educational excursion to the HSD district, the students of Metropolitan High School returned to their classes in New York. Time swiftly progressed to Saturday, which marked Li Jie's 17th birthday. Peter Parker and Harry Osborn arrived early at Li Jie's doorstep. "Hey Peter, how was the trip to HSD?" Harry Osborn called out as he spotted Peter Parker from a distance. Harry Osborn, the sole son of Norman Osborn, chairman of Oscorp, is the exclusive heir of the Osborn legacy. From birth, Harry has stood at the pinnacle of society, among the elite. Yet, he possesses a friendly demeanor, indicative of a successful family upbringing. "Hey Harry, quite fascinating. It's a pity you weren't there. Jason and I visited numerous places. In the National Memorial, there was a uniform worn by Captain Steve Rogers, riddled with bullet holes. I can hardly believe he survived such wounds," Peter remarked to Harry. "Wow, cool." Harry raised his eyebrows in response. "Guys, are you ready to help me celebrate my birthday at my doorstep?" Li Jie exclaimed as he opened the door, finding his two friends chatting without any intention of coming inside.
Jason.
"Happy birthday," both Harry and Peter chimed in unison. With Li Jie's invitation, Harry and Peter concluded their discussion about their study abroad experiences. The birthday party was filled with joy, and Harry and Peter lingered at Jason's home until after 9 o'clock in the evening before heading back. Li Jie felt somewhat fatigued today and intended to retire to bed by 10 o'clock. However, once he lay down, he found himself unable to fall asleep. A strange sense of unease washed over him, as if something significant was about to transpire. After tossing and turning in bed until midnight, a sudden, jarring voice echoed in Li Jie's mind. "Host has reached the age of 17. The hero system is officially activated. Loading hero module, level 1 preparation. Loading hero ability module, level 1 preparation." Li Jie sat up abruptly, his expression one of bewilderment. Chapter 2. The Night of the Backyard. What? Who is speaking to me? Li Jie whispered, fearful of startling his parents. Hero system preparation successful. Countdown commencing. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Hero system activation successful. The abrupt and indifferent voice offered no response to Li Jie's query, continuing to speak to itself. As the final countdown echoed in his mind, Li Jie felt an influx of information suddenly invade his consciousness. Panel materialized before his eyes. Host: Jason Lee. Hero attributes: none. Hero abilities: none. Strength: 80 kilograms. Speed: 100 meters in 11.5 seconds. Reaction: instantaneous response time of 152 milliseconds. Rating: you are merely a robust average individual, far from becoming a superhero. Li Jie stared at his attribute panel, momentarily dazed. Indeed, his bench press limit was 80 kilograms and 11.5 seconds was his best time from the last school sports meet. Although he had not tested his reaction speed, he estimated it to be slightly above average for a typical Western individual. The petite stature of Asians often afforded them a greater advantage in this aspect. What is this? Could it be the legendary Golden Finger? In his previous life, Li Jie had already reached middle age and typically maintained a composed demeanor, yet at this moment, he found himself somewhat flustered. He had read numerous web novels in his past, all claiming that traversers receive benefits, but where were his rewards? Ever since he learned that the world he had entered was rife with turmoil, where supervillains and superheroes wreaked havoc on the city, Li Jie had been plagued by anxiety. Having spent 17 years in this world, he had family he wished to protect. He hoped for their safety and well-being. Thus, upon realizing that Peter Parker would eventually become Spider-Man rather than just a namesake passerby, Li Jie intentionally endeavored to befriend Peter. Lacking the ability to safeguard his family and protect himself in a world overflowing with superpowers, he believed that establishing a connection with Spider-Man might ensure that, when danger befell him or his loved ones, Peter Parker would prioritize their rescue. Yet, as the old adage goes, having parents is no substitute for self-reliance. Although Peter Parker would one day become Spider-Man, the hero was not infallible. If memory served him correctly, the young hero had witnessed his girlfriend's death during a battle with a formidable adversary, rendered powerless to save her despite being so close. If possible, possessing the strength to confront other supervillains would be the most desirable outcome. Li Jie began to thoroughly explore the capabilities of this system, pondering whether it could truly transform him into an authentic superhero. However, after some contemplation, he began to feel disheartened. The system seemed deeply embedded within his very being. The only condition for its activation was reaching the age of 17. Moreover, the system was remarkably unresponsive. Any inquiries he made were met with refusals, citing insufficient host privileges. At present, Li Jie finds himself in a rudimentary state, with numerous permissions within the system being inaccessible to him. To unlock more privileges, the sole course of action is to elevate his hero rating. Currently, he is merely an ordinary individual, not even qualifying as the lowest tier E-grade hero designated by the system. Is he supposed to rely on his current physical form to become a hero? That would be tantamount to courting death. Li Jie pondered gloomily. Does the system not provide any initial bonus skill package for newcomers?
Li Jie said.
The hero system offers the host a novice gift package, which is now being dispatched. Please check your inventory. Indeed, there was one. However, if he had not inquired, would the system have chosen not to provide it? Li Jie silently reflected on the system's apparent lack of empathy. He opened the novice gift package, which contained 3 smaller packages. Each of these smaller packages was unique, allowing for a selection of one, with the other 2 becoming unavailable once a choice was made. The 3 packages were Hero Mutation Package, Hero Technology Package, and Hero Growth Package. Gazing at the names of the packages, Li Jie began to form a rough understanding. As the names suggested, the mutation package likely pertained to transformations akin to Spider-Man being bitten by a spider, the Hulk being irradiated by gamma rays, or Captain America receiving the super soldier serum. The technology package appeared to be equivalent to Iron Man's armored suit and Batman's high-tech gadgets and various wondrous tools. The growth package, by its name, seemed to facilitate the development of heroes, although Li Jie was unclear on how this growth was defined. Nevertheless, with uncertainties in mind, he felt compelled to ask. The system would not proactively offer explanations unless prompted. What exactly do these 3 packages contain? Li Jie inquired of the system. The hero mutation package includes 1 set of mutation hero attire and 1 vial of random mutation serum. The hero technology package includes 1 set of technology hero attire and 1 set of random technological blueprints. The hero growth package includes 1 set of growth hero attire and 1 set of random growth techniques. Upon receiving these 3 types of packages, how significant would the enhancements be, and which one would be most suitable for him? Li Jie endeavored to elicit a more detailed response from the system, particularly regarding the crucial question of which package would best suit him. The hero mutation package theoretically has the potential to grant the host B-grade hero capabilities. However, the host's current physical condition is mediocre, and the irreversible damage rate during the B-grade mutation process is alarmingly high at 99 with a success rate of merely 1.5. The success rate for C-grade hero mutations is 15, with a potential damage ratio of 75. The success rate for D-grade hero mutations is 25, with a potential damage ratio of 60. Li Jie gazed at the hero mutation package, feeling somewhat disheartened. The risks and rewards appeared to be proportionate. Although it was merely a novice package, it held the potential to directly elevate him to a B-grade hero. It is worth noting that the system defines a B-grade hero as possessing strength equivalent to 8 tons, speed reaching 400 meters per second, or other extraordinary abilities. If Li Jie were a genuine 17-year-old high school student, he might impulsively make a choice in the heat of the moment. However, as someone who has lived 2 lives, he tends to contemplate the possibility of failure before considering potential gains. The B-class hero's mutation serum is merely a theoretical possibility. Whether one can actually acquire it remains uncertain, as the system has indicated that the mutation serum is randomized. Moreover, regardless of the serum's classification, there exists a significant risk of irreversible harm, with a success rate of merely 25%. Should fortune not favor Li Jie, resulting in neither a successful mutation nor an adverse mutation effect, the consequences would indeed be regrettable. Thus, after a brief contemplation, Li Jie opted to pass on this choice. The hero technology package theoretically offers blueprints capable of elevating the host to A-class hero status, contingent upon the host's ability to manufacture them. However, this technology package requires no further consideration. While the prospect of attaining A-class technology or at least C-class technology is undeniably alluring, the prerequisite of being able to fabricate the blueprints is paramount. Li Jie, feeling slightly exasperated, reflected that he is neither Tony Stark nor Bruce Wayne. For technology blueprints to bear fruit, one must possess a genius intellect akin to Peter Parker. His academic performance hovers merely between B and A grades. He is an ordinary student. The only option that appears reasonably viable is the Hero Growth Package, which is fixed as an E-Class Hero Growth set. It can assist the host's development through training or by completing reputation tasks, with items within the package boasting a maximum growth potential of D-Class Hero status. The host can unlock subsequent growth packages with each incremental advancement in hero evaluation. Li Jie has nearly resolved to select the Hero Growth Package, yet he hesitates to claim it immediately, opting instead to continue exploring the system. He has gained a certain understanding of the system. Inquiries must be posed for it to provide explanations, and the questions must remain within his current permissions. Otherwise, silence ensues. After a period of study, realizing that he could not extract much more information, Li Jie temporarily relinquished his efforts and proceeded to claim the Hero Growth Package. Every man, regardless of age, harbors a dream of heroism, and Li Jie is no exception. What remarkable surprises might this system unveil for him? His anticipation began to mount. The Hero Growth Package commenced its delivery. Basic Combat Mastery has been transmitted. Basic Cold Weapon Techniques Mastery has been transmitted. Basic Firearm Usage Techniques Mastery has been transmitted, and a random E-Class Technique Soaring Dragon Technique has been sent. A complete growth-oriented hero set has been delivered. As the system initiated the transmission of the growth package, Li Jie felt an overwhelming surge of energy coursing through his mind, causing him to lose his footing and collapse heavily onto the bed. When Li Jie opened his eyes the following day, it was nearly 10 in the morning. He felt more exhausted from this sleep than he would after completing a marathon. Countless pieces of knowledge swirled in his mind, as various combat techniques and firearm skills were relentlessly poured into his consciousness. Li Jie now felt akin to a super soldier who had undergone years of rigorous training, adept in the mastery of diverse martial arts and both cold and hot weapons. Standing before the mirror, he attempted several grappling maneuvers and dagger thrusts he envisioned in his mind. It was as if his body had been honed through countless trials, executing these movements with remarkable fluidity and speed. With each motion, he sensed a surge of warmth emanating from his lower abdomen, coursing through his meridians and arteries, enhancing his agility and coordination, as well as his lethality. Li Jie recognized this as the effect of the E-grade skill Teng Jiao Gong bestowed by the system the previous day. Upon revisiting his character attributes, he noted numerous changes. Host: Jason Li. Hero attributes: primary internal skill, Teng Jiao Gong. Minor accomplishment, hero abilities: basic combat, mastery; basic cold weapons, mastery; basic firearms, mastery; strength, 180 kilograms, with internal skill bonus, speed, 100-meter maximum speed of 9 seconds, with internal skill bonus, reaction. Instantaneous response time of 122 milliseconds, with internal skill bonus, rating, E-grade hero. Through the cultivation of basic internal skills, you have gained greater strength. You have become taller, faster, and stronger. Among ordinary individuals, you are indeed remarkably robust. Furthermore, you have mastered various foundational combat techniques and the use of cold and hot weapons, marking you as an exceptional warrior in the realm of the ordinary. You now possess the capability to defend your backyard within the confines of your property. Congratulations on becoming a qualified backyard knight. Li Jie felt a pang of frustration upon reading the system's evaluation. His strength had increased by 100 kilograms, reaching 180 kilograms. His 100-meter speed had broken through to 9 seconds, and his instantaneous reaction time had improved by at least 30 milliseconds, now standing at 122 milliseconds, alongside the mastery of numerous combat techniques. Yet, the system's assessment merely indicated that he could protect his own backyard. Chapter 3. One-click transformation and the daily tasks of a novice hero. Well, I need to calm my emotions, Li Jie reassured himself. After all, he was merely the most junior level of hero, with a long journey ahead to become a true superhero. The path from E-rank to A-rank and ultimately to the pinnacle of S-rank superheroes was fraught with challenges. However, the S-rank status was not Li Jie's aspiration. Not even the A-rank was his goal. He understood that achieving such esteemed ranks would require significant sacrifices. As someone who had lived 2 lives, Li Jie's ambition was simply to lead a peaceful existence, ensuring his own safety. Thus, he set his sights low, aiming only to reach the standard of a B-rank hero, capable of protecting himself and his family. It should not be said that Li Jie lacked ambition. In his heart, family always held the utmost importance. While examining his newfound abilities, Li Jie noticed a subtle star-shaped mark on his left forearm. He recalled that he possessed a growth-type hero suit which, according to the memories transmitted by the system, was likely stored within this small star-shaped mark. Following the instructional methods provided by the system, Li Jie infused the mark with a surge of energy. He had anticipated that this so-called growth hero suit would materialize directly onto his body, but he had clearly underestimated the advanced technology of the hero system. In less than 0.1 seconds, a dazzling transformation occurred. Gazing at his reflection in the mirror, Li Jie beheld himself clad in a gray long robe, the hem reaching his hips, complemented by matching gray trousers. A wide black belt encircled his waist, providing support without constraining his movements. Rather, it enhanced his sense of stability and protection. The most gratifying aspect of this ensemble was the hood it bore. When donned, it obscured his face, rendering it difficult for others to discern his identity. Heroes all possess their own lives. The basic hero suit offers a modicum of defensive capabilities and an illusionary function, aiding heroes in concealing their identities when they wish to remain anonymous. The system had previously described the hero suit. This illusionary feature was of paramount importance to Li Jie, as he had no desire for others to disrupt his tranquil life. Since Li Jie's rank had reached the E-rank hero standard, the system had issued several tasks. Daily tasks for novice heroes. 1. Accumulate 100 points of reputation. Current, 0. Reputation is the cornerstone of a hero's growth. The higher the reputation, the faster the development. 2. Prevent 10 criminal incidents. Current. 0. Heroes are meant to champion the weak. It is time to don your red briefs on the outside. Stopping crimes provides opportunities to earn reputation. 3. Avert 3 serious criminal offenses. Current. 0. Crimes. Serious offenses. Murder, sexual assault, child abduction. Ensure these heinous acts are thwarted. Substantial reputation awaits those who succeed. Completing the daily tasks for novice heroes will yield rewards. 1 E-Rank training card and a randomly selected E-Rank item. It seems that in order to become stronger, one must complete the tasks assigned by the system, Li Jie pondered. Jie, you have finally awakened. Hurry down for breakfast, or else your mother will surely be upset. Li Jie's father, Engel Li, pushed open Jason's bedroom door to summon him for lunch. Engel Li, a distinguished-looking middle-aged man, is also Li Jie's father. Following family tradition, he possesses a Chinese name, Li En. Li En and his wife, Cassie Li, are the lifelong parents of Li Jie. Both work at a bank in the Queens area of New York. Additionally, Li Jie has a grandfather named Li Rong, who is 65 years old and does not have an English name. Grandfather Li Rong runs a restaurant named Mr. Li in Manhattan's Chinatown. Li Jie's family can be described as a quintessential American middle-class household, and they are relatively affluent. After accounting for various expenses, they manage to save at least several tens of thousands of dollars annually, which is quite an achievement in America, where many earn just enough to spend throughout the year. I'm so glad you finally woke up. Otherwise, we would have to wait until dinner to rouse you, remarked Li Jie's mother, Cassie Li, slightly displeased with her son for his late rising, although she was unaware that he was not genuinely sleeping in. Cassie, originally named Cassie Godot, is a descendant of British immigrants, possessing beautiful golden hair and striking green eyes. Dear, he just celebrated his 17th birthday yesterday. Perhaps he was too excited to sleep. Li En defended his son, moving to embrace Cassie from behind and affectionately kissing her cheek. Oh, please, could you refrain from doing that in front of me? Although this had happened numerous times before, Li Jie still found it uncomfortable to witness his parents being affectionate in his presence. Noticing her son's embarrassment, Mrs. Cassie gently tapped her husband Li En's cheek, signaling him to be mindful of their son. Li En, interrupted in his affectionate display, felt rather irked. Having just defended Li Jie, he immediately began to tease him. Hey kid, you're just jealous that I have such a beautiful wife. If you're envious, hurry up and find yourself a girlfriend. Then you wouldn't feel so jealous. Okay, I'll head to the dining room. You two carry on. Each time such topics arose, Li Jie could only retreat in defeat. However, his father, Li En, was clearly not ready to relent. From today onward, you are 17. Young man, go find yourself a girlfriend. It's embarrassing to graduate high school without ever having been in a relationship. Mrs. Cassie patted Li En's back, signaling him to quiet down. During lunch, Li En finally refrained from discussing the subject of dating, much to Li Jie's relief. In his previous life on Earth, he dreaded being pressured into marriage by elders, feeling immense stress each time. In this life, having entered a superhero world, he bore an even heavier burden and had no inclination to pursue romantic relationships, thus remaining apprehensive about this awkward topic. At lunchtime, only 3 family members were present. Li Jie's grandfather, Li Rong, had gone early to the restaurant in Chinatown to prepare for the day's business and would not return home for dinner until around 8 in the evening. The afternoon hours were relatively leisurely, as the academic workload in American high schools is not particularly heavy. Li Jie had already completed all his assignments the day prior. Sunday afternoons were typically spent in the backyard, where the family engaged in various activities. He played several matches of chess with his mother, Jiasili, and helped his father, Li En, with some woodworking in the garage, reinforcing and repainting the backyard fence. The afternoon passed swiftly. Mom, I'll be out for a while tonight, so you don't need to prepare dinner for me, Li Jie thought, aware that he needed to carve out time to fulfill his own tasks, as nighttime was when crime rates peaked in New York. All right, if you're going to hang out with Peter Parker, you must be back before 11, she replied. If you plan to stay overnight at Peter's, Aunt May needs to call me in advance. Mrs. Jiasili had a fondness for Li Jie's 2 good friends, Harry and Peter, both of whom were exceptional and intelligent young men with bright futures. She welcomed Li Jie's association with them. Actually, I'm not going to Peter S. Li Jie thought it best not to tell this fib, as it would be easily uncovered. Where are you going then, Mrs. Giacelli inquired. It's just a date, he confessed, though the lie felt somewhat unnatural. Mrs. Giacelli raised an eyebrow, casting a puzzled glance at her son for a moment before exchanging a knowing look with her husband. All right, Jie, but you must return by midnight, and you must promise me that you won't stay out overnight, she insisted. Don't worry, Mom. I'll definitely be home by midnight, Li Jie assured her immediately.
Son.
Do you need a car? His father, Lian, called out, waving a set of keys. It was the key to the newly purchased Dodge SUV. Oh no, thanks, Dad. My old Ford is just fine. Li Jie declined his father's offer, as his father genuinely believed he was going out on a date. All right, son. Be safe, his father advised with a hint of dual meaning. Knowing his father's character well, Li Jie understood the underlying message, nearly slipping in his steps. And remember, don't go to 5th and 6th Streets. It's not safe there, Lian added as a final reminder. Got it, Dad, Li Jie responded, then headed to the garage to retrieve his second-hand Ford. In America, one can obtain a driver's license at 16, and this second-hand Ford had been a birthday gift from the family when he turned 16 last year. Cars in the U.S. are not particularly expensive, especially used ones, and this Ford cost only $4,500. Despite being pre-owned, it was well-maintained and, due to its excellent break-in, drove more smoothly than many new cars. Li Jie's family resided in the middle-class neighborhood of the 15th Street in Queens, New York. This is what is commonly referred to as the affluent area, characterized by excellent public safety and a pleasant environment. In contrast, the 5th and 6th districts, which his father cautioned him against, are known for their turmoil within Queens, marked by a higher prevalence of low-income individuals and the homeless, and a consistently poor safety record. Although Li Jie verbally assured his father, his true intention for venturing out at night was to head towards the 6th district. To effectively combat crime, one must inevitably delve into areas with elevated crime rates, and the 6th district stands as the most crime-ridden locale in all of Queens. Chapter 4. The new hero in action. Li Jie parked his vehicle on the outskirts of the 6th district, well aware of the rampant crime that plagued the area. It took him approximately 10 minutes on foot to venture into the heart of the district. In stark contrast to his childhood spent in the clean and comfortable 15th district, the 6th district exuded an air of filth and neglect. High-rise buildings were conspicuously absent, and large shopping malls were nowhere to be found. The few small convenience stores had already shuttered their doors for the night. Abandoned houses lined the streets, their dilapidated facades suggesting they had been uninhabited for some time. The walls bore the vivid expressions of graffiti artists, a form of street art that originated in impoverished neighborhoods, making it rare to encounter such displays in more affluent areas. Li Jie had never before walked alone through such a destitute district at night. It is well known that the impoverished areas of New York possess some of the highest crime rates globally, with hundreds of incidents of gun violence and armed robberies occurring daily. Other crimes, such as theft, were even more prevalent, particularly in regions densely populated by illegal immigrants and individuals of Mexican descent. By day, New York shone with glamour, yet by night, it revealed its darker, more sinister side. The 6th district felt desolate in the evening, with scarcely a soul in sight, even at 8:30 p.m. This was a far cry from the bustling vibrancy of other neighborhoods in Queens, where the streets remained aglow well past midnight. Although Li Jie wandered the streets alone, he attracted no trouble, owing to his imposing height of 182 meters and robust physique, which made him appear formidable. Typically, criminals would select their targets carefully, opting for frail young men or vulnerable women and the elderly. It was rare for them to confront strong male figures directly. Li Jie roamed the streets for nearly 2 hours, even making a foray into the similarly troubled 5th district, yet remarkably encountered no criminal activity. Damn it, he muttered under his breath. Have those thugs taken the night off? As the clock approached 10, he realized he would soon need to return home, lest it grow too late. Just as frustration began to set in, he suddenly heard commotion emanating from a nearby alley. Hey lady, hand over the cash, or I'll make sure to mar that pretty face of yours. A bald, middle-aged Caucasian man menaced a woman with a fierce glare. His intimidating appearance and muscular build conveyed a sense of danger. In stark contrast, the woman appeared frail, her slight frame and unkempt hair betraying her vulnerability. Clutching her handbag tightly, she pleaded, "Please, sir, you can't take my money. My child is in the hospital, and he has no insurance. Without the funds, he'll be thrown out." Trembling with fear, she nonetheless held on to her bag, choosing to prioritize her child's welfare over her own safety. While women are undeniably resilient, how can one reason with a villain? Despite her fervent efforts to grasp her handbag, how could a frail woman possibly muster the strength to confront a robust adult male? The bald man struck her face with a swift slap, sending her crashing to the ground, her cheek swelling painfully. Seizing the opportunity, he snatched the handbag and prepared to depart. However, at the alley's entrance, a peculiar figure clad in gray, adorned with a ludicrous black belt and a hood, appeared. As Li Jie stepped into the alley, he glanced at the fallen woman and the menacing bald man clutching the handbag, quickly deducing the situation. Yet another robbery, a scene all too common in the world. Moments before entering the alley, he had faintly heard the woman's desperate pleas, revealing that the money was meant for her child's medical treatment. Li Jie felt a surge of discontent. Though not particularly driven by a sense of justice, he could not stand idly by as a mother's life-saving funds were snatched away. Even without the powers of a hero, he felt compelled to intervene. Noticing Li Jie approaching, the bald man assumed a combative stance, exclaiming, "Hey, buddy, don't cause trouble. This is our Stanton gang's territory. Step aside." He brandished a spring-loaded knife, lowering his center of gravity in preparation for a fight. The man's posture betrayed his extensive experience in street brawls. Although Li Jie maintained a distance, he was ready for confrontation. In the impoverished neighborhoods, skirmishes and stabbings were commonplace. A competent thug was always prepared for battle. The spring-loaded knife was a staple weapon among street criminals, with far more fatalities occurring from such blades than from firearms in the United States each year. "What if I refuse to step aside and insist that you return that handbag to the lady?" Li Jie's voice was chilling. In the past, he would have avoided provoking such a gang member. However, having acquired E-level hero abilities today, he felt emboldened to confront this thug, who wielded nothing more than a spring-loaded knife, not a Colt M1911. "You're asking for trouble," the bald man growled, lunging forward with his spring-loaded knife aimed at Li Jie's kidney. The precision of his attack indicated that he had engaged in such acts before. The motion was fluid and remarkably swift. Even a professionally trained officer caught off guard would likely sustain a grievous injury. A stab to the kidney could result in severe disability or even death. The bald man's ruthlessness startled Li Jie. Despite having lived 2 lives, this was his first encounter with such brutality. This was not merely a street fight, it was a genuine attempt at murder. Yet, while surprise coursed through him, Li Jie's body reacted faster than his mind could process. At the very moment when the blade was poised to pierce his body, Li Jie's hand, swift as lightning, seized the wrist of the bald man wielding the knife. Following an instinctive muscle memory, Li Jie twisted both hands, and with a sharp crack, the wrist of the bald man was abruptly broken. Yet, the bald man, fierce and unyielding, did not emit a cry of pain. Instead, his ferocity intensified. Releasing the handbag he clutched in his left hand, he clenched his fist, aiming to strike Li Jie's temple. Although Li Jie lacked extensive combat experience, he had received a basic combat skill transmission proficient from the system. Even though he recognized the danger late, his agile physique allowed him to evade the punch. Stepping back after loosening his grip on the bald man's right hand, Li Jie launched an attack aimed at the bald man's left armpit. The bald man, having missed with his left fist, was unable to retract his hand in time for defense, resulting in Li Jie landing a powerful blow. In this moment of anger, Li Jie unleashed his full strength, channeling his internal energy into the strike. The impact revealed the tremendous destructive power Li Jie possessed. Although targeting the bald man's armpit, the overwhelming force radiated outward, shattering the bones in his shoulder. The left shoulder contorted unnaturally, indicating multiple fractures in the shoulder bones, with several ribs on the left side also visibly broken. The once formidable bald man let out a scream before collapsing, unconscious from the excruciating pain. After confirming that the bald man had indeed lost consciousness, Li Jie picked up the handbag, brushing off the dirt, and approached the still-dazed woman. "Madam, I believe this belongs to you." Upon receiving the handbag from Li Jie, the woman finally regained her composure. The encounter between Li Jie and the bald man transpired in the blink of an eye, lasting no more than 6 or 7 seconds. Initially, the woman had feared that Li Jie might be injured by the ruthless bald man, but in the next moment, she was astonished to see him rendered unconscious. Everything had unfolded too swiftly. "Oh, thank you so much, sir," the woman exclaimed, gratitude evident in her voice. "My child is hospitalized and desperately needs this money. I truly appreciate your help." "No need for thanks, madam. I believe any person with a sense of justice would intervene to prevent such malevolence." "I also wish for your child's swift recovery," Li Jie replied. After a moment of contemplation, Li Jie approached the unconscious bald man, searching his pockets and extracting over $2,000 in cash. Typically, Americans carry little cash, usually opting for cards, and only bring a handful of change. Having a few $100s on hand is considered substantial. Li Jie surmised that this must have been the ill-gotten gains from the bald man's attempted robbery that night, and he took it all without hesitation. "Madam, I believe your child could use this," Li Jie said, offering the $2,000 he had found to the woman he had just rescued, demonstrating his generosity. "Oh no, sir, this..." The woman hesitated, for she truly needed the money. In the United States, without health insurance, medical expenses can be exorbitantly high. Relying solely on her meager salary, the woman could provide only the most basic treatment for her child. After much hesitation and struggle, she accepted the dollars offered by Li Jie. "Thank you. Thank you. I don't know what to say, thank you, sir." The woman, overwhelmed with emotion, was on the verge of tears. "All right, madam, you should leave this place quickly. You need to return home early. This neighborhood is unsafe," Li Jie reassured her. It was only under his comfort that she departed from the alley and hurried away from the 6th district. It was not until she had walked quite a distance that she realized she had forgotten to ask the name of the man who had helped her. She attempted to recall Li Jie's appearance, only to find that she had failed to see clearly the features obscured by his hood. After the woman left, Li Jie stepped on the elbow of the bald man's right arm, rendering it incapacitated. With both hands now rendered useless, the bald man would find it impossible to commit any further acts of violence. Li Jie then briskly departed the 6th district, heading home, leaving the bald man to his own devices. As for notifying the authorities, Li Jie had no interest. Without evidence or witnesses, he surmised that even if the police were to apprehend the bald man, he would likely be released, bringing unnecessary trouble upon himself. There was a chance the police might even take him to a public hospital for treatment. "Hey, the taxes my family pays each year are certainly not meant to support scum like him." Chapter 5. Reflections after the first mission. The Wild Swan Bar is one of the few establishments in the 6th district that remains open until the early hours of the morning. The true authority behind the bar is none other than Hassan Swenton, a notorious leader of the Stanton Gang. Given that the 6th district has long been regarded as the traditional stronghold of the Stanton Gang, no one dares to create trouble at the Wild Swan Bar. Consequently, it has become a haven for drunks, gamblers, and addicts in the vicinity. On the 2nd floor, at the corner of the bar, there exists a room that is vigilantly guarded. This room serves as the gathering place for the leaders of the Stanton Gang within the 6th district. Typically, the distribution of profits and the allocation of illicit substances occur within these walls. However, today is not a day for the gang's financial reckoning, nor are there any new supplies to be distributed in the 6th district. Hassan Swenton, the gang's prominent figure in the area, is engaged in a game of cards with several lower-ranking members. Lewin has been absent for quite some time, and there are concerns about whether he will return to continue the game. To Hassan's left, a junior member responsible for distributing illicit substances from the nearby high school expresses his frustration. Hassan, feeling a tinge of impatience, recalls that Lewin had previously lost a substantial sum at the table, over $7,000. Lewin had mentioned he would step out to earn some money before rejoining the game. Being Hassan's chief enforcer, he is well aware of what earning money entails for Lewin. However, the duration of his absence today is rather excessive. Hassan attempts to call Lewin, but there is no answer. Just as he is about to send a subordinate to search for him, a sudden and frantic knocking at the door interrupts his thoughts. Annoyed, Hassan opens the door, only to be met with the distressing sight of Lewin being carried in like a lifeless dog. His arms are clearly broken and dislocated. Several ribs on his left side appear to be fractured, and he shows signs of internal bleeding, blood already pooling from his mouth. Fury ignites within Hassan at the sight of his chief enforcer so brutally harmed. Who dares to assault his subordinate on the Stanton gang's territory? This is a blatant affront not only to the gang but also to Hassan Swenton himself. Find out who did this. I want him thrown into the sea. Hassan bellows in wrath. Meanwhile, Li Jie returns home before midnight, dismissing his father's probing glances and inquiries about his supposed date. Instead, he retreats to his room and opens the system to review the results of his tasks for the day. Novice Heroes Daily Tasks 1. Earn 100 points of reputation, current. 5. Reputation is the cornerstone of a hero's growth. The higher the reputation, the faster the growth. 2. Prevent 10 crimes from occurring, completed. 1. A hero should protect the weak. It is time to don your red underpants on the outside. Preventing crimes will earn you reputation. 3. Prevent 3 serious crimes from occurring, completed. 0. Crime. Serious crime. Murder, sexual assault, child abduction. You must prevent these heinous acts. A considerable amount of reputation awaits. Completing daily tasks as a novice hero rewards 1 with an E-grade hero training card and a random E-grade item. Unexpectedly, after wandering for an entire night, I managed to complete only 1 task, earning a mere 5 points of prestige. Li Jie reflected on his shortcomings from the day. Firstly, he ventured out too early. Most crimes tend to occur after 10 in the evening. Departing prematurely proved futile. Secondly, his mental fortitude was inadequate. Although he seemed to handle the bald man with ease, he lost focus twice, once nearly being stabbed by a knife, and another time when the bald man's left punch almost struck his head. Had it not been for the enhancements from his internal energy and basic combat skills, he might have easily succumbed to the bald man's assault. Thirdly, he lacked sufficient preparation and carelessly set out unarmed. Fortunately, the bald man only wielded a spring knife. Had he been armed with a pistol, the outcome could have been dire. Li Jie realized he must always carry a weapon for unforeseen circumstances. Upon reflecting, Li Jie acknowledged his numerous deficiencies. Today was, by chance, a stroke of luck as he encountered no gun-toting criminals. Otherwise, it might have been the end for him. He resolved to prepare more thoroughly before embarking on future tasks. After showering, Li Jie did not immediately retire for the night but instead sat cross-legged on his bed. He practiced the internal energy technique taught by the system, known as Teng Jiao Gong. Although the Novice Hero package granted him access to a basic level of this internal skill, Li Jie felt it was insufficient. To grow stronger, he recognized the necessity of further training. The system had explained that Teng Jiao Gong is a relatively gentle form of internal energy. With sufficient practice, his body would eventually learn the flow of internal energy, allowing him to cultivate it continuously, whether walking or sleeping, rather than needing to sit in meditation. Having lived 2 lives, Li Jie possessed remarkable patience. Although meditative training may be monotonous, he was able to endure it. If it were Peter Parker, a child with hyperactivity, he likely would have reached his limit in 20 minutes. This time, Li Jie practiced for a full 5 hours, ultimately dozing off in a seated position for the last 3. Remarkably, even in his dreams, he remained focused on cultivating his internal energy, which allowed his practice to continue uninterrupted, achieving the state of autonomous cultivation as described by the system. Upon awakening, Li Jie discovered that his internal energy continued to flow vigorously, bringing him considerable joy. Upon closer inspection, he sensed a slight increase in his internal strength. Although not dramatically evident, the change was tangible. If he could cultivate autonomously in the future, he would have ample time to pursue the tasks provided by the system, an essential means of enhancing his abilities. Having only rested for 5 hours, or more accurately, having slept for 3, Li Jie felt all traces of fatigue vanish. I have never felt such vitality before. This must be the benefit of cultivating my inner strength. Li Jie glanced at the sky outside. It was just past 5 in the morning in May, with the sun just beginning to rise. Since sleep eluded him, he decided to rise and engage in physical exercise, practicing the foundational skills he had acquired. In his backyard, Li Jie practiced the techniques of grappling and kicking from basic combat training, and then went to the garage to find a leftover wooden stick from his woodworking projects, where he practiced the staff techniques from basic cold weapon usage. By 6:30 in the morning, after greeting his mother, Kazali, who was preparing breakfast, he went to take a shower. After breakfast, Li Jie drove his second-hand Ford to school. Just a couple of blocks away, he encountered Peter Parker, who was preparing to skate to school. "Hey Peter, hop in, buddy," Li Jie called out as he parked next to him. "Oh thanks, perfect timing for a ride," Peter replied, tossing his skateboard into the trunk before taking a seat in the passenger side. "Wow Jason, when did you upgrade your car's sound system?" Peter exclaimed, noticing the obvious modifications. The old cassette player had been replaced with a modern system equipped with a USB port for contemporary storage devices. In the 2 days leading up to our trip to HSD, I was helping out in my grandfather's restaurant kitchen to earn some pocket money. I spent $400 on this second-hand setup along with the accompanying speakers, which were taken from a Mercedes. Took me 3 nights to install it. Li Jie explained. "You know, Peter, it's hard to find those old music cassettes nowadays, so I think the money was well spent." "Absolutely. Let's play some music, man," Peter suggested, choosing a song by Queen. "Oh, the sound quality is fantastic. It's a pity I can't cook like you. Otherwise, working as a second cook in the restaurant would pay pretty well," he said with a hint of envy. "Oh, come on. I can only cook. I'm not skilled in anything else. You're destined for MIT after all." "Future scientist, Mr. Peter Parker," Li Jie said, half jokingly, half seriously. "Actually, I'm not too keen on applying to MIT right now. Getting a full scholarship there is quite difficult. If it's only half or even less, you know, Uncle Ben is getting old. If I want to attend MIT, it will require a substantial amount of money." At this point in the conversation, Peter's tone was tinged with bitterness. Li Jie was well aware of Peter's family situation. Ben Parker, Peter's uncle, was an excellent electrician working at a large shopping mall, responsible for managing the electrical distribution room. Aunt May, on the other hand, was merely a cashier at a supermarket. Ben's salary was decent, around $60,000 a year, while May earned just over $20,000. By American standards, an annual household income of $80,000 is considered middle class. If this income of $80,000 were generated in other states, life would indeed be quite pleasant. However, this is New York, the most expensive region in the entire United States. Peter Parker attends a private institution, the Metropolitan High School, which, despite its commendable academic reputation throughout New York, comes with a hefty tuition fee. Li Jie must pay nearly $7,500 annually, while Peter, being an exemplary student, has secured a scholarship of $2,500 each year, thus only needing to contribute $5,000 towards his tuition. After accounting for the daily expenses of the Parker family, along with taxes and health insurance, there is hardly any money left for them. At 17, Peter yearns for a car. Even a second-hand one like Li Jie's would bring him great satisfaction. Nevertheless, Peter Parker is remarkably considerate and never troubles his family with such desires. Regardless of how illustrious Spider-Man may become in the future, the current Peter Parker is merely a struggling young man. Observing Peter's despondency, Li Jie feels at a loss for words to comfort him. "Well, Peter, if you have some free time this summer, would you be willing to help me with some odd jobs to earn a little pocket money?" Chapter 6. The Food Truck Initiative and Summer Interns Earning Money? "Absolutely. I am more than willing." Upon hearing about the opportunity to make some pocket change, Peter Parker immediately agreed. "You have no idea what I'm planning to do, yet you consent without hesitation. Aren't you worried I might deceive you?" Li Jie joked. "Of course, I'm not concerned. You are my good friend. How could you possibly betray me? You wouldn't deceive me, would you, Jason?" Peter Parker rattled off a slew of words, and Li Jie regretted his inquisitive remark. "Well, Parker, I believe you should be aware of my aspirations. My dream has always been to become a world-renowned chef." Li Jie was not jesting. His lifelong ambition had been to be a master of culinary arts. However, in his previous life on the other side of the Pacific, the status of chefs was rather lowly. Under family pressure, he relinquished his dream of becoming a top chef. Yet, in this new life, his passion for cooking remained undiminished. he still cherished the thrill of impressing discerning diners with his culinary skills. Moreover, the societal standing of chefs in America is markedly higher than that of his former homeland. A skilled chef in the United States can command a substantial income. The salary of a head chef at a renowned restaurant often rivals that of many corporate executives, with some earning hundreds of thousands of dollars annually, supplemented by restaurant profits. Indeed, some chefs who own their establishments can earn several $1 million a year. When Li Jie shared his aspiration of becoming a chef with his family, his parents and grandfather expressed their unwavering support. In fact, his grandfather was eager for someone to take over his restaurant, Mr. Li. Since childhood, Li Jie had assisted in the kitchen of his grandfather's establishment and was quite familiar with the inner workings of the restaurant, possessing a natural talent for cooking. His grandfather, Li Rong, even intended for Li Jie to take over the restaurant upon graduating from high school. So, are you planning to open a restaurant? Shall I serve as a waiter? Peter speculated. No. At present, I lack the capital to establish a restaurant. That requires a considerable sum of money.
Li Jie dismissa Peter's implausible assumption.
Furthermore, I do not intend to assume control of my grandfather's restaurant immediately. The style of Mr. Li is rather outdated. If I were to take over, it would necessitate a comprehensive renovation, which would also require a significant financial investment. My plan is to start with a food truck. A food truck? I love this idea. What do I need to do? Peter was enthusiastic about the prospect of a food truck. As a cultural icon of American dining, food trucks enjoy considerable support across the nation. Contrary to the common misconception that food trucks merely serve low-quality fast food, there exists a wide spectrum of food trucks in America. Those offering exceptional and delectable fare may even receive recommendations from Michelin. Additionally, there is a nationwide rating system for food trucks, judged entirely by ordinary diners. These diners cast their votes with their feet, selecting the most distinctive and delicious food trucks across the country. It is no exaggeration to say that a well-known food truck can earn an annual income comparable to that of high-end restaurants in Manhattan. The unique aspect of food trucks, which sell on the go without a fixed location, is a significant draw for food enthusiasts. It seems that these delectable treats are playing a game of hide and seek with you. Some fervent food enthusiasts may even follow a food truck across vast stretches of America. I secured a loan of approximately $20,000 from my parents. I intend to purchase a second-hand Chevrolet van for conversion, along with the necessary culinary equipment and initial stock, which will cost around $16,000. This leaves me with $4,000 as working capital. As Li Jie drove, he elaborated his detailed plan to Peter. Registering the food truck with the federal government will likely require over $1,000. I plan to commence operations during the summer vacation, as we both possess our driving licenses. Legally, we are both adults, allowing us to operate the food truck while embarking on a 2-month journey along the East Coast. We could visit cities like Philadelphia, Boston, and Buffalo. Wow, that is so cool, man. I mean, it's genuinely awesome. We can drive to any city on the East Coast, selling delicious food while traveling. Just the thought of it sends a thrill through me. I will definitely persuade Uncle Ben and Aunt May to agree to my joining you. Peter was enamored with the plan, even if it didn't yield profits. Due to financial constraints at home, Peter had hardly traveled beyond New York City, save for school-organized trips. Li Jie's idea of traversing the East Coast for 2 months, selling culinary delights, greatly appealed to Peter. The previously downcast little spider was instantly uplifted, casting aside his worries. The two began to discuss the specifics of the food truck, including what dishes to sell and the vibrant designs to paint on the exterior to attract customers. As they enjoyed some music and engaging conversation, they soon arrived at school. Jason, could you help me adjust the angle of this photo? After attending morning classes, Li Jie accompanied Peter to the school's photography corner during their lunch break. This area was dedicated to students with a flair for photography, allowing them to showcase their finest works. Peter had just developed photos he took last week in Washington and was eager to display them. While adjusting the photos out of the corner of his eye, Li Jie spotted an orange basketball hurtling towards them. Had it been the old Li Jie, he would surely have been struck by the ball. However, now his reflexes were much swifter. Before the basketball could reach them, he deftly swatted it away with his left hand. Following the trajectory of the ball, he noticed Thompson, the star power forward of the school basketball team, along with a gaggle of his friends surrounding him. "Sorry, Lee, I just slipped." Thompson's apology appeared feigned, and the snickering of his friends rendered it even more insincere. It was evident that Thompson had deliberately thrown the basketball with the intention of embarrassing Peter and Li Jie. Peter, still lacking Spider-Man's superpowers, maintained a bookish, frail demeanor, making him an easy target for bullies at school. Meanwhile, Li Jie's handsome appearance garnered him considerable admiration from the girls, further inciting Thompson's ire. Thus, since their first year, Thompson had harbored animosity towards the two. Peter finally grasped what had just transpired. "Hey, it's all right, buddy." He attempted to restrain the somewhat irate Li Jie. However, Peter's slight physique was insufficient to hold back even the former Li Jie, let alone the now enhanced version. Thompson stood at a towering height of 6 feet 3 inches, and due to his position as a power forward in basketball, his physique was notably robust, making him a dominant figure within the school. While others might fear him, Li Jie was undeterred. Prior to receiving system enhancements, Li Jie had diligently studied self-defense techniques and possessed a strong build himself. Over the past 2 years, he had clashed with Thompson on several occasions, even engaging in brawls outside of school. Despite Thompson's height advantage, he was not a match for Li Jie when it came to fighting. They had fought 3 times, with Li Jie emerging victorious twice. Concerning Thompson, a brash individual with a memory that conveniently forgot past defeats, Li Jie believed that reason was futile. The only way to convey the value of camaraderie was through the language of fists. "Thompson, are you looking for a fight?" Li Jie effortlessly broke free from Peter's grasp and strode purposefully toward Thompson. The students in the corridor turned their attention to the unfolding drama, for the animosity between Thompson and Li Jie was well known in the school. Since Thompson's first year, when he began to provoke Li Jie, the latter had never considered reconciliation. "Hey, my bad, Jason, my apologies," Thompson began, not intending any offense. A friend of Thompson stepped forward to separate the two, aware that Thompson might not prevail against Li Jie. "Let us just drop it, okay? Thompson still needs to practice." Meanwhile, Thompson was being pulled away by several friends. Though he had a mischievous desire to provoke Li Jie, he hesitated at the prospect of actual confrontation. Observing Thompson being escorted away, Li Jie resigned himself to the fact that the fight would not materialize and returned to assist Peter in adjusting photographs. "Cool, Jason." "It seems that Big Oaf was frightened out of his wits," came the voice of Harry Osborn from behind them. "Harry, I didn't see you this morning. I thought you weren't coming to class." Peter and Li Jie greeted him. "Oh, I couldn't help it. My father hasn't been well lately. I've been trying to spend more time with him, and he wants me to learn how to manage the company sooner rather than later. I might be absent for quite a while leading up to the summer," Harry replied. As the trio conversed, they made their way to the school's cafeteria. After ordering 3 lunches, they settled on the grass of the school lawn, enjoying their meal while chatting. "Peter, I remember your keen interest in biotechnology and genetics," Harry suddenly remarked. "Yes, indeed. If possible, I hope to secure a position in a research lab after graduation," Peter replied, taking a bite of his bread. "Is that so, Peter? I know you aspire to attend MIT. However, it is essential to acknowledge that the biotechnology and genetics program at the Massachusetts Institute of Technology does not quite compare to that of New York University. Meanwhile, the Osborn Group is currently seeking summer interns, providing opportunities for talented young individuals. I can recommend you to Dr. Connors' team for an internship position. Dr. Connors is an expert in genetics and biology and is also a distinguished alumnus of New York University. If you excel in your role, he may write you a letter of recommendation, significantly increasing your chances of securing a full scholarship at New York University. What do you think? Are you interested?" After Harry finished speaking, he looked at Peter with utmost seriousness, awaiting his decision. Peter found himself in a quandary. Had it been before, he would have accepted without hesitation. However, he had just promised Li Jie that he would assist him at his food truck, and to back out now would seem disloyal. "Harry, I appreciate your offer." Peter began to decline Harry's kindness, but before he could finish, he was interrupted by Li Jie. "Peter, you should go. This is a tremendous opportunity to work alongside some of the world's most exceptional biologists. A dream for many. But I made a promise there's no room for buts. Becoming a chef is my aspiration, not yours. You've said you want to be an outstanding scientist." Li Jie decisively made the decision for Peter, which would significantly influence Peter Parker's life. As a friend, it was not right to hold such matters against Peter, especially considering that if Lee Jie's memory served him correctly, Dr. Connors would later become the infamous antagonist, the Lizard, in Spider-Man's early saga. It was precisely because Peter Parker joined the Osborn group that he was bitten by a spider and subsequently mutated into Spider-Man. If he were not to become Spider-Man, would Peter Parker's life be complete? Harry later learned that in the morning, Lee Jie had already invited Peter to assist with the food truck business over the summer. In truth, both were motivated by a desire to help Peter, which deeply touched him. Having even one or two such sincere friends in life is more than sufficient. Observing Peter and Harry sharing laughter, Lee Jie reflected that what is meant to happen will inevitably come to pass. Spider-Man is on the verge of making his appearance, and how far could the other superheroes be? Chapter 7. The Night Walkers of 6th District at 11:30 p.m. After ensuring that his family was sound asleep, Lee Jie gently opened the window and leapt from his second-floor room. Upon landing, he executed a perfect forward roll that absorbed the impact of his descent without a whisper. Today, Harry had invited Peter to intern at the Osborn group, and Lee Jie sensed that Spider-Man would soon make his appearance. The tranquility of New York City, which had persisted for decades, might soon be shattered, as both heroes and villains prepared to unveil themselves. Contemplating this, Lee Jie felt an urgency to enhance his strength, striving to safeguard his family amidst the impending chaos of the hero-villain showdown. Lee Jie aimed to swiftly complete the tasks of a novice hero to earn the rewards from the system that would bolster his abilities. He was making his way to the 6th District, opting to run rather than drive to avoid waking his family. Although he had not acquired any abilities or techniques to enhance his speed, his mastery of the minor realm of the Soaring Dragon technique allowed him to run at an impressive pace. Approaching nearly 30 kilometers per hour, it is worth noting that this is approximately the speed achieved by champions in the 100-meter dash during their sprinting phase. Yet, no sprinter could sustain such explosive speed over long distances. Fortunately, as midnight approached, the streets were mostly deserted, and no one noticed Lee Jie's extraordinary running prowess. After running roughly 10 kilometers, Lee Jie arrived at the 6th District. Despite his internal energy supporting him, the long-distance sprint had left him somewhat fatigued. He mused that obtaining abilities related to speed or perhaps a form of lightness would be advantageous. At least it would allow him to escape from formidable opponents, as relying solely on running was exhausting and comparatively slow. After resting for about 5 minutes and feeling his stamina restored through his internal energy, Lee Jie utilized the one-click outfit change feature, donning the hero suit provided by the system, a gray hooded ensemble, before venturing deeper into the 6th District. Come on, move a bit faster. This is the best stuff. If you want it, make it quick. A low voice urged from within an abandoned room. Inside stood two groups, one comprised of black individuals, while the other appeared to be of Mexican or Latino descent. They were engaged in a transaction involving hash, cannabis. This substance is relatively common in the United States. Some areas permit its use, while others strictly prohibit it. Regardless of the state, hash cannot be openly sold on a large scale. New York is one of the regions where hash is banned, leading many gangs to operate clandestinely in its trade. Although the profits do not rival those of cocaine, the risk is lower. Even if apprehended, one could often secure release by paying bail and completing a period of community service. This is Queens, where engaging in the cocaine trade proves challenging, especially with Police Chief George Stancy, who is known for his zero-tolerance stance. In Queens, the predominant illicit enterprise among the gangs revolves around the trade of hashish. The addictive nature of hashish is not to be underestimated, as its consumption frequently leads to vivid hallucinations. Lee Jie had once witnessed a neighbor from his block succumb to such illusions, ultimately taking the life of his wife and daughter with a handgun. Upon regaining his senses and confronting the magnitude of his actions, he was engulfed by guilt and chose to take his own life. Peering through the window, Lee Jie observed a transaction unfolding inside and pondered whether to intervene. This crime was evidently severe, given its connection to drug trafficking. Thwarting it could significantly enhance his reputation, and successfully preventing 3 such heinous acts would fulfill a task. However, based on Lee Jie's experiences in America, he knew that during such dealings, both parties typically brandished firearms. It appeared that a black gang and a Hispanic gang were engaged in the exchange, each comprising 3 members, implying the potential presence of 6 handguns, an undeniably perilous situation. Li Jie contemplated retreating and dismantling the group strategically, which he deemed the safest course of action. Yet, unbeknownst to him, the dilapidated terrace of the house had succumbed to decay. As he stepped back from the window with the intention of leaving, he inadvertently broke a rotting plank, producing a sharp crack that resonated in the stillness of the midnight hour. The 2 gangs inside immediately perked up, their attention piqued. Cursing under his breath, Li Jie crouched in a corner, catching sight of 2 gang members approaching his hiding spot. Realizing evasion was futile, he brandished 2 alloy batons he had just procured from a sporting goods store, bracing himself for combat. As the armed gang members neared his position, Li Jie suddenly emerged at the window. One of the gang members, caught off guard by his swift appearance, was met with a flurry of strikes from Li Jie's batons, which he wielded without restraint. Each blow resonated with a distinct crack as the metal connected with flesh and bone. The second gang member, positioned farther away, was not spared either. After incapacitating the first, Li Jie hurled one of the batons, striking the second directly between the eyes, causing him to stumble and lose his balance, while his weapon veered off course, its bullet ricocheting harmlessly into the ceiling. Li Jie, unwilling to linger, quickly vacated the window. In the instant he departed, the remaining 4 gang members unleashed a barrage of gunfire at his previous position, a cacophony of shots ringing out until the firearms ceased their relentless discharge. As Li Jie took refuge at another window, he was astonished to see the 4 assailants fumbling to reload their magazines. A wave of irritation washed over him. The incompetence of these gangsters was astonishing, as they had collectively expended all their ammunition in such a brief encounter. After all, those engaged in the trade of hashish were merely minor factions. The true powerhouses of the underworld were those who dealt in cocaine, and one had to question the caliber of talent within these lesser gangs. Especially among the African-American gangs, when they wield firearms, they seldom aim. Their success relies solely on faith. The Latino gangs exhibit slightly better precision, yet their skills are still limited. Had it been a well-trained Italian family or a fiercely combative Asian gang, it is likely that Li Jie would not have survived to see another day. Seizing the splendid opportunity presented by the adversary reloading, Li Jie naturally would not let it slip away. With a leap from another windowsill, he plunged directly into the midst of the 4 men. In close combat, Li Jie felt no fear towards these individuals. They appeared far less formidable than the bald man he had encountered just days prior. As Li Jie anticipated, these 4 were hardly a match for him. He swiftly approached the black man to his left and struck him squarely in the cheek with his baton. With a gasp, the man staggered, blood spewing forth as he collapsed to the ground, his teeth shattered. Seizing the moment, Li Jie delivered a fierce kick to the man's temple, rendering him unconscious, uncertain of whether he lived or died. These men had just attempted to take his life, and Li Jie harbored no intentions of showing them mercy. Behind him, a Mexican man brandished a short knife, intending to deliver a lethal blow from behind. However, his knife skills paled in comparison to those of the bald man from days prior. His speed and accuracy were lacking, and he made quite a racket during his approach. Hearing the noise, Li Jie easily evaded the Mexican's assault and swiftly maneuvered behind him. With the metal baton raised, Li Jie struck the back of the man's neck with a decisive crack. The poor Mexican's neck was broken, and he fell to the ground, lifeless and silent. While Li Jie grappled with these 2, the other 2 gang members had reloaded their weapons, ready to shoot.
Employing a familiar tactic.
Li Jie hurled his sole remaining baton at the gang member who was farther away. The baton struck the man's hand, shattering 2 of his fingers and sending the firearm flying into the distance, lost from sight. Meanwhile, Li Jie took a step closer to the gang member nearest him and executed an elbow strike, targeting the man's heart. The blow landed before the gang member could react, resulting in a crushed sternum, with shards of bone possibly piercing his heart as he gasped, blood pouring from his mouth. The last standing gang member was the same black man whose fingers had been broken by the baton. Witnessing Li Jie's ferocity as he felled his comrades, he prepared to flee. However, at this juncture, would Li Jie allow him to escape? He surmised that he would undoubtedly take a life today. Yet, in such a life-or-death situation, killing was hardly a significant concern. Though he harbored an aversion to the scent of blood, Li Jie felt no guilt over the act of murder. Given their involvement in organized crime, these individuals should have anticipated the possibility of meeting a violent end, though the identity of their killer might have been uncertain. Moreover, these gangsters are far from noble. The reality of gang life starkly contrasts with the elegance portrayed by Marlon Brando in The Godfather. The genuine American mob is comprised of ruthless individuals, capable of committing heinous acts without a second thought. Ultimately, the aging gangster could not evade the relentless pursuit of Li Jie, who confronted him and delivered a devastating punch to the back, infused with internal energy, an assault that was utterly insurmountable for an ordinary person. The old man collapsed without uttering a sound. Upon returning, Li Jie inspected the two individuals who had initially sought him out on the windowsill, only to discover that they had been reduced to a mangled mess by a barrage of gunfire. If these gangsters could inflict such brutality upon their own, one can only imagine the fate of outsiders. Li Jie reclaimed his two short sticks and located two large brown paper bags, presumably containing the items from this transaction. After some contemplation, he decided to take 2 Colt M1911 handguns and 6 magazines from the fallen gangsters. Having completed this task, Li Jie swiftly departed, vanishing into the nocturnal shadows. It was only 15 minutes later that the police, alerted by the reports, arrived at the scene, while Li Jie had already navigated the city and was situated 10 kilometers away from the incident. Chapter 8. The proper way to earn prestige beside a small river far from the crime scene. Li Jie unfastened 2 leather belts obtained from gang members. One of the leather bags contained a copious amount of hay, which held no interest for Li Jie. He filled the bag with 2 stones and cast it into the river, allowing it to sink to the bottom. The other bag, however, was filled with a stack of greenbacks, each a $10 bill, rolled into bundles of 100. Americans typically refrain from using large denominations of cash. Yet, in the world of gang transactions, cash exchanges are common. Consequently, $100 bills are not particularly favored in such dealings, except by those gangs with established money laundering channels. Smaller gangs prefer lower denominations, as they are less likely to attract attention. Li Jie counted the contents of the leather bag, which held a total of 20 bundles of small bills, amounting to $20,000. He retrieved 2 bundles and placed them in his pocket, as he needed additional liquid funds for his summer food truck venture. The remaining $18,000, however, he opted not to keep. As previously mentioned, utilizing large sums of cash in America can be quite troublesome, as substantial cash transactions invariably draw the attention of law enforcement. Li Jie wished to avoid such complications, and hiding such a significant amount of money at home posed the risk of discovery, leading to difficult explanations to his parents regarding its origin. Thus, he resolved to donate these funds to someone in need. The San Diego Orphanage is a non-profit establishment, relying entirely on social donations for its income. The street where Li Jie resides had previously organized a fundraising event for the orphanage, and both he and Peter Parker had volunteered there for a period of time. The head of the orphanage, an elderly nun named Marion, sold her own possessions to ensure its smooth operation, living a life of poverty dedicated to the homeless orphans. Li Jie held great admiration for this venerable nun, so he placed the remaining leather bag containing $18,000 on the second floor, on the terrace outside Sister Marion's office. With his left hand, he awkwardly penned a note. To the esteemed Sister Marion, please utilize this gift for those in need. Li Jie then accessed his task system to review his current progress. Beginner Hero Daily Tasks. 1. Earn 100 points of prestige, 35 points acquired. Prestige is the cornerstone of a hero's growth. The higher the prestige, the faster the growth. 2. Prevent 10 crimes from occurring, 2 completed. A hero ought to stand against oppression. It is time to wear your red underwear on the outside. Preventing crimes will earn you prestige. 3. Prevent 3 heinous crimes from transpiring, 1 completed. Crime. Heinous crime. Murder, sexual assault, child abduction. Please ensure that these crimes do not occur. Substantial prestige can be earned. Completing the Beginner Hero Daily Tasks rewards the hero with an E-level training card and a random E-level item. Li Jie, during his previous encounter where he thwarted the bald man, only garnered 5 points of reputation. However, today, by preventing the illicit trade of drugs between gangs, he earned a commendable 30 points. It is indeed true that averting heinous crimes yields a greater reward in terms of reputation. Moreover, Li Jie realized that he had merely intervened in the bald man's robbery, thus completing only one task of preventing crime. Conversely, today's endeavor not only involved stopping a severe crime, but also overlapped with the prevention of regular crime, essentially allowing him to achieve two tasks with a single act of intervention. In retrospect, today's achievements appear rather fruitful. After reviewing his task status, Li Jie returned home to rest, relieved that his family had not detected his nocturnal excursion. He arrived home just past 3 in the morning, and after a mere 3 hours of sleep, he felt remarkably invigorated. Indeed, the benefits of his inner strength training were considerable. In the early hours of the previous day, a fierce gunfight erupted in the 6th district of Queens, involving local gang factions. The clash resulted in the deaths of 6 gang members, with police initially surmising it to be a case of internal betrayal among the gangs. As Li Jie enjoyed his breakfast, he tuned into the morning news on Fox New York, where his recent actions were indeed featured. In a peculiar incident at the San Diego orphanage, Sister Marian discovered a brown paper bag on her office windowsill this morning. Inside the bag lay $18,000 in cash, accompanied by a note that read, "For the esteemed Sister Marian, please use this gift to assist those in need." Sister Marian, the director of the orphanage, is highly respected in the community for dedicating her life to helping orphans. Speculation arose that the donation was from an anonymous benefactor intending to help the orphanage through difficult times, as reported by the on-site journalist. Li Jie quickly finished his breakfast sandwich, astonished that even the act of donating money had made it to television. Journalists certainly move swiftly. Just then, a cold, mechanical voice echoed in his ear. Host reputation has accumulated to 100, completing a novice hero task, unlocking the reputation growth system. The unexpected announcement nearly caused Li Jie to choke on his drink. He had checked his reputation after completing yesterday's task, and it had only reached 35 points, leaving a considerable gap from the required 100 points. How could his reputation have surged overnight? Suddenly, a realization struck him as he glanced at the television. Could it be due to the news coverage? The more he pondered, the more plausible it seemed. What exactly constitutes reputation? It is the recognition of one's deeds by a broader audience. Although Li Jie's face did not appear on the screen, his actions had undoubtedly made the news. Fox New York serves the greater New York area, and while its audience is confined to the region, the population of New York City exceeds 20 million. Furthermore, how many viewers tuned in to watch Fox New York this morning? Surely it must be at least several 100,000. Considering these factors, Li Jie concluded that the reputation he had received was indeed rather modest. After all, over 100,000 individuals have become aware of these two matters, which elevated the prestige to 100. Li Jie opened his task system and observed that his prestige had risen to 160 points. The first item of the Novice Hero's daily tasks had also been completed. Novice Hero Daily Tasks 1. Acquire 100 points of prestige, achieved 160. Task completed. Unlocking the prestige growth system. Prestige is the cornerstone of a hero's growth. The higher the prestige, the faster the growth. 2. Prevent 10 instances of crime, completed 2. A hero should champion the weak against the strong. It's time to don your red underwear over your clothes. Preventing crimes will earn you prestige. 3. Avert 3 serious crimes, completed 1. Crime, violent crime, murder, sexual assault, child abduction. Please ensure these heinous acts do not occur. A significant amount of prestige can be earned. Completion of the Novice Hero's daily tasks will yield rewards: 1 E-Rank Hero Training Card and 1 random E-Rank item. Curious about the prestige growth system, Li Jie promptly clicked to explore the newly appeared feature. After a careful examination, he realized that this system was precisely what he needed. Upon delving into the functionalities of the prestige growth system, Li Jie discovered that it serves 2 primary purposes: purchasing and upgrading. The term purchasing refers to using the earned prestige to acquire skills and items corresponding to the hero's rank. For instance, since Li Jie currently holds an E-Rank hero status, he can utilize his earned prestige to purchase E-Rank skills and items within the system. The higher the hero's rank, the superior the skills and items available for purchase. Naturally, better skills demand a greater expenditure of prestige. As for upgrading, it allows for the enhancement of the skills possessed by the hero, utilizing the earned prestige. Since the skills acquired through the system are initially at a rudimentary level, they possess minimal potency. To master a skill, extensive practice is required, but prestige can be employed to enhance both the proficiency and power of these skills. For example, Li Jie currently possesses the E-rank basic internal skill, Tengjiao Gong. Upgrading this entry-level Tengjiao Gong to a minor achievement requires 10 points of prestige. To reach a proficient state necessitates 100 points of prestige. Advancing to a major achievement demands 500 points, while attaining the pinnacle perfection requires 1,000 points of prestige. No wonder the system explicitly states in the task description that prestige is the cornerstone of a hero's growth. Now Li Jie finally comprehends its significance. Li Jie accessed the prestige system to explore the skills and items available for redemption. However, as his rating is currently only E-rank, he has only unlocked a minuscule portion of the skills available for exchange, with the majority appearing in a gray, non-redeemable state, which will require Li Jie to elevate his hero rating to unlock. With a current prestige of only 160 points, it is indeed insufficient. He must be frugal and judicious in his expenditures, ensuring that every point is spent wisely. Li Jie originally contemplated whether to elevate the Tengjiao Gong to a mastery level, which would require expending 100 points of reputation. However, upon further reflection, he deemed this unnecessary. From the previous 2 battles, it was evident that ordinary individuals possess almost no resistance to attacks infused with internal energy. Even an immediate enhancement would not significantly aid his current mission. Moreover, should he encounter someone endowed with extraordinary abilities, relying solely on a mastery level of Tengjiao Gong would likely prove inadequate. After careful consideration, he recalled the exhausting run he undertook yesterday, narrowly escaping a life-threatening situation under gunfire. What he truly needed at present was to enhance his physical speed or reflexive skills, enabling him to flee when overwhelmed. Thus, he began to search for skills that would augment his speed. During his search, he discovered that different skills had specific prerequisites for usage. For instance, the water manipulation step and wind stepping technique, both E-level mobility skills, required the presence of the X gene in one's body, characteristics of a mutant hero. In contrast, the blueprints for high-speed skateboards and low-altitude flying devices clearly belonged to the realm of technological heroes. Currently, Li Jie lacked the X gene and had no means to learn how to create advanced technological equipment. Whether he could later acquire mutant hero abilities or the capacity to manufacture high-tech gear remained uncertain. At this moment, Li Jie's heroic attributes were rooted in internal energy, which considerably narrowed his search scope to skills compatible with internal cultivation. After meticulous selection, he ultimately chose the skill 8 steps to chase the cicada. This skill's advantage lies in its ability to circulate internal energy during long-distance runs, enabling swifter and more enduring movement. Furthermore, it allows for a tremendous burst of power over short distances, facilitating rapid proximity to opponents. While this skill does not primarily focus on agile evasion, it aligns well with Li Jie's preferences and is one of the few superior skills available for exchange with his current reputation. Li Jie spent 100 reputation points to acquire the E-level skill 8 steps to chase the cicada and subsequently invested an additional 10 points to elevate it to a minor success status. Gritting his teeth, he then spent 50 reputation points on a combat belt, the sole utility of which was a 0.5 cubic meter compartment. Allowing him to store his short staff, the firearm obtained the previous night, and $2,000. This belt replaced the overly broad black belt from his original hero ensemble, appearing significantly more stylish than the exaggerated counterpart. Though it was still early morning, Li Jie found himself eagerly anticipating the arrival of night. Chapter 9. The executioner in the dark, the nocturnal landscape of New York pulsates with the intoxicating allure of metropolitan excess. In this city, wealth transforms the urban sprawl into a veritable paradise. Yet, for those devoid of riches, it morphs into an inferno. The demons of this hell incessantly whisper temptations into your ear, awakening desires and greed that, once acknowledged, plunge you into an abyss of despair. The malevolent forces of New York are fearsome, eroding the resolve of the weak-hearted, drawing them into a chasm of crime, where souls are bartered for the sake of monetary gain. Frankie is one such individual who has willingly surrendered his soul to the demon of avarice. From the moment he tasted the sweetness of his first heist, he found himself unable to retreat. Subsequently, he orchestrated a horrific spree along the highways of Florida, culminating in the merciless slaughter of 21 individuals within a mere 3 months, prompting an all-out manhunt by the state's law enforcement. He was compelled to flee, only to be taken in by the Stanich family, the most formidable crime syndicate in the nation, becoming a mere executioner for their illicit endeavors. In the ensuing years, Frankie relished a life of relative comfort, receiving a substantial sum each month from the Stanich family to indulge his whims. His grim duties entailed eliminating those deemed unworthy of existence by the family. Frankie derived a perverse satisfaction from his work, witnessing the helpless wails of those he dispatched, their blood painting the floor in vivid crimson, provided him with an exhilarating thrill. However, this charmed existence came to an abrupt halt a month ago. A robust man clad in black combat attire, draped in a brown trench coat, launched a ferocious assault on a Stanich stronghold in Brooklyn. He appeared as a dark specter, materializing at the dining table of the Stanich family without forewarning or inquiry, his very presence heralding death. Armed with twin submachine guns, he unleashed a barrage upon all present, ensuring each victim received a final, fatal blow, sparing no one, not even a young distant relative of the Stanich clan. That fateful day, Frankie had been in the cellar, preoccupied with selecting wine, and thus narrowly escaped the massacre. Upon discovering the aftermath, a dining room strewn with over 20 lifeless bodies, he was seized by a paralyzing terror. For the first time in his life, he comprehended the essence of fear. That night, he fled Brooklyn, yet he dared not leave New York. He understood that the upper echelons of the Stanich family were aware of the gathering, and his survival, despite being present, would undoubtedly arouse suspicion. As the family's executioner, he was acutely aware of the dire consequences of betrayal. Now, every exit route from New York was monitored by the Stanich family, and with the multitude of crimes he had committed over the years, Frankie knew that without their protection, capture by the police would surely lead to his demise. Moreover, New York's diverse underbelly offered ample opportunities for concealment, whereas venturing into less populated cities would likely result in swift discovery by local authorities. For the past month, he has lived like a rat in a sewer, constantly evading the grasp of the police while also dodging the ubiquitous eyes of the Stanich family. Yet, what terrifies him most is the dark demon from that fateful day, haunting him in his dreams. Each night, he envisions a shadowy fiend calling his name, piercing his heart with a searing iron fork, and he feels himself teetering on the brink of madness. This torment stems not only from the psychological pressure but also from the fact that he has not had a proper meal in 2 days. Today's lunch consisted of a slice of toast stolen from a homeless man. Determined to execute a bold act, Frankie clutched a handgun and a switchblade in his possession. Such endeavors seemed effortless, reminiscent of that summer when he was 17, when he snatched his first sum from a couple. It was a straightforward task, requiring merely the selection of the right target, he whispered to himself. Wandering through the 5th precinct of Queens, Frankie sought his prey. It was then that a slender young man entered his line of sight, appearing as if he had just finished a long shift, yawning repeatedly and exuding an air of fatigue. Frankie trailed the man until they reached a street corner. In a swift motion, he stepped forward, covering the man's mouth and nose to stifle any sound, and dragged him into a secluded alleyway. Before the young man could comprehend the situation, he was thrown into the alley, and as he instinctively attempted to resist, he found the cold barrel of a gun pressed against his forehead, extinguishing any lingering thoughts of defiance. Li Jie had been observing this scene unfold from the shadows. It had been half a month since his last gang-related confrontation. During this time, he had diligently completed the tasks assigned to a novice hero, with only one final mission to thwart a crime remaining. His abilities had surged in this short span, not through the acquisition of new powers, but through the perfected utilization of his existing skills, honed by rigorous practice. The previous encounter with 6 gang members had significantly bolstered his combat experience and psychological fortitude. Now, Li Jie could truly be regarded as a warrior. He had become quite familiar with the 5th and 6th precincts of Queens, having successfully intervened in a violent sexual assault case, a brazen armed robbery, and 6 other incidents of knife-point theft and burglary over the past month. Li Jie had developed a keen ability to discern criminals. The moment Frankie appeared in his view, Li Jie sensed something amiss. The young man's anxious demeanor, constantly scanning his surroundings and keeping one hand tucked into his pocket as if clutching a weapon, raised alarms in Li Jie's mind. He surmised it was either a knife or a firearm. Fortunately, Li Jie had honed his stealth skills effectively, remaining concealed in the shadows without attracting attention, allowing Frankie to remain oblivious to his presence. Frankie aimed his gun at the young man and commanded fiercely, "Hand over your wallet, phone, watch, and rings." Faced with the barrel of the gun, the young man found himself devoid of the courage to resist, reluctantly retrieving his wallet and phone from his briefcase, and removing his watch and rings to surrender them to Frankie. "I must say, your actions are rather unfriendly." A voice tinged with mockery resonated from behind Frankie. Startled, he swiftly turned, aiming his gun at the source of the sound. He beheld a figure cloaked in a black hooded sweatshirt, a black belt cinching his waist, his face obscured beneath the hood, rendering his features indistinguishable. Frankie's guiding principle in the face of danger was to eliminate it preemptively. Thus, his immediate reaction to Li Jie was to pull the trigger. However, in that fleeting moment, the gray figure before him vanished. Li Jie, having anticipated Frankie's trigger pull, activated his remarkable speed, propelling himself with astounding agility to evade the bullet. Frankie had no time to react before Li Jie had already positioned himself beside him. The shot was wasted, the bullet soaring into the void. "I warned you this was not a friendly encounter." The chilling tone that reached Frankie's ears sent shivers down his spine. Accompanying Li Jie's words was a metallic black baton that struck forcefully against Frankie's right hand, which gripped the gun. The sound of a clean fracture echoed, a sound that Li Jie had become all too familiar with over the past fortnight. He could ascertain that Frankie's wrist had been broken. Clutching his injured hand, Frankie collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. "You are the Nightwalker. I thought you were merely a myth," the previously trembling young man exclaimed, excitement lighting up his face as he recognized Li Jie's gray attire and swift movements. "Nightwalker? Are they referring to me?"
Lia mused immardli.
"They say there is a protector of the night in the 5th and 6th districts, combating crime, referred to as the Nightwalker. I always believed it to be a fabrication. Yet here I am, witnessing it firsthand." The young man seemed to be on the verge of becoming an ardent admirer of Li Jie. "Regardless of the Nightwalker or the Daywalker, sir, it would be wise for you to gather your belongings and leave this place," Li Jie urged, ushering the young man out of the alley before turning his attention back to Frankie. Previously, Frankie had considered fleeing during their exchange, but Li Jie had kept a vigilant watch, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on Frankie despite conversing with the young man. Realizing the ghostly speed of his opponent, Frankie abandoned the escape plan. "Typically, in a knife robbery I would break one hand. In a gun robbery I would break both. However, since you have fired at me, I intend to break your left shoulder as well. Do you have any objections?" Li Jie inquired, drawing 2 metal batons from the space of his combat belt. Though phrased as a question, the tone left no room for dissent. Frankie, watching Li Jie approach step by step, could only retreat desperately. Do not be deceived by Frank's role as an executioner for the Stanich family. In essence, he is a hollow figure, all bravado yet devoid of substance. He only displays strength against those weaker than himself, while he is utterly defenseless against those who are stronger. "Please, do not do this," Frank pleaded in tears, kneeling and imploring Li Jie to spare him. Everyone must pay the price for their actions. Having chosen this path, one must be prepared for its consequences. Li Jie paid no heed to Frank's lamentations. As a man who has lived 2 lives with a psychological age of 30 or 40, he has never been swayed by crocodile tears. Thud, thud, thud. The metallic baton struck Frank's hands with brutal force, shattering them completely, while his left shoulder was crushed. Even if he were to heal, he would no longer be capable of inflicting harm. Li Jie, treating the matter as a triviality, stowed the baton away and, employing the agile technique of the 8 steps to chase the cicada, leapt gracefully over the 3-meter-high wall at the end of the alley, departing from the 5th district. After 18 arduous days, Li Jie had finally completed all tasks assigned to the novice hero. Frank gazed in the direction of Li Jie's departure, his eyes aflame with rage, soon replaced by terror. For at the entrance of the alley stood a figure, a person Frank would never forget. Clad in black combat attire and a brown trench coat, the soles of his combat boots echoed ominously against the solid concrete. Frank struggled to rise and flee, but this alley was a dead end, Unless he could leap over the 3-meter wall like Li Jie, the man in black was positioned at the only exit. Frank Kalch, I've been searching for you for quite some time. You scurry like a rat, yet today brings me joy. For I have found you before the Stanich family and the police. If you were to die at another's hands, I would not be pleased. The man in black advanced deliberately toward Frank, who noticed a white skull emblazoned on the black fabric, a sight that was truly terrifying in the night. I am merely a pawn of the Stanich family. All these deeds were commanded of me. I swear I have never killed anyone of my own volition, Frank cried, his voice choked with tears, an act that seemed almost genuine. Do you recall the mother and daughter you killed by the seaside? The man in black leaned closer, his eyes locked onto the corners of Frank's gaze, watching as his expression shifted from panic to realization, then to despair. Very well, I see you remember. That was my wife and daughter. I wholeheartedly agree with what the young man said earlier. Everyone must pay for their actions. Go to hell and inform the Stanich family that their murderer is named Frank Castle. With that, Frank drew a Browning 9mm pistol, aiming it at Frank's temple and pulling the trigger. The muzzle erupted with searing sparks as a heated bullet spiraled through Frankie's brain, traversing from the frontal bone to the occipital bone, expelling Frankie's warm, crimson blood and grayish brain matter. In that moment, it also carried away the weight of Frankie's sinful existence. Frank Castle cast a lingering glance in the direction where Li Jie had departed before striding away from the narrow alley. With evil met by evil and violence countered with violence, Frank Castle emerges as the true executioner. Chapter 10. E-Class Hero Training Card, second update of the day. Li Jie was oblivious to the events that transpired after his departure. His mind was solely occupied with the rewards he would reap upon completing the system's tasks. Upon returning home and hastily entering his room, he eagerly activated the system to claim his well-deserved rewards. Host has completed the Novice Hero task. Would you like to receive the task rewards? Claim. Li Jie did not hesitate for a moment. Just as he had previously received the hero outfit and combat belt, the rewards dispensed by the system were directly stored within the star-shaped emblem on his forearm. As he retrieved his rewards, Li Jie discovered an E-Class Hero Training Card and an E-Class Hero Item Pack. Without paying heed to the training card, he first opened the randomly awarded E-Class Hero Item Pack. Host opens the E-Class Hero Item Pack and randomly receives 1 bottle of Rapid Clotting Spray, 3 trauma bandages, and 1 damage-enhanced steel knife. Li Jie picked up the 3 items for a meticulous examination. Rapid Clotting Spray can swiftly halt the profuse bleeding from wounds, preventing excessive blood loss and death. Large wounds require the use of trauma bandages. E-Class Item. Trauma Bandage effectively treats and restores external injuries when applied, with some utility for healing bone injuries. Can be used in conjunction with Rapid Clotting Spray and Bone Healing Spray. E-Class Item. Damage-enhanced steel knife. A sharp steel knife with an overall length of 85 centimeters. The knife possesses a special effect, damage enhancement, capable of causing continuous bleeding and slow healing of wounds in enemies. E-Class Item. Li Jie was exceedingly pleased with the 3 items he received. The 2 healing supplies, akin to red potions in games, were invaluable for preserving life in critical moments. Additionally, obtaining a weaponized steel knife that inflicts debuffs upon enemies could be regarded as a blue-tier weapon in gaming terms. Eager to test the sharpness and durability of the steel knife, Li Jie withdrew the metallic short rod from his combat belt. With a swift motion, he swung the steel knife, feeling minimal resistance as it effortlessly sliced through the alloy rod. The cut was remarkably clean, affirming the knife's sharpness beyond doubt. Upon inspecting the blade, he found it to be entirely intact, showcasing excellent durability. Delighted with his acquisition, Li Jie stored all 3 items within the spatial compartment of his combat belt, which was nearing its 0.5 cubic meter capacity. It was then that he picked up the E-Class Hero Training Card to discern its purpose. E-Class Hero Training Card can connect to the host's neural pathways, facilitating training battles against opponents in a virtual space. The card can simulate combat against adversaries with a maximum strength of D-Class, with a usage duration of 25 hours. The E-Class Hero Training Card filled Li Jie with excitement. Although he had battled numerous criminals and gang members in recent days, He recognized that these individuals were merely a rabble. Compared to true supervillains, they were utterly insignificant. Li Jie was acutely aware of his lack of experience in confronting genuine masters. At this moment, Li Jie felt relatively unburdened and decided to experiment with the training capabilities of the E-Class Hero training card. He selected the card, and in an instant, he found himself in a vast, pristine white chamber. At the center of the room stood an immense arena, while rows of weapon racks lined the corners. Host, please select a combat training opponent. Upon receiving this prompt from the system, Li Jie approached an operational screen nestled in one corner of the room. It became apparent that the training opponent was not randomly generated. Rather, Li Jie had the autonomy to make a selection. The selection process was unique, as the system provided him with a certain number of points, which he could utilize to determine the abilities and skills of his chosen training adversary. The points allocated by the system could only be used to create an opponent of D-class caliber, and the skills, abilities, and items available for exchange were also limited to a maximum of D-class standards. Li Jie felt a surge of excitement. This opportunity would allow him to engage with various villains and heroes in advance, thereby gaining invaluable experience. He pondered what abilities were most detestable in the realm of heroes. Undoubtedly, an unkillable regenerative ability would rank high on that list. Just think of Wolverine's healing factor, which has allowed him to escape death countless times. Deadpool 2 relies on his indomitable regeneration to engage in reckless banter during combat. Additionally, Peter Parker's early nemesis, Dr. Curt Connors, also capitalized on formidable healing capabilities that caused Spider-Man considerable trouble. After some contemplation, Li Jie decided to model his training opponent after Wolverine. Naturally, this training adversary would only be of D-class status, representing a significantly weakened version of Wolverine. Besides his exceptional healing factor, Wolverine possesses a skeleton composed of adamantium, razor-sharp claws, and immense strength coupled with explosive speed. If one were to evaluate him, Li Jie would estimate that Wolverine at his peak would qualify as an A-class hero, at the very least a B-class. The D-class training opponent Li Jie created, however, lacked such formidable capabilities. Its healing factor was decent but fell short of Wolverine's extraordinary prowess. Furthermore, it certainly did not possess an adamantium skeleton, relying instead on ordinary alloy. Its strength was merely that of a D-class hero, not exceeding 500 kilograms. Li Jie also instilled D-class level combat techniques into this training opponent. After finalizing his choice, Li Jie selected 2 short blades from the weapon racks. Their length and weight closely resembled the metal batons he had grown accustomed to using in recent days. He ascended the arena, where a ring of blue light pillars emerged around the perimeter, seemingly to prevent contestants from fleeing the stage. Opposite him, his adversary, an embodiment of the diminished Wolverine, materialized. Training commences. With the System S announcement, the corporeal version of the weakened Wolverine charged toward Li Jie with several swift strides. Adamantium claws erupted from the gaps in his knuckles, and he lunged at Li Jie in a spear-like attack. How fast! This was Li Jie's only reaction. Despite being fully alert, Li Jie was still taken aback by the speed of the D-class hero. It was not until the steel claws were nearly piercing his skin that Li Jie managed to awkwardly deflect them with his steel blade. However, merely blocking did not equate to successfully defending himself. The weakened version of Wolverine swiftly seized Li Jie's blade with 2 steel claws, twisting forcefully until Li Jie was compelled to relinquish his weapon. The sheer strength of the D-class hero was overwhelming. Even with the enhancement of his internal energy, Li Jie could not contend with Wolverine's might. Wolverine, seizing the advantage, lunged with the other steel claw aimed directly at Li Jie's chest, as if intending to extract his heart. Li Jie barely managed to swing his other short blade to deflect the oncoming strike. Yet Wolverine employed the same tactic again, forcibly snatching away the only remaining steel blade from Li Jie's grasp. Now, Li Jie was left defenseless, and the training version of Wolverine was devoid of any sympathy. Its sole purpose was to subject its host to rigorous and brutal training. Once more, Wolverine's claws lunged towards Li Jie's chest. This time, Li Jie found himself unable to parry the attack and could only activate the 8 steps to catch the cicada, retreating with all his might. However, even with this technique, he was still a fraction slower than the D-class Wolverine. 3 steel claws carved deep, bone-revealing gashes across Li Jie's chest. Damn it! Li Jie exclaimed in pain. Although the system had indicated that he would not suffer real injuries or death during training, the sensation of pain was undeniably authentic. Thus, the pain from those 3 wounds was a visceral experience that resonated in his mind. Despite having engaged in numerous fights with gang members before, Li Jie had never truly been hurt. Those gangsters were merely ordinary individuals, possessing only average fighting and shooting skills, just slightly stronger than the average citizen. The agony he felt from this injury was something he had never encountered in his entire life. Overwhelmed by pain, Li Jie felt an instinctive urge to call for his mother. Yet losing focus in battle was a grave error. Seizing the opportunity, the weakened version of Wolverine dashed towards Li Jie, its steel claws ruthlessly slashing across his neck, leaving behind 3 crimson trails. Li Jie's head was severed, and he beheld his own headless body, blood gushing from his neck and staining the surrounding floor. His head spun through the air, rotating countless times before crashing heavily to the ground. Then, darkness enveloped him and he lost all awareness. Suddenly, Li Jie awoke, finding himself still in his room, clutching an E-Class hero training card, which indicated that only 30 seconds of training had elapsed. Instinctively, he touched his neck, relieved to find it intact, his head still firmly attached. As he felt the cold sweat drenching his back, he realized this experience of death had been overwhelmingly vivid. In that fleeting moment, he genuinely believed he had perished. With a complex expression, Li Jie gazed at the E-Class hero training card in his hand, feeling a tumultuous mix of affection and resentment towards it. Chapter 11. The blonde, long-legged beauty in the heart of Manhattan lies the vibrant essence of New York City. Here, one can find the world-renowned Times Square, the financial epicenter known as Wall Street, and the largest Chinatown in the world. This locale is teeming with corporate edifices, with numerous major companies opting to establish their headquarters in this bustling area. Among these towering structures, the Franco Technology Resource Recovery Company stands out as relatively inconspicuous. On the surface, it appears to be a legitimate enterprise, yet in reality, it serves as a front for the Stanek family's legal ventures. The primary business of Franco involves the management of nuclear waste generated annually by the U.S. military and nuclear power plants. This venture is a lucrative one, raking in nearly $1.5 billion each year, a project that the Stanek family has long sought to secure. The government remains indifferent to who manages the disposal of nuclear waste or the methods employed, as long as no scandals make headlines. Should any incident arise, the federal government would readily cast the Stanek family aside as scapegoats, a customary practice of theirs. At the helm of the Stanek family is Franco Stanek, who presently occupies the office of general manager in the Franco Company building. 2 subordinates are reporting to him, while on the floor lies a corpse. The victim, Frankie, met his demise at the hands of the enforcer, Frank Cast. Our men discovered Frankie in an alley off 5th Street in Queens. One of the burly men in black informs Franco. By the time we found him, he had been dead for quite some time. Both of his hands were broken, and his left shoulder was shattered as well. Preliminary assessments suggest he was struck with a metallic blunt object. Franco approaches Frankie's lifeless body, covering his nose with a handkerchief as he inspects it closely. He then gestures for his subordinates to remove the corpse. Once the room has aired out sufficiently, he lowers the handkerchief. I am indifferent to whether Frankie is dead or alive. My sole concern is to uncover who unleashed a massacre upon our men that fateful night. Franco, appearing to be in his 40s with the classic features of an attractive Italian man, possesses distinguishable light green eyes. However, his voice is raspy, a result of vocal cord damage sustained in his youth. Who could have possibly murdered my beloved nephew, Anderson Stanek? Franco inquires of his subordinates. Our men reported seeing a man clad in black combat gear and a brown cloak appear in the 5th District, resembling the individual from that night in Brooklyn. The burly man replies, currently, there are rumors circulating in the 5th and 6th Districts of Queens about a vigilante who purportedly combats crime under the cover of darkness. It is conceivable that Frankie encountered him. We are still uncertain whether this vigilante is connected to the events in Brooklyn. Humph! A meddlesome fool who courts a short-lived existence. Franco scoffs, expressing his disdain for those self-righteous individuals who interfere with matters that do not concern them. However, whispers circulate among the populace that the Nightwalker may indeed be a mutant, possessing remarkable swiftness and the ability to leap over formidable obstacles. His strength is reputed to be immense, with many unable to withstand a single blow from him. The burly man in black continued to report the information he had gathered. Most are perplexed by the true nature of Li Jie's abilities. They only witness his ghostly speed, impressive agility, and his lethal prowess in subduing criminals, leading to the belief that he is a mutant endowed with extraordinary powers. Miserable mutants. Franco growled quietly, his disdain palpable. Mutants were the very species he loathed most, wishing fervently for their eradication from existence. Seek out those individuals. We will require their assistance in dealing with the mutants. Franco's expression flickered between moods, and voicing this decision felt as distasteful as swallowing a fly. Which gang oversees the 5th and 6th districts of Queens? Franco called out to the burly man in black, who was preparing to execute orders. It seems to be the Stanton gang. As Franco's right-hand man, the burly figure possessed an intimate knowledge of New York's underworld, providing the answer with little contemplation. Murphy Stanton, Franco murmured, pacing slowly. Hank, no need to pursue those individuals any longer. Their appetites are growing insatiable. Let our people head to Queens and find the leader of the Stanton gang, Murphy Stanton. Have him collaborate with our operatives for an investigation in the area. Hank, the man in black, hesitated. But if they are mutants, capturing them may exact a significant toll. Fear not. We shall leave the mutant issue to Murphy Stanton. Franco stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, the dazzling lights of Manhattan reflecting in his gaze. After all, Murphy Stanton is himself a mutant. Due to the shadow cast upon Li Jie by the death encountered during training, he refrained from participating in the E-Class hero training cards for the following days. Moreover, with the system yet to issue new tasks, he did not venture into the chaotic streets as the Nightwalker. As the end of term approached, Li Jie granted himself a brief respite. After all, being a hero comes without salaries, unemployment benefits, or health insurance. He required time to recuperate. Additionally, Li Jie stumbled upon an intriguing little website named the Nightwalker Alliance. The organizer appeared to be a resident of the 5th District who, having been saved by Li Jie once, regarded him as an idol and hero, thus establishing this platform. The site appeared rather desolate, frequented only by a few residents from the 5th and 6th districts who had heard the tales of the Nightwalker. Most discussions revolved around the veracity of the Nightwalker legend, while those saved by Li Jie emphasized the undeniable presence of a guardian in the darkness of the 5th and 6th districts. Alas, due to Li Jie's inherent caution, no one had yet succeeded in capturing a photograph of him in his Nightwalker guise, leaving the existence of the Nightwalker without concrete evidence. The semester assessments for the sophomore year at Metropolitan High School proceeded as scheduled. Without any major surprises, Li Jie's grades predominantly ranged between B and A, marking him as a relatively good student. In contrast, Peter Parker exhibited his academic prowess, achieving straight A's across all subjects, with the exception of physical education, where he attained a B. On the first day of summer, Li Jie and Peter ventured to the Osborn Group's headquarters in Manhattan. Upon entering, they immediately spotted Harry Osborn waiting for their arrival at the reception desk. Peter, Jason, over here, Harry called out to them. The two approached the front desk to collect their identification cards. Peter received an intern badge, while Li Jie was given a visitor's pass. Hey, buddy, I only recommended Peter for the internship, not you. Are you upset? Harry whispered to Li Jie, lagging slightly behind Peter. Oh, come on, you know me. I have no grasp of this technological research stuff, and my passion lies in becoming a chef, not donning a lab coat and conducting experiments. That's Peter's dream, Li Jie explained, relieving Harry's concerns as he had genuinely feared that Li Jie might be displeased. As a privileged heir, Harry had few close friends, and he cherished his friendship with both Peter and Li Jie, not wanting to jeopardize it. The trio ascended to the 35th floor, home to the Biotechnology Research Department of the Osborn Group. There, a dozen exceptional youths, selected from across the nation, had already gathered to participate in the summer internship program offered by the Osborn Group. Although the summer interns were unpaid, the opportunity attracted many talented young individuals, drawn by the prestige of interning at the world's leading biotechnology company. Such an experience at the Osborn Group would undoubtedly enhance one's credentials, whether applying to esteemed universities or seeking employment in the future. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Osborne Group's summer internship program. A melodious female voice captured everyone's attention. The trio, engaged in conversation, turned toward the source of the voice. A charming young woman stood at the center of the hall, addressing the crowd. Her long golden hair flowed like silk, framing her striking sapphire blue eyes. Though clad in a white lab coat that concealed her figure, her long legs, accentuated by brown knee-high boots, proved to be quite captivating. Wow! Li Jie couldn't help but exclaim upon seeing such beauty. Many of the boys in the hall, including the usually astute Peter Parker, appeared utterly mesmerized, as most of them lacked experience interacting with such an exquisite young woman. Consequently, the hall fell into an unusual silence, making Li Jie's remark particularly conspicuous. All eyes turned toward the trio standing at the back. Li Jie promptly raised his hand in a gesture of surrender, smiling apologetically at the young woman, signaling that he did not intend to flirt with her. My name is Gwen Stacy, hailing from Midtown Tech High School in New York. I have been interning with Dr. Connor's team for a year, and during your 2-month internship, I shall serve as your group leader. I kindly ask everyone to keep up with my pace and refrain from wandering aimlessly. If you do not possess the necessary security clearance, please do not enter restricted areas, as the security personnel here are not particularly amiable. The lovely Gwen Stacy did not dwell on Li's shortcomings but continued with her introduction. Now please follow me. After outlining the essential guidelines, Gwen wasted no time in leading the group towards Dr. Connor's laboratory. Hey Peter, want to meet her mom? Harry, having caught sight of Peter's awkward expression, asked with a mischievous grin. Peter's demeanor suggested he was utterly captivated by Gwen. What? Oh wait, before Peter could fully react, Harry seized him and hurried to catch up with Gwen, beckoning Li to follow suit. Hi, Gwen, Harry greeted as he brought Peter alongside her. Hi, Harry. What brings you here today? Don't you have a board meeting? Gwen responded, appearing quite familiar with him. Oh, today a classmate of mine is interning here. This is Peter Parker, the top student from Metro High that I mentioned. Harry introduced Peter to Gwen. And this is Jason Lee, whom I've also spoken of. He is my best friend and will undoubtedly become one of the finest chefs in the world. Hello, Jason. Hello, Peter. I'm Gwen Stacy. My friends call me Gwen. She greeted them with a warm smile, extending her hand for a handshake. Hello, Gwen. Lee responded confidently as they shook hands. Oh, hi, Gwen, Peter stammered, appearing quite nervous as he wiped his hands on his clothing, likely attempting to dry the sweat from his palms. Lee, witnessing Peter's behavior, felt faint, thinking, could you be any more awkward? This could be your future girlfriend. However, Gwen found Peter's clumsy demeanor endearing, chuckling at his bashfulness. As they made their way to Dr. Connor's lab, Gwen and Peter engaged in a lively discussion about genetics and biology. Lee struggled to comprehend their conversation, and Harry was not much better off. Despite being poised to become the future boss of a tech company, he had yet to master the intricate terminology. One could only conclude that the realm of academic excellence is one that mere mortals cannot fathom. I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to the reader who generously tipped me. How could I forget to respond? It is my first time writing, and receiving such support brings me immense joy. If you enjoy my work, I hope you will continue to support me by saving and recommending it. Thank you all. Chapter 12. Dr. Connors following in the footsteps of Gwen Stacy. The group arrived at Dr. Connor's laboratory. To be frank, Li Jie felt utterly indifferent towards the apparatuses surrounding him, unable to comprehend the various experimental instruments. However, observing Peter and the others exhibiting genuine interest and astonishment, he could only appreciate their enthusiasm from a distance. The sole object that captured Li Jie's attention was a holographic projection device situated at the center of the laboratory, which projected images into the air without the need for a screen or backdrop. He had only ever seen such technology in films during his previous life, and even in this world, he had only glimpsed it on television. This device appeared to be quite expensive, likely only affordable for laboratories affiliated with large corporations like Oscorp. As Li Jie and the others admired the projection device, while the rest focused on the various data and DNA mappings it displayed, Li Jie simply marveled at the sheer brilliance of this technological wonder. Welcome, everyone, a gentle male voice drew their attention. A middle-aged man, bespectacled and possessing an elegant demeanor, approached them. Beyond his refined scholarly aura, what stood out about him was his conspicuously empty right arm. "I am Dr. Curtis Connors. To prevent any misunderstanding, I must inform you that I am left-handed," he quipped self-deprecatingly regarding his missing arm. "I am not disabled. I am a scientist, a leading figure in the fields of genetics and herpetology." Dr. Connors spoke with confidence, eager to elucidate the connection between genetics and herpetology. As we all know, every individual is born with vulnerabilities. We are susceptible to various diseases and unforeseen circumstances. For instance, those afflicted with Parkinson's disease can only helplessly witness their bodies gradually betray them, while patients suffering from severe macular degeneration can only despair as their worlds descend into darkness. And then there are individuals like myself, who have lost parts of their bodies due to unfortunate events. At this point, Dr. Connors adjusted his tone and continued, "I aspire to heal myself. I yearn to create a world devoid of weaknesses. Let me pose a small question. Does anyone know how such a goal can be achieved?" Dr. Connors inquired with a hint of challenge directed at the interns present. "Stem cell embryonic technology." Someone in the audience responded immediately. Quite close, but not entirely sufficient. "Any other ideas?" Dr. Connors replied with a note of encouragement, though it was evident he did not fully endorse this answer. The room fell silent for a moment. The depth of Dr. Connors' subject matter was far beyond the comprehension of the high school students present. "I believe cross-species genetics might be of some assistance," Peter Parker ventured uncertainly, drawing the attention of everyone in the room. "Such as?" Dr. Connors inquired, a faint smile playing at the corners of his lips as he continued to question Peter Parker. "For instance, Parkinson's disease arises from the cessation of dopamine secretion by the human body stem cells. However, the DNA of the black zebrafish possesses the capability to substitute the function of stem cells in dopamine secretion. If patients could acquire this specific segment of DNA from the black zebrafish, I believe they could be cured." Initially, Peter stammered slightly, but once he began to elucidate his explanation, he became utterly engrossed. Dr. Connors observed Peter's smile growing increasingly pronounced. Gwen Stacy noted that Peter's eyes sparkled with a newfound brightness, seemingly captivated by his focused demeanor. "Who are you?" Dr. Connors inquired, his smile now unabashed. "I am Peter Parker, Dr. Connors," Peter replied with a hint of excitement. "According to Harry, he is the brightest student at Metropolis High." Gwen Stacy also lent her support, ensuring that Peter left a lasting impression on Dr. Connors. For the remainder of their time, Dr. Connors tasked Gwen with familiarizing the summer interns with the laboratory and began delegating assignments. As mere visitors, Lee and Harry leaned against the wall, engaging in casual conversation. "The old-timers at the company do not respect me," Harry said, a tinge of frustration in his voice, reflecting on his recent challenges in managing company affairs. "It seems they've forgotten that this conglomerate is called Oscorp, and I am Harry Osborn. It's quite normal. The stubborn old fogies always believe their choices are the only correct ones," Lee remarked, observing the bustling activity in the lab. "A young lad not even 20 stands atop them, and naturally, they are reluctant to accept it. Just think of Tony Stark, this playboy, whose escapades grace entertainment pages more than business ones. Back then, he was merely in his 20s when he was thrust into leading Stark Industries. Just look at the scale Stark Industries has achieved now, something old Howard Stark never reached. Elderly individuals tend to be nostalgic. They dismiss the creativity of the youth. They simply wish to languish in their power for as long as possible," Lee continued, adjusting his posture against the railing. "So, Harry, do not be courteous to them. As long as Uncle Norman is alive, they cannot make waves. You should harness Uncle Norman's prestige and authority. Do not think of going solo. Let Uncle Norman pave the way for you. At worst, a major reshuffle at the board meeting could ensue. As you just said, this conglomerate is called Oscorp." Harry looked at Lee with surprise, as if seeing him for the first time. "Jason is not joking. I believe you should not be a cook. I am seriously considering hiring you as my advisor," Harry said earnestly. "How did you come up with these ideas? I had never noticed before. It seems you possess a remarkable talent for power struggles. Of course, one contemplates more with age," Lee thought to himself, silently scoffing. After all, having lived 2 lives, he was well into his 40s, with thoughts far removed from those of a 17-year-old. Good morning, Mr. Tim. As Harry engaged in conversation with Li Jie, he noticed an African-American gentleman approaching and promptly greeted him. Hello, Harry, good morning. Why didn't you come to the office this morning? Inquired the impeccably dressed man, who appeared to be an executive from the Osborne Group. Oh, today I have a friend joining Dr. Connor's internship group, and this is another friend of mine named Jason Lee. I'm showing him around our company, Harry replied, introducing Li Jie to the gentleman named Tim. Greetings, Mr. Tim. Li Jie initiated the handshake with Tim. Hello, Jason. Tim responded with a brief handshake before steering the conversation back to Harry. The board meeting is scheduled for this afternoon. I hope you can attend. Otherwise, those shareholders will have their jabs at us again. Certainly, I will be there punctually this afternoon, Harry assured. Well then, I must find Dr. Connors. Goodbye to both of you. After nodding to Harry and Li Jie, Tim briskly made his way towards Dr. Connors' laboratory, seemingly to discuss something of great importance. Tim is the company's CEO and the only one on the board who supports me, Harry whispered to Li Jie. What was the outcome? Tim eagerly inquired upon ushering Dr. Connors into the office. This morning, we received feedback on the experiment, but the reaction to the deoxyribonucleic acid remains unsatisfactory. It continues to form a vicious cycle, Dr. Connors stated dryly. This was anticipated, Tim retorted, clearly unconvinced. Anticipated? You previously mentioned we were on the verge of success. Yes, we are close to success, but it requires more time. The crucial aspect is the decay rate algorithm. Once I can validate the algorithm, I will swiftly find a solution, Dr. Connors defended. However, it was evident that Tim was uninterested in such details. He merely sought a result. Time? We are running out of it. Norman Osborn is on the brink of death. Tim exclaimed. The implications of his words, if revealed to the outside world, would undoubtedly cause Osborne Group stock to plummet drastically. Through the glass of Dr. Connors' office, Tim could see Harry in the distance. You need to save him, Dr. Connors. Otherwise, we both face dire consequences, Tim stated with a stern expression. And this matter must remain confidential, even from Harry Osborn. With that, Tim exited Dr. Connors' room. At noon, Harry invited everyone to a nearby upscale restaurant for lunch, including Gwen. I believe the sea base pales in comparison to what you prepare, Jason, Harry remarked as he savored his meal. Why is your pan-seared sea base so tender and fresh? Before searing, I briefly blanch the fish in hot water for 2 seconds, then plunge it into ice water for a few seconds. This technique enhances the texture of the fish, Li Jie explained in a hushed tone to the other three. This is a method from Chinese cuisine that I have combined with Western cooking. You must not disclose this to anyone. It is a trade secret. Wow, Jason, my mother would surely adore you. She is perpetually engrossed in the study of various recipes. Harry remarked that she would become a world-class chef, and I initially thought it was a jest. Little did I know she truly possesses remarkable skills, seamlessly blending Eastern and Western culinary techniques. Gwen expressed a hint of envy towards Li Jie's culinary prowess, saying, Indeed, Jason's cooking is exquisite. I believe many Michelin-starred chefs would not surpass him. You should give it a try, Gwen, Peter interjected, casting knowing glances at Li Jie. As a good friend, Li Jie immediately understood Peter's implication and replied, Yes, Gwen, I believe you should sample it. Are you free this Sunday? Come to my home and experience my culinary creations. Of course, Harry and Peter will be there as well. Peter discreetly gave Li Jie a thumbs up. If that is the case, then I am delighted to accept your invitation. Gwen readily agreed to Li Jie's gathering. Observing the cheerful and charming Gwen, Li Jie thought to himself, Peter, this is where I can assist you. Chapter 13. Retraining, second update of the day. In the afternoon, Peter and Harry were set to return to work at the Osborne Group, prompting Li Jie to bid them farewell and depart alone. He seized the opportunity to visit the Metropolitan Auto Modification Center, where his Chevrolet was being transformed into a food truck. Upon inspecting the progress of the modifications, he estimated that it would take another 2 or 3 days for the project to reach completion. Upon returning home, Li Jie retrieved his E-Class Hero training card, which contained 25 hours of training time. Previously, during his encounter with a weakened version of the D-Class Wolverine, he had been knocked out in a mere 30 seconds, meeting a cruel end by way of decapitation. This experience had left him with lingering shadows of doubt, and it had taken him several days to recover. In truth, this misstep stemmed from his own recklessness. Despite knowing he possessed only E-class abilities, he had insisted on challenging a D-class opponent. Moreover, the simulated D-class adversaries were not mere novices like Li Jie but rather seasoned combat machines with a wealth of fighting experience. Thus, his instant defeat was entirely predictable. Today, Li Jie resolved to commence his training against opponents of comparable E-class strength. Upon entering the simulation training arena, he summoned a new training adversary. Having recently encountered Dr. Connors, he modeled his E-class opponent after the memory of the Lizard Doctor. This time, he also retrieved the steel knife awarded by the system, which featured enhanced damage capabilities. Having learned from his previous hubris, he was determined not to repeat the same mistake. Training begins. Once again, the system's indifferent prompt echoed, but this time, Li Jie absorbed the lessons from his prior errors and initiated the attack. In combat, the defensive party often finds itself at a disadvantage, while the attacking party enjoys the upper hand, whether in striking or evading. This was a lesson Li Jie had gleaned from his last encounter. He activated the 8 steps to chase the cicada technique, swiftly closing the distance to Dr. Connor's side. Harnessing the inertia and force derived from his speed, he unleashed a powerful slash of the steel knife aimed directly at the Lizard Doctor's torso. Though a diminished version, the Lizard Doctor still towered at an impressive height of 2.5 meters, covered in seemingly impenetrable reptilian scales. It would be more fitting to describe him as a humanoid dinosaur. Li Jie's steel knife capitalized on the momentum of his dash, producing a faint buzzing sound as it sliced through the air. The Lizard Doctor was slightly slower than Li Jie, managing to raise his left arm just in time to block the impending strike. Yet, Li Jie was acutely aware of the razor-sharp nature of the system-crafted steel knife, capable of slicing through iron with ease. The power generated from Li Jie's charging strike was executed flawlessly, concentrating all kinetic energy upon the knife's edge. Although the Lizard Doctor succeeded in deflecting the blade's trajectory with his left arm, he ultimately lost that limb. The steel knife cleaved through the Lizard Doctor's left arm with relentless force, piercing through the seemingly tough scales and embedding deeply into the muscle. Li Jie felt a momentary resistance, likely indicating he had struck bone. Li Jie, unyielding and resolute, once again channeled his inner strength into his arms. With a fierce roar, he struck down with his steel blade, severing the left arm of the Lizard Doctor. The Lizard Doctor, a creation of the system, was a warrior unafraid of death. Despite losing his left arm, he showed no intention of retreating. There was no agony, no cries of pain, as though the severed limb did not belong to him. The Lizard Doctor retaliated, lashing out at Li Jie with his tail. Li Jie, eager to press his advantage, was caught off guard and struck directly in the chest by the Lizard Doctor's tail. Although classified as E-level, the Lizard Doctor was not particularly swift. However, his strength far exceeded Li Jie's. He possessed not only formidable regenerative abilities and reptilian agility but also immense power. Li Jie was sent sprawling several meters away. Coughing, he struggled to rise, spitting out several clots of blood. Each breath sent sharp pains through his chest, and he suspected that his internal organs and lungs had been injured. The sensation of pain was excruciating, causing him to grimace, yet he dared not underestimate the situation. Previously, he had been distracted by pain, leading to a fatal encounter with a weakened version of Wolverine. The E-level Lizard Doctor's regenerative abilities were already diminished, and combined with the debilitating effects of the steel blade, which hindered healing and caused excessive bleeding, there were no signs of recovery in the severed arm. Blood gushed from the wound like a faucet left wide open. The Lizard Doctor, already green in hue, appeared even more so as the blood flowed. Li Jie recognized that both were injured, and it was now a contest of endurance to see who would fall first. This time, Li Jie refrained from a reckless attack, as it was evident that the Lizard Doctor was more severely wounded. The wound, afflicted by the steel blade with its debilitating properties, would not heal, and the longer the bleeding continued, the more his strength would wane. If the stalemate persisted, the Lizard Doctor could bleed to death from sheer loss of blood. Now it was the Lizard Doctor's turn to launch a fierce assault. However, his inherent lack of speed, compounded by the significant loss of blood that drained his stamina, rendered his attack relatively average. Li Jie, too, was injured, and the damage to his internal organs hindered his ability to channel his inner strength fluidly. Gritting his teeth, he summoned his remaining energy and executed the 8 steps to chase the cicada, narrowly evading the lizard Dr.'s onslaught. In that moment of evasion, he seized the opportunity to slice off a segment of the lizard Dr.'s tail with his steel blade. This further exacerbated the lizard Dr.'s injuries, leaving him with 2 substantial wounds that bled profusely. The lizard doctor's movements grew increasingly sluggish, while Li Jie, having overexerted himself, felt his own speed diminish. Each time, he barely avoided the lizard Dr.'s attacks, enduring a tense standoff until Li Jie felt his legs weighed down like lead, rendering him immobile. At last, the lizard doctor collapsed to the ground before him. The blood-drained Dr. Lizard lay pallid, and as Li Jie observed the simulation of Dr. Lizard dissolve into luminous particles within the training chamber, he could no longer withstand the strain and collapsed onto the arena floor. With his final breath, he uttered his withdrawal from the training. Upon speaking those words, Li Jie succumbed to unconsciousness. Chapter 14. A remarkable advancement. Li Jie opened his eyes to find himself back in his room. Glancing at the training card's timer, he noted that his recent training session with the lizard doctor had lasted 7 minutes, culminating in victory only when the lizard doctor succumbed to excessive blood loss. Li Jie realized he could have emerged unscathed had he not been greedy and pressed the attack after the first strike. This was a reflection of his inexperience. Feeling the dampness of sweat on his back, Li Jie decided to take a shower. Afterward, he turned on his computer for a brief respite, engaging in some light-hearted gaming to soothe his nerves. A few hours later, he picked up the training card once again, immersing himself in training. 3 days passed within the virtual training arena. Li Jie, wielding a steel blade, faced 3 opponents, all rated at the D level. The system stipulated that training simulations could not exceed the D level in overall strength, yet it placed no limit on the number of adversaries. As long as the combined prowess of the simulated opponents remained within the D tier, it was permissible. Through 3 days of rigorous training and fortification, Li Jie had made substantial progress. Aside from the initial expenditure of 160 points of reputation on the novice task, he had subsequently accumulated 520 points of reputation. After each training battle, he meticulously analyzed his weaknesses and selected skills for enhancement, nearly depleting his reputation points. Host, Jason Li. Hero Attributes. Beginner Internal Skill, proficient in Tang Jiaogong, hero abilities. Basic Combat, proficient. Basic Cold Weapons, proficient. Basic Firearms, proficient. 8 Steps to Chase Cicadas, E-level skill, proficient. Wind Slicing 8 Blades, E-level skill, proficient. Basic Smoke Escape Technique, proficient. Basic Hidden Weapon Techniques, proficient. Strength, 280 kilograms, with internal skill bonuses. Speed, 100-meter sprint in 4 seconds, with internal skill and lightness technique bonuses. Reaction, instantaneous response time of 100 milliseconds, enhanced through training and internal skill bonuses. Rating, D-level hero. You have acquired a wealth of combat experience and possess various skills applicable to diverse combat scenarios. You have graduated from the ranks of novice heroes. Congratulations! You have taken a significant step towards becoming a superhero. You are now ready to serve as a competent guardian of your community. Li Jie spent 100 reputation points to acquire an E-level offensive skill, the Wind Slicing 8 Blades, designed to complement the damage-dealing Steel Blade. He then devoted 300 reputation points to elevate 3 E-level skills, including Tang Jiaogong, to a proficient level. Additionally, he purchased 2 unranked skills, Basic Smoke Escape Technique and Basic Hidden Weapon Techniques, each requiring merely 10 reputation points for acquisition, with upgrades to proficiency costing only 20 points. However, these unranked skills could only reach the proficient level. Otherwise, Li Jie would have aspired for further enhancements. With only 60 reputation points remaining, Li Jie spent 10 points on items that complemented the smoke escape technique and procured some system-produced flying knives, which were inexpensive due to their status as consumables. An E-grade flying knife requires merely 2 points of reputation, and Li Jie purchased 20 in one breath. Naturally, such inexpensive items possess no extraordinary attributes, merely being remarkably sharp and sturdy. Now, Li Jie faced 3 D-grade adversaries, the D-grade Dr. Lizard, who boasted formidable defensive capabilities akin to a weakened version of the Brute, and a D-grade assassin renowned for his swiftness. The initiative was seized by the assassin, whose speed was his greatest asset. Li, having endured many defeats at the hands of speedy opponents during his recent training, swiftly utilized a smoke device provided by the simulation training room, enveloping a 20-meter radius around him in thick smoke. The assassin's vision was immediately obscured, rendering it impossible for him to discern Li Jie's silhouette. However, Li Jie possessed a basic skill in smoke evasion, allowing him to accurately identify positions and opponents within the fog. He stealthily maneuvered behind the assassin and presented his steel blade. The assassin is at your 6 o'clock. Dr. Lizard, with his reptilian eyes akin to thermal imaging, recognized the situation. Ordinary smoke would not deceive him, prompting him to promptly alert the assassin. Yet, the time taken for the assassin to process this warning provided Li Jie with a critical advantage. Just as the assassin turned around, barely managing to raise his short sword in defense, Li Jie unleashed his swift technique, the 8 wind blades, in a fluid motion. The speed of the 8 wind blades was precisely what lent them their name. Outside the smoke, the Brute, eager to assist the assassin, had barely taken a few steps when the sound of clashing weapons echoed from within the fog. The noise was fleeting, dissipating within a mere 3 seconds. Brute, be cautious. He is lunging at you, Dr. Lizard continued to warn. The Brute transformed into a metallic state, bracing himself for a solid confrontation, when suddenly, a figure burst forth from the smoke. The Brute's steel fist struck out, but the intended target vanished into a flurry of light, revealing that he had fallen into a trap. Indeed, the figure that had charged at the Brute was the assassin himself, who succumbed to Li Jie's blade within mere seconds, having been struck fatally in the neck. Li Jie's feint had effectively misled his true target, Dr. Lizard. 2 icy flying knives shot forth from the smoke, aimed directly at the doctor's eyes. Although Dr. Lizard managed to deflect the incoming knives with his palm, his vision was momentarily obstructed. Seizing the opportunity, Li Jie leapt from the smoke, wielding a steel knife in his right hand and a powerful Browning 9mm handgun with 12 rounds in his left. Thanks to his skill in basic firearms proficiency, Li Jie's aim was remarkably precise. In a brief span of 1.5 seconds, he pulled the trigger 12 times, sending all 12 rounds towards Dr. Lizard's heart. The single handgun unleashed the firepower akin to an automatic rifle. The impact of the 12 9mm rounds was substantial, creating a gaping wound the size of a bowl in Dr. Lizard's chest. Transformed into a being of steel, the Iron Warrior moved with excruciating slowness. Before he could assist Dr. Lizard, he witnessed Li Jie's long blade, wielded with the might of a raging river, cleave toward the doctor's thigh. Although the current incarnation of Dr. Lizard was classified as a D-level entity, Li Jie had long surpassed his previous limitations. Despite the considerable resistance, he summoned his inner strength and, with a single breath, severed Dr. Lizard's left leg at the root. The artery was cut, and blood gushed forth like a high-pressure fountain, spraying a considerable distance. With the loss of a limb, Dr. Lizard lost his balance and collapsed to the ground. Li Jie skillfully evaded the doctor's desperate claw swipe as he fell, maneuvering to inflict a grievous wound on his back, directly damaging his spine. Through his recent training, Li Jie had come to understand the devastating potential of a deepened steel blade, and once he completed his assault, he chose to retreat from the range of Dr. Lizard's attacks. He understood that before the doctor could heal his wounds, he would succumb to the excessive blood loss. Li Jie dashed toward the Iron Warrior, who, encased in steel, resembled an impenetrable tortoise shell, an exceedingly troublesome adversary. He utilized a smoke device, enveloping himself in a shroud of obscurity. Unlike Dr. Lizard, the Iron Warrior lacked thermal vision and was rendered blind amidst the haze. Li Jie abandoned his steel blade, opting instead for a solid metal rod from his combat belt. This rod, measuring approximately 1.2 meters in length, was designed for two-handed grip and contrasted with the previously used hollow short sticks, which relied on swift strikes and their inherent hardness for offense. Against the Iron Warrior's formidable steel frame, even E-level blades struggled to deliver effective harm. Thus, the optimal approach was to wield a blunt metal weapon. Li Jie stealthily positioned himself behind the Iron Warrior and swung the metal rod with great force toward the back of his head. While a typical bludgeon might not inflict substantial damage, Li Jie's strikes were imbued with inner strength, especially after mastering the Tung Jiao Gong. His energy could now be channeled into his weapon and transferred into his opponent's body. The blow struck the Iron Warrior's occiput, inducing a moment of dizziness, compounded by the internal energy inflicting significant harm. The Iron Warrior attempted to retaliate, yet his dizziness, coupled with his naturally sluggish movements, allowed Li Jie to evade once more. The Iron Warrior's wild punches exposed vulnerabilities beneath his arms, and Li Jie seized the opportunity, delivering a punishing sweep with the Iron Rod. Despite being merely a D-level entity, the Iron Warrior was distinctly inferior to his former self. This strike to the armpit unsettled his balance, forcing him to stagger back several steps. Li Jie seized the moment, delivering a swift kick to the bend of the Iron Warrior's leg, which, already compromised, sent him crashing to the ground. As the fallen Iron Warrior recognized his dire predicament and attempted to rise, a metal rod came crashing toward his face. The sound echoed like the ringing of a blacksmith's hammer as the rod made intimate contact with the Iron Warrior's cheek. At this moment, the gladiator suffered a significant blow, his head forcefully driven into the arena floor. Li Jie, employing a rotational technique, dissipated the majority of the counterforce. Subsequently, he harnessed the power of his waist and legs to swing the metal rod, which struck the gladiator's face with tremendous impact once more. After multiple relentless strikes, the gladiator was left gasping for breath. When the final, powerful blow landed upon his face, the training dummy disintegrated into a myriad of shimmering particles, vanishing within the training room. Li Jie then turned to the lizard doctor, who had lost too much blood and was in a state of dizziness. Grasping the steel knife from the ground, Li Jie swiftly ended the lizard doctor's life. Facing 3 training subjects of equal D rank with his own D-level strength, and emerging victorious without sustaining injury, Li Jie felt for the first time that he possessed the ability to safeguard himself in the impending chaotic era. Chapter 15. The capture of the Nightwalker. Li Jie now appeared capable of effortlessly defeating 3 D-level opponents, a feat that was the result of 3 days of diligent training. Each day, he dedicated 5 hours to honing his skills in the training room provided by the training card. While 5 hours may seem a modest duration, it is, in fact, quite substantial. Most battles do not endure for long. Often, a confrontation concludes in under 5 minutes, or even 3. Training opponents endowed with special abilities either swiftly eliminate Li Jie or are quickly vanquished by him. During the first day of training, Li Jie was defeated over 30 times, becoming almost numb to the experience. On the battlefield, a soldier who survives a single massacre ascends from the ranks of a novice. Surviving 3 encounters marks one as a veteran, while enduring 10 without demise hints at the potential of a true ace. The advantage of virtual training lies in its realistic simulation, which, while vividly painful, does not inflict actual harm or death upon Li Jie. This allows him to continuously learn from his defeats, accelerating his progress remarkably. His tolerance for pain has significantly increased, and he no longer becomes distracted as he did during his initial encounters. Now, he can endure pain and continue fighting until the very end. By today's battle, he had achieved the capability to independently engage a single D-level training opponent with a success rate of 70, and when facing 3 D-level foes, his win rate reached 75. After a refreshing shower to conclude his training for the day, Li Jie proceeded to New York to modify his fast food truck, which was nearing completion, requiring only a fresh coat of paint. He then visited his grandfather's restaurant, MR.Li, where he enjoyed dinner with his grandfather, Li Rong. As night fell, Li Jie donned his Nightwalker attire once more. He had refrained from patrolling the streets to combat crime during the past few nights, resulting in a lack of news coverage and minimal updates on the Nightwalker Alliance's website. His reputation points had dwindled to a mere 10. Now aware of the benefits of reputation, he resolved to create a stir in order to garner sufficient points to elevate himself. Hassan Swinton, the leader of the Stanton gang in the 6th District, had been feeling particularly constrained lately. Ever since his top enforcer, Zhou En, the bald man whom Li Jie had first eliminated, was incapacitated nearly a month ago, he sensed a string of misfortunes. Initially, a drug deal with a rival African-American gang had gone awry, with the gang accusing him of foul play. Hassan was left speechless by the primitive mindset of those he termed black uncles, especially as his own gang had suffered 3 casualties. How could he possibly be behind such treachery? Subsequently, an enigmatic figure known as the Nightwalker had emerged in his territory, combating crime for over 2 weeks, much of it directed at members of the Stanton gang. Every couple of days, one of his subordinates would be injured by this Nightwalker, often resulting in severe disabilities. In total, over a dozen of his men had been rendered incapacitated. The Stanton gang comprised only about 40 members in both the 6th and 5th districts, yet a third of them had been felled by this Nightwalker. Moreover, and of utmost significance, until this very moment, Hassan Swinton has yet to lay eyes upon even a single hair of the Night Stalker. Today, however, marks the most exhilarating day in Hassan Swinton's life. News has circulated within the gang that a prominent member of the Stanich family has met his demise in the 6th district, an area under Hassan Swinton's jurisdiction. Upon receiving this information, Hassan was nearly brought to tears. What kind of gang is the Stanich family? Who among those involved in the underworld of America is unaware of them? The death of a member of such a formidable gang within one's own territory inevitably implicates one in the affair, regardless of the circumstances. At that moment, Hassan Swinton resolved to flee immediately. Yet, before he could gather his belongings, his superior arrived. Murphy Stanton, the head of the Stanton gang, governs 5 blocks within Queens, primarily engaging in the control of narcotics and illicit activities, as well as a modest trade in illegal firearms. The Stanton gang comprises approximately 100 members, a mere minnow in the vast ocean of New York City's criminal underbelly. Such minnows can easily drown in the tumultuous waters of New York. Yet the Stanton gang has persisted for many years without being eradicated. The gang's leader, Murphy Stanton, maintains a low profile, diligently guarding his territory without any ambition for expansion. Being of Italian descent, rumors abound regarding his connections to the Stanich family, who also share similar lineage. Hassan Swinton previously harbored doubts, but today he found himself convinced, as his boss directly brought a member of the Stanich family to confront him. How much do you know about the Night Stalker that has appeared in your district? A burly man in black, known as Hank, has been dispatched by the Stanich family to investigate the Night Stalker in the 6th district. One of my subordinates has encountered him and reported that he possesses remarkable speed and strength. He may even possess other extraordinary abilities, as those struck by him suffer internal injuries that seem to originate from within rather than from external force. Thus, we suspect he may be a mutant. Hassan Swinton relayed all the information he had gathered to Hank without reservation. Under what circumstances does he typically appear? Hank inquired, idly toying with the ring on his finger. It is difficult to ascertain. He has not surfaced recently. However, he tends to emerge close to midnight, and each time it is to thwart criminal acts. Incidents of robbery and sexual assault have significantly decreased in the 6th district, Hassan Stanton replied. I understand, Mr. Murphy Stanton. Mr. Stanich has entrusted me with a message, urging you to lend us your assistance, considering our shared Italian heritage, as our adversary is a mutant. Hank gazed solemnly at Murphy Stanton. Mr. Stanich is exceedingly angered by the death of his beloved nephew, Mr. Anderson. Our Stanich family intends to partake in the pursuit of the Night Stalker within the 6th district. I hope you will recall the camaraderie you once shared with Mr. Stanich during your time under General Strike's command and extend your utmost support to us. Although Hank's words bore the semblance of a request, his tone conveyed an unmistakable command that brooked no refusal. Murphy Stanton, a towering figure nearly 2 meters tall with a poker face, maintained an impassive demeanor until the mention of Strick's name caused his pupils to constrict sharply. He then stiffly replied, You may convey to Mr. Stanich that I shall break the limbs of the Nightwalker and deliver them to his presence. Thank you. Hank smiled in gratitude before striding away, leaving behind the family members tasked with capturing the Nightwalker in the 6th district. At midnight in the 6th district, Li Jie concealed himself atop the roof of an abandoned building, clad in a gray hooded sweatshirt. After a prolonged absence, he found himself nostalgic for the 6th district. He relished the duality of living as a respectable citizen by day and a punisher of wrongdoers by night. During the day, he could fulfill the modest aspirations of an ordinary life, while at night, he could shatter the monotony of that existence, pursuing the exhilarating thrill that set him apart from the mundane. This lifestyle was akin to indulging in a potent hallucinogen, rendering Li Jie addicted to its allure. Each instance of thwarting crime filled him with a profound sense of accomplishment, akin to inventing a new dish that garnered the admiration of the most discerning critics. This intoxication became an integral part of his identity. The act of combating crime at night evolved beyond a mere means of gaining renown. It became a way of life, revealing that the hero's journey could indeed be addictive. Perched atop the building, Ligier remained vigilant, attuned to the movements within the district. Two suspicious men came into view, clad in dark attire, their faces obscured by sunglasses and baseball caps, seemingly intent on concealing their identities. Approximately 20 meters ahead, a woman in a white dress walked gracefully. Though her features were indistinct from afar, her gait and figure suggested undeniable allure. Ligier quickly deduced the intentions of the two men and leaped from the rooftop. His mastery of the 8 steps to catch the cicada allowed him to deftly utilize the wall for leverage, landing silently from several meters above. The woman, oblivious to the ominous presence trailing her, walked with the crisp sound of her high heels echoing against the concrete. As she prepared to traverse a narrow alleyway leading to another block, the two men hastened their pace, one swiftly hoisting her onto his shoulder while the other clamped a hand over her mouth to stifle any cries for help. The woman was indeed striking, with chestnut hair, delicate features, and captivating hazel eyes that sparkled with an irresistible allure. Her elongated S-shaped figure further ignited the base instincts of the men. Unable to restrain themselves any longer, the two men pressed her against the wall of a shop's back entrance. One held her mouth shut while the other began to remove her clothing. "Hey, I say, you beasts, cease this at once. Do you not feel a sense of shame in treating a lady in such a manner?" Ligier emerged from the shadows, his voice cutting through the chaos to halt the violence perpetrated by the two assailants, his hands discreetly clutching 2 throwing knives. Typically, he would confiscate the instruments of crime from offenders guilty of sexual assault. The assaulted woman's eyes sparkled with surprise, while the 2 adult men, with malevolent intent, brandished firearms, positioning them to shield the woman. As Ligier focused his attention on the 2 men, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. I express my gratitude to the reader GDS for their insightful suggestions. Throughout yesterday afternoon and evening, I diligently perused various materials. In the established narrative, Wolverine's combat prowess is not as formidable as depicted. However, the protagonist's aura in the film is quite powerful, which had misled my perception. I have made appropriate adjustments to the levels of combat strength. I also welcome valuable feedback and suggestions from all readers regarding this book. PS2. The second update will be at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and the third update will be at 11 o'clock in the evening. I invite everyone to tune in. Chapter 16. A Helping Hand in the Darkness. Second update of the day. A sudden gunshot rang out, the bullet striking from an unexpected direction. The once pitiful woman transformed in an instant into a cold-blooded assassin. This time, Ligier was truly caught off guard. However, the training he had undergone over the past few days bore fruit. In a critical moment, he narrowly evaded the bullet aimed at his heart. Though the assassin's shot missed its mark, it nonetheless pierced through Ligier's shoulder. Having become accustomed to such pain from his rigorous training, he emitted no cry of anguish, nor did he hesitate. Ligier swiftly activated the 8 steps to chase the cicada technique, propelling himself to the left and covering several meters in mere moments. Just as he made his escape, 2 other men opened fire at the spot where he had just stood. Had his reaction been even slightly slower, he would have been riddled with bullets. Realizing something was amiss, Ligier discerned that his pursuers seemed to be specifically targeting him. Yet, there was no time for contemplation. Seizing the opportunity to evade, he hurled the 2 throwing knives he clutched in his hand. The sound of the blades embedding themselves into flesh echoed with 2 muffled thuds. Due to his movement, Ligier's aim was not precise. The knives failed to strike vital areas, merely lodging in one man's leg and another's shoulder, and the wounds appeared to be superficial. The 2 assailants promptly extracted the knives from their injuries and continued firing at Ligier. Realizing he had likely been ambushed, Ligier remained perplexed as to why he had drawn the ire of such formidable foes. He retrieved 2 Colt M1911 handguns from his combat belt, preparing to retaliate. In the confined space of the narrow alley, maneuvering proved difficult, making firearms the more practical choice. Just as he was about to fire, gunshots erupted from behind him. A wave of danger surged through him, and he once again utilized the 8 steps to chase the cicada to evade the bullets fired from behind. Now concealed between 2 large metal trash bins, he observed as a dozen armed assassins flooded into the alley from both ends. While a few wielded handguns, the majority were equipped with powerful assault rifles. The killers surrounding Li Jie were clearly of a far superior caliber compared to the amateur gangsters he had previously encountered. Their coordination was precise, maintaining suppressive fire from several assault rifles aimed directly at Li Jie, leaving him no opportunity to surface. How in the world did I provoke such a formidable group? Li Jie cursed under his breath. The first time in years he had uttered such expletives since his arrival in this world. Yet, resigning himself to death was not in Li Jie's nature. From his belt, he retrieved a smoke device and activated it. Given the narrow confines of the alley, the smoke lingered, expanding to engulf the entire passageway instead of the intended 20-meter radius. All visibility for the assassins was obscured. After all, they were not specialized military operatives equipped with thermal imaging devices. With a fundamental mastery of smoke ninjutsu, Li Jie was able to see clearly amid the haze, seizing the fleeting opportunity to eliminate the assassins while their vision was obscured. This was indeed a battle of life and death, marked by ruthless intensity. As visibility diminished, the assassins could rely solely on their hearing, and they began to execute a coordinated retreat, aiming to escape the alley. However, Li Jie was not inclined to let them slip away so easily. He holstered his pistol and drew his steel blade along with throwing knives. With precision, he hurled several throwing knives at the primary assailants armed with assault rifles. The knives, thrown in a relatively stable condition, boasted enhanced accuracy. 3 blades sliced through the throats of 3 assassins, spilling forth warm blood and extinguishing their lives. In an instant, the tide of battle turned. The once hunted had become the hunter. Li Jie plunged into the fray, his steel blade claiming the lives of assassins with each swift strike. The previously organized assassins faltered in disarray, with some firing blindly toward the source of the noise. Yet, without visual guidance, their gunfire amounted to nothing more than random shots in the dark. Li Jie, with his clear sight, could anticipate their shooting directions, while the other assassins, ensnared in the smoke, found themselves unable to evade the onslaught. Amidst the chaotic gunfire, many fell victim to their own comrades' errant shots. Seizing the moment, Li Jie sheathed his steel blade and drew his pistol, navigating the turmoil with deft precision. Each pull of the trigger claimed a life. Although the smoke lingered, no one remained standing in the alley. A few, though alive, lay wounded and moaning on the ground. It was only after the chaos subsided that Li Jie became aware of the pain in his left shoulder, blood saturating a significant portion of his clothing. His lips turned pale from blood loss. He retrieved the rapid clotting spray awarded by the system and applied it to his wound, watching as the blood quickly congealed. Just as he prepared to take out a bandage for his injury, a towering figure with a poker face sprinted toward him. This was Murphy Stanton, the leader of the Stanton gang, and the so-called mutant mentioned by Franco Stanich. In truth, Murphy Stanton was not a true mutant but rather a modified human, a failed experiment of General Strike. Originally destined for disposal as a failed specimen, Stanton was to be handled by the Stanich family, who had extensive ties with the U.S. military. The Stanich family often dealt with the dirty work that the military found inconvenient, including the handling of highly radioactive waste and various inhumane experimental subjects. Franco, as a stubborn descendant of Italy, held traditional familial and communal values. He detested mutants and modified beings, yet he loathed the idea of his compatriots becoming experimental subjects, especially failed ones destined for disposal. Thus, he offered Murphy Stanton a chance to serve him. As a cyborg, despite being deemed a failure, Murphy Stanton possesses remarkable abilities. In earlier years, he assisted Franco significantly, even contributing to Franco's ascension as the head of the Stanich family. It was only in recent years, as the Stanich family's business flourished and began to stabilize, that Franco gradually eased his oversight of Murphy, allowing him to establish a small gang of his own. Today, however, Franco called upon Murphy once more to apprehend the Nightwalker, a suspect potentially linked to the Brooklyn massacre. Murphy charged towards Li Jie, who brandished a knife in a defensive stance. To Li Jie's astonishment, Murphy halted abruptly, raising both hands and forcefully clapping them together, despite being over 10 meters away. Contrary to expectations, no sound accompanied the clap. Instead, an invisible wave of sound surged forth from Murphy's hands. Li Jie, caught off guard, was struck by this silent wave, feeling as though his chest had been smashed by a sledgehammer. He coughed up blood and was violently propelled several meters away. This was a mutant. Li Jie had not anticipated such a revelation. Why are mutants so formidable? It is due to their myriad of unique abilities. If one is aware of a mutant's powers, it is manageable, for one can devise specific countermeasures, much like Li Jie had done while simulating training against Dr. Lizard. However, if one is unaware of a mutant's abilities, one must adapt spontaneously, often leading to severe consequences, as was the case for Li Jianao. Not only was his chest wounded, but the injury on his shoulder, which had previously stopped bleeding, reopened, and blood oozed forth once more. Observing Murphy advance towards him, Li Jie quickly hurled 2 throwing knives in an attempt to impede his approach. Murphy emitted a silent scream, conjuring an invisible sound wave barrier around him, causing Li Jie's knives to be deflected effortlessly. This was truly a miscalculation, Li Jie thought grimly. He fumbled for a smoke device from his belt, preparing to escape under the cover of smoke if necessary. Just as he was about to activate the smoke device, he caught a glimpse of a flash of fire from a nearby building, followed by a resounding gunshot that shattered the night. Although he could not identify the firearm, the sound alone indicated it was undoubtedly a large-caliber rifle, possibly even a high-caliber sniper rifle. The bullet fired not at Li Jie, but rather whistled toward Murphy Stanton. Sensing imminent danger, Murphy abandoned his pursuit of Li Jie, darting to the side while once again emitting a silent shout, establishing a sound wave defense around himself. However, the speed of the large-caliber sniper bullet was astonishing, and Murphy could not evade its assault. The bullet struck his sound wave barrier, producing a deafening noise that nearly rendered Li Jie deaf. At the epicenter of the cacophony, Murphy Stanton found himself with blood streaming from both ears, evidently having ruptured his eardrums. Li Jie is now somewhat bewildered. What on earth is happening today? Someone wants to kill me while another seeks to save me? What is the true nature of this situation? Can someone please offer an explanation? Chapter 17. The Punisher. At the moment when Li Jie was momentarily lost in thought, several resounding gunshots echoed through the air. Unable to evade, Murphy Stanton was forced to deploy his soundwave defense once more. The impact of 3 bullets colliding with Murphy's soundwave barrier produced a thunderous noise. Positioned at the epicenter of the sonic explosion, Murphy Stanton found his ears bleeding profusely, with blood now trickling from the corner of his mouth as well. Ultimately, Murphy Stanton was merely a failed experiment of General Strick's modifications. In the original experimental design, he was intended to harness control over sound waves and vibrations. He was envisioned as a being capable of effortlessly demolishing skyscrapers through resonance, with a soundwave barrier robust enough to withstand the onslaught of a 255mm caliber heavy cannon, or even the detonation of a small cloud bomb. His soundwave attacks were supposed to reach hundreds of meters, annihilating all living beings within their path with high-frequency oscillations. Had Murphy Stanton achieved the initial experimental benchmarks, he would have been classified as an alpha-level mutant according to the standards of mutant categorization. However, it was evident that the level he ultimately attained was a far cry from the original objectives. His powers severely diminished. Currently, he lacked the ability to utilize resonance, rendering his soundwave attacks as mere shockwaves devoid of high-frequency oscillation capabilities. Furthermore, his soundwave barrier could only withstand the firepower of a 7.62mm caliber assault rifle, against the might of 12.7mm caliber heavy machine gun or sniper rifle bullets. He was utterly defenseless. Moreover, Murphy possessed a perilous vulnerability. Should his soundwave barrier be shattered, the ensuing sonic explosion would recoil upon himself. Just as it was now, the damage inflicted by the sonic explosion reverberated back onto Murphy. Thus, General Strick deemed him a failed experiment, ordering Franco Stanich to dispose of him. The successive sonic explosions had wreaked havoc on Murphy Stanton's body, causing immense internal injuries from the soundwave attacks. Were it not for the resilient physique granted by his mutant enhancements, he would have succumbed to the sonic onslaught long ago. The gunfire from the building across the way had ceased, and Li Jie observed a figure clad in black combat attire and a brown trench coat descending swiftly from the opposite building using a rappel line. The man, still wielding an M16 assault rifle, continued to fire at Murphy Stanton as he descended. His marksmanship was impeccable. Murphy had intended to flee, yet the man unleashed a barrage aimed directly at Murphy's legs, shattering them in the process. As the black-clad figure approached Murphy, he maintained his relentless fire. The M16's firepower unleashed a ferocious display, with a 60-round extended magazine ensuring that each bullet erupted from the muzzle in a blaze of fierce flame. In the darkness, this flame appeared strikingly bright, and with each trigger pull, blood would inevitably bloom upon Murphy's body as the bullets struck true. With his soundwave barrier nearly depleted, it was now incapable of providing any genuine protection. The man in black discarded his M16 assault rifle after expending the final round from its magazine. He then produced 2 Uzi submachine guns from beneath his trench coat, each equipped with a 50-round magazine, unleashing a formidable barrage of firepower. The 9mm Uzi bullets rained mercilessly upon Murphy's already battered form. Yet, astonishingly, Murphy remained alive, prompting a sense of awe in Ligier regarding the resilience of this modified being. Once the black-clad figure emptied both submachine guns, he astonishingly drew 2 Browning semi-automatic pistols, each with a 20-round capacity, from his waist. Ligier was utterly astounded. For a brief moment, he felt as though he had not traversed into the realm of superheroes but had instead entered the world of Grand Theft Auto V. This was akin to encountering a walking armory. At that moment, even if the man were to produce a Gatling gun for a sweeping assault, Ligier would have been unfazed. The distance between the man in black and Murphy was merely 50 meters, and in about 15 seconds, he had unleashed nearly 200 rounds of ammunition. Ligier pondered how he would fare against such a terrifying adversary. Ultimately, his conclusion was far from optimistic. The man's marksmanship was precise, and the recent sniper incident demonstrated his aptitude for stealth. Moreover, this individual appeared to be remarkably composed. Despite having unleashed nearly 200 bullets upon Murphy, he maintained a cautious approach. As the man drew nearer, Ligier began to discern his features. His long, raven-black hair was slicked back, and a dense stubble extended from his temples to his jawline. The man's visage exuded determination, with cold, almost cruel eyes. His black combat attire bore a white skull insignia, while his brown trench coat seemed to conceal additional weaponry. Upon observing the man's appearance, Ligier suddenly recalled someone from his past, a formidable figure strikingly similar to the one before him. This individual was also a hero, albeit one who was not well received. He was none other than Frank Castle, the Punisher. Ligier, in his previous life on Earth, was well aware of the Punisher's infamous reputation. Although he was a niche character among superheroes, Ligier had once played an arcade side-scrolling game featuring him, and the joyous memories of his childhood gaming experiences allowed him to recognize the man instantly. Frank Castle, the Punisher, was an entirely normal human, devoid of mutation or enhancement. A former Marine Corps Special Operations instructor, he possessed mastery in various martial arts and the use of both ranged and melee weapons. He excelled in ambush tactics, demolitions, infiltration, and espionage, earning the designation of a Level 10 agent by S.H.I.E.L.D. Director Nick Fury, who regarded him as a monstrous embodiment of the peak combat capabilities achievable by a normal human. A surge of recollections about Frank Castle flooded Ligier's mind. This man, though entirely human, was evidently a terrifying monster cloaked in a facade of humanity. Although devoid of superpowers, the battle-hardened experience and astonishing combat prowess of the current Frank are unparalleled. He approached Murphy Stanton, firing 2 shots to ascertain whether Murphy was truly deceased. Only upon confirming Murphy's utter stillness did he venture closer. Just as Frank was a mere meter away from what should have been Murphy's lifeless body, the unexpected occurred. Murphy suddenly stirred. His mouth opened wide, emitting a silent scream, and an imperceptible wave of sound surged forth from his lips. Yet, true to his formidable reputation as the Punisher, Frank swiftly evaded to the side the moment Murphy made a move, then fired 3 shots directly at Murphy's head. Accompanying the gunfire was a steel knife, hurled from behind by Ligier. In moments where the certainty of an opponent's demise is in question, vigilance is paramount, a lesson learned through the harrowing experience of death in the training grounds. The 3 bullets penetrated Murphy's brain, while Li Jie's thrown knife cleaved it in two. The Punisher, Frank, cast a glance at Li Jie and coldly remarked, "If you can still move, you had best keep up with me." With that, he strode purposefully away from the grim scene littered with corpses. Li Jie summoned his remaining energy, retrieved his knife, and struggled to match Frank's pace. This was no longer a mere skirmish. The thunderous gunfire echoed throughout the entirety of 6th Street. The deaths of over a dozen individuals, including a mutant, would undoubtedly reverberate throughout New York, potentially sending shockwaves across the nation. Chapter 18. Aftermath. Today's first update. Li Jie, gritting his teeth against the pain, followed in Frank's footsteps as they departed from their location. If they did not hasten, dire consequences awaited them. Given the commotion they had caused, it was likely that the police would return swiftly. However, Li Jie was unaware that the Stanich family had created disturbances elsewhere to distract the New York police, allowing them to divert their attention from this area. Navigating through 3 blocks with Frank, they eventually arrived at the entrance of a sewer. Frank gestured for Li Jie to follow him, and he promptly slipped into the darkened entryway. Unlike the narrow sewers of his previous life in China, the sewers of New York were remarkably spacious, enough to accommodate a train. As Li Jie entered the sewer with Frank, the odor was far from pleasant, yet tolerable. After approximately 20 minutes of traversing the underground passage, Frank directed Li Jie to a side door adjacent to the sewer. Upon entering, they found themselves in a room filled with pipes, seemingly part of a central sewage system for a larger building. After what felt like an eternity of winding through the labyrinthine corridors, they finally reached their destination. It appeared to be a temporary hideout for the Punisher, Frank. Frank instructed Li Jie to sit on a low stool while he rummaged through a corner for a first aid kit. "Why are you saving me?" Li Jie inquired, voicing the confusion that lingered in his mind. "Having a sense of justice is commendable. I have learned about you in recent days, the Nightwalker of 6th Street, Frank replied, tearing open the first aid kit. "However, you have entangled yourself in matters that do not concern you. This was originally my affair, yet you inexplicably intervened." As Frank retrieved bandages and a hemostatic spray from the kit, he motioned for Li Jie to lift his shirt. "Wait, I don't quite understand what you mean. What do you mean by my interference?" Li Jie lifted his shirt, and Frank began to disinfect his wounds with alcohol before applying the hemostatic spray. "Do you remember the armed robbery you thwarted that day? The one targeting a young, frail man?" Frank responded while tending to Li Jie's injuries. "That criminal was affiliated with the Stanich family, the very individuals I have been pursuing. Because you were present and witnessed the event. The Stanich family believes you are connected to me." "Stanich family?" Li Jie, while somewhat familiar with superheroes and supervillains, knew little of the underworld's criminal organizations. "Young man, it seems you are unaware of the kind of trouble you've invited upon yourself," Frank remarked as he secured bandages around Li Jie's chest to prevent further injury. "The Stanich family consists of societal scum, engaging in heinous acts of murder and arson. For the right price, they would willingly sell their souls to the devil." Having completed the bandaging, Frank added, "Regardless of your intentions, I strongly advise you to refrain from acting as a vigilante for the foreseeable future. Your little ruse has proven effective in obscuring your identity. This is a wise practice. Always conceal yourself and remain vigilant." Frank traced a line across his face with his finger, expressing approval for Li Jie's enigmatic way of concealing his true identity. "I will conclude matters with the Stanich family. It would be wise for you to remain vigilant," he advised. Frank patted Li Jie on the shoulder, signaling him to follow. He intended to escort Li Jie out. "May I inquire about your grievances with the Stanich family?" Li Jie curiously asked. "I believe you would prefer not to know," Frank replied, casting a penetrating gaze at Li Jie. "Remember to stay alert." Frank led Li Jie to the nearest exit, approaching the outskirts of Brooklyn. Li Jie quickly oriented himself and departed. Exhaustion from the previous night's events allowed him to sleep until noon. The rest of his family had already gone to work, leaving him, a high school student on summer break, with nothing to do. He turned on the television and switched to the news channel, where reports of last night's events were unfolding. A serious gang conflict occurred in the 6th District of Queens last night, the reporter announced with a grave expression. The The two rival gangs clashed fiercely, with police discovering thousands of spent shell casings at the scene. Fortunately, there were no reports of civilian casualties thus far. Investigations revealed that one party involved was the Stanton Gang, who had established their presence in the 6th District, while the opposing side was suspected to be the infamous Stanich family. Li Jie's interest was piqued. How did the conflict involve the Stanich family and the Stanton Gang? Sources disclosed that numerous members of the Stanich family had flooded into the 6th District of Queens last night, launching an attack on the Stanton Gang. The footage displayed on the screen showed the aftermath of the assault, with many of the Stanton Gang's establishments, including the Wild Swan Bar, left in ruins. The precise cause of the conflict remains unclear, but reports indicate that approximately 40 members of the Stanton Gang have perished, while over 15 members of the Stanich family have also been confirmed dead. Li Jie suddenly recalled Frank's last words. He intended to conclude matters? What exactly was he concluding? There was also a notable casualty at the scene, confirmed by police to be a mutant possessing special abilities. The role of the mutant in this conflict remains unknown. As the report continued, Li Jie switched off the television. Having little patience for the ramblings of certain so-called experts who spoke with authority yet possessed little knowledge, he strongly suspected that the annihilation of the Stanton Gang was, in fact, orchestrated by Frank. Frank had the capability to execute such deeds. Although Frank was remembered as a hero in Li Jie's mind, he was a dark hero, distinctly different from others. His motto was, "You are guilty, therefore you must die." For him, eliminating dozens of gang members was as mundane as a trip to the supermarket for milk. It seemed that maintaining a low profile was imperative in the coming days. Li Jie touched his still painful chest and glanced at the surging reputation points within his system, murmuring to himself. In the outskirts of New York, within a building belonging to the Department of Homeland Security, Director Nick Fury, characterized by his singular eye, was engrossed in the news broadcast from Queens. According to intelligence relayed to us, it is highly probable that the Punisher, Frank Castle, is behind these events. Agent Hill, serving as Nick Fury's deputy, was briefing him on the gathered information. Previously, Frank had launched assaults on multiple strongholds and underground trading sites of the Stanich family. This latest conflict appears to be linked to the recent emergence of the Night Stalkers in the 6th District, Agent Hill remarked. Do we need to deploy our personnel to thwart Frank's actions? This falls under the jurisdiction of the FBI, and there is no need to squander our resources on the Stanich's rabble. As long as Frank does not target civilians, let him wreak havoc upon the Stanich family, Nick Fury commanded. As for the Night Stalkers, we shall observe further developments. The Stanton Gang has been entirely eradicated, and all 15 of our operatives sent there have perished. Hank reported, his throat parched. Moreover, this morning, our warehouse located by the Hudson River was attacked, resulting in the demise of 20 members without a single survivor. Goods valued at $6,500 were completely incinerated. We remain uncertain whether it was the Night Stalkers or that man in black who was responsible. Furthermore, the adversary has left a message, indicating they are likely to continue retaliating against us. With a resounding crash, Franco Stanich seized the desk lamp and hurled it against the wall. It took him a considerable time to regain his composure, panting heavily. Go find those men. At any cost. I want the corpses of those two placed before me. Franco roared in fury. The repercussions of the 6th District have only just begun to unfold. Chapter 19. Finally bitten, second update delivered. In the afternoon, while his home was devoid of company, Li Jie discreetly retreated to the bathroom to retrieve the items concealed within his combat belt. His primary intention was to cleanse the steel knife stained with blood. Although the knife was merely an E-grade item, it possessed commendable debuff capabilities. However, it was certainly not a bloodless weapon. The gruesome events of the previous night had left the blade marred with blood, and an unmistakable scent of iron lingered in the air. Li Jie resolved to wash the knife thoroughly. Its current state was far from presentable. Suddenly, a cold, emotionless voice from the system startled him. Detected incomplete X gene, collection possible. The mention of the incomplete X gene left Li Jie momentarily perplexed until he recalled the blood on the blade, leading to an epiphany. Indeed, the poker-faced individual from last night was a mutant. Naturally, the blood on his knife would indicate the presence of X genes. Would you like to collect the incomplete X gene? Collect. Li Jie responded without hesitation. Although he was uncertain of the utility of this incomplete X gene, he figured it could not hurt to gather it. Collected 1 incomplete X gene, genetic ability, sound wave oscillation, rating, D grade. The gene has significant flaws, with an 80 risk of incurring irreversible damage upon mutation. It is advised to collect additional ability genes for optimization. Could it be possible to mutate through the collection of X genes? Li Jie had not considered this before. He had thought that selecting a growth-type hero would confine him to a singular path. To his surprise, there existed this alternative method for acquiring X genes. Yet, he remained uncertain whether merely obtaining the blood of a mutant sufficed, or if one must eliminate the mutant to secure their X gene. Regardless, this was promising news. It presented him with an additional avenue for enhancement. During the past few days, Li Jie had adhered to Frank's counsel and refrained from acting as a Nightwalker. It was evident that the Stanich family was undoubtedly searching for him far and wide. Venturing out now would only invite trouble. While Li Jie kept a low profile, the American underworld was in turmoil. One of the most formidable crime families, the Stanich family, faced repeated assaults on their operations, all orchestrated by Frank Castle. Whether it involved cocaine transactions, arms dealings, or smuggling, Frank Castle disrupted every significant deal the Stanich family attempted. Within a mere few days, the Stanich family had sustained losses amounting to tens of millions of dollars. Consequently, they issued a nationwide bounty. Anyone who could eliminate Frank would be rewarded with $30 million. Present, Li Jie remained blissfully unaware of these developments as he busied himself with his food truck. The truck was now fully prepared, and he had successfully secured an operational license from the federal government, set to officially commence business the following Monday. Additionally, an important event awaited this Sunday, a family gathering to which he had invited Gwen. Greetings, Madame Giselle. It brings me immense joy that you have welcomed me into your home. As always, Gwen embodies grace and kindness. Oh dear, you are far too generous. Truly, there is no need for gifts, said Giselle, accepting a box of chocolates presented by Gwen. Come now, children, step inside. Jay is in the backyard. You may find him there for a chat. Madame Giselle graciously invited Peter, Harry, and Gwen into her abode. My apologies for not bringing a gift, Peter and Harry expressed with a hint of regret. No need to worry, dear children. Go on, seek out Jay. He is busy with his new toy in the backyard. Upon entering the backyard, the trio soon comprehended the nature of Madame Giselle's mention of a new toy. A beautifully adorned food cart, sparkling and pristine, stood in the yard, with Jay diligently cleaning its windows. Wow, it looks stunning. This food cart is truly remarkable, Peter exclaimed as he circled the cart in awe. The cart featured a gleaming silver exterior, with the original vehicle's cargo space transformed into an open kitchen. A sizable opening on one side allowed for easy viewing of the interior, which could be closed off when not in use. Above this opening, an orange waterproof canopy provided shade or shelter for customers waiting in line. The sides of the cart were adorned with whimsical three-dimensional thumbs-up graffiti, rendering the entire vehicle both aesthetically pleasing and impeccably tidy. Are you preparing to operate a food cart? Gwen inquired with curiosity. Indeed, I plan to gain experience running this food cart during the summer. As I strive to become a chef, Jay replied with a smile after polishing the last window. Come. Classmates, today marks the grand opening of Jay's fast food cart. The menu is here. Feel free to order anything you'd like, Jay announced, stepping into the kitchen of the cart, arms wide open in a welcoming gesture reminiscent of divinity. Oh, we certainly won't be tipping you, Harry jested. Jay seated the trio on a long bench in the backyard and began preparing lunch. He had longed to experience cooking in such a fast food cart, relishing the open kitchen atmosphere, unlike the confined back rooms of restaurants. This setup allowed him to enjoy the view outside while facing each customer directly, an exhilarating sensation indeed. Jay's parents, Giselle and Leon, emerged with utensils in hand, readying the meal. Peter and his friends assisted in laying the tablecloth. For lunch, Jay prepared a delightful Spanish gazpacho, pan-seared sea bass, burger cakes, sauteed asparagus, and a sweet caramel pudding for dessert. Jason, your cooking is truly delectable. I implore you to bring your cart near the Osborne group at lunchtime, Gwen earnestly requested. I rely on you for my midday meals. I shall do my best. Jay responded. How has Harry been lately? Is everything going smoothly at the firm? The methods you taught me have indeed proven effective. The board is no longer as obstructive as before. I am now able to take charge of many matters, such as promoting Peter to a distinguished research position. Harry replied, a sense of pride evident in his tone. Peter, congratulations. I never expected you to be promoted so swiftly. Li Jie's parents, Lady Jayasili and Li En, offered their heartfelt congratulations to Peter. Oh, thank you. I must also extend my gratitude to Harry, Peter replied, feeling a mix of pride and modesty as he received the praise from everyone. Peter, this is entirely your own accomplishment, Harry remarked. Without your assistance to Dr. Connors, I doubt his experiments would have progressed so rapidly. Assisting Dr. Connors? Li Jie inquired, his tone laced with curiosity. Indeed, Peter has discovered a new method for calculating decay rates. This breakthrough has significantly advanced Dr. Connors' cross-species genetics research, Gwen explained to Li Jie. The success rate of computer simulations has now reached 50. Once we achieve a theoretical success rate of 70, we can commence live experiments with the lab mice. Gwen gazed at Peter with admiration, a smile gracing her lips. Peter is on the path to becoming CEO, marrying a wealthy heiress, and reaching the pinnacle of life. Li Jie silently mused to himself. I can hardly contain my anticipation for Dr. Connors' project to succeed. As he stated, if we can create a world without weaknesses for humanity, the Osborne Group's name will be eternally etched in the annals of history. Harry expressed his eagerness for that day to arrive. Peter, how is your relationship with Gwen progressing? Li Jie discreetly inquired about Peter's romantic endeavors. Pretty well, actually. She invited me to her home for dinner next week, Peter replied, a hint of pride in his voice. Seeing the smug expression on Peter's face made Li Jie want to give him a playful slap. Are you mocking us single folks? After lunch, Peter promptly addressed Li Jie's mother. Lady Jayasili, allow us to clean up. However, Lady Jayasili would not permit her guests to tidy the dishes. Peter, you just sit and chat with Jie and the others. You need not concern yourself with these matters. Just then, as she spoke, Lady Jayasili stumbled slightly, sending 3 plates flying from her hands. Peter, standing nearby, reacted with astonishing speed, catching the plates before they could hit the ground. Oh, Peter, I had no idea you had such quick reflexes, Lady Jayasili teased as she took the plates from him. Perhaps it's due to my newfound commitment to exercise, Peter replied, striking a mock muscular pose, eliciting laughter from Lady Jayasili. All the while, Li Jie observed from the sidelines, pondering whether Spider-Man Peter Parker had finally been bitten by the spider. Chapter 20. The hamburger enthusiast on the streets of Manhattan today. A remarkable food truck named Outstanding made its debut. Food trucks are a common sight in New York, even amidst the towering skyscrapers and bustling professionals of Manhattan. The pace of life in New York is brisk, leaving many office workers with little time to enjoy a leisurely lunch. As a result, most opt for the convenience of fast food. Thus, if a food truck can serve delectable dishes, it is likely to gain a loyal following. Li Jie's food truck offers a limited selection of items. The Jason's Specialty Burger, Jason's Secret Sausage, Jason's Steamed Buns, accompanied by a side of fries. While the steamed buns are a traditional Chinese dish, the other 2 items are Western-style foods that Li Jie has refined. Unlike the ubiquitous Kaifeng cuisine and Uncle Mai's burgers of his past life, a truly traditional hamburger is a culinary art form, not merely junk food. A pure beef patty showcases the rich aroma and succulent juices of the meat, while a patty made from a blend of beef and pork offers a delightful texture and the savory essence of pork. Many renowned burger establishments craft their own pickles and cheeses, and some even bake their own burger buns. While it would be impractical for Li Jie to bake his own bread, he has procured hamburger buns from the famous New York bakery, Fat John, ordering 200 each day. The sausages that Li Jie prepares are a novel fusion inspired by the flavors of Mexican chorizo and Chinese Cantonese sausage, omitting the alcoholic notes of the latter while preserving its sweetness and savoriness, enhanced by the spiciness familiar to most Americans. In his previous life in China, Li Jie believed that Chinese cuisine could conquer the palates of people worldwide. However, living in America has enlightened him to the fallacy of that notion. If he were to attempt to dominate the American culinary scene with dishes like water-boiled fish, spicy tofu, or steamed perch, he would fare far worse than an emerging writer without any readership. In reality, Westerners tend to be quite stubborn regarding their culinary preferences. Once accustomed to a certain flavor, they are unlikely to change. They are hesitant to embrace any flavors they have not previously experienced. What are the most popular Chinese dishes in America? General Tso's chicken, Li Hongjiang's assorted meats, and fried spring rolls. Except for the fried spring rolls, many in China have never heard of the other two dishes. These represent adaptations of Chinese cuisine tailored to American tastes. Therefore, to achieve genuine success in America, one must cater to the local palate. Insisting on so-called authenticity may only earn one a nod of admiration for their ignorance. A good chef should create dishes that customers enjoy rather than stubbornly attempt to alter their tastes to match one's own culinary preferences. After all, one cannot twist an arm against a thigh. At that moment, Li Jie placed butter and onions on the sizzling griddle, and within moments, the enticing aroma wafted through the streets. It was midday, and many hungry office workers from the surrounding buildings were preparing to venture out in search of sustenance. The enticing aroma wafting from Li Jie's stall instantly captivated a multitude of passers-by. Shortly thereafter, Li Jie placed hamburger patties and sausages upon a sizzling iron griddle, where they hissed and released their savory essence. The robust fragrance permeated the air, a strategic maneuver by Li Jie to allure patrons towards his offerings. Otherwise, standing idly by would leave him uncertain of when the first customer might arrive. "Ah, how delightful! I would like a Jason's special hamburger, please," exclaimed the first customer, a middle-aged lady. "Certainly, a special hamburger costs $6. Should you wish to add a beverage? It will be an additional $1, Li Jie responded. His prices were considerably higher than the average, as most hamburgers in America typically hovered around $3. $6 was nearly double. "Very well. I shall have a drink as well." Despite the steep price, the tantalizing aroma proved irresistible, and the lady promptly procured her order. With the initial purchaser, a steady stream of customers soon gathered at Li Jie's stall. After sampling his culinary creations, patrons discovered their exquisite taste, leading many to recommend his fare to friends. In no time, a long queue had formed outside Li Jie's establishment. Meanwhile, Jarvis recorded the 22nd miniature arc reactor experiment of the year. Within the renowned Stark Tower, the illustrious CEO of Stark Industries, Tony Stark, was diligently conducting his miniature arc reactor trial. "Come on, baby, let us see how wild you can be," Tony said, mustachioed and operating a robotic arm remotely from a containment chamber. "It appears we're nearly there. Let us get your heart installed," he continued, having navigated the preliminary steps with success and preparing to ignite the miniature arc reactor. "Jarvis, report the reactor's status," Tony commanded. He successfully ignited the arc reactor, which emitted a dazzling light the size of a fist within the isolated laboratory. "Reactor energy is stable. Energy output is ascending in a trapezoidal structure," Jarvis informed, invigorating Tony's spirits. "I knew it. Did you see that, Jarvis? I am a genius. I will surely succeed." Tony Stark unabashedly reveled in his arrogance and self-admiration. "Sir, the reactor energy is beginning to fluctuate, and energy output is diminishing." Jarvis's subsequent data doused Tony's enthusiasm with cold reality. "Oh no. Jarvis, increase the energy supply and stabilize the reactor's fluctuations," Tony commanded. As the energy supply intensified, the reactor's energy regained equilibrium, exhibiting oscillations in its output. A warning from the intelligence system, Jarvis, alerted Tony to unusual energy fluctuations within the reactor. "The reactor's stability is in jeopardy. I advise you to evacuate the containment laboratory immediately, Mr. Stark," Jarvis cautioned, confirming yet another failure in the miniature arc reactor experiment. "Oh, damn it!" Tony exclaimed, hastily retreating from the containment chamber. As soon as Tony departed, the laboratory was completely sealed. Shortly thereafter, a muffled explosion resonated from within the premises. "Another detonation, it seems?" Mr. Stark remarked a blonde beauty clad in black stilettos and a professional skirt suit. She was none other than Stark's personal assistant, Pepper Potts. "What do you mean by another?" Tony inquired with a scowl. Pepper, however, was never one to spare her boss's feelings. "Though I hesitate to say it, this marks the 7th laboratory that has been obliterated this year, Mr. Stark." Upon hearing her words, Tony's expression darkened further. This is my laboratory. If I deem it unsatisfactory, I possess the right to destroy it. Pepper stifled a smile, unfazed by Tony's childishness, and continued, this is a correspondence from the U.S. military. They wish to evaluate the performance of the Jericho missile before placing an order. Isn't that Obadiah Stane's responsibility? Tony frowned, disliking interactions with the military. Obadiah is currently in several European countries negotiating business and attending a new weapons exhibition. He won't return for over a month. Have you forgotten? Or did you send him off? Pepper replied. All right, fine. Tell them I will conduct a test next month. The testing site will be in the Middle East. Tony said with an exasperated tone. Where are you off to, Tony? Lunch. By 1:30 p.m., most of Manhattan's white-collar workers had resumed their afternoon tasks, and the scene at Ligier's stall had grown quiet once more. In just a single afternoon, Ligier had nearly sold out his stock for the day. After tallying up, he realized that, after deducting various expenses, he had made nearly $1,000. The business was thriving to an unbelievable extent. It seemed that selling lunch just once a day would suffice in the future. Ligier was currently browsing information on his phone, investigating matters concerning the Stanich family. Unlike Frank, who could infiltrate the U.S. government's intelligence network for information, Ligier was limited to publicly available data online. Although the information accessible online was merely the tip of the iceberg, the power of the Stanich family was indeed formidable, particularly given their ongoing ties with the U.S. military. This posed a dilemma for Ligier, who was not the kind of person to let his adversaries off the hook after being pursued. He was constantly devising ways to cause trouble for the Stanich family, having recently gained considerable prestige. However, without a means to contact Frank Castle, Ligier would have welcomed the opportunity to collaborate with him in troubling the Stanich family. I'll have a cheeseburger, interrupted a slightly arrogant voice, breaking Ligier's reverie. Tony Stark stood before him, the infamous playboy and future superhero Iron Man. This was a mogul who had graced the cover of Entertainment Weekly more times than that of Business Weekly, crowned for 3 consecutive years as the man every man in the world aspired to emulate. Mr. Stark? Ligier spoke in a tone that awaited confirmation. If no one else is calling Stark, then I suppose it must be me. Tony put on his sunglasses and pretended to glance around before responding. All right, kid, if you want my autograph, I can certainly oblige later. But could you fetch me a cheeseburger first? His tone remained as haughty and arrogant as ever. I'm sorry, I can add extra cheese to your burger, but we don't actually have cheeseburgers here. Ligier shrugged, gesturing toward the menu outside his food truck. Well then, how about one of those Jason specials or something? Is Jason your name? Tony inquired, sounding as if he were naming a character from a horror film. Damn it, if you weren't Tony Stark, I would have already punched you. Ligier was exceedingly annoyed by Tony's sharp tongue. He could only envision the burger in front of him as Tony's likeness, and he pressed down on it with the spatula with fervor. After preparing the burger, he placed it into a brown paper bag, ready to hand it to Tony. Oh no, don't hand it to me. Just put it here. I'll take it myself. Tony declined to accept the bag from Ligier. Ligier felt as if his veins might burst. What was this supposed to mean? Did he look down on him? Or was he just a germaphobe? Oh, this tastes good, Tony remarked after taking a bite of the burger. Is this your food truck, kid? I'm Jason Lee, Mr. Stark. Moreover, I'm legally an adult. Don't you think it's rather disrespectful to call me kid? Ligier was quite displeased with Tony's persistent use of the term boy. All right, Mr. Jason Lee, are you satisfied now? Tony responded nonchalantly. Would you be interested in working for Stark Industries? Of course, as a chef, my personal chef. If you can make burgers this delicious every day, I could pay you $200,000 a year. How does that sound? Tony proposed an irresistible temptation that would be difficult for an ordinary person to turn down. Becoming Tony Stark's personal chef with an annual income of $200,000 was a considerable allure for many. However, Ligier had no desire to entertain him any longer. While he found Tony Stark amusing in the movies, he was not fond of the arrogant, self-important man he encountered in reality. Before undergoing the transformation into Iron Man, Tony had simply been a reckless playboy. Thank you, Mr. Stark, but I prefer running my food truck, Ligier replied. maintaining a smile as he politely declined Tony's offer. 500,000, now that's a handsome sum. Even Michelin chefs get that much. Tony continued to up the ante. Yet Li Jie shook his head resolutely, unperturbed. All right, then forget it. Tony shook his head, seemingly ready to leave, but after taking only 5 steps, he turned back to Li Jie's food truck. 1 million. Kid, you can't be too greedy. Tony exclaimed with a hint of menace. Are you really willing to spend $1 million just for a burger? Is it really worth it? The thoughts of the wealthy are truly terrifying. The notion that Tony Stark refrains from accepting items handed directly to him, a trait established in Iron Man 2, is noteworthy. He only makes an exception for Pepper Potts. The protagonist has been reborn for 17 years and has surely forgotten the nuances of the film. Thus, Tony's actions may appear rather impolite to him. Chapter 21. A relentless confrontation with the Stark family. Despite his prior dissatisfaction with Tony Stark's demeanor, Li Jie found a profound sense of accomplishment as he witnessed Tony succumb to the allure of the culinary delights he had prepared. Although he ultimately declined Tony's offer of employment, he graciously provided his contact information, suggesting that should Tony crave a hamburger and Li Jie be available, he would not hesitate to offer his delivery services. In turn, Tony shared the contact details of his personal assistant, Pepper Potts, indicating that if Li Jie ever reconsidered and wished to become Tony's personal chef, he should reach out to her. By 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Li Jie had concluded his work for the day and was preparing to return home, having enjoyed a commendable income. Excluding the generous tip of $500 from Tony, Li Jie had earned an impressive $1,200 solely from regular patrons. This figure surpassed the profits of many well-established restaurants, all while he had worked for less than 5 hours. After several days of recuperation, supplemented by his internal energy, Li Jie had fully healed from the injuries sustained in the 6th district. Reflecting on his recent battle, he felt that his capabilities were still lacking, particularly in terms of defensive skills. He noted the formidable defensive sound waves exhibited by Murphy, which his throwing knives could not penetrate. While he could not withstand the fire of high-caliber sniper rifles, he had developed sufficient defense against ordinary assault rifles. Had he possessed such defensive prowess during his last skirmish, the outcome would have been significantly less dire, sparing him from considerable injury. The tremors caused by the previous fight had generated substantial media buzz, and it took until now for the fervor surrounding the event to wane. In the days since, Li Jie had garnered a notable amount of reputation points, replenishing what had previously dwindled. Upon accessing the system, he discovered his reputation had surged to over 11,000, a level of affluence he had never before experienced. He promptly allocated 3,000 points to elevate both the Tung Jiao Gong and Babu Ganchan Gong to their utmost perfected states, while investing 500 points to advance Pafeng Ba Dao to a proficient level. Li Jie recognized that although Tung Jiao Gong and Babu Ganchan Gong were classified as E-level skills, the battles he had endured revealed their intrinsic value. The self-operating nature of Tung Jiao Gong and the instantaneous explosive capabilities of Babu Ganchan Gong proved to be vital assets.
Conversely, Pafeng Ba Dao,
which he had initially learned as a supplementary technique to enhance damage, lacked distinctive features beyond its swiftness and would inevitably be discarded as his proficiency improved. Thus, Li Jie was reluctant to invest further reputation points in it. The host's overall strength has reached the level of a D-class hero. D-class skill exchange and D-class item exchange have been unlocked. Host: Jason Lee. Hero attributes: basic internal skill, Tung Jiao Gong, E rank, perfect. Hero abilities: basic combat, mastered. Basic cold weapons, mastered. Basic firearms, mastered. 8 steps to chase the cicada, E rank, perfect. Breaking wind 8 blades, E rank, major achievement. Basic smoke escape technique, mastered. Basic hidden weapon techniques, mastered. Strength, 480 kilograms, enhanced by internal skills. Speed, 100 meters in 3 seconds, enhanced by internal and light skills. Reaction, instantaneous response time of 100 milliseconds, enhanced by training growth and internal skills. Rating, D-rank hero. Congratulations on becoming a D-rank hero. This rating marks the boundary between heroes and mere mortals. You are now capable of transforming into a nocturnal avenger, combating crime and safeguarding your neighborhood. You have become a qualified vigilante. Jason Lee was too weary to lament the system's assessment of him. He opened the skill exchange option and was immediately struck by the exorbitant costs associated with D-rank skills. He had harbored hopes that his accumulated 11,000 points of prestige would allow for some lavish spending. However, he was taken aback to discover that the exchange rates for D-rank skills escalated geometrically compared to E-rank skills. The cost for exchanging E-rank skills stood at 100 prestige points, with upgrade costs of 10 points for minor achievement, 100 for mastery, 500 for major achievement, and 1,000 for perfection. Yet, upon reaching D-rank, the minimum exchange cost for a D-rank skill was 1,000 prestige points, with varying costs for upgrades based on the skill's potential. Skills with higher upgrade potential commanded even steeper prices. The prestige required for upgrading D-rank skills was 1,000 points for minor achievement, 3,000 for mastery, 5,000 for major achievement, and 10,000 for perfection. What a ripoff, he thought. Having already spent 3,500 prestige points to upgrade E-rank skills, he now found himself with only 8,510 points remaining. The sight of the skill exchange prices chilled his heart. If D-rank skills were this costly, what horror awaited him for C, B, or even A-rank skills? Was it truly necessary to save the world to accumulate the prestige for S-rank skills? Realizing that further complaints would be futile, Jason resolved to calm himself and prioritize acquiring a defensive skill. Skin petrification. Pass. Clearly a mutation-based skill. Strong plant armor. Pass. Definitely a technology-based skill. Let me see what growth-related skills suit my attributes. Ironcloth shirt. Pass. Sounds rather weak. Golden bell shield. Pass. A mere enhancement of the previous. Nine Dragons Holy Fire Shield. Oh, this one seems impressive, but I can't afford it. Pass. After much deliberation, Jason finally settled on the only skill he could afford that was not subpar. The Indestructible Body Technique. Indestructible Body Technique, D-rank defensive martial art. Enhances the host's physique and bloodlines. At the minor achievement level, it can withstand kinetic damage under 300 joules. At the mastery level, it can endure under 700 joules. And at the major achievement level, it can resist under 200 joules of kinetic damage. The perfected level can defend against kinetic damage of less than 1,800 joules and is capable of fending off lower-tier energy damage. This skill is indeed commendable, with a defensive capability that is quite remarkable. Generally, the kinetic energy produced by handguns varies between 300 to 1,000 joules, depending on the type of ammunition used. High-caliber, high-energy handgun rounds are not easily obtained, as they are typically reserved for military forces. For instance, the handgun that inflicted an injury on Li Jie's shoulder a few days ago produced a kinetic damage of roughly 500 joules at most. Had Li Jie been practicing the Indestructible Body Technique, even in a rudimentary state, the bullet would likely have lodged itself in his muscle rather than penetrating his shoulder. Of course, mastering the indestructible body does not imply that Li Jie can act recklessly in the future. After all, even at the highest level, it only provides defense against 1,800 joules of kinetic damage and lower-tier energy damage. It's worth noting that modern assault rifles, when equipped with specially designed high-caliber ammunition, can generate a muzzle energy of around 2,000 joules. Though energy inevitably dissipates during flight, being struck by such a projectile would undoubtedly be unpleasant. Not to mention the sniper rifles that can deliver kinetic energy exceeding 3,500 joules. Li Jie spent 3,000 reputation points to acquire the Indestructible Body Technique, followed by an additional 4,000 points to upgrade the skill to mastery level. Coupled with the 3,500 points spent on previous upgrades, his once substantial 11,000 reputation points dwindled to a mere 1,510. Reputation points are acquired swiftly, yet they are expended even faster. The host has attained a D-level evaluation. The system issues a new hero mission for the host to confirm. D-level hero mission enemies. Every hero inevitably encounters adversaries during their journey, presenting various challenges, some fleeting, others lifelong. Strike at your enemies. Diminish their power. Mission objectives. Destroy 3 business strongholds of the Stanich family. Completion. 0. Eliminate Hank, a significant member of the Stanich family. Completion. 0. Halt at least $100 million of illegal transactions conducted by the Stanich family. Completion. 0. Mission reward. One random D-level item. This mission compels me to confront the Stanich family head-on. Li Jie sighed deeply. Chapter 22. No born heroes. Good morning, Peter greeted Gwen warmly as he entered the Osborne Group's interspecies genetics laboratory. Good morning, Gwen, Peter replied with a smile. These past 2 weeks had been the most fulfilling period of Peter's life. In the laboratory of the Osborne Group, he felt utterly at home. Not only had he garnered the attention of Dr. Connors, the head of the lab, with his decay rate algorithms, but he had also encountered the goddess of his dreams, Gwen Stacy. She seemed to harbor no ill feelings towards him and had even invited him to dinner at her home next week. This was splendid news, confirming that Gwen was open to him. Peter, come to the Central Control Computer Lab. We need to find a way to elevate the success rate of our theories to 75. If we cannot achieve this, we will be unable to proceed with live experiments. Dr. Connors called out as soon as Peter stepped into the laboratory, displaying a sense of urgency. Without live experiments, we would be unable to gather more data. All right, Doctor. I'll be there shortly. Please hold on while I take this call, Peter said apologetically as his phone rang. Peter, old George was injured today. I must cover for him, so I won't be able to pick up Aunt May after work. Could you do that for me? It was Ben Parker, Peter's uncle. Oh, all right, Uncle Ben, I'll remember that. I need to start working now, so I'll hang up, Peter said, his mind already racing back to the research topic of the day, hastily ending the call. This gene chain is still in a deadlock, Dr. Connors lamented, looking somewhat worn out in the Central Control Computer Lab. This was already the 9th simulation trial of the day, yet the success rate remained disheartening. Peter was so engrossed in his work that he was oblivious to everything else. The phone rang again and Dr. Connors glanced at Peter's pocket where his phone was tucked away. Are you going to answer that? No, Peter shook his head. The experiment was at a crucial stage, and he had no inclination to attend to anything extraneous. What if we remove the Y chromosome and replace it with an X? Suddenly, an epiphany struck Peter, and he began inputting the experimental parameters. Yes, just like that. Doctor, look at this. The results of the computational simulation indicated that the test subject had accepted the new DNA chain, and its vital signs remained stable. Both Peter and Dr. Connors were exhilarated by this breakthrough. Peter had succeeded in his experiment, yet he overlooked a significant detail. On a moonlit night in Queens, at the corner of 10th Street, Li Jie's food truck was parked in front of a butcher shop called Big Guy. Business had been thriving for the food truck lately, as all the sausages previously made had sold out. Li Jie now needed to procure some meat to prepare new sausages and hamburger patties, which were secretly crafted in the kitchen of his grandfather's restaurant, Mr. Li's. After settling the bill with the butcher shop owner, Li Jie prepared to drive away when he spotted a familiar face in the distance. Peter Parker. Peter appeared despondent, his gait lacking vitality. As Li Jie exited the vehicle, he intended to greet Peter and inquire about his well-being, wondering if he had quarreled with Gwen. However, Peter was not embroiled in a dispute with Gwen, but rather with his Uncle Ben Parker. Uncle Ben was required to work overtime today, thus it was Peter's responsibility to pick Aunt May up from her job. Yet, Peter had immersed himself entirely in his experiments, allowing this obligation to slip from his mind. Despite a nagging sense of dread about Aunt May potentially encountering danger on her way home, especially in the less secure neighborhoods of nighttime New York, Peter remained preoccupied. Uncle Ben seized this opportunity to lecture Peter, who, now an adult with his own convictions, perceived many of his uncle's views as antiquated. The mention of his father further deepened Peter's sorrow. The world had changed. Interpersonal connections were no longer as intimate as they had been 2 decades prior, even among neighbors. This was no longer an era where good deeds were invariably rewarded. Peter articulated his thoughts, leading to a heated argument with Uncle Ben, and he now found himself wandering aimlessly. Although Peter Parker had always been a well-behaved child, he still grappled with the rebellious phase of youth. I said the coffee costs $2.70, the portly clerk at the convenience store remarked impatiently, eyeing the crumpled bill before him. Peter, with only $2.50 to his name, was short by 20 cents. He reached into the change box provided by the store for the necessary amount. Kid, don't you read English? It clearly states that you need to spend at least 10 to use the change box. The clerk tossed the 20 cents back into the box without a second thought. If you lack the funds, Please do not impede the customers behind you. Peter felt utterly disheartened. The sense of accomplishment from his successful experiment had evaporated. My experiment is poised to change the world, yet I cannot even afford a 2.70 coffee. His heart simmered with indignation. Behind Peter stood a middle-aged Caucasian man with shoulder-length blonde hair and large sunglasses, clutching a six-pack of beer as he approached the counter to pay. Just as the clerk was preparing to ring up the sale, the man appeared to inadvertently jostle the candy display on the counter. Hey, buddy, could you be a bit more careful? The clerk admonished, before begrudgingly picking up the fallen display and scattered candy. At that moment, the man reached into the cash register and seized all the bills within. Peter observed this theft unfold, yet he felt no inclination to intervene. Perhaps this clerk needs to learn a lesson, he thought. The man, noticing Peter's in action, nodded at him and tossed Peter the bottled coffee he had intended to purchase before hastily exiting the store through another door. Hey Peter, what are you doing here so late? If you do not return home, Aunt May and Uncle Ben will surely worry. Have you had a quarrel with Gwen? As Peter exited the convenience store, he spotted Lee approaching him. Hey Jason, it's nothing. I merely wish to take a stroll, Peter lied. At that moment, a stout clerk rushed out of the store, panting heavily, and confronted Peter. Why didn't you stop him? Or at least give me a heads up, the clerk demanded. Dude, why is that my concern? Peter shrugged indifferently. The clerk, feeling helpless, attempted to chase after the fleeing white man. What were you just talking about? Lee asked, somewhat perplexed by their exchange. His store was just robbed, but what does it have to do with me? Peter maintained his nonchalant tone, feeling rather disgruntled today and eager to witness someone else's misfortune. Robbery? Oh damn. Lee suddenly recalled something and exclaimed with great agitation. This scene felt eerily familiar. Wasn't it Peter who had let the thief escape, only for Uncle Ben to intervene and subsequently be shot by the criminal? Lee had been preoccupied with his food truck business and keeping an eye on the Stanich family, thus forgetting this critical matter, which he should have been vigilant about since the moment he learned that Peter Parker had acquired spider-like abilities. Uncle Ben was a genuinely good man, and from the first time Lee met this amiable uncle, he felt an instant kinship. He was always willing to help, treating Lee and Harry, Peter's friends, as if they were his own kin. Over the past 2 years, Uncle Ben had become one of the individuals Lee admired and respected the most. Along with Aunt May, he was a kind-hearted person. Without their nurturing guidance, Peter Parker, who lost his parents at a young age, would have surely endured a tortured existence. How could such a man possibly die? Lee recalled that shortly after he first met Peter, he set a goal. He would save Uncle Ben at all costs. Uncle Ben should not perish at the hands of a petty thief. Peter was startled by Lee's sudden outburst, fearing that his friend was in distress. At that moment, Lee had no time to explain anything to Peter. Instead, he quickly scanned the street with his eyes. He remembered that the location where Uncle Ben was attacked was not far from Peter. There, Lee shouted, having spotted Uncle Ben grappling with a middle-aged blonde man. Lee's keen eyes noticed the man drawing a black handgun. Without a moment's hesitation, Lee dashed towards Uncle Ben. When he was merely 30 meters away, he fished out the newly purchased smartphone from his pocket and hurled it towards the man using a throwing technique akin to that of a projectile weapon. However, a smartphone is hardly a throwing knife. Lee had intended to knock the gun from the man's hand, but his aim was slightly off, and it struck the man's head instead. Bang! In the heat of the struggle between Uncle Ben and the man, the handgun discharged. Uncle Ben was utterly powerless to seize the man, collapsing softly to the ground. At that moment, Lee Jie rushed to Uncle Ben's side, his thoughts no longer occupied by the fleeing thief. He began to tear open Uncle Ben's clothing, revealing the wound inflicted by the gunshot. It wasn't until he heard the gunfire that Peter realized what had transpired. He recognized that familiar figure. His uncle, shot. Oh no. Peter summoned all his strength and sprinted to Ben Parker, watching helplessly as blood flowed from his uncle's wound. It's all my fault. It's all my fault. Stop dawdling. Bring my car over here. Lee Jie shouted at Peter, brandishing his car keys. Simultaneously, he produced a quick-acting hemostatic spray and trauma bandages from the system's rewards. After using nearly a third of the hemostatic spray, Lee Jie managed to staunch Uncle Ben's bleeding. At that moment, Peter had already driven Li Jie's food truck to the side. Peter, come here. Support Uncle Ben's back. I need to bandage him, Li Jie called out urgently. Working in tandem, the two swiftly wrapped Uncle Ben's wounded abdomen with gauze, effectively preventing further blood loss while stabilizing the injury against secondary harm. They gently lifted Uncle Ben into the truck, with Li Jie taking the wheel while Peter tended to his uncle in the rear compartment. The host alters Ben Parker's fate, impacting the growth of Spider-Man, Peter Parker. The system issues an urgent task. Please confirm. Host. There are no born heroes. Peter Parker, who gained Spider-Man's abilities, remained oblivious to the magnitude of his power until Uncle Ben's death illuminated the truth. With great power comes great responsibility. Had Uncle Ben not perished, would there still be Spider-Man Peter Parker? The host's mission guides Peter Parker toward the path of Spider-Man. Completion of the task rewards a random X gene. Li Jie glanced at the task, feeling a sense of relief, yet simultaneously troubled. Relieved, for Uncle Ben would likely survive. Troubled, for would he now be responsible for mentoring the young spider? Chapter 23. The enraged spider. Thank you, Jay, Peter said. If it weren't for you, I fear things might have gone awry. Aunt May, her eyes brimming with tears, spoke fervently to Li Jie. Aunt May, please try not to be too agitated.
Li Jie comforted gently.
He had already contacted his family to inform them about Uncle Ben's situation. Now, he stood alongside Aunt May and Peter outside the operating room of the hospital. Peter was still murmuring self-reproaches when the police arrived to show the three of them a sketch of the assailant. Peter instantly recognized that the perpetrator who had harmed his uncle was the very middle-aged man he had allowed to escape. He had the ability to easily thwart him, yet due to his negligence, Uncle Ben had been harmed. The thought of Uncle Ben undergoing surgery ignited a torment in Peter's heart akin to being engulfed in flames. After the surgery concluded, a nurse emerged to notify them. Fortunately, the bullet had not struck any vital organs, merely fracturing 2 ribs. The doctor had removed the bullet, and the patient would be admitted to the intensive care unit for the night. Tomorrow, he would be moved to a regular ward upon waking. Thank God! Aunt May exhaled in relief upon hearing the news, and Peter felt a slight alleviation of his guilt. The three of them stood outside the ICU, peering through the glass at the peacefully sleeping Ben Parker, their hearts considerably lightened. Aunt May was resolute in her desire not to return home. She wished to see Uncle Ben awake by morning. Li Jie and Peter had no choice but to encourage her to rest in the family lounge for now. What are you thinking about? Li Jie asked as he purchased 2 bottles of coffee from a vending machine and approached Peter, who appeared lost in thought in the hallway. Oh, nothing, Peter replied, accepting the coffee from Li Jie but lacking the intention to drink it. I've seen that criminal before. He was shoplifting at the convenience store, and I did nothing to stop him. I clearly had the capability to intervene, and if I had apprehended him then, Uncle Ben wouldn't be in the hospital now. No one can predict what the future holds, which is why one must tread carefully with each step taken, Li Jie asserted, now bearing the mantle of responsibility as a mentor to Peter in the guise of Spider-Man. Every choice you make can alter the fates of many. Just like your idol, Captain America, Li Jie continued. He has undoubtedly faced numerous pivotal moments in his life, yet he consistently makes the right decisions. He understands the magnitude of his abilities, and such immense power often comes with even greater responsibility. That is why he became a hero, altering the course of World War II and saving countless innocent lives. Li Jie was uncertain whether his words had any impact, as he was merely Peter's friend, not Ben Parker, and he wondered if such rhetoric would truly resonate. The following morning, Ben Parker awoke successfully, allowing the hearts of Li Jie and Peter to finally relax. Uncle Ben, I am truly sorry. If I hadn't failed to pick up Aunt May, this wouldn't have happened, Peter expressed, guilt-ridden as he faced Ben Parker. Foolish child, you are just like your father, working with relentless dedication, Uncle Ben consoled. Every boy goes through a rebellious phase, resisting the words of parents and family. I too have experienced that age. Uncle Ben's words of comfort seemed to have a slight effect, as Peter appeared less distressed. During lunchtime, Harry arrived upon hearing the news of Uncle Ben's shooting, for Uncle Ben was also a significant elder in Harry's life. Growing up alongside Peter, Harry had always cherished Uncle Ben, as his own father, Norman Osborn, was often preoccupied with work, leaving Uncle Ben to assume a paternal role in Harry's early years. Do the police have any leads on the criminal? After visiting Ben Parker, Harry inquired of Lee and the others. None, just a bothersome sketch. I recall that the individual had a star-shaped mark on his left arm. Apart from that, there are no other clues. But wherever that person may flee, I will ensure he pays for his deeds. Peter's eyes burned with fierce anger. Brooklyn's 30th Street, midnight. This area was among the most chaotic in all of New York, teeming with a multitude of African and Mexican undocumented immigrants. A significant number of low-income individuals and vagrants loitered throughout the streets. Here, drug dealers thrived, with transactions occurring even near government buildings. The lawlessness had escalated to the point where even homicides failed to garner media attention. In other districts, a murder would be a headline. In Brooklyn, it was merely a part of daily life. If one day passed without a murder in Brooklyn, that would be the real news. Is this all the money you have today? A white man with shoulder-length blonde hair questioned a woman who appeared to be a streetwalker. Let go of my hand. You're hurting me, the woman protested, shaking off the man's grip. Business is slow today. I don't have much money. Chewing gum. She offered the man $200. I don't believe it. The man rejected the money she extended, reaching instead for her handbag, seemingly intent on robbing her. What are you doing? That's my money. The woman exclaimed anxiously as she watched her handbag being snatched. Release that lady's purse, you scoundrel. A strange man wearing sunglasses and a mask intervened. Who are you? A new Mexican wrestler? The white man scoffed, brandishing a switchblade at the masked figure. You seem unaware of Brooklyn's rules. With that, the white man lunged at the masked man with his knife. However, the masked man's reflexes were remarkably swift. Before the blade could reach him, he delivered a powerful punch to the man's abdomen. The white man fell to the ground, clutching his stomach and retching. The masked man approached, lifting the sleeve of the assailant's left arm, only to find no star-shaped mark. It appeared he was not the person he sought. Upon witnessing the white man being struck down, the nearby streetwalker promptly dashed to a nearby bar for assistance. A group of burly men emerged, seemingly part of the same faction. The masked man, sensing the precarious situation, swiftly fled. This masked figure was none other than Peter Parker, who was in pursuit of the assailant who had shot his uncle. However, the method he employed to locate the perpetrator was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack, particularly in a bustling metropolis like New York, with its population of 25 million. For several days, Peter had donned his ludicrous mask and sunglasses, engaging in this futile endeavor. Unbeknownst to him, Li Jie had been clandestinely tracking him for several days, dressed in the garb of the Night Stalker. Throughout this time, Li Jie observed Peter Parker's relentless quest for vengeance, which often manifested in him randomly assaulting individuals he deemed suspicious. Fortunately, Peter managed to restrain his strength. Otherwise, with Spider-Man's might, a single blow could easily prove fatal to an ordinary person. In Li Jie's perspective, Peter was not truly seeking justice but rather venting his own guilt and anguish. The unfortunate souls who bore a resemblance to the suspect from that fateful day were now at risk. Another hapless victim appeared, a white man with shoulder-length golden hair, who had just purchased a few bottles of beer from a convenience store, intending to enjoy a quiet evening at home. To his dismay, a strange man in a mask and sunglasses suddenly materialized beside him. Without uttering a word, this masked figure raised his left arm for inspection. The action startled the man, but fortunately, the masked individual refrained from any further menacing behavior, merely glancing at his arm before departing. From the shadows, Li Jie shook his head, realizing that if Peter continued down this path, he might not only fail to become Spider-Man but could also risk transforming into something far worse. Today, Peter remained empty-handed in his quest for retribution against the criminal. The vast expanse of New York rendered it nearly impossible for one individual to uncover the whereabouts of a criminal hidden among millions. After scaling a low wall, Peter prepared to return home when a raspy voice called from behind him. "Are you looking for me?" A man clad in a gray hoodie, his face obscured, appeared a short distance away, raising his left arm to reveal a star-shaped mark. Peter Parker's pupils dilated in shock. Chapter 24. The Art of Being Human, today's second update. Li Jie opted to approach Peter Parker under a different guise of a Nightwalker, intending to guide him back onto the right path. However, before leading him astray, Li Jie decided it was essential to impart some wisdom on how to be a better person. Lately, Peter's actions had become rather excessive, causing not only harm to various criminals but also entangling numerous innocents in his reckless endeavors, exhibiting a haphazard approach akin to firing indiscriminately. To prevent Peter from recognizing his voice, Li Jie cleverly exchanged for a skill known as ventriloquism, which, while not particularly powerful, allowed him to manipulate his vocal output using inner strength. "It's you." Upon seeing the star-shaped mark on Li Jie's left arm, Peter's eyes blazed with fury. He certainly remembered the emblem of the individual who had nearly taken the life of his Uncle Ben. "It is I. So what do you intend to do?"
Li Jie question di nagravelli ton.
Presently, he felt no fear towards Peter. Setting aside his recent upgrade of several skills that had significantly enhanced his prowess, Li Jie had spent ample time tracking Peter Parker and had gained insight into the young Spider-'s capabilities. Peter had only just begun to harness his spider-like abilities, which were evidently still in a state of growth. His strength, reflexes, and spider sense were merely in their infancy, far from reaching the zenith of Spider-Man's potential. Moreover, Peter lacked genuine combat experience. Throughout his life, he had predominantly been at the mercy of others during conflicts, often finding himself overwhelmed. If Peter were to encounter a situation akin to the one Li Jie faced when besieged by the Stanich family, his chances of escape would be debatable. Though Peter appeared formidable at present, his adversaries were merely petty thugs, hardly the true essence of organized crime. Thus Li Jie felt no need to fear him. Peter remained silent, channeling all his strength as he charged towards Li Jie. While the young spider had not yet reached the pinnacle of his abilities, his speed was considerable, rendering him a threat to an ordinary individual. However, Li Jie was far from ordinary, particularly since he had perfected the 8 steps to chase the cicada technique, which had further amplified his swiftness. Just as Peter's fist was about to connect with him, Li Jie effortlessly sidestepped and extended his leg, tripping Peter as he surged forward. Despite his spider sense providing a warning, Peter's body could not react in time. Caught off guard by the sudden obstruction, he was sent tumbling through the air. Nevertheless, true to his Spider-Man nature, he adeptly adjusted his posture mid-air, ensuring a safe landing. Yet, Li Jie was determined to teach the young spider an invaluable lesson in humanity and would not allow him to escape unscathed. Positioned behind Peter, Li Jie delivered a swift kick to his backside. Peter executed a technique reminiscent of the Qingcheng sect from Jin Yong's novels, sending him sprawling onto the ground in an undignified manner. The rapidity of his fall caused him to roll several times before coming to a stop. "Oh, is that all you're capable of, little brat?" Li Jie jeered, embodying the role of a villain as he taunted Peter. "Ah!" Peter, having risen to his feet, furiously swung his fist at Li Jie. However, his attacks were still lacking in strategy, relying solely on brute speed and strength, reminiscent of a beast's instincts. Such a method of combat posed no challenge for Li Jie at this point. Over the past few days, he had utilized all the remaining training time on the E-level hero training card. Now, his success rate against D-level training opponents had soared to an impressive 97, with a staggering 99 success rate against 3 D-level adversaries. The opponents in the training space were all battle-hardened experts manufactured by the system, possessing not only a profound mastery of their abilities but also a wealth of combat experience. Li Jie drew a long and used metal short staff from his belt and deftly sidestepped Peter's attack. The staff whistled as it struck at Peter's wrist. Employing the skill-breaking Wind 8 blades, the short staff moved with blinding speed, catching Peter completely off guard. Fortunately, Li Jie refrained from infusing the staff with the fully mastered Soaring Dragon skill. Otherwise, the still novice Spider-Man, Peter Parker, would have found himself in considerable distress. Nonetheless, Peter felt the impact keenly. "Ouch!" he exclaimed, clutching his wrist in pain. "Is that all it takes for you to cry for mercy?" Li Jie played his role as the antagonist with due diligence, perhaps harboring a latent sadistic streak within. "Shut up!" Peter shouted, his eyes blazing with fury, and kicked at Li Jie. However, the strike was weak and ineffective. Li Jie chose to absorb the kick, and indeed, the newly transformed Peter's strength had yet to reach its peak. Although the kick held some force, it merely caused Li Jie to stagger slightly, given that he had already mastered the indestructible body technique. Furthermore, Peter had no experience in martial arts, and much of the kinetic energy from his kick dissipated into the air, resulting in no harm to Li Jie. "Let me show you how to kick properly," Li Jie declared, executing a standard middle-side kick from Basic Combat Techniques. With the skill Basic Combat Techniques proficient at his disposal, Li Jie's form was impeccable. Centering on his left foot, he utilized his waist as the core, generating force that extended from his left foot through to his right foot, creating a perfect whip-like effect. The speed and power of this kick were entirely beyond Peter, a novice in combat. Although Peter attempted to block, he was sent flying several meters like a cannonball, crashing heavily against the wall. While Li Jie's strike was somewhat forceful, he still exercised restraint. Aware that such an attack would not inflict significant injury on Peter's current physique, at most causing a minor bruise. Li Jie's assessment rang true. Peter indeed suffered little harm. Although the impact was painful, his muscle strength had far surpassed that of an ordinary human. Beneath the protection of muscle, both the bones and internal organs remained unharmed. Only the impacted muscle tissue had sustained a minor strain, yet for the mutated Peter, such an injury healed with remarkable swiftness. Just as Peter contemplated rising to continue his assault on Li Jie, he suddenly felt a chilling object pressed against his forehead. It was the dark muzzle of a gun, and at that moment, Peter lacked the fortitude to withstand such a weapon. "Game over, boy," Li Jie declared, mimicking the demeanor of a cinematic villain as he pressed the gun against Peter's head.
Am itu di?
Peter pondered in a moment of clarity. He observed Li Jie pull the trigger, yet the anticipated gunfire never resonated. Instead, he only heard the crisp click of the firing pin. "So, are you awake now?" Li Jie remarked coolly, suppressing a laugh at Peter's bewildered expression. What? Peter's fury had largely dissipated following their recent skirmish, perhaps having been subdued by the encounter. Now, with a calmer mind, Peter began to realize that the individual before him was not the person he had been seeking. Despite the severity of the attack, it was evident that his opponent had no genuine intent to inflict harm or take his life. "I have heard of your endeavors. You have been searching for a middle-aged Caucasian man with a golden shawl and a mark on his hand," Li Jie rasped through a ventriloquist's voice. "While I am unaware of your reasons for pursuing the marked individual, your actions have inadvertently affected many innocent lives." "Who are you?" Peter inquired, confusion evident in his tone. "How do you know these things?" "I typically operate in Queens, where I am known as the Night Stalker," Li Jie replied, attempting to project an air of intrigue. "As for my knowledge of your activities, it is not difficult. Your recent exploits have garnered attention online. Tonight, news outlets reported on your masked and sunglasses-clad assaults on middle-aged men with golden shawls. The Night Stalker? You are truly the Night Stalker? I had always believed you to be mere urban legend," Peter exclaimed, having heard tales of the Night Stalker. Presently, in the 6th District, the Night Stalker was the most sensational urban legend. Some claimed its authenticity, while others dismissed it as mere promotional hype from certain websites. "I have been observing you from the shadows, and you indeed have targeted innocent bystanders," Li Jie noted, referencing Peter's prior intimidation of unsuspecting pedestrians, often leaving them frightened and occasionally provoking confrontations, with the unfortunate outcomes befalling the latter. "My uncle was shot, and I seek to uncover the perpetrator. I never intended for this to transpire," Peter explained, reflecting on his actions with a newfound awareness. "Very well, if you wish to have a serious conversation, we should find a more secluded location," Li Jie suggested, indicating that they should depart. The recent altercation had attracted the attention of onlookers, some of whom were approaching. After Li Jie spoke, he swiftly made his exit, and after a moment's contemplation, Peter followed suit, departing alongside him. Chapter 25. The invitation of the little spider before an old 15-story building in Brooklyn, Li Jie inquired of Peter Parker. "Shall we ascend?" Peter, perplexed by Li Jie's words, received no clarification. Without further ado, Li Jie summoned his internal energy, employing the 8 steps to chase the cicada, and, with a series of graceful pushes against the wall, soared to the rooftop of the 15th floor. Peter was taken aback by the prowess of this nocturnal wanderer. Though endowed with the ability of bioelectricity, which allowed him to scale walls, Peter found his own method lacked the elegance of Li Jie's wall-scaling acrobatics. He had yet to devise the mechanism for launching webbing, rendering his ascent rather ungainly. Fortunately, it was the midnight hour, and the streets lay deserted. Moreover, The old building harbored few residents. Otherwise, such an audacious climb might have drawn unwanted attention. Subsequently, Li Jie tossed a pre-prepared coffee to Peter, who had just clambered up. In the United States, the legal drinking age is 21, and while Li Jie was indifferent to this regulation, Peter was still a child. "Oh, thank you," Peter replied, receiving his favorite brand of coffee. "What are your thoughts? If you cannot find the perpetrator who harmed your uncle, will you continue in this manner?" Li Jie queried. "Until you perhaps provoke the police, or attract someone even more formidable than myself, and then be met with dire consequences." "I do not wish to cause trouble," Peter responded, lifting his mask to sip the coffee before adding dryly, "I merely feel I should do something for my uncle." "So, this is your way of honoring your uncle?" Li Jie inquired, his tone non-committal. "Spending each day courting trouble? Yet, it seems you have created far more chaos than I," Peter retorted, feeling frustrated after being schooled by Li Jie. "Perhaps, but at least I confront those with clear criminal inclinations," Li Jie countered. "Unlike you, who merely fixates on certain individuals, misusing your extraordinary abilities." Peter's face flushed beneath his mask. He recognized the absurdity of his recent actions. Not only had he failed to identify the true culprit, but he had also engaged in a series of foolish endeavors. "A friend once told me that those endowed with great power often bear equally great responsibilities," Peter remarked, gazing at the vigilante-clad Li Jie. "What is your perspective? Battling criminals in the night? Fighting crime is simply a facet of my lifestyle. One might consider it a form of entertainment," Li Jie replied, refraining from revealing that it was part of a quest for personal growth. "Certain matters necessitate someone to take a stand, such as preventing crime. With a population of 25 million in this city, just imagine the number of robberies, murders, and sexual assaults that transpire daily." Li Jie's oratory skills had clearly sharpened. "There are times when one must step forward and act, much like your uncle did. Had someone intervened to assist him in thwarting the criminal, I believe he might not have suffered injury." Li Jie's words resonated with Peter, for it was precisely because Peter failed to step up when needed that his uncle was injured. Misfortune can befall anyone. However, if one simply transforms that misfortune into hatred, it will only breed further calamities. Instead of lamenting after adversity strikes, it is far wiser to eradicate it in its infancy. Li Jie's discourse felt almost nauseating, reminiscent of a life coach from a superhero film. Yet, in the interest of educating young Spider-Man, he felt compelled to speak thus. Fortunately, Peter was indeed swayed by these sentiments. "Is this your reason for aiding others in combating crime?" Li Jie shrugged, neither affirming nor denying. Nevertheless, Peter interpreted this as tacit approval. "So, may I join you?" Peter hesitated before speaking. "What? I never anticipated Peter would voice such a request." Li Jie thought in astonishment. "May I join you? You see, I believe I could be of assistance if you ever need a partner in your fight against crime." As he spoke, Peter grew somewhat bashful. "I truly believe you are right. Had someone intervened at that moment, my uncle would not have been hurt. I wish to stand alongside you in preventing crime." "Hey, did the director mix up the script and lines? I am merely guiding Peter Parker onto the path he is meant to tread, not becoming his life mentor or, heaven forbid, a novice Spider-Man-esque caretaker." Li Jie, lost in his own rhetoric, momentarily forgot that Peter Parker was still a youth filled with adolescent fervor. Such idealism was particularly appealing to someone like Peter, who inherently brimmed with a sense of justice. Having dug his own grave, Li Jie now understood the implications of his words. The mission of steering Spider-Man back on course was far from complete. Should he refuse, it might lead to the corruption of a young hero recently ignited with hope. Not only would the task be left unfinished, but he would also be unable to face the future Peter Parker. "Very well, let us meet here tomorrow night at 11, Li Jie declared before departing, leaving behind the whirlwind of today's tumult, yearning for solitude. "Peter, I am sorry. I was unaware of the severity of your uncle's condition. Please forgive my absence in visiting you." The following morning, Gwen arrived at the hospital and embraced Peter, who stood vigil by the bedside. "It's all right, Gwen," Peter reassured, patting her shoulder. "Allow me to introduce you. Gwen, this is my Uncle Ben Parker.
Uncle Ben.
This is my colleague, Gwen Stacy." "Hello, Uncle Ben. You can call me Gwen," she said with a gentle smile, extending her hand for a brief shake. I've heard Peter and Jason mention you. You are far more beautiful than in the photographs, Uncle Ben remarked with a wink. Photographs? Gwen questioned, somewhat puzzled. On Peter's computer, he has set several as his desktop background. Uncle Ben inadvertently divulged Peter's private affair to Gwen. Oh, Uncle Ben, that is not quite right. Peter was thrown into a fluster by a remark from Uncle Ben. So, you don't have my photograph? Gwen raised an eyebrow, her tone laced with skepticism. Well, actually, I do, but it was taken for the interns at the lab. Yes, it was solely for the interns. Peter's fib came out as a jumbled mess, but he managed to weave a semblance of truth in the end. Ah, so it was merely for the interns. Gwen seemed unconvinced, casting a dubious glance at Peter. Yet, she chose not to pursue the matter further. In truth, she relished Peter's infatuation with her, which sent her heart racing. Oh yes, Peter replied, appearing somewhat flustered.
I am truly sorry, Gwen.
I missed our dinner. I should have come over, but I apologize. No, Peter, please don't say such things. Gwen replied with understanding. Isn't Uncle Ben injured? How could you be expected to enjoy dinner with me? Gwen lingered until noon before returning home. After her departure, Uncle Ben chuckled. That girl is quite exceptional. Are you pursuing her? You must make an effort, Peter. Good girls are in high demand. Oh, come on, Uncle Ben. Peter felt uneasy all morning due to Uncle Ben's comment. In the afternoon, after the food truck wrapped up its business, Lee arrived at the hospital. The food truck's business had stabilized, earning approximately $1,500 daily, not to mention Tony Stark's routine visit for a burger, which came with a generous $500 tip. Upon visiting Uncle Ben and Peter today, Lee noticed that Peter seemed to be in much better spirits. It appeared that the previous day's lesson on life had yielded results. The old Peter Parker had returned. Peter, you look quite invigorated today. Lee greeted him. Indeed. I feel the same way, Peter replied with a hint of pride. It's because I met a really cool guy yesterday. Yes, you encountered a very cool individual, while I had the misfortune of dealing with a rather loquacious nuisance. Chapter 26. The Secret Base of the Nightwalker, Part 2. I apologize for my tardiness. Peter ascended the 15-story dilapidated building and discovered that Li Jie, clad in his Nightwalker attire, had been waiting for him on the rooftop. Peter still donned that ludicrous costume, a black long-sleeved shirt paired with jeans and basketball shoes, complemented by a comical red mask and oversized sunglasses. Li Jie harbored the conviction that it was a fallacy to assume superheroes favored spandex. However, upon witnessing Peter's ensemble, he realized that spandex could indeed exude an undeniable charm. If one were to encapsulate Peter's appearance in a single word, it would be low. In 2 words, it would be exceedingly low, and if compelled to use 3, it would be low to the extreme. This was undoubtedly the most abominable superhero attire Li Jie had ever encountered. Despite the internal ridicule, Li Jie maintained a facade of calmness. Fortunately, he was only 5 minutes late. Using his ventriloquism, Li Jie rasped, "If I may suggest, it would be prudent to consider a different outfit next time. The taste of this ensemble is exceptionally unique." In truth, Li Jie yearned to exclaim low to the extreme, but chose a more diplomatic approach to preserve his own image. "You don't like it?" Peter initiated his characteristic chatter. "Hey, to be honest, I'm not particularly fond of it either. You know, this mask isn't very breathable and it tends to fade. Every time I sweat, my face gets stained red, leaving my aunt convinced that I've been in a fight. What do you think about me adopting your style? The gray hoodie seems quite nice, but how do you manage to obscure your face so effectively? Could you share your secret? I promise I won't spill a word." Peter's words flowed incessantly, akin to an assault rifle discharging bullets until empty. "Enough. If you wish to avoid being unceremoniously hurled from this rooftop, it would be wise to silence yourself." Li Jie felt as though swarms of flies were buzzing around his ears. He was well aware of Peter Parker's loquacious nature, yet he had not anticipated that, upon transforming into Spider-Man, Peter's tendency to chatter would escalate exponentially. "All right, Nightwalker. If you disapprove, I shall keep my mouth shut," Peter declared, promptly covering his mouth with his hands. "But let me just say your outfit is indeed quite stylish." He stealthily removed his hands from his mouth to utter this, only to quickly cover it once more. "This mission is utterly confounding. System, can we not engage in merriment?" Li Jie lamented, his eyes glistening with unshed tears, questioning the heavens in silence. Follow me. I shall take you to a special place. Li Jie steadied his emotions, fearing that remaining there would incite an urge to chastise the little spider. With that, Li Jie leapt from the edge of the 15th floor, employing the 8 steps to chase the cicada, infusing his legs with internal energy and executing a powerful thrust that propelled him into the air, soaring over 30 meters. Li Jie effortlessly leapt to the rooftop of the adjacent building, as casually as one might stroll. Cool, man, Peter exclaimed, inspired to attempt a jump of his own. However, Li Jie had deliberately slowed his pace, for Peter Parker had yet to acquire the ability to shoot webs. Should he run too swiftly, Peter might struggle to keep up. Under Li Jie's intentional deceleration, Peter barely managed to trail behind him. As previously stated, genetic mutation and enhancement is a gradual process. Peter's current physical capabilities have not yet reached the zenith of Spider-Man. Li Jie intended to take Peter to a secret base he had prepared. Ever since the Punisher, Frank Castle, had escorted Li Jie to his temporary hideout, Li Jie had longed for a clandestine refuge of his own, much like Frank's. After all, as more secrets would accumulate, it would become increasingly impractical to store everything at home. Especially in the event of injury, he required a discreet location for self-treatment and bandaging, one that his family could not discover. His objective in enhancing himself through the system was to safeguard his family, not to instill fear in them. Throughout the summer, Li Jie had been diligently searching for an appropriate location and had recently discovered a long-abandoned air raid shelter by the Hudson River. This site was devoid of residents, and the few places where people congregated were distant warehouses. Moreover, the shelter was quite concealed, located at the exit of a drainage system, making it exceedingly difficult to locate. Li Jie had been exceedingly busy in recent days. He operated a food truck during the day, checked on Peter in the afternoon, and then came to set up the secret base in the evenings, all while keeping an eye on the young spider to ensure he did not stray from the right path. Fortunately, he no longer needed to monitor Peter at night, as the young spider had now joined him as a partner. The perfected level of the Tung Jiao Gong allowed for the continuous circulation of inner energy, rendering him unfazed even after running over 20 kilometers at high speed. Though Peter had been following closely, his physical endurance fell short. Upon arrival, he was already bent over, gasping for breath. Once Peter's breathing had steadied, Li Jie patted him on the shoulder. "Stay close and don't lose your way," he advised. Navigating the winding paths of the drainage system near the Hudson River, they finally arrived at their destination, the air raid shelter designated as the secret base. Li Jie replaced the iron chain and padlock securing the entrance with new ones. Inside the shelter, he had already tidied up and found some wooden planks and stakes to serve as makeshift tables and benches. The shelter was equipped with a diesel generator to provide a stable power supply, and Li Jie had installed rechargeable LED lights for illumination. A large map of New York adorned one wall, marked with various points that Li Jie suspected were related to the Stanek family's underground dealings. Additionally, a laptop was present, and Li Jie had specifically purchased an anonymous wireless internet port and signal booster. One end of the signal amplifier was connected to an open area outside where the signal was strong, while the other end was linked to the underground shelter. Li Jie had also adopted Frank's approach, equipping the base with essential medical supplies, food, and clothing. These seemingly simple arrangements cost him several $1,000s, and he had already spent a significant portion of his earnings from the past few days. "Wow, dude, is this your secret base?" Peter exclaimed as he stepped into the bunker, marveling at the surroundings. "Man, you are so cool. What are those markings on the map? Are they the addresses of criminals you've noted?" Peter, true to his chatty nature, began to chatter incessantly as soon as he entered. "I am genuinely touched that you trust me so much. You brought me to your secret base on our second meeting," Peter remarked. Li Jie was not one to easily trust strangers, yet he recognized that the person behind the ridiculous mask was Peter Parker, and he held a considerable trust in Peter's character. Next, Li Jie retrieved a rugged mobile phone from a box he had prepared earlier. This device, which was both waterproof and shockproof, came with a prepaid SIM card that was ready for immediate use. The 2 rugged phones he purchased were high-end models, each costing over $600, surpassing the price of many flagship smartphones from renowned brands. "In the future, we will use this phone to communicate if any issues arise. My phone number is already stored in yours," Li Jie explained. "Wow, professional. You are truly a pro, Nightwalker, Peter exclaimed, toying with the rugged phone. When do we start cleaning up those criminals in New York? I can't wait. There's no rush, Li Jie replied calmly. Are you familiar with the Stanich family? They are one of the top mafia families in America and engage in numerous illegal dealings in New York. My current objective is to strike at the heart of the Stanich family's illicit enterprises and bring them down. However, we first need to gather information about this family. How proficient are you with computers? Can you find any special data? Li Jie inquired, gesturing towards a nearby laptop. Of course, that's not difficult for me, Peter replied, understanding the implication of Li Jie's request. In the original story, Spider-Man relied on eavesdropping on police radios and covertly hacking government websites to acquire criminal intelligence, so Peter had no objections to engaging in such activities. One more thing, if possible, I think it would be best for you to change into a different outfit before the actual operation, Li Jie said, unable to tolerate the ridiculous toy mask any longer. The New York waterfront lay quiet under the cover of night. The cargo ships scheduled for unloading had completed their tasks for the day, and the dock workers had long since gone home to rest. Only a few security guards remained, patrolling the area in the midnight hour. However, it appeared that someone had tipped off the guards, as they returned to the break room prematurely, ceasing their patrols before their shift ended. A speedboat cut through the night waves, heading for Dock 9. Waiting at the dock for the arrival of the boat was Hank of the Stanich family. The speedboat docked, and 3 individuals disembarked. A muscular, bald man of African descent, a striking woman with chestnut hair, and a figure shrouded in an overcoat, rendering identification difficult. On behalf of Mr. Franco Stanich, I extend a warm welcome to you all. Hank appeared somewhat anxious yet stepped forward to greet the newcomers. Well, we are not here for a sightseeing tour of New York. There is no need for pleasantries, the imposing man stated bluntly. Is the information prepared? What kind of adversaries should we expect? Hank gestured for a subordinate to bring forth a tablet, which he handed over to the muscular man. 2 minor henchmen. The man scoffed after glancing at the details on the screen. It's merely a matter of eliminating a failed experiment from Strick. Leave these 2 to us. Ensure that the remaining payment is transferred to our bank account on time. Have you arranged for a place to rest? I could use a shower and a nap. The reinforcements summoned by the Stanich family to confront the Nightwalker and the Punisher had finally arrived. Chapter 27. The mysterious Red Water Security Company. What do you think of my outfit? Peter Parker proudly displayed his new attire within the Nightcrawler's base. Since Li Jie suggested yesterday that he should don something less uniquely stylized, Peter had sought out a new ensemble today. Ha!
Lie erupted.
Coffee spraying onto the New York map affixed to the wall, marring it considerably. Peter had somehow procured a ludicrous wrestling costume, complete with a bright red bodysuit and a matching red mask. This time, he had eschewed sunglasses entirely, instead sewing the lenses directly onto the mask. The outfit was undeniably ostentatious, particularly with its outdated crimson hue. Shouldn't Spider-Man's costume be red and blue? You look like an apple. Who are you trying to frighten? What's wrong with it? Peter was blissfully unaware of the absurdity of his taste. I think it looks rather good. Perhaps you should consider attire made from athletic wear and elastic materials, Li Jie cautioned, hoping to prevent Spider-Man from devolving into a figure of ridicule. Oh well, hey Nightcrawler, check out this nifty gadget, Peter exclaimed, revealing a small device on his wrist. Upon seeing the device, Li Jie surmised it must be the web shooter. Indeed, Peter confirmed. It's quite an intriguing little invention. I've been tinkering with it for several days. Today marks a success, though it's merely the first version and may have its flaws. There's room for improvement. As Peter prepared to demonstrate, he flicked his wrist towards a coffee bottle 10 meters away, and a white web shot forth at remarkable speed. With a gentle tug, he pulled the coffee bottle back into his grasp. Quite the handy tool. Very useful, Li Jie mused, having only seen Spider-Man's web-slinging in films before. Witnessing it firsthand beside Peter was indeed captivating. Is that spider silk? Can you produce it? Li Jie inquired. Not yet. Currently, I am utilizing spider silk produced by Oscorp, Peter replied, a hint of disappointment in his tone. I could devise a method to synthesize the spider silk, but it would require some equipment. Li Jie was genuinely astonished, realizing Peter's genius exceeded his expectations. Oscorp's high-strength spider silk was a flagship product, with numerous contracts in military and aerospace sectors. The limited production of this silk had made many companies eager to cultivate relationships with Oscorp for a share of the quota. If Norman Osborn were to learn of Peter's ability to synthesize such silk, it would undoubtedly lead to dire consequences. Well, perhaps we will acquire the necessary equipment in due time, Li Jie said. For now, our focus must be on the Stanich family's business. Which of the targets I marked yesterday are genuine, and which are mere fabrications? The Night Walker, though I must apologize for saying this, you have marked a dozen locations on the map, yet after conducting a search on my computer, I can ascertain that there is only one definitive site. Peter unscrewed the lid of his coffee cup, took a sip, and remarked, "It is the underground parking garage located in the Brooklyn area, specifically in the 9th Street block." He opened his laptop, retrieving the information he had gathered from yesterday and today. The New York police are in pursuit of a Mexican drug dealer, Harley Stam, who is frequently seen in this very location. The footage captured by the surveillance cameras in the parking garage displayed a man of approximately 40 years, short in stature, adorned with a scruffy beard. Alongside him were several other individuals, all of whom are wanted by either the New York police or law enforcement from other regions. They often linger in that vicinity. By juxtaposing the police's wanted profiles with the videos I had illicitly obtained online, it became evident that numerous fugitives were indeed present. "Wait a moment," Li Jie interjected, perplexed. "They brazenly appear on the streets of New York, exposed to police cameras, and yet remain undetected by law enforcement? Surely, the NYPD cannot be so incompetent as to allow suspects to roam freely in their jurisdiction while feigning ignorance." "This is precisely what makes it intriguing," Peter replied, a playful smile emerging beneath his crimson mask. The video footage was not sourced from the police. Rather, it was acquired from a security firm known as Redwater. His tone suggested a nonchalance, yet the revelation was astonishing. "After infiltrating the back end of the NYPD surveillance program yesterday, I stumbled upon something quite remarkable. There exists a backdoor within this program, and upon tracing it to its origin, I discovered this security firm, Redwater." Peter exaggeratedly declared, "They have entirely swapped out the footage from the majority of the surveillance cameras in Brooklyn. Essentially, whatever they wish for the police to see, the police will indeed see, while anything they do not wish for the police to witness renders the NYPD blind." Li Jie gasped in disbelief, pondering the formidable influence of this Redwater security company. However, upon reflection, it did not seem so far-fetched. After all, much like Hydra's infiltration of the federal government and the highly secure SHIELD organization, it would not be surprising for a company named Redwater to leave a backdoor in the NYPD's back-end systems. In this Marvel universe, the villains wield such power that the government's security measures appear laughably inadequate before them. Could this Redwater security company have ties to the Stain family? Li Jie voiced his greatest concern. "I firmly believe it is quite possible," Peter responded with conviction. "Each time these fugitives are seen in the vicinity, the cameras here only broadcast pre-recorded footage. At no point can the New York police detect anyone appearing nearby," Peter asserted. "We need to take a look over there. Are you confident that we can evade those cameras? I certainly do not wish to be discovered by the Redwater Security Company and subsequently alert the Stanich family." Li Jie is now concerned about whether venturing into the territory of the Stanich family would expose their objective. "Rest assured, I have memorized the locations of all the cameras. Furthermore, we are not necessarily obliged to traverse the path, are we?" Peter chuckled as he spoke. "Indeed, it is true that we need not follow the road." Li Jie smiled, realizing that both he and Peter were far from ordinary individuals and had little reason to worry about these cameras revealing their presence. Chapter 28. The Underground Garage Part 2. This is indeed the underground garage. A multitude of drug dealers has been frequenting this place. Peter and Li Jie concealed themselves in the shadows, surveying the garage. Utilizing his agility, Li Jie leaped gracefully between the buildings, while Peter, equipped with his web shooters, effortlessly swung through the air like a pendulum. Both men traversed the skies, evading the watchful eyes of security cameras, a precaution Li Jie deemed essential to remain undetected by the suspicious Redwater Security Company. Hiding in the corner of a building opposite the garage, Li Jie could sense the abnormality of the situation without Peter's prompting. It was past midnight, and the entire city had fallen into a tranquil slumber. Yet, This underground garage remained bustling with vehicles coming and going. Such activity was highly suspect. Had it not been for the Redwater Security Company's control over police surveillance, authorities would have discovered this illicit operation long ago. Should we venture inside? Peter whispered beside Li Jie. Absolutely, but let us remain silent. It's imperative we uncover the clandestine dealings of the Stanich family. Li Jie replied with a nod. The two men deftly avoided the surveillance of the cameras, swiftly crossing the street. Had Frank Castle, the Punisher, been accompanying Li Jie on this mission, he surely would not have made such a reckless decision. A seasoned warrior, rich in combat and infiltration experience, would first ascertain the enemy's capabilities before striking from the shadows. While Li Jie often mocked Peter for being a novice, in truth, he was only marginally ahead of him in experience. Both were still far from being true veterans. To avoid arousing suspicion among the gang members patrolling the garage perimeter, they seized a moment of visual distraction, slipping inside undetected. The garage was even larger than they had anticipated. After entering, Peter remarked, "This underground garage is indeed vast." The facility was divided into 12 distinct zones and extended 3 levels underground, complicating their search. This could prove challenging, Li Jie mused, furrowing his brow, uncertain of the Stanich family's underground trading point. If the transaction site lay elsewhere, and this garage merely served as a concealed entrance, their quest might be in vain. "I think a vehicle is approaching," Peter declared, his spider-like intuition alerting him to the vibrations of an impending car. "Quick, hide," Li Jie instructed, leading Peter to a sheltered spot. True to his instincts, moments later, a Buick Park Avenue glided into view. "Shall we follow it?" Peter suggested eagerly. "Certainly," Li Jie decided. Inside the underground garage, vehicles would not be moving at high speeds, allowing the two to maintain a steady distance as they trailed the car. The car descended to the underground 3rd level, passing through a guarded iron gate, and continued onward. Li Jie's concerns were not unfounded. This was indeed a clandestine entrance to an illicit trading point. He signaled to Peter to incapacitate the 2 guards at the gate using his spider silk. Peter nodded in understanding, and with a flick of his wrist, 2 strands of white spider silk erupted from his launcher, striking the guards like rubber bullets. The guards collapsed instantly, rendered unconscious. Li Jie gave Peter a thumbs up, acknowledging his proficiency in this silent method of subduing adversaries. Li Jie's own skills were more inclined towards brute force, which could easily create a commotion and risk alarming others. It was crucial to bind the guards tightly to prevent any chance of them alerting others upon waking. Approaching the gate, Li Jie instructed Peter to secure the guards. Peter unleashed a large mass of spider silk, binding the 2 firmly and sealing their mouths to prevent any cries for help. Li Jie rummaged through the guards' belongings and found an identity card, which he recognized was used to unlock the gate. He swiped the card across the nearby IC reader, and with 2 confirming beeps, the gate swung open. Once Peter had dealt with the guards, the 2 proceeded deeper into the shadows of the hidden entrance. Reed, known as the Chameleon, was once an ordinary man and a soldier by profession. His life took a tragic turn when he lost a leg during a mission due to an explosion. Abandoned by the nation he had sworn to serve, the government discarded him like a worn-out rag, leaving him in a dismal veteraness hospital devoid of hope or future. In his darkest hour, a corporation approached him with an offer. They could provide him with a functional leg, but in exchange he would have to work for them. Desperate and resigned to his fate, Reed accepted without hesitation. The corporation performed surgery, installing a synthetic bioleg and subjecting him to human augmentation. Although he had heard of the risks associated with such modifications, Reed was willing to take the chance to stand again. His DNA was restructured, new genes were implanted, and he acquired some chameleon-like abilities, allowing his skin to seamlessly mimic the surrounding environment, rendering him virtually undetectable in the shadows. This newfound capability earned him the corporation's favor, and he became instrumental in various infiltration and ambush assignments, restoring his confidence and sense of purpose. On this occasion, the corporation tasked him and 2 partners with a job involving a target that, on paper, appeared relatively weak. Due to ongoing attacks on the Stanich family's businesses, the trio separated to infiltrate several of the Stanich family's ventures in New York, lying in wait for their prey to ensnare itself. Reed found himself at a trading point for drug dealings orchestrated by the Stanich family. The item in question is the company's production known as Paradise No. 3. Read, no longer the idealistic youth brimming with patriotic fervor, has been shaped by years of a somber existence into a mercenary driven solely by financial gain. How have you been, my old friend Harley? He inquires, as the Mexican drug dealer, Harley Stam, steps down from a vehicle on Brooklyn Avenue, greeted warmly by the local proprietor. Goran, if you could provide me with a larger supply, I would be much better off. The diminutive Mexican embraces Goran, the facilitator of the dealings. You must understand that the production of Paradise No. 3 has always been limited, so despite my desire to supply you further, I find myself powerless, Goran replies, raising his hands in a gesture of helplessness. It is evident that this locale is indeed a hub for drug transactions. Peter and Li Jie, concealed at a distance, engage in hushed conversation. Let us observe how they plan to conduct their trade before we apprehend them all, Li Jie insists, mindful of his mission to dismantle the Stanish family's trading post. Finding a trading point will not deter Li Jie from his objective. He is determined to disrupt their operations. Furthermore, narcotics transactions typically involve substantial sums, allowing him to simultaneously thwart an illicit trade worth $100 million. While Li Jie and Peter stealthily observe, they remain unaware that the predator lurks nearby. Reed, utilizing his chameleon-like abilities to remain concealed, has already detected these unwelcome guests. Two little insects, Reed muses inwardly. It seems one of them is indeed a target this time. Perhaps I shall secure a larger reward. Silently, like a gecko, Reed creeps along the wall, positioning himself just above Li Jie and Peter. Be careful, Peter suddenly exclaims, having sensed something amiss, and he pushes Li Jie away. Aware of Peter's spider sense, Li Jie recognizes that the warning indicates imminent danger. Using Peter's momentum, he leaps away from their previous location. Just then, a blood-red tongue strikes with lightning speed, aiming for the spot they had just vacated. The tongue, reminiscent of a powerful steel whip, crashes into the sturdy concrete slab, leaving a considerable crater. The noise instantly alerts the two drug dealers, prompting Goran to call out, as nearly 30 gang members brandishing an array of firearms raise their weapons in caution. This situation has taken a dire turn. Li Jie exchanges a glance with Peter, inwardly lamenting their ill-fated start and the lurking assailant's obscurity. Facing over 30 firearms and a hidden mutant adversary, Li Jie feels an overwhelming sense of peril. Chapter 29. The fierce battle on one side, Li Jie inwardly lamented the enormity of the situation he found himself in, while on the other side, Peter, who had never encountered such a scenario, was somewhat taken aback. After all, Peter had only dealt with petty thieves and carjackers before. He had never witnessed an arrangement that could be likened to a Hollywood action film filled with gunfights. Mate, is this how you always play? Peter shouted at Li Jie, his innate talkative nature undeterred even in the face of danger. Indeed, if you wish to withdraw, there's still time. Li Jie chuckled at Peter's words, responding playfully. But I believe they have no intention of letting me leave. Peter pointed towards the approaching gang members, shaking his head. In that case, protect yourself, and help me keep that unseen foe occupied. I know you can do it. Without waiting for Peter to reply, Li Jie leaped from his concealed position. Over 30 gang members had been fixated on their location, and the moment Li Jie sprang into view, they opened fire. However, the unique terrain of the transaction point, resembling the underground foundation of a building with numerous large concrete support columns, allowed Li Jie to deftly evade the barrage by diving behind another pillar. Despite the gang's concentrated fire, they failed to hit him. In the brief moment of his emergence, Li Jie also threw nearly 10 smoke grenades produced by the system. With a hefty reserve of 1,500 prestige points, these smoke grenades were a cost-effective means of concealment. Each grenade could envelop an area with a radius of approximately 20 meters, and given the spacious underground setting, Li Jie continued to hurl grenades in various directions. Within a mere 3 seconds, over 30 smoke devices had been deployed throughout the subterranean expanse, enveloping it in thick smoke. Li Jie had previously escaped a similar ambush using smoke, even managing to turn the tables on a dozen assassins. Although this tactic was rather conventional, its effectiveness was undeniable. With his own smoke manipulation skills, Li Jie navigated through the haze with clarity, completely unaffected by the obscuring fog. Meanwhile, Peter relied on his spider-like heightened senses and precognitive abilities. Though he could not see, he could perceive his surroundings through tactile feedback. Ironically, it was the drug dealers and the unknown enemy that found themselves truly blind. Initially, Peter had not grasped Li Jie's instruction to protect himself and engage the invisible foe, but as the smoke thickened, the message became clear. Li Jie's strategy was straightforward. Since I cannot see you, you shall not see me. Both sides would battle under the same conditions, though perhaps not entirely equal, for Peter Parker possessed an extraordinary ability to sense his enemies. At that moment, the chameleon-like Reed was the most frustrated individual. His greatest asset, his chameleon ability, allowed him to blend seamlessly with his surroundings. Each of his attacks was akin to a chameleon stalking its prey, lurking in the shadows, waiting for the enemy to stumble into his ambush for a decisive strike. His tongue could extend like that of a chameleon, shooting forth with remarkable speed and force, its surface adorned with sharp spines capable of effortlessly piercing an adversary's heart with each strike. However, when he launched a meticulously calculated attack, his foe anticipated his move, rendering his effort futile. As he sought to strike again, Li Jie unleashed a flurry of smoke grenades, transforming the entire environment into a dense haze. Unlike thermal imaging, the chameleon Reed found himself blinded in this obscured setting. Currently clinging to the wall, he resolved to retreat from this direction, aware that if gunfire erupted, he would be unable to see, leaving him vulnerable to stray bullets. His intention was sound, yet he remained oblivious to the presence of an individual with heightened sensory acuity far beyond the ordinary. Amidst the swirling smoke, sound and touch became his only allies. All present were paralyzed with fear, wary of making any noise that might betray their positions. Reed, albeit cautiously, endeavored to move silently. Yet, before Peter Parker, endowed with spider sense, he was as conspicuous as a firefly in the night. With a flick of his wrist directed at Reed, a white thread of spider silk shot toward him. Oblivious in the smoky haze, Reed only realized something was amiss when the silk ensnared his palm, binding him to the wall. Cursing under his breath, he utilized the sharp talons of his other hand to sever the silk, forcibly extracting his hand and swiftly vacating the perilous spot. Indeed, mere moments after his departure, 2 more strands of spider silk were launched toward him. Had he delayed even a fraction longer, he would have found himself ensnared like a dumpling, unable to escape. While Peter engaged with the chameleon Reed, Li Jie remained unrelenting. He employed the same tactics used against the assassins previously, retrieving his throwing knives. With a newfound reputation, he wielded these inexpensive projectiles without a twinge of regret. Each hand bore 3 knives, and amidst the smoke, he accurately targeted the gangsters on guard, launching the blades with precision. The knives sliced through the air with a faint whoosh, speeding towards their intended marks. Li Jie's accuracy had improved significantly, and with his foundational internal energy cultivated to perfection, the infusion of power into the knives amplified their velocity and strength considerably. 6 knives soared toward their targets, accompanied by a chorus of low, anguished cries from the drug traffickers. Li Jie had aimed for the most vulnerable part of the human body, the neck, where major arteries and the trachea reside. A severed artery or trachea would render survival exceedingly difficult. In the smoke, visibility was compromised, leaving ordinary individuals reliant on their acute sense of hearing. The muted thuds signified the knives embedding themselves into flesh, followed by the agonized wails of comrades, further heightening the tension among the already anxious group. The atmosphere felt as though the very air had thinned, rendering breaths labored and difficult. Confronting their adversaries posed no challenge for them. After all, they were all trained by the Stanich family, having endured numerous gang skirmishes to safeguard this vital family asset. However, the elusive nature of the enemy proved to be disconcerting, punctuated by 2 muffled cries of despair, followed by the sound of 2 comrades collapsing. This indicated yet another 2 sacrifices. Yet none dared to flee. The smoke obscured all sense of direction, rendering any escape potentially fatal. Under the oppressive weight of anxiety, some could no longer endure and raised their weapons to fire aimlessly into the unknown, a futile attempt to relieve their mounting pressure, utterly ineffectual in the face of genuine combat. The combat proficiency of this group was clearly inferior to that of the assassins who had previously surrounded Li Jie. The latter had managed to form a cohesive unit under the cloak of smoke and execute an organized retreat until Li Jie infiltrated their ranks under the cover of the haze, throwing them into disarray. In contrast, this current group faltered at the mere loss of a few comrades to Li Jie's flying knives, unable to withstand the ensuing pressure. This illustrates the stark distinction between elite warriors and mere skilled fighters. Stress is a contagion, particularly within a collective. It is often said that the capacity of a barrel is determined not by its tallest stave, but by its shortest. When the first individual, unable to manage their anxiety, indiscriminately opened fire, the impact on the others was inevitable. One after another, the chaos spread, quickly dismantling the cohesion of the entire team. They began to shoot aimlessly, with only a handful maintaining their composure, watching with weapons drawn. The gunfire inadvertently aided Reed, as the cacophony concealed his movements. Little Spider was compelled to take refuge behind a concrete pillar to evade the hail of bullets. Reed swiftly found a secluded corner, paralyzed by the turmoil. The subterranean space had devolved into utter chaos. Bullets flew indiscriminately, and reckless movement could easily result in being struck by a stray shot. Bullets do not discriminate between allies and foes. A hit guarantees suffering. Yet, Li Jie, concealed behind the concrete pillar, wore a smile, relishing the opportunity to thrive amid the turmoil. Chapter 30. The fierce battle amidst the clamor of gunfire. Li Jie's footsteps went unheard. He retrieved 2 metal rods from his combat belt instead of steel blades. His choice of blunt instruments was not born from mercy, but rather a concern that the sight of blood might overwhelm the young spider. For Li Jie, the distinction between attacking an ordinary person with a steel blade or a metal rod had become negligible. One method resulted in gruesome disembowelment, while the other shattered organs through internal force, appearing less brutal on the surface. In the veil of smoke, Li Jie skillfully evaded the trajectory of gunfire, charging towards their rear. As he plunged into the throng, he seamlessly executed the techniques of the 8 blades of wind. The metal rods, naturally characterized by their nimbleness and swiftness, transformed into mere phantoms in Li Jie's hands. The whistling rods struck with the ferocity of a ravenous wolf, swift and lethal. Each contact with flesh resonated with the crack of fractured bones. Li Jie targeted the vulnerable areas of the human body, be it the Adam's apple, the nape, or the heart and temples. Should the circumstances render these strikes unfeasible, he would direct his blows towards the abdomen. The abdominal cavity houses numerous vital organs, and its defenses are not as formidable as those of the thoracic cavity, which benefits from the protection of the ribcage. When the rods struck the abdomen, Li Jie infused them with internal energy, allowing it to permeate the enemy's body. The internal organs of an ordinary person are exceedingly fragile, typically shielded by a layer of muscle. However, this protection proved futile against Li Jie's assault, as the internal energy swiftly tore through the muscle. It subsequently continued to assault the organs within, targeting the weak spleen, liver, and kidneys. In the face of these vulnerable organs, Li Jie's internal energy displayed a merciless aspect, akin to a relentless army, obliterating the enemy's insides into a pulpy mass, rendering them incapable of fulfilling their intended functions. At that moment, a gang member, who had not succumbed immediately to Li Jie's onslaught, grasped his leg, releasing one final cry of desperation. He was then mercilessly riddled with bullets from incoming fire. Yet, Li Jie remained unscathed. Despite the man's valor, he could hardly ensnare Li Jie. Although his shout provided an opportunity for his comrades to retaliate, the interval between the sound and their response afforded Li Jie ample time to escape. As he evaded, Li Jie felt a bullet graze past him. However, having mastered the defensive art of the indestructible body, he was now capable of effectively resisting kinetic damage below 700 joules. The energy imparted by the bullet, clearly beneath this threshold, caused him only a slight sting with no muscle injury, merely a superficial wound. This was perhaps the most opportune moment for this group of gangsters to launch an attack. However, thereafter, Li Jie never granted them another chance to assault him. Concealed within the swirling smoke, Li Jie resembled a specter of the night, his strikes elusive and potentially lethal. The echoes of anguished cries reverberated through the underground space, each wail diminishing the morale of the attackers, plunging them into utter despair. At the same time, The heart of Chameleon Reed grew increasingly frigid. Damn it, this is not what the files indicated, Reed thought, contemplating the grim fate he wished upon Franco Stanich. The intelligence provided by the Stanich family had failed to mention an opponent capable of combating within the haze. Their dossier merely stated that an individual excelled in the use of firearms and heavy weaponry, essentially labeling him as an ordinary man. While this assessment bore some truth, it grossly oversimplified the capabilities of the Punisher, Frank Castle, who possessed the prowess of a level 10s HIELD agent. Moreover, the other individual, potentially a mutant, was described only as being stronger and faster than the average person, adept at leaping. The Stanich family remained blissfully unaware that Li Jie was a systematic anomaly. Furthermore, the absence of survivors from the previous battle left them oblivious to his ability to navigate combat within the smoke. The inaccuracies in the Stanich family's intelligence had ensnared Chameleon Reed in a dire predicament. Now, Reed yearned to flee, knowing he faced a foe who could locate him solely through instinct. The adversary engaged with the Stanich family was equally formidable, utilizing the cover of smoke to wreak havoc, advancing towards a path of overwhelming power. Reed wished to escape but was uncertain of where to run. His recent skirmish with Peter had disoriented him. The thick fog enveloped his surroundings, rendering visibility nearly non-existent. Should he unwittingly stumble into the presence of his enemy, it would be tantamount to seeking his own demise. As Reed cursed the lineage of Franco Stanich, he noticed the resistance from the gangsters waning. Within 3 seconds, the underground space fell into silence once more, save for a few half-conscious individuals sprawled on the ground, gasping in pain. A cold sweat beaded on Reed's forehead, a sensation of tension he had not experienced in quite some time. The only sound that remained was the echo of Li Jie's footsteps as his shoes struck the floor. "Spider-Man, I have dealt with the gangsters over there. Now, let us uncover this remaining little reptile," Li Jie called towards Peter. This statement served not only to inform Peter of the current situation but also to exert pressure on their hidden adversary. With the enemy undetectable, only 2 strategies remained. One was to leverage their current advantage to frighten the opponent into retreat, and the other was to induce confusion, causing the enemy to reveal their vulnerabilities, thus allowing Peter to sense them and facilitate their annihilation. The decision of which course to pursue rested solely in Reed's hands. Regardless of the choices Reed makes, they invariably favor Li Jie. Of course, Reed does have another option: to continue lurking with exceptional mental fortitude until an opportunity arises to deliver a decisive blow, thereby reversing the tide. However, during his military service, Reed was not the most elite soldier. After undergoing the company's human enhancement technology, a chameleon mutation gene was forcibly integrated into his DNA. While he acquired certain abilities of the chameleon, he simultaneously fell under its psychological influence. The natural order of larger fish eating smaller fish exemplifies the principle of survival of the fittest. The presence of the beastly mutation gene in Reed inclines him toward this food chain mentality. When confronted with a more formidable opponent, maintaining a calm demeanor becomes exceedingly difficult for him. Meanwhile, Peter is filled with astonishment. How could over 30 trained gang members be dispatched so effortlessly? He truly realizes that the disparity between himself and the Nightwalker lies not in their abilities, but in their combat acumen. After enduring 25 hours of E-class training, Li Jie has engaged in countless battles with peers of comparable skill. His encounters with gang members have been perilously close to death. Although he may lack the experience of a seasoned Punisher in certain combat decisions, Li Jie is undeniably a warrior with considerable experience. After much internal struggle, Reed ultimately decides to flee, not solely due to his inadequate mental resilience, but also because he needs to relay critical information to the other 2. The Stanich family's intelligence has suffered significant blunders. Engaging in a direct confrontation with them without sufficient preparation would yield dire consequences. As Reed prepares to escape, he forgets how he was just detected by the little spider. His previously stealthy movements were easily sensed by Peter, who possesses spider sense, and now, Reed's calmness has dissipated. The subtle sounds of Reed's movements, though minimal to an ordinary person, are glaringly evident to Peter's heightened perception. Suddenly, a pristine white web strand shoots from Peter's wrist, hurtling towards Reed. Not far away, Li Jie observes Peter's action and immediately follows suit, swiftly launching 6 throwing knives, which soar in the direction of the web. Just as Reed was ensnared by Peter's web, he only perceives the incoming strand when it is nearly upon him. He barely evades the web shot by Peter, yet remains unaware that something far deadlier follows closely behind. The 6 throwing knives, arranged in a circular formation, approach Reed with a broad attack strategy. As Reed narrowly avoids the web, he unfortunately collides with the 6 knives that Li Jie has launched. Though mutants and enhanced mutants possess formidable physiques, Reed's abilities do not primarily focus on defense. While his muscle strength exceeds that of an ordinary person, cannot withstand the force of Li Jie's knives infused with internal energy. One knife embeds itself into his right thigh to a depth of 8 centimeters, while another pierces directly through his right arm. Reed can no longer maintain the lizard-like position needed to cling to the wall. He fell heavily from the wall, his skin stained crimson with blood, and his disguise had utterly failed. Li Jie could now see the enemy who had previously lurked in the shadows. He was astonished at how the Stanich family had repeatedly managed to procure mutants, and not just any mutants, but those with formidable combat prowess. In truth, there are many mutants in this world, yet most possess only feeble abilities, merely serving as a form of spectacle. Genuine combat-capable mutants are exceedingly rare and invaluable. Li Jie intended to thoroughly interrogate this individual regarding how many mutants the Stanich family truly possesses. Chapter 31. Delivery service. At this moment, Li Jie decided it was prudent to send away the young arachnid, Peter Parker, lest the scene that would unfold after the fog dispersed frighten him. Li Jie hurled a throwing knife towards the exit from whence he came. The blade flew through the air until it struck a wall, the sound of impact echoing in the stillness. Did you hear that sound? Follow it to safety. You cannot see in this fog. I shall take care of matters here. Li Jie called out in Peter's direction. Are you certain you do not require my assistance? Peter inquired. Even though I cannot see, my reflexes remain sharp. There is little left for you to do here. Should anyone possess the ability to shoot, I worry about stray bullets grazing you. Li Jie offered a casual excuse to dismiss him. I have dealt with most of the adversaries. Once I locate the goods from their transaction, I shall depart. You should leave, lest I be distracted by the need to protect you. Very well, then be careful, my friend, Peter replied, sprinting towards the earlier exit. With a swift motion, another throwing knife was released, pinning the fleeing chameleon, Reed once more to the ground. Now, my enigmatic friend, I believe it is time for a proper conversation. Li Jie addressed the bloodied Reed. What do you intend to do? Reed gasped, his breaths labored. I merely wish to ascertain how many mutants of your kind reside within the Stanich family. Li Jie directly posed his inquiry. Aha! A gaggle of jesters within the Stanich family. Reed mocked, disdain evident in his tone, clearly looking down upon the Stanich clan. It seems you are not allied with them. Li Jie discerned the contempt in Reed's voice. Were he a member of the family, such a tone would be improper. Of course. Reed seemed poised to say more, and Li Jie leaned in, intent on listening. Just as Li Jie was momentarily distracted, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The seemingly near-death Reed unleashed his tongue with astonishing swiftness, the crimson and foul-smelling appendage darting towards Li Jie like a red spear. Instinctively sensing danger as Reed moved, Li Jie quickly evaded, simultaneously launching the throwing knife he held towards Reed. Due to Li Jie's rapid retreat, when Reed's tongue finally made contact, it was but a feeble attempt. For Li Jie, who could withstand 700 joules of kinetic energy, the damage was negligible, leaving his skin unscathed. Meanwhile, his throwing knife, propelled by a fierce gust, found its mark in Reed's heart. Only when Li Jie regained his composure did he realize that Reed was irrevocably deceased. Oh damn! The lead is lost, he lamented, chastising himself for his lack of combat prowess. Yet, with the man now lifeless, further words were futile. While the fog lingered, Li Jie rummaged through the Buick sedan belonging to the Mexican drug lord, Harley, discovering a suitcase that likely contained the proceeds of their illicit trade. After searching for a while in the underground space, Li Jie discovered 2 small suitcases, which he surmised contained the illicit substances for their transaction. Without hesitation, he seized all 3 suitcases. He collided with Peter Parker, who was waiting for his return at the exit. The 2 swiftly fled the scene, aware that any delay could alert the Stanich family. Regrettably, Li Jie's performance in herpetology had always been mediocre. Perhaps he should seek Peter's guidance, as he was oblivious to the fact that many reptiles possess a feigning death ability. Within the Nightwalker S-base, Li Jie placed the 3 suitcases onto a makeshift table. Upon opening the suitcase belonging to the drug dealer Harley, he found it was indeed filled with illicit funds, just as he had anticipated. 100 stacks of $100 bills were bundled together, totaling 200 stacks, amounting to a staggering $2 million in cash. Smaller gangs typically favor using small denominations due to their lack of sophisticated money laundering channels. However, for a prominent family like the Staniches, which has established laundering routes, large sums of cash are far more desirable. The other 2 suitcases contained ice blue capsules. Having overheard Harley's conversation with Goling, Li Jie recognized this substance as Heaven No. 3. With advancements in science, traditional narcotics such as heroin and cocaine are gradually becoming obsolete. These plant-extracted drugs require extensive plantations, making them easily detectable and susceptible to eradication. In contrast, the chemically synthesized soft drugs offer greater concealment and heightened addiction potential. Wow, it seems we've stumbled upon a significant catch, Peter remarked, gazing at the illicit funds and substances before him. The detrimental effects of these items were evident to any rational individual. Peter harbored no fondness for drugs or drug dealers. What do you intend to do with these? He inquired, gesturing toward the cash and Heaven No. 3. You need equipment to produce spider silk, so I'll purchase some for you. Then, I'll get you a new outfit and we can donate the rest to those in need. What do you think? Masked man? Li Jie humorously teased Peter about his peculiar appearance. Hey, I'm not called Masked Man, Peter retorted. Then what shall I call you? Red Hood? Sunglasses Guy? Li Jie continued to jest. I'll tell you what to call me. Just call me Spider-Man from now on. After much contemplation, Peter finally arrived at a fitting name for himself. All right, Spider-Man. Li Jie shrugged and tossed him a suitcase filled with drugs. We'll discuss your name after you've got a suitable outfit. For now, let us destroy these items. The 2 filled the valuable drug suitcases with diesel and set them ablaze. Li Jie retained $15,000 for Peter Parker to purchase equipment, donating the remainder. It wasn't that Li Jie was unwilling to keep more. Rather, carrying substantial cash in America was simply too conspicuous. The sum of over $100,000 can be discreetly intermixed with the earnings from 1's food truck, ultimately sanitizing it through tax declarations for legitimate use. However, should one attempt to employ a similar method with $2 million, it is highly likely that the American tax authorities would initiate an investigation. If one were to directly use that sum to purchase equipment without laundering it, the moment the payment is made, the store owner might promptly alert the authorities. In such instances, Li Jie often reminisces about China, where it is not uncommon for individuals to present cash amounts exceeding $1 million for purchasing homes or vehicles. This reflects the profound cultural disparities arising from differing consumer habits between China and the United States. After completing today's tasks, Li Jie advised Peter that they should lay low for the next few days, as the Stanich family would undoubtedly be searching for them. Peter mentioned that he needed to spend some time acquiring new gear, and he intended to make modifications to the first-generation web shooter, as the battle that evening had revealed some issues. Li Jie reassured him that in case of any emergencies, he should contact him using a specialized secure phone. Hello, may I speak with Mr. Jason Lee? The following day, while Li Jie was near the Statue of Liberty managing his food truck, his phone rang, and a voice rich with charisma resonated. Yes, that's me. Who is this? Li Jie responded. I am the personal assistant of Mr. Tony Stark. The voice began to convey a message, but suddenly, Tony's voice interrupted. Where's my hamburger? It turned out that Tony Stark was seeking him, and it was his assistant, Pepper Potts, who had made the call. Well, Mr. Jason, I believe you understand the situation now, Pepper said wearily, having long since surrendered to the childish whims of her boss, who behaved as if he were a kindergarten child. If you have the time, could you please come to Stark Industries? Pepper requested, obliged to cater to Tony's craving for hamburgers. Glancing at the clock, Li Jie noted that it was nearly 1:20 p.m. Although the area around the Statue of Liberty was bustling with tourists, business was rather lackluster today, yielding only about $1,000, nearly $500 less than usual in Manhattan's financial district. Tidying up, Li Jie prepared to deliver to his most significant client of the past few days, who generously tipped $500 daily. They say the customer is king. And it wouldn't do to disappoint the king, would it? Chapter 32. The impending departure of Tony Stark. The Stark Industries Tower stands as one of the iconic structures in Manhattan, New York, soaring hundreds of stories high, among the tallest edifices in the city, eclipsing even the Osborne Building, another multinational conglomerate. Li Jie parked the food cart in the designated spot in front of Stark Industries. "Hello, Mr. Tony Stark seems to be looking for me," Li Jie stated directly at the reception desk of Stark Industries. "Good day. May I ask who you are?" The receptionist inquired politely. "I am the hamburger vendor," Li Jie succinctly replied. "Very well. Please hold for a moment while I make an inquiry," the receptionist responded, casting a puzzled glance at Li Jie before confirming through a phone call. Approximately 3 minutes later, a woman clad in a professional skirt suit, her golden locks cascading gracefully, approached Li Jie. "Hello, I presume you are Mr. Jason," the blonde beauty remarked. "I am Mr. Tony's personal assistant, Pepper Potts. You may call me Pepper." "Greetings, Ms. Potts. Is Mr. Tony Stark in need of a hamburger delivery service?" Li Jie courteously extended his hand for a handshake. "Oh yes, however, he prefers them freshly made. If possible, it would be best to bring the ingredients, as there is a kitchen available for food preparation," Pepper replied with a smile. Li Jie assured her that the client's requests would be fulfilled. Thus he gathered the ingredients and some cooking utensils from the food cart and followed Pepper into the elevator, ascending to the uppermost floors of Stark Industries. Tony Stark's personal residence is actually situated along the shores of Malibu, California. However, due to the company's headquarters being located in New York, he spends half of his time there. The top 5 floors of Stark Industries have been transformed into his personal office and living quarters. What might one expect from the abode of a billionaire? Naturally, it should be comfortable and tailored to the owner's preferences. Furthermore, Tony Stark possesses a refined taste for living, although perhaps it is more accurate to attribute that quality to Ms. Pepper Potts, whose exquisite taste has undoubtedly influenced the decor of Tony's dwelling. After all, while Tony is a genius in technology, he often appears rather inept in personal matters. He would never learn to properly manage himself. Without Pepper, he might even forget his own social security number. "Hey, isn't that our hamburger guy? Hurry, bring me a burger. I'm about to starve," Tony called out from afar upon spotting Li Jie. "Mr. Stark, I find it quite perplexing that, as a billionaire, you are so devoted to hamburgers," Li Jie remarked, following Pepper into an open island kitchen, preparing to handle the food while inquiring. "Excellent question. First and foremost, I am a patriot," Tony replied, retrieving a bottle of soda from the liquor cabinet. "I love America, including its diverse cuisine, particularly foods that symbolize the essence of America. The hamburger stands as the quintessential emblem of American cuisine, tracing its origins back to 1850 when the first German immigrant introduced the concept of ground beef patties to the United States." As Tony spoke, he retrieved several elegant goblets from the wine rack. Immigrants in the New World began to refine this humble meat patty, leading to the emergence of the modern hamburger in the early 20th century. A delectable, juicy patty accompanied by fresh vegetables and cheese, nestled between 2 fragrant buns. Tony's expressions were exaggerated, as if he were on the verge of inebriation. This simple yet expedient fare gained immense popularity alongside America's ascent, with countless workers and inventors during the Second Industrial Revolution consuming hamburgers while laboring diligently. As he began to pour soda into the glasses, Tony remarked that even during the 2 significant economic depressions that America endured, the hamburger remained an economical and palatable choice. It symbolizes the nation's modern rise and represents the very soul of the country. Having poured the drinks, Tony concluded his thoughts. Li Jie was astounded, wondering how a hamburger could be so elevated, even linked to the nation's rise and spirit. "Brother, are you truly not pulling my leg? You merely crave high-calorie food." Peibois effortlessly dismantled Tony's pretext. "Your nutritionist has advised me that you need to adjust your dietary habits. Your penchant for late-night work and indulgence in high-calorie foods is detrimental to your health," she continued to chide, making it hard to imagine what Tony's life would be like without her concern. Turning away, Tony made faces at Peibois from an angle where she couldn't see him, mimicking her speech without uttering a sound, merely moving his lips. Li Jie nearly burst into laughter at Tony's antics but restrained himself. As the customer is always right, And it was not the time to undermine the divine. I believe Miss Peibois has a point. If Mr. Tony cannot indulge in high-calorie foods, perhaps I could suggest a new method of preparation, Li Jie said, recognizing Peibois' thoughtful care for Tony. A different method? Oh no, young man. I simply desire the special hamburger as it is. Tony interjected, handing a glass of soda to Peibois and placing another in front of Li Jie, dismissing the notion of change. What method are we discussing? Inquired Miss Peibois, the true authority in the room. Steamed hamburgers, a Turkish preparation, cooked with water. The calorie count is lower, reducing fat intake while remaining just as delicious, Li Jie proposed. Absolutely not. Tony rejected the idea without a moment's hesitation. Yet, Miss Peibois found the suggestion appealing. That sounds delightful. Let us go with that, she exclaimed, acknowledging that a steamed hamburger sounded considerably healthier. Tony, I think you should give it a try, and steamed hamburgers sound appealing. I would be happy to join you, she added. As a beautiful woman, Peibois always maintained her figure, showing little interest in high-calorie foods like hamburgers. Upon hearing that Pepper was willing to accompany him for a hamburger, Tony found himself at a loss for words. He shot an intense glare at Li Jie and promptly reclaimed the soda he had just placed in front of him, consuming it himself. Well, although Tony was in his early 30s, he remained, at heart, rather immature. Li Jie had long recognized the unreliability of this billionaire's character, waiting for him to evolve into Iron Man, which would require considerable trials and tribulations. Only then would Tony Stark exhibit true composure, becoming a friend worthy of trust. At present, he was merely a whimsical playboy. Indeed, the aroma is quite delightful. No wonder Tony adores your hamburgers, Pepper remarked, enchanted by the fragrance of Li Jie's cooking. I incorporated some spices typically utilized in Asian cuisine, which are rather uncommon in Western dishes. I believe that culinary creations born from the collision of diverse regions are far more enticing, Li Jie boasted with a hint of pride. Could you teach me some simple, delectable exotic dishes? Perhaps from Southeast Asia? Pepper inquired with genuine interest about relatively easy recipes. All right, Pepper, do not disturb our esteemed chef. Tony gently pulled Pepper closer, for she was an invaluable treasure to him. Regardless of the numerous women he encountered, his one true love remained Pepper. Thus, he was always averse to her exhibiting any familiarity with other men, even if they were merely 17-year-old boys. I believe our chef ought to focus more earnestly on his work, Tony casually offered an excuse. Perhaps we should discuss attending the Pinnacle Awards Gala in Las Vegas. Ha! You intend to attend the gala rather than seek out a few beauties to gamble with at the casino? Pepper expressed her skepticism about Tony's self-discipline, her tone suggesting, don't lie to me. Perhaps, maybe, Las Vegas is indeed a place for a bit of fun. I cannot fathom why they chose to hold the gala there, Tony admitted, clearly a bit anxious under Pepper's scrutiny. If they had chosen New York as the venue, I believe there would be no issue, Tony explained with an exceedingly flimsy excuse. After all, the fault did not lie with him, but rather with the awards committee, which must have been out of their minds to organize the event in Las Vegas. This was Tony's logic, and one must concede that it was quite flawless. All right, Tony, I am indifferent to whether you attend the Pinnacle Awards Gala, Pepper dismissed his feeble excuse. However, I hope you will be punctual and deliver a flawless presentation to the military generals. You must understand that the military's intent to procure the Jericho missile amounts to a staggering $20 billion. She reminded Tony of the significance of this deal. All right. I understand. I will make sure to present well to the generals, Tony replied with resignation. Where did I say I would place the testing grounds?
Afghanistan.
Pepper was left utterly speechless by her boss's antics. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to the Readers Musicingsia, Haegu, Ichiu, and the esteemed 18, 19, 7, 6, and 3 for their generous contributions. Your unwavering support is immensely appreciated. Chapter 33. The significance of a hero receiving the $1,000 check from Tony. Li Jie departed from Stark Industries alongside Peibo. He had just overheard the conversation between Tony and Peibo. If memory serves correctly, it was in Afghanistan that Tony Stark was abducted by a militant terrorist group known as the Freedom Fighters while demonstrating the latest Jericho missile to the U.S. military. Until that moment, Tony had believed that the weapons he manufactured were intended solely for the protection of his country, only to discover that they were also wielded as instruments of destruction in war-torn nations. From that instant, Tony began to undergo a profound transformation, shouldering the responsibilities bestowed upon him like a true hero. As he sat in the car, Li Jie smiled at the rearview mirror. In the grand tapestry of life, Tony Stark was merely a wayward genius. Over the course of 2 evenings, Li Jie and Peter diligently distributed the ill-gotten gains acquired from drug dealers. Numerous orphanages and welfare institutions across New York received varying amounts of donations from the duo. Though generous, their contributions were a small step towards doing good. Yet, Li Jie found himself troubled by one matter. The altercation in the underground parking lot had been concealed by the Stanich family. Neither the media nor the internet had mentioned the incident, resulting in a meager increase in Li Jie's reputation, as only a handful of individuals associated with the Stanich family were privy to his actions. What further disheartened Li Jie was the nature of charitable donations in this era, where the media often exhibited a particular bias. They craved sensational news, homicides, celebrity scandals, or political controversies, while uplifting stories were merely an afterthought. In a society captivated by entertainment, where fast-paced gratification reigns supreme, many have grown cynical, wondering if every act of kindness is merely a facade for ulterior motives or orchestrated by a team seeking to generate publicity. Consequently, reports of benevolent deeds have dwindled, overshadowed by an obsession with dark narratives. Conspiracy theories proliferate in this restless age, and societal news increasingly reflects a tone of animosity. Li Jie's contributions to New York's welfare institutions barely made a ripple. The media barely acknowledged the donations, and they garnered scant attention. Ultimately, Li Jie's life-risking efforts yielded a mere few hundred points of reputation, prompting him to ponder, does this world truly need heroes? In this chaotic and bustling existence, it seems that everyone is preoccupied with their own concerns. Heroism is not a conventional profession. It does not entail clocking in punctually, receiving a paycheck at month's end, or enjoying bonuses for overtime. Nor does it afford compensation for injuries sustained in the line of duty. Li Jie's every endeavor originates from a desire for personal strength. Yet he also yearns to impart a semblance of positive energy to others, hoping that his actions may garner acknowledgement from those around him. Perched on the edge of a skyscraper in Queens, he gazes at the ceaseless stream of vehicles illuminating the night in New York City. The headlights of these cars weave together, resembling a vibrant river surging through this kaleidoscopic metropolis. What are your thoughts, Nightwalker? Peter, adorned in a striking red and blue bodysuit, embodying the nascent form of Spider-Man, has changed into a more presentable outfit. In recent days, both have maintained a low profile, evading the scrutiny of the Stanich family. Consequently, aside from Peter occasionally intervening to deal with a few petty thieves to hone his skills, Li Jie has remained inactive, contributing only to charitable organizations. Peter, have you ever pondered the true sacrifices one makes in the role of a hero? Li Jie collected his thoughts, articulating his sentiments. We forsake the comforts of our own homes to thwart crime under the cover of darkness. His voice carried a hint of confusion. The funds we acquire are largely donated to those in need within society, yet we consistently risk injury, or even our lives, in the process. Peter, observing Li Jie with concern, listened intently as he continued. Despite our efforts, our actions seldom receive the recognition they deserve. Just look at the news coverage today. Li Jie's discomfort became palpable. Tom Cruise's secret rendezvous with his new girlfriend, Kardashian's pregnancy, and Tony Stark inviting the twin cover girls of Playgirl to a hotel in August. Meanwhile, our generous contributions to numerous charities in New York go unnoticed. Suddenly, Peter burst into laughter. Buddy, I thought it was something serious. Turns out you're just envious. I am not, Li Jie retorted, furrowing his brow. Don't lie. My friend, you are envious. Peter chuckled, attempting to compose himself. You're jealous because, despite your numerous contributions, you haven't garnered the attention you deserve. He spoke with the wisdom of experience. I can relate to that feeling. I have 2 close friends. One is intelligent, talented, and comes from a wealthy background, while the other is charismatic, an excellent cook, and quite handsome. Peter confided in Li Jie, who was dressed as Nightwalker. We three share a bond. Yet whenever I'm with them, I often find myself overlooked. I work diligently, striving to showcase my abilities among classmates and friends, yet they consistently steal the limelight. I am, without a doubt, the top student in our school. I genuinely wish to shine, yet why am I perpetually deprived of the recognition I seek? Peter lamented. The affluent friend captivates attention the moment he enters a room, with many eager to curry favor with him. Those friends who possess culinary skills, despite merely having a minor clash with the basketball team's bully, are elevated to the status of heroes in the eyes of a group of girls. At that moment, I felt an overwhelming sense of jealousy towards them. Li Jie had no inkling of the thoughts that once dwelled within Peter's heart. However, as time passed, I gradually came to understand that their notoriety was not something they sought. Rather, it is human nature to be drawn to those who stand apart, much like movie stars or billionaire tycoons. Peter, now resembling a life coach, imparted wisdom to Li Jie. Just as in our endeavors, our charitable donations go unnoticed because the public is more captivated by those they could never aspire to be or by achievements they could never attain. My uncle once told me that our acts of kindness should not be driven by the desire for accolades, but rather stem from our capacity to assist others when they are in need. Peter continued to infuse Li Jie with motivational insights. Do you remember the day we donated to the child suffering from leukemia? That child was merely 8 years old. Were we not aiding him? If our actions went unreported, would we simply stand by and watch an 8-year-old succumb to his illness due to lack of funds for surgery? Peter has always been a boy with a strong sense of justice and a heart illuminated by sunshine. In his eyes, helping others holds greater significance than receiving praise. Li Jie, whose emotional maturity aligns more with that of an older gentleman, places greater value on tangible results and societal validation. Nevertheless, Peter's sincerity moved him, lifting his spirits considerably. Deep down, he might indeed be envious of those individuals. Perhaps, as Peter suggested, assisting others is merely a manifestation of one's ability to help those in need. Similarly, becoming a hero is simply a matter of possessing the capacity to do so. Sometimes, one must learn to relish the journey rather than fixating solely on the outcome. Shall we have a race? Peter suddenly proposed. Do you dare to refrain from using spider silk? Li Jie retorted with a smile. Spider silk is an integral part of Spider-Man. Are you afraid you can't outpace me? Spider-Man? Peter discerned a hint of uncertainty in Li Jie. With the ability to swing through the city using spider silk, Peter certainly had the upper hand in speed. Nevertheless, refusing to concede, Li Jie declared, "All right, let us give it a try." With that, he took off in a swift stride. The first to reach the base shall be crowned the winner. The loser must treat the other to dinner tomorrow night. Chapter 34. Unrest within the private hospital of the Stanich family. The atmosphere in the intensive care unit was decidedly somber. Lying upon the hospital bed was none other than Reed, the chameleon whom Li Jie had presumed to have killed. His condition was peculiarly enigmatic. A portion of his skin appeared to be fervently attempting to mimic the surrounding environment, undergoing a transformation of color, while another section revealed its true gray-green hue. Currently, Reed relied entirely on the hospital's life support system to sustain his existence, as Li Jie's 2 throwing knives had pierced his left ventricle, rendering him incapable of autonomous blood circulation. However, recent days had indicated a slight improvement in his condition. Although the chameleon lacked the extraordinary regenerative capabilities found in certain reptiles, his genetic makeup possessed some semblance of self-healing attributes. Though the healing process was excruciatingly slow, progress was indeed being made. "You have provided us with profoundly erroneous intelligence," remarked a muscular bald African-American man, glancing at Reed through the glass door of the intensive care unit before addressing Hank. "I am acutely aware of Reed's capabilities and his combat proficiency. The extent of his injuries suggests that the individual responsible for this harm cannot simply be an ordinary mutant." The man's voice brimmed with indignation, causing Hank to appear somewhat uneasy. "Mr. Blue, I believe we have just reached an agreement. We have consented to elevate the remuneration by 85. I trust this reflects the sincerity and remorse of the Stanich family." Hank endeavored to uphold the dignity of the Stanich family. "Let us separate the matters. Reed's injuries must be addressed independently, as they are a consequence of your misleading intelligence." The man named Blue remained obstinate. I propose we defer this discussion until after we have neutralized our adversaries, Mr. Blue, Hank asserted, maintaining a serious demeanor. Internally, however, he was cursing vehemently. Did this insufferable brute believe we were oblivious to his moniker? Bloodsucker Blue. He is merely a mercenary, indifferent to his comrades, fixated solely on monetary gain. What a wretched, avaricious fiend. Hank realized that such thoughts must remain concealed from Blue, lest he be torn to shreds. Very well, Blue, let us await Reed's awakening and ascertain the nature of his assailants, interjected a chestnut-haired beauty accompanying Blue on this mission. We must first comprehend the true strength of our enemies to devise an appropriate operational strategy. Her intervention quelled Blue's ire. All right, Smith, I shall heed your counsel. We will discuss this further after we've dealt with those troublesome individuals. Blue gently wrapped an arm around the beautiful chestnut-haired woman, speaking softly. There are 3 individuals stationed at the left patrol position. The transit time from point A to point B is 5 minutes. The guard atop the high wall will take a cigarette break around 10 o'clock, offering a 3-second visual discrepancy. The Punisher, Frank, lay in wait in the shadows, his high-powered binoculars trained on a warehouse belonging to the Stanich family. Once a Marine Corps Special Operations instructor, Frank had enjoyed a blissful life with a loving wife and an adorable daughter. However, a tragic incident irrevocably altered the course of his existence. During a family trip to Miami, his wife and daughter inadvertently witnessed a drug transaction between the Stanich family and a group he had recently learned about, known as Red Water Security. To silence them, the Stanich family ruthlessly murdered Frank's wife and daughter, disposing of their bodies in the ocean. The agonizing uncertainty of their disappearance haunted Frank until a fishing boat discovered their remains in the nearby waters. Upon learning of their deaths, the once indomitable Frank, unflinching in the face of gunfire, was brought to the brink of despair. Through his connections, Frank eventually identified the Stanich family as the culprits behind the heinous crime. He sought to wield the weapon of law against these heartless gangsters. Yet, the law often fails to deliver the justice it promises. The Stanich family's ties to the government ran deep, with several congressional members accepting political donations from them. Frank's legal pursuit ended in utter failure, as the true killers, including Frank and the Stanich family, evaded justice. Instead, the Stanich family leveraged their influence over the military, forcing Frank out of the Marine Corps and dispatching assassins to eliminate him. Little did they know the caliber of the beast they had provoked. The hired killers were easily dispatched by Frank. Realizing that the law could not rectify the scourge of society, Frank resolved to embrace his role as the Punisher in the shadows, meting out the harshest retribution against those who dwell in darkness. You are guilty, and thus you shall die. One of the murderers of his wife and daughter, Frankie, had already faced his reckoning, but the true masterminds, the Stanich family, remained at large. Frank was not one to abandon a task halfway. With Frankie dealt with, the next target was the Stanich family, a formidable entity deeply entrenched in both North and South America, not easily eradicated. Yet, Frank remained confident that by systematically dismantling the Stanich family's influence, this vast criminal empire would one day crumble. As a former Marine Corps Special Operations instructor, Frank preferred to engage in battles that were strategic and well-planned rather than reckless, especially when unaware of the enemy's situation. A sniper was likely positioned at the water tower at the 12 o'clock position, a priority that needed addressing. As he observed the Stanich family warehouse, Frank diligently recorded his findings in a notebook. This facilitates his strategic planning after mapping the terrain. A Hummer materialized within the high-powered scope of Frank Cast. The vehicle approached the warehouse, its door swung open, and 5 fully armed gangsters emerged. Following closely were a second and a third Hummer. Suddenly, the entire warehouse fortified its defenses with an additional 15 heavily armed operatives. Moreover, the Hummer had brought new equipment, including heavier firepower and assault rifles. The Stanich family unexpectedly intensified their defensive measures, catching Frank off guard. The previously devised operational plans would need a complete overhaul. What had transpired? Why had the Stanich family suddenly deployed such a formidable defense? Frank found himself perplexed. Ever since the last assault on the Stanich family's warehouse by the Hudson River, which had inflicted significant losses upon them, the Stanich family had already bolstered their defenses. In recent days, Frank had only been able to eliminate some peripheral organizations affiliated with the Stanish family, while the true adversary had remained cautious, observing and formulating their strategy. He had been quietly monitoring the Frank family's warehouse, discovering that it harbored items of great importance, with defenses far surpassing those of the previous drug-storing facility. What could it be? Frank was eager to uncover the truth, and since it was something the family valued, he felt compelled to obliterate it. He also wished to understand what had prompted the Stanish family to escalate their defensive forces. Suddenly, a figure clad in a gray hoodie entered Frank's thoughts. Could it be that the Nightwalker had instigated something that caused the Stanish family to react so defensively? Frank shook his head in confusion. From their last encounter, the Nightwalker did not seem to possess such capabilities. Yet the seed of doubt took root in Frank's mind. Perhaps, in due time, he would need to seek out this individual known as the Nightwalker for a more in-depth discussion. Chapter 35. The Altered Narrative. Today's third update. 8,000 words delivered. Ah, at last. You have deemed it worthy to bring your food truck near the Osborne Group. At noon, Lige's food truck commenced its operations, and among the patrons was the somewhat irate Gwen Stacy. It must be said that even when a beauty is vexed, she remains striking, and standing beside Gwen was Peter Parker. This young man now accompanies Gwen to and from work daily, sharing lunchtime with the enchanting lady. Their relationship has progressed remarkably swiftly. You previously promised to park your food truck near the Osborne Group, yet you consistently set up near Wall Street. We have to traverse several blocks each time to find you. Miss Stacy was clearly displeased with Lige's lack of reliability. Oh, my apologies, Gwen. The streets around Osborne were previously not permitted for roadside operations, not even for food trucks, Lige expressed regretfully. The area near Wall Street, however, has a public square where I am allowed to operate. If it weren't for the precinct's sheriff developing a fondness for my burgers, I might still be unable to obtain the necessary permit to park and operate here. Lige shrugged, indicating that this situation was beyond his control, attributing it instead to the officers who had driven him away. Well, that explanation is somewhat reasonable. Quickly, please prepare 2 hamburgers for me. I feel as though I might perish from hunger. Gwen appeared truly famished, immediately requesting 2 substantial hamburgers. Wow, are you not concerned about gaining weight, dear girl? Gwen, as a beauty, you ought to maintain your figure, Lige exclaimed incredulously, for Gwen had previously avoided such caloric indulgences. In the past, she had exclusively ordered steamed buns from Lige's food truck, a far healthier option, being both light and ungreasy. Oh, spare me, Jason. I shall have 5 hamburgers. I feel as though I might collapse, Peter chimed in, exhibiting a state of utter exhaustion. Presently, Peter Parker, in every conceivable sense, had become a Superman, and seeing him in such a state piqued Lige's curiosity. What calamity had befallen their laboratory? All right. Lige nodded at the 2 and began preparing the hamburgers. What's the matter? You both look as if you are on the brink of collapse. Worse than collapsing. At 4 in the morning, Doctor. Connor summoned everyone from the interspecies genetics research team to the laboratory. Peter exclaimed with an air of horror, as though he had just uncovered a murder scene. The doctor has utterly lost his mind. We have been laboring in the lab since 4, and it is now past noon. Can you imagine? 8.5 hours. We have been working without a morsel to eat. Gwen continued Peter's lament. Speaking of which, my friend, could you bring me and Gwen 2 large cups of cola? I have just realized my throat is parched to the point of feeling as if it might ignite. Peter's voice indeed sounded somewhat hoarse. Oh, certainly, just a moment. Lige filled 2 large cups with cola and handed them to Peter, casting a sympathetic glance at him and Gwen. Why? Has Dr. Connors truly lost his mind?
Lié nuiret perpletet.
Waking up dozens of staff in the middle of the night to work for 8.5 consecutive hours? Peter remained silent to Lige's question, instead taking a hearty gulp of chilled cola before preparing to respond. The first batch of interspecies genetic serum has been successfully produced. With a renewed vigor from the cola, Peter began to speak to Lige with enthusiasm. The completion of the first serum has propelled our experimental plan significantly forward. We can commence real live experiments. Gwen also expressed her exhilaration at this prospect. We rose in the dead of night for this, though it is exhausting. Yet, the atmosphere in the lab is exceptionally high. Peter spoke with an air of admiration. Dr. Connors is on the verge of changing the world. Wait, change the world? Forgive me, but are you referring to Dr. Connors? If memory serves, he merely transformed himself into a humanoid lizard, and not a very amiable one at that. Even the 4 turtles residing in the New York sewers are friendlier than him. We have administered the first batch of serum to 2 experimental white mice. Guess what the outcome is? Peter asked, his eyes brimming with anticipation as he looked at Li Jie. Being attuned to his friend's emotions, Li Jie cooperatively inquired, "What happened?" Both mice, each missing a leg, grew new ones within a mere 15 minutes after receiving the serum. Peter felt a swell of pride, for he had contributed significantly to this experiment, particularly with the new decay rate algorithm structure he proposed. We have been meticulously monitoring the vital signs of the 2 mice, and thus far they are both stable. Since the limbs are self-generated, there is no rejection reaction as seen in typical transplant surgeries. Gwen added, completing Peter's thoughts. Wow, this could warrant a Nobel Prize in medicine. Although Li Jie suspected the experiment would largely end in failure, he nonetheless feigned praise. Here, Peter, your burgers are ready. Take Gwen's share, Li Jie indicated, having completed the 7 burgers they ordered during their conversation. It smells delightful. I'm so hungry I could eat a whole cow. Peter accepted the burgers and handed Gwen her portion, then devoured his meal with abandon, his hunger overwhelming any concern for decorum. Peter, I think you should put in some extra hours over the next few days, Li Jie suddenly suggested. Why? Peter asked, somewhat puzzled. Their SA Chinese proverb, a journey of 100 miles begins with a single step, Li Jie explained. It implies that even if you have completed 99 of a marathon, as long as you do not finish the remaining one, you have not truly completed the race. Li Jie elucidated the proverb in a manner Peter could easily grasp. Just as in scientific experiments, a study, even if completed to 99, 99 is rendered futile if the remaining 0.01 remains unfinished. Li Jie's words resonated with Peter. Now that your experiment has reached its most critical juncture, any error is unacceptable. Otherwise, the years of effort by Dr. Connors, along with your own month of hard work, will be in vain. After articulating his thoughts, Li Jie continued, I find Jason's reasoning to be profoundly sound. Gwen nodded in agreement upon hearing Li Jie's words. Peter, you are now Dr. Connors' most vital assistant. At this pivotal moment, it is imperative that you exercise utmost caution. Should this experiment succeed, your name will undoubtedly accompany the Dr. S on his paper. At that point, applying for a full scholarship or even a special scholarship at New York University will be a mere formality. Gwen addressed Peter. Moreover, I believe you two would prefer not to see your hard work come to naught at the last moment. Her words fortified Peter's resolve to exert himself even further in these final stages. He hastily finished his hamburger and declared, Well then, Jason, I must bid you farewell for now. You and Gwen are right. Every step at this moment demands meticulous care. I shall return to the lab to continue monitoring the experiment S readings. With that, Peter swiftly departed, leaving Gwen momentarily behind. It seems he has left you, Li Jie remarked with a playful grin towards Gwen. Once he begins working, he becomes utterly serious. Gwen, unfazed, finished her hamburger in a few bites and hurried to catch up with Peter. Watching their figures recede into the distance, and gazing at the towering Osborne building, Li Jie hoped that his words might alter the course of events. After all, Dr. Connors harbored good intentions. If he could be prevented from transforming into the lizard, he might yet continue to develop new serums. Perhaps one day, a world devoid of human frailties would indeed emerge, liberating humanity from the burdens of illness and disability, creating a brand new reality, an eventuality Li Jie eagerly anticipated. As August drew to a close, the night breeze in New York carried a hint of chill. Even at night, numerous vessels continued to enter and exit the New York docks along the coastline. Perched atop a high-rise, Li Jie gazed out over the waterfront district of New York. Recently, it seemed not only he and Peter had enjoyed a period of tranquility. The Stanich family, who should have been relentlessly searching for them, also appeared unusually subdued. This abnormal quietude seemed to have brought an unexpected improvement to the underground order of New York. This week, Brooklyn made headlines due to an entire week devoid of homicides. The national media erupted in frenzy, as if the absence of murder in Brooklyn signaled the impending apocalypse. Observing these newspaper reports, Li Jie felt a pang of irritation. It was all a cacophony of chaos-loving individuals. Whether on this side of the ocean or the other, the media of both nations, or indeed, the media of the entire world, exhibits a singular nature. You have become increasingly elusive. The Nightwalker. A sudden voice from behind startled Li Jie, causing a cold sweat to break out upon him. However, upon closer inspection, he recognized it as that of an acquaintance. "Do you have a moment? I believe we need to converse," said Frank the Punisher, as he settled beside Li Jie. "It concerns the Stanich family." Note: Frank's ability to locate the protagonist stems from his original characterization as an expert in stealth, tracking, and intelligence gathering. The highest agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. are rated at level 9, and Nick Fury's assessment of Frank as a level 10 agent is not without merit. At times, Frank's intelligence capabilities can rival those of an entire organization. Chapter 36. Unforeseen changes today. There will be 3 updates. The second will arrive between 1 and 2 in the afternoon, and the third around 8 in the evening. I have yet to formally introduce myself. You may call me Frank Castle. Frank extended his hand toward Li Jie and spoke. "Hello, Frank. I owe you a great deal for what happened last time. Otherwise, I might not be here today. Please continue to refer to me as Nightwalker." After shaking hands with Frank, Li Jie said, "Very well, Nightwalker. Have you had any recent conflicts with the Stanich family?" Frank's gaze sharpened slightly. "Why do you ask?" Li Jie furrowed his brow, uncertain of Frank's intentions behind the question. "I have been monitoring one of the Stanich family's warehouses lately." Frank's eyes shifted towards the dock area, no longer focused on Li Jie. "Their recent activities have been rather peculiar." "Such as?"
Li Jie inoired.
"For instance, their defensive measures have escalated significantly." Frank produced a pack of cigarettes, offering one to Li Jie with a gesture. Li Jie shook his head in refusal, and Frank lit one for himself, continuing, "Are you familiar with Redwater Security Company?" That name resonated with Li Jie. He and Peter had previously been unsettled by the power wielded by Redwater Security, capable of compromising much of Brooklyn's police surveillance systems. Such feats were not within the reach of ordinary enterprises. New York, as a sprawling metropolis, boasted an area and population in a single district that far surpassed many typical cities. "I am indeed aware of Redwater Security, and I know they have tampered with most of the surveillance systems in Brooklyn." Li Jie did not shy away from this truth, recognizing that concealment served neither of their interests at this juncture. He was also curious about the mysterious origins of this formidable company. Frank, after a brief silence, remarked, "I have conducted an investigation into Redwater Security. It is essentially a mercenary firm cloaked under the guise of a security company." In the darkness, the faint glow of the cigarette in Frank's hand flickered. Their primary business revolves around mercenary services, including providing protection for various companies in the Middle East or purging terrorists near oil companies. Frank continued in a calm tone. "Moreover, they have taken on numerous government contracts, including urban security operations in Afghanistan and Iraq. The U.S. government has outsourced these responsibilities to them." Finishing his cigarette, Frank remarked, "I suspect that the Stanich family's defensive capabilities have recently incorporated mercenaries from Redwater Security. Their equipment and training are evidently far superior, and most have seen combat." Li Jie fell into a contemplative silence upon hearing Frank's words. This transformation must be a consequence of the recent operation with Peter to eradicate the drug trafficking point in the underground garage. The Stanich family had become increasingly cautious, and the role of Redwater Security in this matter remained a perplexing enigma. As matters grew increasingly intricate, Li Jie began to feel overwhelmed. "Frank, are you aware that the Redwater Security Company has mutants? Or perhaps modified mutants?" A sudden premonition struck Li Jie. Could the invisible mutant encountered in the underground parking lot be affiliated with Redwater Security? "Mutants? This is not easily verifiable," Frank replied, uncertainly. "I previously encountered a mutant while addressing an underground transaction point linked to the Stanich family." Li Jie recounted his experience from the parking garage. "The mutant you mentioned is likely associated with the Redwater Security Company." Frank concurred, having tracked the Stanich family for several months without any indication of mutants within their ranks. Perhaps there are other mutants involved, possibly sent specifically to counter us. Why provoke the Stanich family? Frank questioned, probing Li Jie's intentions. Naturally, Li Jie could not divulge that he was on a mission, so he replied, "Do you think I am the type to suffer losses, nearly be killed, and then feign indifference while letting them off the hook? An eye for an eye." A semblance of a smile flickered across Frank's typically stoic visage. "A tooth for a tooth," Li Jie continued, echoing Frank's sentiment. "Here is my contact information. The code is 3 taps on the microphone, 3 short and 1 long." Frank provided his contact details to Li Jie, who reciprocated in kind. "Let us stay in touch. I will inform you if there are any unusual movements from the Stanich family." As Li Jie watched Frank depart, he was taken aback by how deeply he had become entangled in this murky situation. Now, even if he wished to extricate himself, it seemed implausible. The following afternoon at the Osborne Group, Tim, the executive president, inquired in Dr. Connor's office, "I heard the experiment was successful." "Indeed, both test subjects are thriving, Doctor." Connors replied with a hint of pride. "Then we should commence human trials immediately," Tim declared, showing little interest in the rodent tests. He required data from human experimentation. "What? No." Dr. Connors could hardly believe Tim's decision. "We have only recently begun live testing. We do not yet understand the potential risks to humans. We need more experimental data to validate our findings, and where will we find volunteers for this trial?" Dr. Connors was reluctant to embark on human trials so hastily, aware of the irreversible and terrifying consequences that could ensue. "Volunteers? Just go to the Veterans Hospital for Disabled Soldiers," Tim suggested coldly, exuding a sense of urgency. "You must understand, we are running out of time. Norman Osborn's life is nearing its end. Tim, you must realize that no one can evade death, except for God." Dr. Connors persisted, attempting to sway Tim. "Even Norman Osborn is not exempt. He cannot gamble with others' lives in a bid to save his own. Doctor, I believe you require a period of respite. I am temporarily relieving you of all your duties at Oscorp. Once you have attained clarity, we shall reinstate your position, at which point I will provide you with ample human trial data." Tim made his decision devoid of any emotional sentiment. He took an injector filled with serum and departed from Dr. Connor's laboratory. Unbeknownst to Peter Parker, who was observing from the lab's observation room, events had transpired that he was completely unaware of. Peter immersed himself wholeheartedly in the examination of the experimental data. "Rennie, prepare a vehicle. I must go to the Veterans Hospital," Tim instructed casually as he entered his office. "Ah, Mr. Tim, I must inform you that Mr. Harry Osborn will convene a hearing in 10 minutes. Rennie, Tim's confidant, replied. "Mr. Harry has insisted that you must attend the meeting." Following Li Jie's counsel, Harry, leveraging Norman Osborn's influence, gradually navigated through the various obstacles within Oscorp, securing a degree of power and garnering support from certain shareholders. No longer constrained as he once was, Harry had begun to spearhead a separate project concerning an individual flight device for the U.S. military. Should this initiative come to fruition, potential buyers would not be limited to the United States, but would extend to numerous allied nations, presenting a remarkably promising prospect. He was poised to convene a new hearing today to resolve internal shareholder conflicts and facilitate smoother implementation of the project. As a vital ally within the company, Tim's presence at the hearing was imperative. As the executive president, his voice carried significant weight within the organization. "Very well. Rennie, I have a task for you," Tim said, handing over the briefcase containing the serum. "Go to the Veterans Hospital and find Dr. Sean. He will know what is required." "Understood, sir." Rennie did not inquire about the contents of the briefcase or the purpose of seeking Dr. Sean. A good confidant understands the importance of discretion. As long as the boss remains silent, there is no need for further questions. Simply ensure that all tasks are executed to perfection. Dr. Connors sat despondently in his office, oblivious to the passage of time, with an experimental serum placed before him. The serum had yet to be proven entirely reliable. How could one proceed with human trials? Even if trials were to be conducted, they must involve willing volunteers who were fully informed, rather than unsuspecting veterans. Dr. Connors wrestled with inner turmoil, as if he were faced with a profoundly arduous decision. He grasped the serum before him, contemplating using himself as a test subject. Come now. Science demands a touch of sacrifice. He internally roared. Oh, no. Doctor, have you lost your mind? Just as Dr. Connors was about to inject the serum into his own body, Peter suddenly appeared in his office, snatching the serum from him and speaking with an alarming tone. Doctor, our serum may be problematic, Ligier remarked to Peter, a statement that irrevocably altered the fate of Dr. Connors. However, his earlier decision to assist Harry also shifted the trajectory of the Osborne Corporation. Originally, Peter was not meant to intervene at this juncture to prevent Dr. Connors from administering the serum, and Harry should have been ensnared in the power struggles of the board, leaving him no time to summon Tim for the hearing on the new project. The narrative has now veered into an unforeseen direction, one that Ligier had never anticipated. Recently, some readers have expressed discontent regarding the inclusion of internal martial arts within the Marvel Universe, deeming it incongruous. I have even seen discussions in the review section elucidating this matter. Allow me to clarify. The internal power system is indeed one of Marvel's own frameworks, established as early as the 1970s with the creation of a superhero who practiced internal energy and Chinese martial arts. His name is Iron Fist, who is also a friend of Tony Stark. The Iron Man Iron Fist's ability lies in channeling his inner energy into his hands, rendering them indestructible, akin to adamantine. This skill was honed during a decade of intensive training on Mount Kunlun in China. One might sense a striking resemblance to the Iron Palm and the Mighty Fist techniques. In essence, Iron Fist became a martial arts master after years of practice in China, before returning to America to embrace his role as a superhero. Indeed, within the Marvel realm, there exists a cadre of heroes and villains who engage in combat through the mastery of internal energy and martial arts techniques. This is also the rationale behind my categorization of heroes into three main types: mutant, technological, and growth. Although the character of Iron Fist was conceived quite some time ago, his recognition in China remains limited, as there have been no related works released there. However, with the recent adaptation of Iron Fist's story into an American television series set to air soon, it is believed that more people will come to understand his character. Thus, I implore everyone to refrain from disparaging the concept of internal martial arts. Chapter 37. Unpredictable Mutation. Second update of the day. Doctor, I believe it would be prudent for you to accompany me at this juncture. Peter insisted, firmly grasping Dr. Connors and leading him to the observation room for live experiments. The laboratory, once home to two white mice in their iron cage, lay in ruins. The surface was strewn with debris, and faint traces of blood were discernible. Meanwhile, Gwen stood nearby, appearing somewhat shaken yet composed. Doctor, I think it would be best for you to examine this first, Peter urged, guiding the somewhat perplexed Dr. Connors to the side. There lay the lifeless body of a white mouse, quietly resting, adjacent to a lizard resembling a mouse. This lizard, much larger than an ordinary white mouse, its size being fivefold, boasted robust leg muscles, razor-sharp claws, and eyes gleaming a menacing crimson, a clear warning that it was not to be trifled with. Oh my goodness! What is this? Dr. Connors exclaimed in astonishment. The mouse-like lizard was confined within an even sturdier iron cage, typically reserved for larger animals such as wolves or dogs. This was one of the white mice we experimented on. Peter's tone grew somber. It suddenly mutated into this form, gaining immense strength and ferocity. It even killed its own companion. Peter's words struck Dr. Connors like a thunderclap. Doctor, I fear our experiment has failed. Dr. Connors groaned softly, suddenly recalling the serum that Tim had taken. Good heavens, I must stop him. Stop what, doctor? Peter was bewildered by Dr. Connors' urgency. Tim has taken a vial of the serum, intending to conduct human trials, Dr. Connors explained as he strode purposefully towards his office. What? How dare he? Our live animal tests have not yet succeeded. Peter felt a surge of unprecedented rage. His involvement in the serum's development weighed heavily on him. If the serum were to harm innocents, he too would bear responsibility. This is Dr. Connors. Please connect me to Mr. Tim, he instructed as he dialed the company's switchboard. I'm sorry, Dr. Connors. Mr. Tim is currently in a board meeting and cannot take your call, came the response from Tim's secretary. Has Tim not yet left Oscorp? Dr. Connors sighed in relief. When is the meeting expected to conclude? I'm afraid I cannot say, as the hearing's duration is unpredictable. If you have urgent business with Mr. Tim, I will relay your message upon his return, the secretary replied. Thank you. Please ensure you inform him that Dr. Connors has something of utmost importance to discuss. Dr. Connors concluded, hanging up the phone. Doctor, what is the news? Peter inquired anxiously from the side. Tim has not yet departed the company. Thank heavens, we still have time. Both Dr. Connors and Peter exhaled in relief, oblivious to the fact that the perilous serum was already en route to the Veterans Affairs Hospital. Within the private hospital of the Stanich family, the chameleon Reed finally awakened today. Upon receiving the news, Brew and Smith arrived at the hospital. Their visit, however, was not merely a casual inquiry into Reed's condition. For these mercenaries, driven by avarice, a partner holds significance, yet is not irreplaceable. If one were to perish, having a flower placed upon their gravestone could suffice as a testament to friendship. The lad known as Nightwalker possessed the ability to engage in combat amidst the smoke. The first words Reed uttered upon seeing Brew were a revelation of Li Jia's capabilities. He was cunning, and it was not merely two but three of them. Reed, still frail from his slumber, disclosed that a peculiar individual clad in a red bodysuit could uncover my hidden presence. This enigmatic figure could also spray a substance reminiscent of spider silk, ensnaring individuals with remarkable speed. Reed struggled to articulate his thoughts. Yet, the most formidable was indeed Nightwalker, who single-handedly dispatched over 30 armed adversaries. He excelled in knife-throwing and combat techniques. Even the mightiest of mutants would find it challenging to defeat him. He seemed to be a seasoned warrior honed through rigorous training. Reed's final words were nearly a grimace, for he had nearly perished at Li Jia's hands, harboring immense animosity towards him. It was accurate to label Li Jia as a battle-hardened warrior, having amassed considerable combat experience through countless trials in the training grounds. The only inaccuracy was that Li Jia was not a mutant. Brew and Smith exchanged a silent glance, each perceiving the worry reflected in the other's eyes. It appeared that the Stanich family would need to invest a bit more. Brew stroked his chin, his expression inscrutable as he spoke. In the Bronx, a district of New York, often referred to as Hell's Kitchen, lies the area with the highest crime rate in the nation, unmatched by any other. This locale is predominantly inhabited by African Americans and Latinos and is notorious for its soaring unemployment rates. Vast stretches of undeveloped land exist here, an astonishing sight in the land of exorbitant real estate. The area frequently witnesses arson and even explosive incidents. Criminals from Brooklyn seem like mere children in comparison. Even the most unscrupulous gangs avoid establishing themselves here, for there is little to gain, and they risk having their drugs or weapons seized by the local populace. This place is indeed fearsome. Moreover, the Veterans Hospital for Disabled Soldiers is situated within this district. This institution is generously sponsored by the Osborne Group, which maintains extensive collaborations with the military. Furthermore, all operational expenses are covered by the Osborne Group, allowing them to cultivate a reputation for philanthropy, patriotism, and support for the military. Yet, the hospital is rife with clandestine dealings, largely unknown to the public. Reed, the chameleon, was once a patient here, surrounded by many of his former comrades. They had bled for this nation, only to find themselves abandoned when deemed no longer useful, left to witness their own decline and gradual demise, or become a wooden figure devoid of thought. Many have been pushed into the special treatment room located 3 floors underground in the hospital, and many never returned. The inhabitants here no longer ponder what lies within those walls. They are a forsaken group, cast aside by society and the state, akin to a heap of filthy refuse, their presence merely tarnishing this land. Regardless of their past valiance and the freedom and peace they once brought to this nation, this is the avarice of capitalism, revealing the grotesque faces of politicians and affluent magnates. Dr. Sean, this is what Mr. Tim asked me to deliver to you. Rennie, Tim's assistant, arrived at the underground special treatment room and handed a briefcase to Dr. Sean. Rennie was no stranger to such tasks. He was well aware of the protocol. Dr. Sean undoubtedly understood what Mr. Tim required. Rennie's role was merely to deliver the item, and he was not obliged to comprehend Dr. Sean's subsequent actions. After handing over the briefcase, Rennie nodded at the doctor and departed from the hospital. The remaining matters were to be discussed solely between the doctor and the employer. A competent assistant should maintain discretion regarding their employer's affairs. The best way to keep one's lips sealed is to know as little as possible, and even when aware, to feign ignorance. Dr. Sean, a white man in his 40s, was ruthless and cold-blooded. Healing was merely a job to him, and every job demanded compensation. Without sufficient remuneration, Dr. Sean would not be inclined to work. Such a merciless physician was not well regarded in conventional hospitals, yet he was in high demand at this veterans hospital funded by the Osborne Group. For this doctor cared little for medical ethics or the oath he had taken during his studies. All that mattered to him was money. Zord, this is the best opportunity of your life. Dr. Sean entered the operating room within the special treatment space, holding a serum. On the operating table lay a disabled soldier, his condition profoundly moving. Both legs and his left arm had been severed during service. The remaining right arm showed signs of muscular atrophy. The fact that this soldier, named Zord, was still alive was nothing short of miraculous. Doctor, will I really be able to restore my body? The veteran named Zord gazed at him with an indomitable will to survive. Of course. This is the latest technology from the Osborne Group, capable of mending all human injuries. Dr. Sean endeavored to soften his tone, as if such an effort would lend credence to his words. Yet, unbeknownst to him, this tone only rendered his voice more hypocritical and cunning. Prepare yourself, Zord. You are about to embark on a new life. In just a moment, your existence will be transformed. Dr. Sean slowly injected the serum into Zord's bloodstream. The pale blue serum began to take effect under Zord's eager gaze. Chapter 38. The Lizard Warrior, today S3 updates. 9,000 words delivered, Lieutenant Zod, an exemplary junior officer in the Army, graduated from the illustrious West Point Military Academy. He participated in numerous campaigns against terrorist organizations, earning a reputation as a formidable figure and a rising star in the military. However, those accolades belong to a bygone era. Since the day he was struck by a roadside bomb in Baghdad, resulting in the loss of both legs and one arm, he has ceased to be the celebrated Lieutenant Zod. The Army awarded him a medal for bravery, a bronze insignia produced in Xia City, Guangdong, China, costing merely 18 yuan. Should the order from the U.S. military be substantial enough, the Chinese manufacturers even offer complimentary shipping directly to the Pentagon. This 18 yuan medal serves as a token of gratitude for Zod's past valor in combat. Subsequently, like many of his injured comrades, the government provided him with a compensation package and relegated them to a veterans hospital, leaving them to fend for themselves. The once handsome, confident, and charismatic Lieutenant Zod has perished. Now, only a shell remains, a man who drifts through life like a specter, waiting for death to arrive. Until today, when Dr. Sean sought him out for a conversation. The Osborne Group is about to trial a new serum. Breakthroughs have been achieved in animal testing, allowing amputated mice to regenerate limbs, with a high probability of success in human trials. Dr. Sean urged Zod to participate in this experiment. Should it succeed, he would be reborn, and the spirited Zod of yesteryears would return. The heart that had long been extinguished within him flickered to life once more. Dr. Sean injected the serum into Zod's body. Soon, you shall return to your former self, handsome and graceful, he remarked with a subtle smile. Zod replied, I merely wish to stand and walk again. As the serum coursed through Zod's veins, the aggressive nature of lizard genes began to take hold. His genetic chains were continuously disrupted and restructured. The old chains were discarded, while new ones emerged. I regret having to do this, but it is a necessary precaution, Dr. Sean informed Zod, signaling his assistants to bind him securely to the hospital bed. Given the unknown dangers of the experiment, such safety measures were essential. Rest well, Zod. When you awaken, you will find yourself healed. Dr. Sean's words were hollow and incredulous, his expression as absurd as that of a parent attempting to convince a child that monsters lurk in the wardrobe. Bound to the bed, Zod offered no response. His fervent hope for the success of the experiment eclipsed that of anyone else. Dr. Sean exited the operating room, sealing the door behind him, and took his position in the monitoring room to observe Zod's transformations through the cameras. The mutations of the lizard genes occurred more swiftly than anticipated. In just 20 minutes, Zod's body began to undergo a remarkable transformation. His severed limbs began to regrow, like silkworms weaving their cocoons. Layers of callus began to emerge from the severed limbs. This phenomenon represented a state of rapid skin regeneration coupled with an equally swift deterioration. To expedite the restoration of Zod's limbs, Dr. Sean significantly increased the artificial nutritional supplements. He was somewhat astonished by the serum from the Osborne Group's latest experiment. If the serum proved successful, it would indeed revolutionize the world. Filled with anticipation, he intensified the nutritional intake for Zod. After all, the growth of severed limbs was a consuming process, fundamentally reliant on the depletion of the body's energy and nutrients to sustain the regeneration. Under Dr. Sean's orders, the previously gradual infusion of nutrients into Zod's system accelerated. An abundance of nourishment countered the depletion within Zod, hastening the growth of his severed limbs. The individual most acutely aware of this transformation was Zod himself. He felt his previously incomplete limbs rapidly regenerating. The growth was accompanied by excruciating pain, akin to having his bones shattered and painstakingly reassembled. Yet, Zod gritted his teeth and endured, suppressing any cries of anguish. Have you ever faced despair? It is a harrowing experience, more terrifying than any physical pain, rendering even death a distant notion. Zod had been wrestling with despair for an interminable time. He yearned to witness his rebirth with his own eyes. He intended to trample upon those who had forsaken him. Time seemed to stretch endlessly for Zod, akin to enduring an eternity of torment. Gradually, he ceased to feel the agonizing pain of regrowth and instead began to sense new perceptions. This sensation was so familiar. Yes, it was the hands and legs he had lost. Though still bound to the hospital bed, Zod attempted to move his newly formed hands and ankles. How long had it been since he had experienced such feelings? The sensation was utterly exquisite. No healthy individual could comprehend the anguish of disability. As Zod moved, the old calluses encasing his newly formed limbs began to shed in layers. A new arm and 2 rejuvenated thighs emerged, the skin of which was as smooth as that of a newborn. It was astounding. Dr. Sean marveled from the monitoring room, exclaiming it was nothing short of a human miracle. However, as Dr. Sean praised the Osborne Group's groundbreaking technology, Zod underwent a transformation. A profound pain radiated from deep within his marrow, shattering the joy he had felt over his newly acquired limbs. The ferocious lizard genes replicated and spread within him at an irreversible pace. Zod's genetic chain was nearly obliterated, with the human components dwindling while the lizard genes proliferated. The genetic alterations soon manifested on the surface of Zod's body, starting from the site of the regenerated limbs. His body began to take on a green hue, soon adorned with scales reminiscent of a lizard, and he started to expand, his muscles inflating as if blown up like a balloon. Meanwhile, the machine delivering the nutrient solution continued its diligent work, flooding Zod's body with nourishment, exacerbating the intensity of his transformation. His hands had transformed into massive beastly claws, and his once ordinary nails had become lethal weapons. Behind him, a tail stretching 3 meters in length had emerged. The safety straps that had bound Zod had all snapped during the process of his body expanding. Damn it, it appears the experiment has failed. Call security and eliminate that monster, Dr. Sean remarked with a hint of disappointment. By the time 5 security personnel armed with Scar assault rifles arrived in the operating room, Zod had morphed into a towering behemoth, nearly 4 meters tall and weighing over 2 tons. And size akin to that of an adult Asian elephant. What the hell is this thing? The security captain cursed as he beheld the creature before him. Open fire. Concentrate your fire on its heart. Despite his transformation into a monster, Zod had not entirely lost his sanity. This metamorphosis into a humanoid lizard was not what he desired. He yearned to be human, not a beast. He felt an insatiable rage boiling within him. Zod's eyes reddened, as the reptilian genes amplifying his fury and primal instincts began to manifest their power. The catalyst for this explosive rage was the gunfire from the security team. At the captain's command, the 5 Scar assault rifles unleashed a ferocious barrage aimed at Zod's torso, particularly targeting his heart. Before he could react, Zod was struck by the close-range assault rifles, engulfed in a dense net of gunfire. He felt the agony of the bullets piercing his body. Once an exemplary soldier, Zod was well aware of the power of such firearms. He desperately attempted to evade the bullets, but the confines of the operating room offered no sanctuary from the relentless hail of gunfire. After unleashing hundreds of rounds, the security captain observed the creature before him curling into a ball, seemingly lifeless. He gestured for his team to cease fire. Cautiously, he approached the creature, gun drawn, to ascertain whether it was truly dead. He could scarcely believe that anything could survive such concentrated firepower. In an unexpected turn, just as he drew near, the creature he had presumed dead suddenly erupted into action. A sharp claw pierced through the captain's chest, catching him entirely off guard. Zod seized the captain's lifeless body with one enormous claw, his eyes blazing crimson as he glared at the other 4 security personnel who had been firing at him. The wounds inflicted by the bullets were healing rapidly. Zod was completely consumed by the primal ferocity of his lizard genes, unleashing a thunderous roar. You all must die. Chapter 39. The responsibility of Spider-Man. Has Mr. Tim not returned yet? Peter inquired as he accompanied Dr. Connors, awaiting news of Tim's return from the hearing. The New York skyline shimmered with lights, as Peter had just seen Gwen safely home. Not yet. The company's hearing is focused on researching new projects. Results will not surface swiftly, Dr. Connors replied, sitting restlessly in his chair. I never anticipated that this experiment would fail again. Dr. Connors expressed his frustration. Doctor, we are exceedingly close to success. With just a little more time, we will certainly identify the issue and overcome it, Peter encouraged, attempting to uplift Dr. Connors' spirits. Yet Peter, endowed with his spider sense, harbored an unsettling feeling within, a sense of impending dread. In a special treatment room on the 3rd sublevel of the Veterans Hospital, Zod had transformed into a towering figure, standing 4 meters tall and weighing over 2 tons. He was now entirely consumed by primal instincts, perceiving the 4 security guards before him merely as prey. It was an almost animalistic urge, if possible, eliminate any threats posed by rival creatures. The death of their captain momentarily stunned the team, yet the guards, trained for such emergencies, quickly regained their composure. Under the direction of the lieutenant, they opened fire once more on Zod. For Scar assault rifles unleashed a torrent of bullets, intent on bringing Zod down. However, Zod had come to understand that while the bullets stung fiercely, they were incapable of extinguishing his life. Given his current height and mass, evasion was not an option. Thus, he forsook dodging and charged directly into the hail of gunfire towards a security guard. What the hell is that thing? The lieutenant exclaimed, as his assault rifle emptied its magazine without hindering Zod in the slightest. Zod surged forward, reaching the lieutenant in an instant, his claw slicing towards the lieutenant's body. The sound echoed like a blade slicing through paper as the lieutenant's torso was cleaved in 2. Organs spilled forth from the chest cavity, reminiscent of a butcher pouring out entrails, lungs, heart, and liver mingling with bright red blood. Before the remaining 3 could react, Zod continued his relentless assault. With an instinctual ferocity, he wielded his tail as a weapon. The massive, 3-meter-long appendage lashed out like a colossal iron whip, sweeping across the concrete walls, stripping away the surface to expose the steel reinforcements within. Zod's tail struck the 2 remaining guards without any chance for resistance. The 2, who would be considered robust among ordinary men, were sent flying like rag dolls. They soared through the air for over 10 meters before crashing heavily to the ground. Their chests were utterly concaved, as their sternums shattered, bones piercing their hearts, sealing their fate. The last guard, stripped of any will to fight, was now consumed by a singular thought, to flee for his life. However, how could the already beastly Zod allow him to escape as he wished? The futile struggles of this team member likely only prolonged his life by a mere half-second before being ended by the lethal claws that struck from behind. The commotion in the operating room alerted those outside. The surveillance room had triggered an alarm, demanding that all security personnel within the hospital be armed with the most formidable weapons and rush to the special treatment room, determined to eradicate the monster right there. What in the world is this abomination? Dr. Sean's back was drenched in cold sweat. Through the footage from the cameras, he could easily witness how Zod dispatched the security guards with effortless ease, akin to slaughtering defenseless prey. The sheer terror of such combat prowess chilled him to the bone. He exited the surveillance room, intent on fleeing. Yes, fleeing. He yearned to escape this cursed creature as swiftly as possible. He was uncertain whether Zod would kill him, for it was he who had transformed Zod into this monstrosity. Oh, hurry, hurry, hurry. Dr. Sean frantically pressed the elevator button. The elevator, which usually arrived promptly, seemed interminably delayed today. He abandoned the plan of taking the elevator to the ground floor and hastily made his way towards the fire escape, preparing to exit via the stairs. The gunfire behind him escalated from fervent bursts to sporadic shots, eventually fading into silence. Whether the security had subdued the monster or had all been slain, he no longer cared. He simply wished to run. Upon reaching the parking lot, he prepared to escape in his car but, in his nervousness, dropped his keys. Crouching on the ground, he strained to locate the keys, which lay just a few meters ahead of him. As he was about to crawl over to retrieve them, a massive green claw snatched the keys up before he could. "Are you looking for this, Doctor?" The voice sounded deceptively friendly, yet it filled Sean with dread. Trembling, he lifted his gaze to behold Zod, now transformed into a humanoid lizard. From his vantage point on the ground, the 4-meter-tall Zod loomed like a mountain, suffocating him with sheer intimidation. "No, please don't kill me." Dr. Sean, paralyzed by fear, struggled to support himself as he recoiled. "Zod, I was merely following orders from the Osborn group." He futilely attempted to distance himself from Zod. "This transformation was not my intention. I only wished to heal you." "Heal me?" Zod scoffed, then roared with fury. "Is this what you call healing me into this wretched form?" The thunderous sound nearly rendered Dr. Sean temporarily deaf. "Zod, I believe the Osborn group must possess a cure for you. At the very least, it can restore you to your former self." Sean pleaded with Zod. "Promise, if you spare my life, I will request treatment for you from the company." "Treatment? Ha! To revert to that pitiful Zod." Zod retorted with rage. "I have had enough of being that pathetic creature. I am now incredibly powerful. Behold, I could rend you to shreds with merely 2 fingers. Such power is truly exquisite," Zod proclaimed as he plunged his claws into Sean's shoulder blade. The talons penetrated the bone with little exertion, akin to piercing a soft sponge cake. "Thus, I must extend my gratitude to you, Dr. Sean." Zod drew Sean closer, and Sean could discern the razor-sharp teeth glistening in Zod's mouth. This sight nearly sent Sean into a swoon. "Therefore, my method of expressing gratitude shall be to liberate you from this wretched world, sending you to paradise. Of course, if a doctor willing to sell his soul for money can indeed find his way to heaven." Once Zod finished speaking, he effortlessly crushed Sean's skull with his other hand. Like a shattered watermelon, vibrant red blood stained Zod's hands. Yet, Zod still brimmed with unspent rage, yearning for an outlet. Who was truly responsible for his transformation? It was those bureaucrats in the Pentagon, those officials who regarded soldiers' lives as mere cold statistics. Zod recalled his oath taken before the flag, pledging to defend the nation's territory and dignity, to fight for the lives and freedoms of the people. He upheld his vow, yet the federal government betrayed him. An insignia worth merely 18 yuan reduced all his sacrifices to naught. He demanded retribution from these individuals. He sought accountability from the federal government for the wrongs they had inflicted upon him. Time ticked away, second by second, while Tim's hearing persisted. Harry aspired to independently spearhead a significant project, amidst the cacophony of bickering and compromise within the boardroom. Some entrenched members of the board were reluctant to see the young Harry take the helm, believing only themselves fit to steer this multibillion-dollar conglomerate. Peter and Dr. Connors remained in anticipation, yet they believed the serum still resided in Tim's possession, allowing them to hope for a chance to refine it with a little more time. "Hey, Gwen." Peter's phone buzzed to life. Upon answering, he discovered it was Gwen. There was no time for pleasantries. "Quickly, turn on the television and switch to Fox New York News." Gwen's tone was urgent, leaving no room for idle chit-chat. "What? Very well." As Peter absorbed Gwen's words, a profound sense of unease burgeoned within him, prompting him to tune in to Fox New York News. According to the broadcast, a massive riot had erupted in the Bronx. An unidentified creature had assaulted the borough's governmental office. The footage displayed a shaky image, evidently captured in motion. This enigmatic being bore a humanoid shape, yet its physique resembled that of a lizard, towering and weighing nearly as much as an adult Asian elephant. Presently, the police were en route, and the extent of casualties remained unknown. "Oh God!" What have I done? Dr. Connors, upon witnessing the images on the television, immediately drew a connection to his experimental serum. Was it not a small white mouse from his live subject area that had transformed into something akin to this? Peter, can you hear me? Peter, however, paid no heed to the voice of Gwen emanating from the phone. His mind was singularly focused on one thought. He must thwart this monstrosity. The creation of this serum bore his contributions, and it was his solemn duty, as well as his responsibility, to prevent this lizard creature from wreaking havoc. Meanwhile, within the base where strategies for combat and counter-surveillance were being studied, Li Jie stumbled upon this news online. The lizard creature depicted in the report appeared even more formidable and robust than the version of Dr. Connors he remembered, exhibiting greater destructive potential. Li Jie fancied himself capable of rescuing Dr. Connors, much like he had saved Ben Parker. Yet, he had not anticipated that the entire situation would veer into realms beyond his control. Li Jie could only mutter under his breath, "Damn it, this world has gone awry." Chapter 40. Spider-Man vs. Lizard, Part 2, 6,000 words delivered. The Bronx is a region plagued by a severe shortage of law enforcement. This area is predominantly inhabited by individuals at the lowest echelons of New York society. The government adopts an indifferent stance towards this locality, investing little to no funds into its improvement. Consequently, when the reptilian warrior Zod launched an assault on the district government's office building, the police response was notably limited. Fewer than 10 patrol cars and around 30 officers arrived at the scene, prepared to confront Zod. Most of these officers were equipped merely with the standard Colt M1911 handguns. This firearm delivers a maximum kinetic damage of only 850 joules, complemented by a handful of 12-gauge shotguns. While shotguns may appear formidable in cinematic portrayals, their true utility lies in their capacity for wide-area suppression rather than lethal force. In reality, a standard shotgun utilizing double-aught buckshot inflicts less than 300 joules of damage per projectile. Although shotguns can seem exhilarating to fire, they are far less effective at delivering fatal blows unless employed at close range against vital targets. There have been instances where an individual sustained 3 shotgun hits, with 27 pellets striking their body, yet continued to engage in a shootout with police officers. Previously, at a veterans hospital, Zod had faced off against security personnel wielding SCAR assault rifles, which boast a damage output of 2,500 joules. Despite this, Zod emerged relatively unscathed, with wounds healing rapidly, allowing him to dispatch those guards with ease. How could the officers, armed with such rudimentary equipment, hope to impede Zod? The arriving police formed a rudimentary defensive line with their vehicles and unleashed a barrage of gunfire at the rampaging Zod. To be frank, the intensity of this firepower was woefully inadequate. The effective range of handguns is limited, with many losing lethality beyond 50 meters. The shorter-range shotguns fared even worse. The bullets fired from these weapons were akin to mere tickles for Zod, yet this futile assault ignited his wrath. One should not expect a creature overtaken by primal instincts to exhibit much rationality. Zod cared little for the innocence of his victims at this moment, as bloodlust is an innate desire of every predator. With a ferocious roar that echoed like that of a wild beast, Zod charged towards the officers who dared to shoot at him. Many perceive lizards as slow-moving. However, this is a misconception. In truth, numerous lizard species are the sprinting champions among terrestrial creatures of comparable size. Can you envision the sensation of a 4-meter-tall, 2-ton behemoth, akin to an elephant, barreling towards you with the speed of a cheetah stalking its prey? It is as though one stands on the tracks, facing an oncoming train. The colossal Zod advanced with each step, causing the very ground to tremble beneath him. As he drew nearer, even the police cars stationed on the pavement could palpably sense the vibrations of the earth. The officers, desperately firing their weapons in an attempt to halt his advance, unleashed a barrage akin to the rapid fire of assault rifles, yet their efforts proved utterly futile. Helplessly, they watched as Zod charged toward one of the police vehicles. Should such a massive entity collide with it at that speed, the officers seeking refuge behind the car would surely have no hope of survival. Despair engulfed the other officers, many of them shouting for their colleague to flee from behind the vehicle. Yet, paralyzed by fear and anxiety, the officer remained motionless, his legs as rigid as 2 pieces of wood, utterly incapable of movement. Some closed their eyes in hopelessness, unwilling to witness the impending catastrophe. "Fool! Look at this! Your father is here!" A mocking voice rang out, accompanied by the soaring trajectory of a massive boulder. Weighing over 300 kilograms, the rock hurtled through the air like a cannonball aimed directly at Zod's chest. At that critical moment, assistance arrived in the form of Spider-Man Peter Parker. Upon his arrival, he quickly discerned Zod's intent to attack the officers, and Peter resolved to thwart this green-scaled monstrosity. On the lawn in front of the municipal government building lay decorative stones, each weighing approximately 300 kilograms. With his enhanced strength, Peter could now effortlessly maneuver such weight. He utilized his webbing to secure the boulder before spinning it like a shot-put athlete. Once the centrifugal force reached its zenith, he launched the stone toward Zod. The force behind a 300-kilogram boulder, propelled by centrifugal acceleration, could deliver an impact of several tons. The massive stone struck Zod's chest, abruptly halting his advance. The force of the blow caused him to stagger backward, momentarily losing his footing. Seizing the opportunity, two officers rushed forward to carry away the paralyzed colleague. Now, all eyes were fixed on Peter. His costume, continually refined and crafted, had finally taken the form reminiscent of the Spider-Man from Lee's memory, and he felt a sense of relief that the beloved hero had not transformed into an oddity. "Hey guys, I'm here to help, so don't look at me like that. Remember, our enemy is still out there," Peter urged the officers, signaling them not to focus on him. For Zod remained a formidable adversary. Indeed, despite being struck by the boulder, Zod's grotesque regenerative abilities rendered him virtually unscathed, and he quickly regained his footing. His ire was now entirely directed at Peter, for the damage inflicted by Peter's attack far surpassed the futile efforts of the officers. "Vile little insect," Zod bellowed in rage. "Insect? Are you referring to me?" Peter feigned innocence, pointing to his own nose. "I believe you resemble more of an insect. Greetings, my friend. Are you familiar with the art of arachnology? I perceive you as a formidable creature akin to a colossal spider." The little arachnid begins to wield its sharpest weapon, its words, to launch an assault upon its adversary. "Allow me to conjecture your classification. I surmise you do not belong to the family of geckos, for your considerable size would render it quite challenging to adhere to walls with suction pads." The little spider, appearing quite earnest, discreetly gestures for the other officers to vacate the vicinity. "Given your ferocity, I deduce you must belong to the iguana family, known for their combative nature." Peter has successfully incited Zod's already simmering rage to a boiling point. "I shall tear your mouth apart." Zod harbors a lingering desire to be a normal human, and Peter's words strike a painful chord within him. With a tail like a steel whip, Zod lunges toward Peter, generating a tremendous gust of wind. However, after extensive training through encounters with the Nightcrawler, Peter has grown significantly more formidable than his original portrayal. In the source material, Peter Parker had only recently acquired his spider abilities, with combat experience limited to skirmishes with street thugs, lacking formal training in martial arts. Fortunately, his adversary at that time was merely Dr. Connors, who, despite transforming into the lizard, was essentially a scholar with little combat experience. Both were novices in battle, relying solely on instinct, resulting in a rather unsightly confrontation. Now, after numerous exchanges with Nightcrawler, Peter's fighting skills have markedly improved. He is no longer a mere novice. Effortlessly, he evades Zod's onslaught and deftly launches a webbing shot at Zod's face, ensnaring his head in a thick web, momentarily obscuring his vision. While it would be exceedingly difficult for an ordinary person to extricate themselves from Spider-Man's web, Zod, transformed into a lizard warrior, possesses immense strength and easily tears it away. Just as Peter was contemplating a decisive strike, Zod's speed in breaking free surpassed his expectations. Peter had to abandon his planned attack in favor of defense, as Zod's left arm swung in with fierce intent. Zod's forearm collided solidly with Peter, but fortunately, Peter had assumed a cross-guard position. This defensive maneuver, taught to him by Lee, is a common technique in basic combat. In boxing, this is referred to as cross-defense, where the hands intersect to shield the chest. This effectively mitigated the damage from Zod's assault. Although Peter was propelled a considerable distance, he managed to dissipate the kinetic energy, suffering minimal harm aside from a slight ache in his arm. At this moment, Peter realized he had likely encountered a significant predicament. According to reports from our correspondent on the scene, the creature discovered in the Bronx has successfully repelled the local police. Currently, the authorities in this area are seeking assistance from other precincts across New York City. Li Jie remains at the base, attentively monitoring the unfolding situation with his notebook. He is reluctant to intervene prematurely, as this lizard-like creature appears to possess far greater strength than the original lizard doctor, and he is uncertain if he could confront it alone. At the scene, a man clad in a red and blue bodysuit, accompanied by a mask, is actively thwarting the creature's actions, momentarily halting the escalation of chaos. A familiar figure appears hazily on the video feed, none other than Peter Parker. How did Peter arrive on the scene and engage in battle with the lizard at this critical moment? Although Peter has undoubtedly grown more formidable, Li Jie harbors doubts about his ability to defeat this adversary. With little time to ponder further, Li Jie swiftly organizes his gear, preparing to head to the Bronx. Peter is his dear friend, and he cannot allow Peter Parker to fall victim to a lizard. Chapter 41. The arrival of the Nightwalker. First update, Peter was flung aside by the lizard man. Although he sustained minimal injury, he had lost the element of surprise. In both battle and war, the side that gains the advantage invariably occupies a position of strength. Any reversal of offense and defense can lead to dire consequences, for the act of attacking is always more proactive than that of defending. As a distinguished graduate of West Point, Zod, despite his transformation into a lizard, retained the combat knowledge ingrained in his mind. This instinctual knowledge as a warrior rendered him far superior to the lizard doctor from the original tale. Zod seized the opportunity presented by the advantage. He swiftly pursued Peter, launching an offensive. Peter had barely regained his footing upon landing when he felt the alarm of his spider sense. Reacting instinctively, he performed a backward roll, narrowly evading Zod's clawed attack. Zod's beastly claws struck the ground, sending a spray of dirt flying. One could be fined for damaging the lawn, yet Peter had the presence of mind to jest even while dodging. Zod, however, was not one for idle chatter. His response was more direct and brutal, attacking Peter with increased speed and force. Understanding that he was no match for this formidable opponent in terms of strength, Peter utilized his webbing to create distance between them. He knew he needed to engage this behemoth from afar. 2 spheres of webbing were launched from Peter's web shooter, akin to rubber bullets, aimed directly at Zod's eyes. If he could temporarily blind this giant, defeating him would become significantly easier. However, Peter's intentions, though noble, were not easily realized. The power of his web shooter was limited, designed primarily for subduing ordinary criminals without the risk of fatality. Consequently, the speed and force of the webbing were diminished. While effective against regular humans, proved utterly futile against the mutated Zod. With a mere flick of his claws, Zod effortlessly deflected the 2 webbing spheres, rendering them useless. Peter, now left with little choice, resorted to the same tactic he had employed before to thwart Zod's advance. He ensnared a stone with his web, preparing to utilize centrifugal force to accelerate the projectile towards Zod. However, having already learned from his previous encounter, Zod was not about to fall for the same trick again. Ignoring Peter's attempt to swing the stone like a windmill, Zod charged once more towards him. In a face-to-face confrontation, one must evade the opponent's attacks. Yet, the most effective evasion is not retreat but advance. An experienced fighter knows to collide into their adversary's embrace, as attacks, whether punches or kicks, fundamentally exploit the principles of leverage and whip effect to inflict damage. Each of these principles possesses a pivotal point and a core. Upon entering the pivotal zone, any offensive maneuvers from his adversary would be rendered ineffective. Zod, a distinguished member of the top 10 in hand-to-hand combat at West Point, seized the moment as Peter swung a stone, darting into the inner circle of the attack. Here, the rock could not reach him. With a swift motion, Zod extended his sharp claws, deftly slicing through Peter's resilient webbing, which snapped under the pressure. This brief skirmish, akin to a flash of lightning, saw Peter again thrust into a position of vulnerability due to Zod's relentless onslaught. Zod showed no mercy. His 3-meter-long tail was not merely ornamental but a lethal weapon capable of inflicting mortal harm. With tremendous force, the tail swept towards Peter's midsection. Despite Peter's efforts to evade the strike, Having lost the element of surprise, complete avoidance proved arduous. He could only brace himself, raising his legs and using his arms to shield against the impending blow, aware that a direct hit to his waist could severely damage his kidneys. Nevertheless, the impact was still excruciating. Peter felt as though his left arm might snap, and pain radiated from his ribs, suggesting possible fractures. The strength of this lizard-like creature exceeded Peter's expectations. Having previously adopted an aggressive stance, Peter was firmly planted on his feet when struck, allowing the full force of the blow to resonate through him. He was unceremoniously knocked to the ground, the inflicted damage leaving him momentarily dazed. As a seasoned warrior, Zod understood the significance of capitalizing on a foe's weakness. His 5 blade-like claws lunged viciously toward Peter's body. Suddenly, a resounding gunshot echoed from Zod's right. Accompanying this was a barrage of 9 pellets. As previously noted, while the lethality of a shotgun may not be overwhelming, its stopping power is formidable. The shooter, a police officer, was positioned a mere 10 meters from Zod, an optimal range for the shotgun's devastating potential. Behind him, several officers formed a supportive team, evidently rallying around him as the primary attacker, employing a thrusting assault strategy. The Model 12 revolver shotgun boasted a magazine capable of holding 12 rounds. With each step forward, the officer fired at Zod. Although the damage inflicted upon Zod was limited, the immense force compelled him to retreat, avoiding the onslaught from the shotgun at its most effective range. Meanwhile, the other team members swiftly advanced, lifting the injured Peter in preparation to evacuate under the cover of the lead officer. Thanks to Peter's timely intervention, these officers had narrowly escaped death at Zod's claws. They had remained steadfast, awaiting assistance rather than retreating at Peter's signal. Now, having returned the favor, they were rescuing Peter from peril. The second support officer moved forward to take the lead, as the primary attacker had but 2 rounds remaining, necessitating a reload upon expending them. Now, he requires the second main attacker responsible for support to step forward and occupy his position. Only in this manner can they barely halt the formidable lizard warrior, Zod. However, Zod is also a seasoned soldier, well-versed in the tactics employed by these officers. How could he allow them to execute their tactical rotation as they pleased? The recent strike that caught him off guard had been merely a fluke. Now, forewarned, he would not allow these officers to retreat easily. They had just unleashed a barrage of gunfire upon him, and he was intent on exacting vengeance. Seizing the moment of their tactical shift, Zod prepared to eliminate these bothersome adversaries in one fell swoop. The second main attacker managed to fire only a single shot before Zod closed in upon him. The monstrous figure loomed like a small mountain, exuding an overwhelming sense of dread. His massive claws sliced through the air with a menacing swiftness, a speed beyond the reach of an ordinary person. The officer felt death's chilling summons drawing near. A flash of cold light streaked by, akin to a lightning bolt striking Zod's wrist. The anticipated demise did not materialize. Instead, Zod's claw was severed at the wrist, crimson blood gushing forth like a torrent. At that moment, Zod finally discerned the source of that chilling light, a sharp steel blade embedded deeply in the ground, not far from the severed claw. Li Jie had hurriedly arrived on the scene just in the nick of time. Realizing that Zod was about to unleash carnage upon Peter and the officers, he swiftly employed a concealed weapon technique to hurl the wounding steel blade. The damage inflicted by the razor-sharp knife was indeed substantial, directly severing Zod's claw, and the blade's inherent property of intensifying wounds significantly hampered his recovery. Li Jie was in no mood for pleasantries. This lizard warrior appeared far more formidable than the previous lizard doctor. He unleashed his utmost speed, hurtling toward the unsuspecting Zod at a remarkable 35 meters per second. Lacking specialized hand-to-hand combat techniques, Li Jie resorted to a basic fighting maneuver, launching himself with a fierce elbow strike aimed at Zod. His arms, infused with internal energy, were as unyielding as steel, and combined with the momentum from his speed, he forced the 2-ton beast back several steps. Yet that was the extent of his impact. Without any special debuffs, such a purely physical assault was unlikely to inflict true harm upon Zod. Li Jie retrieved the wounding steel blade. Observing that Zod's severed wrist had ceased its bleeding, he sensed that a fierce battle lay ahead. Chapter 42. The interrupted battle Li Jie was acutely aware that the lizard doctor in the original narrative possessed formidable regenerative abilities. However, Zod's capacity for recovery surpassed his expectations. The steel blade, deepening the inflicted wound, carried a bleeding effect and a debuff that impeded the healing process. Yet, although Zod's severed wrist had not yet begun the process of regeneration, it was evident that he was no longer bleeding. Previously, Li Jie had configured opponents based on the Lizard Doctor template in E-Class hero training cards. Nonetheless, the D-Class training version of the Lizard Doctor was evidently inferior to the reptilian adversary before him. As Li Jie marveled at this revelation, Zod himself was gripped by unease. Despite having sustained severe injuries in the past, he had always managed to recover swiftly. Even a hail of bullets posed little threat to him. Yet, this strange hooded figure had severed his wrist with a mere knife, and he showed no signs of recovery. This realization instilled a sense of panic within him, but as a seasoned warrior, Zod understood the importance of remaining focused. Any lapse in concentration could result in his demise at the hands of this peculiar man, who evidently possessed the means to counteract his regenerative abilities. Li Jie was the first to strike, deftly casting 3 throwing knives with a flick of his wrist. These were not the inexpensive E-Class projectiles. They were high-grade D-Class equipment, each valued at 50 points of prestige. Known as explosive throwing knives, they represented a branch of technological weaponry. Upon impact, these knives would detonate with a 0.3-second delay, the explosion's force not particularly overwhelming. However, due to the timing of the detonation, the explosion often occurred after the blade had already penetrated the opponent's body. As consumables, these technological items did not require blueprints for crafting. Otherwise, tech-based heroes would find themselves in a dire predicament, forced to fabricate even their consumables. Zod, encountering such throwing knives for the first time, was oblivious to their true nature, mistaking them for ordinary projectiles. Shielding his vital areas with his arm, he believed these small knives posed minimal threat to him, considering even assault rifle bullets had proven ineffective against him. However, infused with internal power, the throwing knives flew with remarkable speed and penetrative strength, swiftly embedding themselves into Zod's arm. In terms of sheer damage, Zod might have dismissed their impact, for the knives were a mere 10 centimeters in length and 3 centimeters in width, hardly capable of inflicting significant harm on a towering behemoth like him, who stood 4 meters tall and weighed 2 tons. Little did he know that these seemingly innocuous blades were designed to explode. After a 0.3-second delay, the 3 knives embedded in Zod's arm detonated within his flesh. Although the explosive charge was modest due to the knive's small size, the resulting blasts left 3 gaping wounds, each over 25 centimeters in diameter, and the shock waves stripped away a considerable amount of muscle from Zod's arm. This time, the pain was truly excruciating. Zod's left wrist was severed by a single strike from Li Jie, while his right hand suffered a devastating blow from an unexpectedly explosive throwing knife. Both arms were significantly injured, particularly the severed wrist, which was recovering at a painfully slow pace. After such a long duration, only the slightest regeneration had occurred. In contrast, although the wound on his right hand was larger, its healing process was considerably swifter. Seizing the moment when Zod was off guard, Li Jie capitalized on the explosive throwing knife to catch him unawares. He would not squander such a prime opportunity for attack. With a swift flick of his left hand, 3 more throwing knives shot forth. This time, Zod had learned his lesson. He swiftly dodged as soon as he noticed Li Jie's arm move. In truth, these 3 throwing knives were merely ordinary E-grade knives, possessing nothing but sharpness. While they were effective against regular individuals, they lacked the lethality required to pose a serious threat to Zod. After all, D-grade throwing knives were prohibitively expensive, and Li Jie could not afford to use them without restraint. The initial trio of throwing knives served 2 purposes: to catch Zod off guard and to instill a sense of caution regarding the highly destructive explosive knives. With both objectives achieved, it appeared that the explosive knives had indeed instilled a degree of intimidation in Zod, preventing him from daring to confront them head-on. Though the lizard's regenerative abilities were remarkable, they required Zod to expend his own energy and nutrients. Previously, in the operating room, he had received a substantial injection of high-energy nutrient solution from Dr. Sean, leaving him relatively unperturbed. However, now that the stored nutrients within his body were nearly depleted, and he began to draw upon his own nutritional reserves, Zod started to sense the ominous shift in his condition. The considerable injuries and subsequent repairs had sapped a significant amount of his energy, leaving him feeling fatigued.
Lie,
However, was unconcerned with Zod's weariness. For him, every moment in battle was an opportunity to seize. As Zod evaded the throwing knives, Li Jie advanced forward with a decisive step of over 10 meters, wielding his steel blade with the technique known as the 8 blades of wind breaking. The flashes of the blade cut through flesh and bone with ferocity. The hallmark of the 8 blades of wind breaking was its speed, exceedingly swift, lacking any specialized maneuvers. The technique focused on the seamless acceleration between strikes, allowing the swordplay to reach an unparalleled velocity. The dark gleam of the blade flashed like lightning in the night, each strike infused with Li Jie's inner strength. Under the influence of this power, the steel blade became even more lethal. Zod's physique was exceptionally robust. Every blow from Li Jie felt akin to striking solid rock, rendering his attacks awkward and clumsy. Were it not for his mastery of a complete-level primary internal skill, Li Jie might have long since lost control of his blade. Even more vexed than Li Jie was Zod, as Li Jie's sensitivity to combat opportunities was astoundingly acute. In merely dodging the throwing knives, Zod had unwittingly exposed a flaw for Li Jie to exploit. Now, Li Jie's onslaught surged like a relentless tide, forcing Zod to engage in a desperate defense and evasion. Moreover, the wounds inflicted by the steel blade healed at a painfully slow rate, leading Zod to suspect that if he continued to defend in such a manner, he might eventually succumb to death by 1,000 cuts. In the midst of this turmoil, Zod braced himself, enduring several of Li Jie's fierce strikes, resolutely forcing a transition between offense and defense. The relatively intact arm swung a massive beast's claw, forcing Li Jie to retreat. Hot on its heels was a powerful tail, as strong as a steel whip. Li Jie was compelled to block the attack on his left side with the side of his steel knife. He had just witnessed Peter being assaulted, and he understood that being struck by that formidable tail was no jest. As the tail collided with him, he managed to deflect the blow with his knife, but the force sent him flying backward, creating distance between himself and Zoder while dissipating the impact's damage. Zoder, intent on launching a fierce offensive, found himself unceremoniously met with 3 explosive throwing knives hurled by Li Jie. The incoming Zoder had no chance to evade the projectiles and was struck by all 3. Boom! 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 The muffled explosions erupted within Zoder's torso. Although Zoder had transformed into a lizard warrior with grotesquely thick muscles, the blasts did not pierce through his muscular layer. Nevertheless, the shockwaves inflicted some degree of harm, causing him to falter momentarily. Just as Li Jie prepared to capitalize on his advantage, he suddenly heard Peter's urgent shout from behind. "Be careful!" In an instant, Li Jie felt a rush of wind approach from behind. Without a moment to ponder, he executed a roll to evade the incoming threat. His keen eyes quickly discerned the source of the attack, an arrow tipped with 3 vicious hooks. Though initially uncertain of its purpose, he soon grasped its intent. For these arrows were not only aimed at him but were being unleashed in greater numbers and ferocity towards the lizard warrior Zoder. When the arrows struck Zoder, a flash of blue electricity crackled through the air. These projectiles were designed for high-frequency discharges, capable of generating hundreds to thousands of volts in an instant to subdue criminals. As Li Jie glanced back, he noticed an influx of other officers at the scene. Their attire was clearly not that of ordinary New York police. Clad in black tactical gear, Kevlar helmets, and puncture-resistant outfits, the chest insignia bore the letters S.W.A.T. This was the renowned SWAT team, an expert unit in urban combat, among the world's most elite forces in specialized operations and small-scale conflicts. After all, this was New York. Though the police reinforcements arrived somewhat tardily, it remained one of the largest and most significant cities in the United States. Peter, previously rescued by the police, had regained consciousness and was breaking free from their control, heading toward Li Jie. Li Jie had no desire to clash with the SWAT team at this moment. Especially in such a perilous situation, contending with dozens of fully armed SWAT members would yield no favorable outcome. If captured, the consequences could be dire. On a fortunate day, he might be recruited by S.H.I.E.L.D. But on an unfortunate day he could find himself in the clutches of Hydra or under the command of the military, like General Strucker. Moreover, he harbored doubts regarding the capacity of the mutated lizard man to withstand the onslaught of the Thunder Squad. Unlike the inadequately equipped police, the Thunder Squad was armed with an array of heavy weaponry. Even if the lizard warrior possessed astonishing regenerative abilities, it was believed that under intense firepower, he would be reduced to ashes. After all, he was merely a lizard man altered by mutated genes, not a being with the extraordinary recovery capabilities of Wolverine or Deadpool, let alone that invulnerable green giant who could endure various artillery attacks unscathed. Li Jie felt a twinge of regret. This time, he had caught the mutated lizard off guard, and given a bit more time, he might have been able to eliminate the creature. Unfortunately, just as the moment was ripe, the Thunder Squad arrived. Without further hesitation, Li Jie exchanged for numerous smoke devices and promptly activated them, casting them nearby to envelop the area in a dense fog before swiftly making his way to Peter, taking him away from the scene. The first team was to establish perimeter security while the second donned thermal imaging equipment. True to their reputation, the Thunder Squad was well-equipped and meticulously trained. Within mere seconds, both assault teams had donned gear capable of operating within the smoke. However, for Li Jie, a few seconds was ample time to cover several hundred meters. The mutated Zod, with his lizard-like eyes, could navigate through the smoke using thermal imaging. As a former soldier, he understood that confronting the Thunder Squad head-on would spell certain doom. The previous battle and the ensuing destruction had already alleviated much of his pent-up fury, rendering Zod considerably more rational. Seizing the opportunity, he chose to make his escape. By the time the Thunder Squad was fully prepared, the two adversaries who had been engaged in fierce combat had vanished, leaving behind a scene of chaos and a severed beast's claw that Li Jie had cleaved off. This trophy was to be taken back, and after the smoke dissipated, the commanding officer responsible for the operation returned empty-handed, save for the captured claw. Chapter 43. The storm approaches. Easy now. Take it easy, my friend. I am but a wounded man. Within the confines of the Nightwalker's base, Peter Parker lay upon a makeshift table, his voice barely above a whisper. The blow from Zod's tail had indeed inflicted considerable harm upon him, resulting in minor fractures in both his arm and ribs. Fortunately, during this period, Peter's physical resilience had been significantly augmented by his spider mutation. Otherwise, he might have faced a life-altering consequence. Are you aware that you are injured? Why, then, did you still feel the need to play the hero? Li Jie rummaged through the toolbox, retrieving a pair of scissors, and proceeded to cut a slit in Peter's suit, tearing away a considerable portion. Oh, my new suit. That cost me a small fortune. Dozens of dollars earned from hours spent tending to someone else's lawn. Peter lamented, feeling a pang of regret for his battle attire, now in tatters. Be quiet. I'll give you $100 later, Li Jie declared grandly, though the familiarity of the phrase struck him as odd. After examining Peter's wounds, Li Jie noted the absence of external injuries. However, the internal damage was evident, with significant subcutaneous bruising across his side. The slightest touch elicited excruciating pain from Peter. Clearly, his bones had also been affected. By the time they returned to the base, Peter had been in so much agony that he could hardly move, ultimately relying on Li Jie to bring him back. It seems you won't be heading home tonight. While your injuries aren't severe, I fear you will be unable to move, Li Jie remarked after his examination. Is everything all right with your family? Do not worry. I shall stay here tonight. I informed my Uncle Ben and Aunt May that I would be working overtime for the next few days, likely staying at the office. Peter replied, having already communicated his plans to his family to facilitate his extended hours in the lab. Very well, but I still believe it would be wise to have someone tend to your injuries. I am not equipped to handle bone fractures, Li Jie stated, perusing his collection of medical supplies. While he possessed numerous items for treating wounds and fractures, he lacked the knowledge to properly immobilize a fractured bone. After all, he had never learned the techniques for splinting bones, particularly in the ribcage area. The skeletal structure must be handled with utmost care. Given that Spider-Man's recovery capabilities surpassed those of an ordinary individual, any misalignment during the binding process could result in lasting deformity. Yet, I feel it would be unwise to visit a hospital at this moment, Peter interjected with a slight grunt. and it's likely we cannot even call for an ambulance here. Rest assured, there is no need for a hospital. I know someone quite adept at handling such injuries, Li Jie assured him, retrieving his phone to dial the Punisher, utilizing the previously established code of 3 short knocks followed by 1 long to connect the call. According to the latest reports from the scene, the humanoid lizard creature that had wreaked havoc in the Bronx had vanished upon the arrival of the Thunderbolts. Furthermore, the 2 men who had intervened to thwart the lizard's rampage had also departed the area. The Fox News channel was currently covering the developments surrounding the lizard warrior. Through the lens of the camera, we observe that the entity obstructing the lizard man is a man clad in a red and blue bodysuit with a mask, alongside another individual dressed in a gray hoodie. Due to the camera's considerable distance from the battleground, we were unable to capture further footage. The news is currently being reported by an attractive female news anchor. Chameleon Reed has now nearly recovered, as the enhanced regenerative abilities of mutant bodies, particularly those infused with chameleon genes, inherently possess a remarkable capacity for accelerated healing. Reed watches the gray-hooded man on the television, his teeth nearly grinding to dust. The very person who had almost brought about his demise is this individual. As for the man in the red and blue bodysuit, Reed suspects he is the same peculiar figure he encountered that day, dressed in a flamboyant red wrestling outfit. The news report continues. According to our investigation, this lizard man first emerged from the Veterans Affairs Hospital. It is well known that the New York City Veterans Affairs Hospital is funded by the Osborne Group for research purposes. The exact role of the Osborne Group in this incident remains unclear, and it is reported that the police have initiated an investigation into the group. An anonymous informant has suggested that this mutant lizard warrior may be Lieutenant Zod, who was recovering at the Veterans Affairs Hospital. Once an exemplary soldier, Zod had been honorably discharged after losing both legs and his left arm during a combat mission in Baghdad. The television begins to cover Zod's situation. Reed gazes at Zod's familiar visage on the screen, suddenly engulfed in memories, until the arrival of Brew and Smith at the hospital interrupts his reverie. Perhaps we have a new ally. The company may be returning a formidable entity. What do you think? A cryptic smile graces Reed's face as he gently addresses the 2. Doctor, this is the beast claw we acquired from the previous battle. A squad leader of the Thunderbolt team presents the claw, severed by Li Jie, to a laboratory. A handsome middle-aged man receives the claw with a hint of disdain. Do you truly enjoy studying monsters? If only the government could allocate more funding for the advancement of human genetic research, that would be significantly more worthwhile. I apologize, Dr. Richard, but we are merely following orders. The squad leader shrugs, offering an expression of helplessness before departing the laboratory. Alone, Dr. Richard glares at the enormous beast claw, begrudgingly aware that he must secure funding for the upcoming space experiment plan, and even if he disdains it, he must comply with the government's wishes to study the specimen. Dr. Connors and Tim have engaged in a clandestine and heated argument regarding Tim's unilateral decision to take the completed serum. Neither party is willing to yield. However, as a scholar, Dr. Connors finds it difficult to assert dominance over Tim. The quarrel proves futile, ending on an unpleasant note. Connors has been temporarily relieved of all duties, and his research will be conducted by his assistant. Tim believes that although the current serum has encountered some minor issues, the laboratory personnel are still capable of addressing these concerns. As for Dr. Connors, with whom he has now fallen out, Tim has no intention of continuing their collaboration. If he were to consider it, it would only be after Dr. Connors has completely calmed down. In the meantime, Dr. Connors can only return home in a fit of anger, praying that the creature he has unleashed does not wreak further havoc. Bang! The door to Dr. Connors' home is violently flung open. A group of soldiers clad in U.S. military uniforms bursts in, led by an officer dressed in the garb of a lieutenant colonel. What are you doing? This is my private domain, Dr. Connors demands, glaring at the intruders. I apologize, Doctor, but I fear we can no longer regard this as your private domain, the lieutenant colonel replies. The U.S. military suspects your involvement with the previous lizard soldiers. You are charged with attempting to create bioweapons, and we have decided to detain you. His tone is unyielding. You have no right to do this. I did not create bioweapons, and even if you were to arrest me, it should be the police or the National Security Agency handling it. Dr. Connors quickly identifies the flaw in their authority, for the military in the United States does not possess the power to apprehend civilians directly. Doctor, I urge you to remain calm. This is a decision from the Pentagon. The lieutenant colonel's voice is icy, and with a wave of his hand, 2 soldiers seize Dr. Connors and escort him to an awaiting military vehicle. Search the entire premises and confiscate all research materials. The lieutenant colonel commands his men. Li Jie's minor intervention in this world has altered the narrative's course entirely. It is indeed a ripple that stirs the waters, heralding the storm that looms ahead. Chapter 44. 2 Lizards. Today's second update. It appeared that the injuries sustained were not particularly severe, merely indicative of hairline fractures. After receiving a call from Li Jie, the Punisher, Frank, hastened to the banks of the Hudson River. Li Jie escorted him to his clandestine hideout, where they hoped to assess the extent of Spider-Man Peter's injuries. I had stabilized the skeletal structure with a supporting brace to prevent any displacement. If his recovery abilities were robust, he could mend within a few days. Frank had bundled the young spider like a dumpling. Oh, thank you, my friend. I am called Spider-Man, as you may refer to me. Peter, swathed like a dumpling, awkwardly extended his hand in a stiff manner, attempting to shake Frank's hand. Frank Castle. Frank introduced himself without adopting any moniker or disguising his visage. The title of the Punisher had been bestowed upon him by his adversaries. I caught the news earlier. The ruckus you caused in the Bronx was quite substantial. What is the nature of that large lizard? Frank inquired as he settled into a makeshift chair. I am uncertain, but it is certainly no benign creature. It is said to have escaped from a veterans hospital, though its connection to the Osborn Corporation remains ambiguous, Li Jie responded. He was well aware that this creature was a consequence of Connors and Peter's failed experiments, yet he chose to feign ignorance. This entity poses significant trouble. We must thwart it. Once transformed into a lizard, its bloodthirst and dark rage will be magnified, leading to widespread devastation and harm to many innocents, Peter continued. How do you know that its transformation will render it more bloodthirsty and enraged? Frank scrutinized Peter with a skeptical gaze. A competent intelligence officer often discerns discrepancies in the unintentional remarks of others. Because I inadvertently overheard discussions about their new project, the lizard serum, while procuring web fluid from the Osborn Corporation. The side effects are precisely this, Peter responded, displaying commendable quick thinking. At least this fabrication was somewhat coherent. However, such a degree of deception was insufficient to mislead Frank, yet he had no intention of probing further. After all, everyone harbored secrets they wished to conceal. As long as one acted with righteousness, he was disinclined to delve into trivialities. Where did you find this little fellow? Is he of age? Frank suddenly turned to Li Jie and asked. I discovered him in a dumpster. As for his maturity, I believe he is of age. He merely appears rather juvenile. I typically do not employ child labor, Li Jie remarked while rummaging through his stockpile of food and beverages. Hey, I wasn't retrieved from a dumpster, and I can assure you, uncle, that I am of age, the young spider protested indignantly. Very well, great Spider-Man. Let us first nourish ourselves. Li Jie tossed a bottle of milk and 2 bags of cheese bread to Peter, while he and Frank enjoyed beer, sausages, a bottle of Mexican chili, a full block of cheese, and slices of toast. After an extensive evening of exertion and a considerable distance covered, Li Jie undeniably felt a pang of hunger. Hee, this is unjust. Why am I limited to milk and cheese bread? Such fare is fit for elementary school children, Peter protested. In stark contrast to the delectable sausages dipped in spicy sauce that his companions were relishing alongside their beer, Peter's late-night snack resembled nothing more than a meal for infants. Patients must avoid excessively spicy and greasy food. Moreover, even if you possess a passport, I am certain you have not yet reached the legal drinking age. Li Jie curtly dismissed Peter's request for sausages and beer, reminding him that the legal drinking age in America is 21. For the sake of Peter's healthy development, Li Jie resolved to shield him from the allure of alcoholic beverages too soon. Meanwhile, the 17-year-old Li Jie clinked a beer bottle with Frank, downing more than half the contents in one gulp. As the trio indulged in their clandestine feast within their secret hideout, Zod, the lizard warrior, lurked in a corner, nursing his wounds alone. The injuries inflicted by Li Jie had begun to heal, and the severed claws were gradually regrowing. However, The energy expended in this recuperation left Zod feeling both famished and fatigued. Yet, he dared not venture out in search of sustenance. His current form was too conspicuous, and he would undoubtedly be discovered. Zod was concealed within an abandoned dam structure, a relic from a bygone era that once supplied power to the areas surrounding New York. Rendered obsolete by the construction of a much larger dam upstream, this site had lain derelict for over a decade. Zod had stumbled upon this dam during his school days, where he and his friends would clandestinely gather, creating many cherished memories. It was the only place that still offered him a semblance of safety. Zod! Zod! Are you there? Just as Zod was grappling with hunger and exhaustion, a voice suddenly pierced the silence. The tone was somewhat familiar, yet Zod hesitated to confirm whether it belonged to someone he once knew. Transformed into a monster, he had lost faith in ordinary humans. Quickly, Zod found a hiding spot, using his thermal vision to observe the direction from which the voice emanated. A figure was approaching, growing nearer. Zod, it's me. I'm Reed, here to help you. The newcomer was none other than Reed the Chameleon. Zod and Reed had been friends during their academic years, both subsequently enlisting in the military. Zod graduated from West Point as a junior officer, serving as a platoon leader, while Reed, a young man who enlisted voluntarily, was assigned under Zod's command. Together, these childhood friends had fought side by side for 2 years, vanquishing numerous terrorists and rescuing many ordinary citizens held hostage. They adhered strictly to military discipline. Even in a chaotic Middle Eastern region where the price of a girl's virtue could be exchanged for a mere chocolate bar, they maintained their integrity. Due to their exemplary conduct, Zod's platoon became renowned as the most valiant and well-disciplined unit in the local American forces. They had once dreamt of ending the war together, allowing the local populace to live in peace. Perhaps this notion is rather naive, yet it embodies the fervent passion of 2 young souls. Alas, all hopes were extinguished by a car bomb along the streets of Baghdad. Zod's unit was dispatched on a mission, only to be struck by the devastating blast. Of the 15 members, only Zod and Reed emerged from the chaos, while the remaining 13 ascended to the heavens, departing with their dreams and regrets. The survivors, Reed and Zod, were left grievously wounded and abandoned by a callous government. The fervor once ignited within them transformed into a seething rage, as their disillusionment with the authorities morphed into an unparalleled fury. Thus, Reed unhesitatingly enlisted in the company's transformation program, while Zod consented to Dr. Sean's human trials, both yearning for the day when they could exact vengeance upon the unscrupulous government. Hidden in the shadows, Zod heard Reed's desperate call, yet he dared not reveal himself. It had been 3 years since Reed left the Veterans Hospital, and he could not ascertain whether Reed was now friend or foe. Listen, Zod, I watched the news. I know your situation. I am here to help you, your truest friend. Please, you must believe me. Reed, lacking thermal vision, could not discern Zod in the darkness, so he shouted into the empty room. Leave this place. Reed, I cannot guarantee that I won't harm you. Do you see what I have become? Zod ultimately chose to speak, his rationality compelling him to protect his friend. Zod, indeed you are here. Come with me. I can assist you. Do not fear for my safety. I am as you are now. Reed, upon hearing Zod's voice, spoke with a hint of excitement. He unfastened his shirt, revealing his gray-green skin adorned with fine scales, resembling a lizard. Zod stepped forth from the darkness, astonished as he gazed upon Reed, who had undergone a transformation into a creature akin to himself. Chapter 45. The warehouse and food. The host altered the fate of the original Dr. Connors, creating a more formidable lizard warrior. The system issued a new task, to eliminate the lizard warrior, with a reward of a random set of D-grade martial arts. Li Jie felt a throbbing pain in his tooth. Initially, his intention was to change Dr. Connor's destiny, as the doctor genuinely aspired to benefit humanity. However, to his astonishment, his well-meaning interference inadvertently resulted in the creation of an even more powerful lizard warrior. It seemed he would have to clean up the mess he had unwittingly made. After 3 days of recuperation, Peter Parker, the young Spider, had largely healed from his injuries, thanks to Spider-Man's accelerated recovery genes. Today, Peter brought 2 pieces of news to Li Jie. First, the serum to counteract the lizard warrior had been successfully developed, as Peter had been involved throughout the entire process, and through reverse experimentation the antidote could be obtained. The second piece of news was that Dr. Connors had been dismissed, and Peter had been unable to locate him at Dr. Connors' residence. This revelation only added to Li Jie's growing headache. Indeed, it appeared that he should have adhered to the narratives from the Marvel tales he had read in his past life, avoiding any alterations to the plot and merely following its course as a prophet of sorts. However, even if he wished to align himself with the unfolding story now, it seemed impossible. The butterfly's wings had already stirred, and a hurricane was beginning to form. Li Jie now faced three pressing tasks. One involved guiding the young spider back onto the right path, which was likely nearing completion. Another required addressing the lizard warrior. Li Jie suspected that resolving the issue with the lizard warrior was intrinsically linked to the task of steering the young spider in the right direction. Ultimately, the most daunting task remained: to confront the Stanich family. The mission to dismantle the Stanich family's underground trading posts was relatively straightforward. During the days Peter was recuperating, Li Jie teamed up with Frank to eliminate one of the family's illegal car trading sites and a weapons trading point. The real challenge lay in dealing with a certain Hank, identified in the task as the right hand of the Stanich family. However, Li Jie had no familiarity with this individual. He wouldn't even recognize him if they passed each other by, let alone eliminate him. Moreover, there was the pressing issue of halting illegal transactions exceeding $100 million. The underground trading posts they had dismantled, along with the previous drug trafficking they had thwarted, amounted to merely $10 million. This left a staggering shortfall of $90 million to account for, intensifying Li Jie's discomfort. Now, even his jaw ached. Li Jie enlisted Frank to gather intelligence, whether related to the Stanich family or the lizard warrior. Presently, Spider-Man, Nightcrawler, and Punisher had formed a small team of their own. Li Jie's choice for the secret base location was commendable. Frank had also relocated some of his equipment there, and he had installed security and surveillance systems throughout the sewer. Frank's meticulous arrangements had demonstrated to Li Jie and Peter the true meaning of professionalism, elevating the security level of their secret base several-fold. Frank sipped his beer, while Li Jie enjoyed his coffee and Peter drank milk, all seated in their newly arranged base, gathered around a pristine map of New York. This map, provided by Frank, was clearer than any available for purchase, boasting a printing quality at the micron level, making it a true ultra-high-definition military map and a cherished personal collection of Frank's. It not only meticulously marked every street in New York but also indicated the hidden rivers and sewers. Accompanying it was a contour map that clearly illustrated the complete topography of the city. As Frank sipped his beer, he began to share his recent intelligence findings with Li Jie and Peter. When it came to intelligence gathering, Frank's capabilities far surpassed those of Li Jie and Peter combined. "I have recently discovered several suspicious locations in New York," Frank stated. Spider-Man once mentioned that due to the lizard serum, this mutated lizard warrior has an innate attraction to other lizards. Frank took another sip of his beer. "Other lizards tend to flock towards him. While there aren't many lizards in New York, I still managed to uncover some clues." He pointed to the map. "Right here, interestingly, I had been scouting this area for quite some time." The location Frank indicated was near the mouth of the Hudson River. "I found that this area is also a stronghold of the Stanich family, and their defenses are particularly tight. Once a transfer dock responsible for short-haul connections from the Hudson River to New York Harbor, this spot had been abandoned since the late 1970s due to the redevelopment and expansion of the harbor. Its distance from the urban area and the lack of nearby job opportunities led to its desolation over the decades." Li Jie and Peter studied the map intently for a long while before exchanging glances. "The unfolding story is becoming increasingly intriguing," Li Jie mused, stroking his chin. Meanwhile, across the Hudson River, a special guest was arriving at the Stanich family warehouse. "Mr. Deacon, the quantity of goods should meet your requirements this time." A Stanich family member with a neatly parted hairstyle bowed respectfully to a handsome young man with golden hair. "The quantity is one matter, but as food, they are far too foul," the handsome young man remarked, having just inspected the warehouse's contents while covering his nose with a handkerchief, as if the unpleasant odor still lingered in the air. "Mr. Deacon, it has become increasingly difficult to source these goods. Government inspections are becoming more stringent. We can only procure sufficient quantities from abroad," the member continued cautiously, wary of provoking the young man. However, I require higher quality food for the nobility. The nobles expect clean, pure provisions, Deacon replied, paying little heed to the complaints. Let us not forget that we have paid for this. You know the consequences of failing to meet our demands. With a center-parted hairstyle and a visage laden with bitterness, conducting business with these individuals proved to be exceedingly troublesome. No one in the family was willing to take the reins, although substantial profits could be amassed. Inciting displeasure in the other party would assuredly subject one to a torment worse than death. When will that item be delivered? Daikon inquired. We have reached an agreement with the company. Once your side transfers the remaining funds and the items to the company, they will promptly dispatch the goods. The center-parted individual continued with a tone of humility. We can assure you that our personnel will vacate the premises during the collection, leaving only your representatives and a few guards from the company. Daikon non-committally grunted in response. Do prepare an ample supply of exquisite cuisine. September is fast approaching. Without waiting for a reply, he plunged into his vehicle and departed from the scene. In the darkness, observing from a distance, Reed turned to his companion and inquired, "Who is that fellow? And how long must we linger in this wretched warehouse?" "Just a filthy mongrel, a self-important purebred," came the retort, not from Reed but from the African-American named Blue. Before Blue could finish his sentence, Smith swiftly covered his mouth. "For heaven's sake, Blue, mind your words. You nearly met your end at their hands last time." Blue huffed in indignation but refrained from further comment. "Patience, Zod. You have now joined the company. We are to serve its interests. In a few days, a significant item will arrive here," Reed explained to Zod. "We must first ensure the safety of this item before we can address those two bothersome individuals. Rest assured, opportunities for vengeance will abound," Reed reassured Zod, urging him to remain calm. As Daikon's vehicle receded from view, the center-parted individual muttered a curse under his breath. He still had to procure exquisite purebred delicacies for Daikon. Damn September. Damn the holidays. Note: the Hudson River stretches over 500 kilometers, spanning 2 states in the United States. Therefore, the protagonists based by the Hudson River and the Stanage family's warehouse along the same river are, in fact, situated at a considerable distance from one another. Chapter 46. Preparations, second update of the day. The Nightwalker base has undergone a remarkable transformation. The antiquated laptop that Li Jie had procured has been entirely replaced by a comprehensive corporate terminal computer processing system. This once obsolete device has now been gifted to little Spider Peter, who utilizes it for his Spider Solitaire games. 9 monitors adorn the walls, displaying surveillance footage from 54 distinct angles, ensuring that any intrusion into the base is detected at the earliest opportunity. At the final approach to the base, 3 infrared-triggered security devices serve as the last line of defense in the warning system. Within the base, a medical freezer has been installed, housing essential pharmaceuticals that require low-temperature refrigeration to maintain their efficacy. The small cabinets Li Jie had initially purchased for storage have been repurposed into clutter cabinets, stacked together to organize miscellaneous items and documents. Additionally, the base now boasts several amenities, including a sofa, 2 single-wire beds, a few chairs, a food freezer, and a microwave. The makeshift wooden table has been replaced with a robust stainless steel surface, offering enhanced durability and a smooth finish. The air raid shelter, originally constructed during the Cold War to protect against potential Soviet nuclear strikes, is spacious enough to accommodate at least 50 individuals. Although it is not a true Grade A shelter capable of withstanding a nuclear bomb, it provides sufficient defense against the shockwaves of an explosion distant from ground zero. The original alloy iron door, designed to block nuclear radiation, had succumbed to rust. Li Jie could only secure it with chains and locks. However, Frank, upon joining Li Jie and Peter's team, recognized the door's potential. Ordinary weaponry could not penetrate it, prompting the trio to dedicate several hours to meticulously remove the rust and restore the door, allowing it to close flawlessly. Despite being designed for nuclear protection, the interior is equipped with various living facilities. Nevertheless, due to the shelter's construction 40 years ago and the nearly 30 years since the dissolution of the Soviet Union, many components have fallen into disrepair. Initially, Li Jie had only cleaned a small section, intending it merely as a rendezvous point with Little Spider and a storage area. However, with Frank's arrival, He deemed these facilities invaluable, far superior to the base he had previously arranged in the sewers. As a result, the trio collaborated to repair and replace numerous devices within the shelter. Now, the base has truly begun to take shape, featuring a living and resting area, an operations information section, a weapons equipment zone, and bathing facilities. Furthermore, due to the expansive interior space, a rudimentary combat training area has been constructed at Frank's suggestion. Li Jie had initially believed his base setup to be quite satisfactory, but Frank has illuminated for him and Peter the essence of professionalism. This has evolved into a genuine base for operational command, intelligence analysis, and the maintenance and resupply of team members' weaponry. Li Jie's previous arrangement was, at best, a mere rudimentary refuge. Certainly, the majority of the equipment is provided by Frank, leading Li Jie to suspect that Frank may have plundered a logistics warehouse belonging to the U.S. military. Currently, Peter Parker is in the equipment area crafting his web fluid, utilizing a sum of 150,000 from the seized drug money, having laundered the funds through Frank's connections to acquire the gear. Both Li Jie and Peter suddenly feel quite inadequate, seemingly lacking skills beyond mere combat. What frustrates them the most is the realization that if Frank were to adequately prepare and devise a battle plan, they might struggle to contend with him. This underscores the stark contrast between seasoned superheroes and novice heroes. Frank and Li Jie are currently in the weapons area, organizing an arsenal that consists of Frank's private stash. It remains a mystery where he has procured such an array of contraband. Although firearms are not prohibited in the United States, many weapons remain inaccessible on the market. Frank's warehouse evidently contains numerous standard military issue items, even special operations gear, which are clearly not available for public purchase. I recall your marksmanship is quite commendable, is it not, Nightwalker? Frank, the Punisher, remarks while tending to his weapons. It's decent. I can still hit my target within a reasonable distance, Li Jie responds, maintaining a firearm using the techniques Frank previously imparted. In recent days, aside from organizing their base, the trio has remained industrious. Li Jie is preoccupied with several tasks. Peter is intent on resolving the issue with his mutant lizard creation, and Frank is determined to obliterate the Stanich family. Their objectives have now converged, with their sights set on the Stanich family's clandestine warehouse. They take turns surveilling and studying the operational patterns of the warehouse. Following Frank, Li Jie realizes just how reckless his previous actions in the underground garage were. He had acted without a plan, lacking strategic intent, and had plunged in without even grasping the enemy's strengths and weaknesses. Thankfully, he possesses some degree of capability. Otherwise, he might not have survived to tell the tale. Each of Frank's operations is meticulously planned, with clear strategic objectives, including studying the enemy's patterns, assessing their capabilities, and establishing detailed operational protocols. These are areas where Li Jie feels he cannot compare. Although only a few days have passed, Li Jie senses he has gained immensely from this experience. Having the opportunity to learn combat strategies from one of the most formidable special operations experts among humans is rare. Now, Li Jie follows closely behind Frank, almost calling him master. They are presently organizing the firearms intended for immediate action. The tranquilizer guns used by U.S. Special Operations possess a range of only 200 meters and are nearly non-lethal. However, the powerful tranquilizer darts can swiftly render an enemy unconscious. The primary advantage of such firearms is their lack of muzzle flash, making them nearly undetectable when fired in the dark. Furthermore, the sound produced when firing is nearly silent, which makes these weapons extensively utilized in covert operations. Those unfamiliar with firearms may mistakenly believe that using a silencer renders a gun completely silent. However, this notion is fundamentally flawed. What is commonly referred to as a silencer is, in fact, a flash suppressor. The primary purpose of this device is to mitigate the muzzle flash, offering limited sound suppression. Even a genuine silencer's function is merely to shield the user's ears from the detrimental noise of gunfire. The actual effect is far from the cinematic portrayals of miraculous quietude. To achieve the silencing effect depicted in films, specialized firearms must be employed in conjunction with subsonic ammunition and a silencer. Frank possesses several of these unique spy weapons. However, their lethality is significantly diminished. Beyond a distance of 10 meters, they possess little to no killing power, making them suitable only for very particular infiltration missions. The assault plan against the Stanich family warehouse was devised by Frank. The primary objective of the mission is to avoid alerting the enemy. According to intelligence gathered from Frank's observations, the warehouse houses over 60 fully armed soldiers. Apart from a few members of the Stanich family, the majority are mercenaries from the Redwater Security Company. Unlike the gang members of organized crime families, mercenaries exhibit superior combat capability and heightened vigilance. Any act that could provoke a direct confrontation would be utterly foolish. It is crucial to recognize that our side consists of only 3 individuals, and there is a possibility that the mutated lizard warrior may also align with the Stanich family. Furthermore, intelligence indicates that 3 mutant mercenaries have been dispatched by the Redwater Security Company. Even if one of them, a chameleon-like individual, has been killed by Li Jie, who believes the chameleon is truly dead, 2 mutant warriors remain, accompanied by a formidable lizard. Our side holds no advantage in terms of elite combat strength. At this juncture, reliance on a meticulously crafted operational plan is essential, enabling our team to eliminate the majority of mercenaries without alerting the enemy. Gunfire and the scent of blood are far too revealing. Silent infiltration is of paramount importance. In truth, both Li Jie and Peter are feeling somewhat anxious. Neither has engaged in such specialized operations before and must now rely on Frank, the seasoned veteran, to guide the 2 novices. At last, the Stanich family warehouse welcomed a long-awaited truck, delivering the most crucial cargo of this transaction. Frank, having organized his equipment, prepares to embark on a stealthy assault with the 2 inexperienced heroes. The impending clash between the 2 parties is imminent. Chapter 47. Infiltration. The Nightwalker reported your position. Frank lay in ambush, covertly observing the Stanich family's warehouse. This operation was under Frank's command, who orchestrated the overarching strategy and devised the action plan. Meanwhile, Li Jie and Peter executed their assignments as instructed. Currently, Frank was stationed on a hill 150 meters away, affording him a comprehensive view of the entire warehouse. I have reached the designated position, Frank, Li Jie relayed, having stealthily moved to his assigned spot as per the initial plan. Excellent. Spider-Man, you have 30 seconds before the patrolling guards converge. There will be a 2 to 3 second visual gap at the moment of their intersection. Frank meticulously observed the enemy's movements through his night vision binoculars while communicating with Peter via a miniature radio. You must swiftly ascend to the top of the water tower during those 2 or 3 seconds. There is a concealed sniper there. Neutralize him silently. Otherwise, our operation will be compromised. Frank's directives were crystal clear to Peter. Understood. Leave it to me, Peter replied, mentally counting down the seconds as he awaited the opportune moment. Now, move. Before Frank's transmission concluded, Peter sprang into action. A white thread of webbing shot towards the water tower, and Peter launched himself upward, landing atop the structure. The patrolling mercenaries were caught in an impeccable visual misdirection, oblivious to the fact that someone had ascended the water tower. Upon reaching the top, Peter spotted the hidden sniper and wasted no time. He used his webbing as a makeshift rubber bullet to incapacitate the foe, subsequently ensnaring him in a cocoon of webbing. Frank, the target has been eliminated, Peter reported, signaling the successful completion of the operation's first phase. The remainder now rested on the coordination between Li Jie and Frank. Well done, Spider-Man. A patrol of 5 is approaching from your 3 o'clock. They are expected to converge in 30 seconds. I will deal with the mercenaries on the high wall. You handle those 5. Frank's instructions were clear and precise. Remember, do not make a sound, and avoid any bloodshed. Subdue them quietly. We must infiltrate undetected. Li Jie received Frank's command and remained on high alert. He slowly counted down the seconds until he heard footsteps drawing near, coinciding with Frank's operational command. Armed with 2 tranquilizer guns, Li Jie emerged from the shadows behind the patrol team. The sound of the tranquilizer guns was exceedingly faint, no louder than the release of an arrow from a bow. In rapid succession, 5 soft shots rang out, and all 5 patrol members were subdued before they could react. Simultaneously, Frank took aim at the mercenaries on the high wall, demonstrating the Punisher's unparalleled marksmanship within the tranquilizer gun's effective range of 200 meters. For tranquilizer darts struck the mercenaries guarding the high wall in rapid succession, rendering them unconscious before they could sound an alarm. Li Jie and Frank executed their plan with remarkable synergy, each swiftly subduing their respective targets. We now had a mere 3 minutes before the next patrol would intersect our path. If they arrived and found the area unguarded, the enemy would undoubtedly become suspicious, jeopardizing the success of our mission. Frank left his concealed position atop the hill and sprinted towards the warehouse, issuing tactical commands as he ran. We needed to neutralize the majority of the enemy soldiers within 3 minutes. Spider-Man descended to bind the incapacitated foes together to prevent any unforeseen complications. Nightcrawler equipped himself with thermal imaging to thwart any hidden adversaries lying in wait. Peter followed the orders, binding all the unconscious mercenaries like dumplings while ensuring their mouths were sealed to stifle any cries for help. Meanwhile, Li Jie donned the thermal imaging device and vaulted over the high wall. Frank swiftly reached the next ambush point. As per our plan, I was to clear Area A while Nightcrawler tackled Area B. Spider-Man was to utilize his spider sense to detect any enemies that might slip through our net. According to Frank's earlier reconnaissance, the warehouse was divided into 3 sections: A, B, and C. Areas A and B were teeming with perimeter personnel, while Area C was the core zone. It was widely believed that the Stanich family's valuable items, along with the Lizard and 2 other mutant mercenaries, were concealed within. The strategy was to first eliminate the outer defenses before launching a concentrated assault on the core area, thereby achieving our objective in one decisive strike. The strategic goal was straightforward, yet the tactical execution was intricate. However, under Frank's meticulous guidance, even though Li Jie and Peter were novices in special operations, they were capable of fulfilling their roles. The guard at the 11 o'clock position would typically smoke a cigarette around 10:30, during which his vision would be compromised for approximately 3 seconds. Recalling Frank's earlier intel, Li Jie awaited the mercenaries' smoking break, ready to capitalize on the moment of distraction. The long hours of night watch were particularly grueling, especially when stationed at a height, leaving little room for movement. Thus, this mercenary had developed a habit of smoking to stay alert until midnight when he would hand over his post. While this may seem trivial in ordinary circumstances, to a seasoned special operations infiltrator, it represented a critical vulnerability. During his prior reconnaissance, Frank had meticulously noted the mercenaries' patrol timings and habits. Now, as we executed our assault, every minute detail had been accounted for. Li Jie observed the guard begin to reach into his pocket, signaling his intention to smoke. As anticipated, the mercenary produced a pack of cigarettes, took one, and positioned it in his mouth, preparing to light it. In that fleeting moment, as the guard lowered his head, Li Jie lunged like a cheetah into the blind spot, swiftly raising his hand to deliver a tranquilizer dart. The unfortunate fellow had no time to react and was swiftly subdued. The successful execution of this operation left Li Jie with an uncanny sense of disbelief. Had he attempted to storm the warehouse alone, he would likely have been discovered and met with a torrent of bloodshed. The grim reality was that he could have easily lost his life in this endeavor. Yet, according to the tactical plan devised by Punisher Frank, he felt as though he had expended minimal effort in neutralizing the majority of the mercenaries. These mercenaries, armed with assault rifles and submachine guns, posed a considerable threat, perhaps even surpassing that of the few mutants present. After all, he lacked the extraordinary regenerative capabilities of a lizard man. Caught in a crossfire, he would almost certainly meet his demise. With Area B secured, Nightcrawler called in to Punisher. Li Jie was to incapacitate all the mercenaries according to Frank's marked patrol zones on the map. All the sentries had been dealt with, and Spider-Man also reported the completion of his task. Excellent. As per the plan, Spider-Man will handle the final touches. Nightcrawler and I will take up ambush positions in Area C, Frank stated over the radio. Thus, today Spider-Man took on the role of a beleaguered cleaner, tying up all those he had rendered unconscious. The infiltration proceeded without a sound, remaining undetected until the last member of the outer patrol was eliminated, leaving the core group in Area C oblivious to their presence. Their attention was entirely captivated by a small box before them, containing a weathered parchment scroll. Its appearance alone indicated that it had seen many years. This was evidently the object that the handsome young man, Deacon, sought during his previous visit to the warehouse. However, Deacon was conspicuously absent this time, perhaps deterred by the unpleasantness he had encountered on his last visit. Instead, he had dispatched 3 subordinates, a robust Caucasian and two Asians, who appeared genuinely intrigued. One of the Asians stepped forward to examine the scroll, addressing the Caucasian with a sense of importance. Opposite them stood members of the Redwater Security Company, including a man dressed akin to a Wall Street broker, flanked by Brew and Smith. "Our company never deals in forgeries," the executive stated with a subtle smile. "It is a pleasure to conduct business with you," replied the robust Caucasian, whose smile elicited an involuntary shiver from the mutant Brew, who appeared visibly apprehensive, as though he had glimpsed something dreadful. Nevertheless, the representative from Redwater Security showed no signs of fear, offering a gentle handshake. "I hope we have the opportunity to collaborate again in the future." While the two parties engaged in amiable conversation, unbeknownst to them, all their actions were being observed by two pairs of watchful eyes. Chapter 48, The Perfect Raid. Second update today. "What do you think that is?" Li Jie whispered to Frank, striving to keep his voice low so as not to alert the individuals engaged in transactions within the room. "Regardless of the situation, as long as we can thwart the enemy's intentions, that is all that matters." Frank's operational directive was simple, direct, and brutally comprehensible. Should Spider-Man have dealt with the adversaries on his end, it was now time to address the circumstances here. Frank contacted Little Spider via radio. "No problem, boss. What service do you require from Spider-Man?" Peter Parker responded cheerfully from the other end of the radio. "Come to the office building next to Warehouse C, the single-story one. I need you to seal all exits with webbing in the shortest time possible, except for the window where Nightcrawler and I are located. Can you manage that?" Frank instructed. "Absolutely, Chief. Spider-Man is at your service." Little Spider, Peter Parker, promptly received Frank's directive without hesitation. He hastened to the single-story building designated as the transaction point. The building itself was not particularly large. It had previously served as an office area accompanying the warehouse. However, with the dock now abandoned and the warehouse occupied by the Stanich family, this office had become largely obsolete. The entire structure spanned approximately 300 square meters. After the Stanich family took control, they demolished the walls of the rooms, transforming it into an open space. Some transactions were conducted here, as the lack of concealed areas communicated their sincerity in dealings, alleviating concerns of betrayal. This building featured only one main entrance and a back door, along with 8 windows. Li Jie and Frank were concealed beneath one of the windows. Upon arriving, Little Spider wasted no time and immediately began sealing all entrances as per Frank's instructions, leaving only the window where Frank and Li Jie were positioned unsealed. The web shooter had undergone numerous modifications by Peter, now capable of launching various forms of webbing to address an array of unforeseen circumstances. In this instance, he adjusted the webbing to a webnet firing mode. The webbing erupted from the shooter, forming a large web as it was projected. The speed of the web's deployment was particularly swift. To enhance the efficacy of the seals, Peter launched additional strands of webbing. Spider-Man will provide cover. If anyone emerges, and snare them with webbing immediately. No one must escape. Frank organized his equipment, stating, "Nightcrawler, are you prepared? First, deploy the stun grenade, followed by the tear gas, and finally the smoke bomb. The sequence must not be mistaken, and I require utmost speed. All types of ordnance must be thrown within the shortest time frame." Frank concluded, seeking confirmation from Li Jie. Why did Frank not opt for grenades or fragmentation bombs? Li Jie was perplexed as to why they did not employ more destructive weaponry to resolve the situation within swiftly. Frank cast a penetrating glance at Li Jie and remarked, "Remember, sometimes the living are more valuable than the dead." Li Jie nodded in understanding. Regardless of his comprehension, adhering to Frank's plan was paramount. The conflict that night served as a profound lesson for Li Jie, as he realized that acquiring a system did not grant him invincibility. If Frank were adequately equipped and prepared, ambushing and eliminating him would likely be a trivial endeavor. Not to mention the more powerful organizations that lurked about, Li Jie resolved to cling tightly to Frank's coattails, eager to absorb as much knowledge as possible. Particularly, he sought to master Frank's skills in reconnaissance, tracking, concealment, and counter-surveillance, skills that were not available for exchange within the system. Frank was a veritable maestro in these areas, arguably among the finest in the entire Marvel Universe. Additionally, The tactical expertise that Frank exhibited was indispensable to learn. While Captain America is often hailed as the tactical genius of the Marvel Universe, influenced by cinematic portrayals, he seemed to be merely a fighter in the films without showcasing his strategic acumen. However, Li Jie had first-hand experience of Frank's tactical prowess that night. The trio silently eliminated 60 well-trained mercenaries, and such tactical coordination was essential to learn. "I'll count to 3, and then we will engage," Frank said, locking eyes with Li Jie. 1, 2, 3. Action. The command had barely escaped Frank's lips when he and Li Jie swiftly shattered the glass window. Inside, a group was gathered around a mysterious parchment, engrossed in discussion. It appeared that this artifact was of utmost importance, capturing everyone's undivided attention. Additionally, due to their prior stealthy maneuvers, none of the extraordinary individuals present possessed remarkable skills in reconnaissance or exceptional auditory or visual acuity. The only one with notable visual prowess was the lizard warrior, Zod, who had thermal imaging eyes, yet the wall effectively insulated the 3 outsiders' heat, leaving them undetected amidst the unfolding chaos. This operation aimed to execute a forceful assault following a secretive infiltration, placing the adversaries in a highly vulnerable position. With 80% of the strategic intent already achieved, only the final step remained. After shattering the window, Li Jie and Frank promptly hurled their stun grenades into the room. For grenades, having been primed and held for a brief period, were designed for a delayed detonation, ensuring an explosion that would catch everyone off guard. The timing of the stun grenades was impeccably executed, with Li Jie mirroring Frank's every move. Whenever Frank pulled the pin and tossed the grenades, Li Jie followed in perfect synchrony. As the 4 stun grenades soared through the air, they erupted with a thunderous explosion. The resounding booms echoed throughout the enclosed room. While the grenades themselves bore no lethal force, the ensuing blasts generated an intense cacophony and blinding flashes of light, capable of temporarily incapacitating individuals. A standard stun grenade emits a staggering 170 decibels of noise and 8 million lumens of illumination. Note: 1 lumen is approximately the brightness of a single candle over 1 square meter. Thus, 8 million lumens equates to the luminous flux of 8 million candles concentrated within a square meter. However, Frank's grenades were enhanced versions, as he was well aware that his adversaries were far from ordinary. Consequently, his stun grenades unleashed a deafening 220 decibels of sound and an astonishing 15 million lumens of light. The colossal noise reverberated within the confined space, and one could only imagine the overwhelming echoes resonating throughout a vast 300 square meter room, with sound waves crashing against the walls, creating a chaotic symphony of disarray. Such a level of noise could rupture the eardrums of an average person. Had Li Jie not equipped himself with noise-canceling earplugs beforehand, he feared his hearing would have been irrevocably damaged. The occupants of the room were thrown into utter disarray by the enhanced stun grenades. Li Jie and Frank had no time to wait for them to regain their composure. Almost immediately, several tear gas canisters fell into the room, followed by smoke grenades. It is worth noting that these smoke grenades were inferior to the smoke devices Li Jie had directly exchanged for from the system. The smoke from these grenades was acrid, whereas the system's smoke devices merely created a dense mist without harming the respiratory system. The ordinary smoke grenades required the use of gas masks. Otherwise, they would inflict harm upon the respiratory tract. Once the last smoke grenade was deployed, Frank declared, "Spider-Man, don your protective gear and charge in now. Use your webbing to bind all of these ruffians." Peter Parker, having already donned a specialized thermal imaging visor and gas mask, was eager to comply. Upon hearing Frank's command, he leaped through the window and, utilizing the thermal imaging device, pinpointed the locations of the individuals within the room. The web shooter promptly expelled a massive web, enveloping the targets with great swiftness. Chapter 49. Even the best plans have unexpected twists. Following Peter Parker into the room was Li Jie. According to the strategy, Spider-Man would ensnare their adversaries with his webbing, allowing Li Jie to swiftly subdue them. Bringing up the rear was Frank, a master of close combat among ordinary humans. However, compared to the enhanced physical prowess of Peter and Li Jie, he was somewhat outmatched. Therefore, Frank's role was to provide support from the back, utilizing his impeccable marksmanship for ranged firepower while also creating distractions for other foes. One must admit, this tactical arrangement was devoid of flaws. Thus far, the unfolding events aligned perfectly with the initial strategic blueprint. The young Spider-Man leaped gracefully through the air, launching a massive web towards the crowd within the room. Once the web ensnared them, even if they struggled to break free, it would buy enough time for Li Jie and Frank to incapacitate their foes. Yet, could everything truly proceed so seamlessly? Let us not forget that one side consisted of mutants, while the other included individuals capable of instilling fear even in mutants. As the web spread like a veil, Peter believed everything was going according to plan when suddenly, his spider sense emitted a perilous warning. His spider sense had never failed him before. Whenever it alerted him to danger, it indicated that a threat was imminent. Without a moment to contemplate, Peter swiftly shot a strand of webbing towards the adjacent wall, propelling himself away from his original position. "Be careful," he cautioned, fearing for the safety of Nightcrawler and Frank. In that very instant, an orange orb of light hurtled towards him. The orb collided with the web, resulting in an explosion. The blast did not produce a thunderous sound, yet it radiated intense heat. Even Li Jie and Frank, positioned at a distance from the explosion, felt the searing sensation against their skin. The crimson light from the explosion ricocheted off the walls, piercing through the reinforced concrete without a sound. Li Jie scrutinized the breached wall, which bore marks as if subjected to extreme heat. The steel reinforcement within had vaporized into nothingness. "What the hell is this?" Li Jie muttered under his breath. It appeared to be a plasma bomb. "I wonder where they procured such a device," Li Jie pondered aloud. Frank addressed Li Jie's concerns. "Brothers, I believe they didn't simply acquire the plasma bombs. They are capable of producing them themselves." The young Spider-Man interjected through the radio. As if to validate Peter Parker's assertion, a second orange plasma bomb materialized, this time targeting Li Jie and Frank's position. Without hesitation, Li Jie grabbed Frank and hastened their escape. Li Jie's swift movements reached a peak velocity exceeding 35 meters per second. The plasma bomb, though not particularly fast, still prompted them to evade the blast radius just in time. Previously, the locations occupied by Li Jie and his companion had been melted away by the fiery sphere of a plasma bomb. At last, through the haze, Li Jie discerned the identity of the one responsible for hurling such terrifying devices. The prior shock and tear gas grenades had proven effective, rendering 4 of the original 7 occupants temporarily blind and disoriented. However, 3 remained unscathed, a fortunate circumstance attributed to the formidable figure of the muscular black man, Bru. Bru's unique mutant ability allowed him to absorb and release energy. He could store excess power for later use, unleashing it when necessary to form a defensive or offensive stance. In the instant the shock grenade was tossed through the window, Bru swiftly erected an energy shield, enveloping the auburn-haired beauty, Smith, along with the leader dispatched by the Redwater Security Company, a man resembling a Wall Street broker. Conversely, Bru had no intention of rescuing those on the opposing side, having harbored a grudge against them after a previous encounter that nearly cost him his life. Thus, it was a mercy that he refrained from further harm, and one should not expect Bru to shield them. As for the newly joined lizard warrior, Zod, Bru held a particular disdain for such creatures. The presence of a chameleon lizard in the team was already irksome enough, and now a larger lizard had arrived. Did they think Bru's squad was a peculiar pet shop? Furthermore, Zod's immense stature, towering over 4 meters, meant that accommodating him within the protective barrier would require an excessive amount of energy, a task Bru was unwilling to undertake. Regarding Reed, this individual was currently concealed in some corner of the room, invisible to Bru, rendering him beyond Bru's concern. Bru's shield effectively muted sound and blinding light, minimizing the damage from the shock grenade. The subsequent tear gas and smoke grenades served to obscure vision, causing the 3 within the shield to hesitate in their movements. However, recalling Reed's previous assertion that the Nightwalker could combat within smoke, everyone was equipped with thermal imaging devices, prepared for another encounter with the Nightwalker and the disarray his smoke tactics could induce. Li Jie's previous adeptness with smoke combat would now find itself rendered ineffective. After all, his smoke ninjutsu was merely a rudimentary skill, allowing him to see through the mist rather than truly merge with it. The one striking at Li Jie and his companions was the enchanting Miss Smith, who lurked behind Bru. Smith's signature ability allowed her to conjure plasma bombs and plasma beams directly through her powers, both of which were formidable weapons. The destructive potential of plasma bombs and beams stemmed from the extreme temperatures of plasma. In human laboratories, plasma streams exceeding 50,000 degrees are frequently utilized in experiments, a temperature sufficient to vaporize most substances on Earth instantaneously. While Miss Smith's plasma beams and bombs may not reach such terrifying temperatures, the core of their explosions could still generate heat in the thousands of degrees. At this temperature, numerous steels can be instantaneously vaporized. Should an ordinary human be struck, rest assured, there would be no sensation of pain, for the moment of contact with such extreme heat would annihilate all peripheral nerves, rendering the pain signals incapable of reaching the brain. Is this what you refer to as little pests? They do indeed appear to be quite bothersome, and the compensation offered by the Stanich family seems insufficient. A white man, resembling a Wall Street broker, spoke in a nonchalant manner. Indeed, Mr. Stanich, it is these few pesky creatures. Brew maintained the protective shield as he responded to the man's inquiry. Therefore, let us both conclude the transaction and eliminate these annoying little beings today. The Stanich family has become increasingly inept, unable to deal with even such trivial nuisances. Perhaps the company should contemplate finding a new partner. The man named Stanich continued to speak with an unperturbed tone, simultaneously drawing 2 silver handguns from his waist. So, are you ready for death, little pests? The coldness in Stanich's voice, as he wielded his twin firearms, was chillingly merciless, as if stating an unalterable truth. Chapter 50. The bitter battle begins. Second update delivered. It appears that these adversaries have somewhat exceeded our expectations. Frank's voice remained calm, devoid of any hint of panic. Although the enemy's strength disrupted our initial assault plans, the recent use of stun grenades and smoke bombs inflicted damage on the remaining few, significantly diminishing their combat effectiveness. Let us commence our attack from the weakest. Nightcrawler, you shall engage those 3 in a diversion. Spider-Man, can you subdue the individuals affected by the stun grenades? Frank promptly issued new orders. The priority was to incapacitate those who had already lost their fighting capabilities to diminish the enemy's strength, preventing them from recovering from the disorientation of the grenades and rejoining the fray. The tasks of diversion would fall to Punisher and Nightcrawler. It must be noted that Peter Parker's current offensive capabilities are somewhat lacking the requisite threat level. All right, Frank, I will swiftly bind them and provide assistance. Spider-Man, Peter Parker, responded without hesitation to his assigned task. Let the operation commence. Be wary of that woman's plasma bombs, Frank commanded. With that, Li Jie and Peter began their movements. The previous battle against the lizard warrior, Zod, broadcasted through the television, had garnered Li Jie considerable prestige. Now, his prestige was relatively abundant, and since the objective was to first restrain the enemy, he did not hesitate to exchange for explosive throwing knives from the system. Each D-class explosive throwing knife required 50 prestige points. Previously, when Li Jie had only a little over 1,000 prestige points, he had been reluctant to exchange for more. After all, these were consumables expiring after a single use. Now, with ample prestige points at his disposal, he opted to acquire a few more. With a flourish of his hands, Li Jie launched 3 throwing knives from each side, aimed directly at Brew. He recognized that the formidable black man's protective shield was crucial. If they could not breach his defenses, they would find themselves at a disadvantage. The woman possessed the ability to create plasma bombs, while the man named Stanich wielded dual pistols, indicating their capability for ranged attacks. Allowing both to operate freely within the protective shield would spell significant trouble for their side. Thus, Li Jie sought to test the limits of the opponent's shield defenses. Infused with internal energy, the explosive throwing knives traveled at remarkable speed. In terms of kinetic damage, they surpassed that of an ordinary handgun. However, these knives were not solely reliant on kinetic energy. They also possessed explosive attributes. Although the explosive power did not rival that of a grenade, it was more concentrated. Consequently, the explosive energy released per unit area was greater than that of a grenade. Upon witnessing the 6 throwing knives launched by Li Jie, Brew remained unfazed, believing that the knives could not penetrate his protective shield. In fact, not even a typical sniper rifle could breach his defenses. Unless struck directly by a significantly powerful explosive, his shield boasted exceptional protective capabilities. Underestimating Li Jie's methods comes at a price. as many have previously attested. The flying knives struck the protective shield, only to be thwarted momentarily before swiftly unleashing their explosive energy. A series of 6 thunderous detonations reverberated through the air. This time, Li Jie concentrated the dispersion of his knives with remarkable precision, intending to concentrate the full force of the explosions at a singular point. Although the blasts failed to breach Bru's protective barrier, his complexion darkened even further, an expression of dismay on his face. Curse it! His flying knives possessed a sinister quality. Smith needed to eliminate this troublesome adversary first. Bru sensed a distinct tremor in his shield. Had he not reacted swiftly to augment the energy supply, a fissure might have truly formed. The explosive energy generated by those infernal knives was unerringly focused, surpassing the impact of conventional grenades striking the shield. Miss Smith, upon hearing Bru's remarks, recognized that the figure cloaked in gray was indeed a formidable opponent, given the number of individuals who had fallen to his hand. Thus, she relinquished her pursuit of Frank and turned her full attention to Li Jie. With a delicate motion, Miss Smith's hands appeared to grasp something intangible in the air, and a sphere of blue plasma began to coalesce in her palms. Suddenly, her eyes glowed a fierce crimson. A beam of red light surged from her chest to her hand, ultimately merging with the blue plasma mass. The once tranquil blue plasma transformed into a vibrant orange-red, its inner tumultuous energy thrashing violently, on the brink of explosion were it not for Smith's deft control. With a gentle flick of her wrist, she propelled the searing plasma bomb toward Li Jie. To be candid, this plasma bomb was aesthetically striking, radiating with a flickering orange-red brilliance, while the plasma within collided and split, creating a spectacle reminiscent of lightning. In a secure laboratory setting, Li Jie might have been tempted to capture this moment on his phone. Yet, with the imminent threat bearing down upon him, he found no time for such distractions. This diminutive plasma bomb, no larger than a small apple, harbored a power that was astonishing. Fortunately, it had limitations, its velocity relatively slow. Had it been as swift as a bullet, Li Jie surmised that none of the 3 of them would survive the night. Dodging the perilous orange-red orb, Li Jie had no inclination to observe the aftermath of the plasma bomb's detonation. He had already experienced its effects. Although he had evaded the core of the orb, he was caught in the ensuing plasma turbulence. A fleeting brush of the chaotic plasma grazed the back of his left hand, leaving no pain nor blood, as the affected area had been utterly carbonized. This was true carbonization, akin to material suitable for kindling, rather than merely a figurative expression. The only stroke of fortune for Li Jie was the diminutive size of his wound, which was confined merely to the epidermis. Had the injury been even slightly deeper, it is likely that his left hand would have been rendered useless. Having narrowly evaded the first plasma bomb, he now faced the second one launched by Miss Smith, hurtling towards him with a lethal crimson glow. Li Jie found himself bereft of time to concern himself with Peter and Frank. Merely dodging such a wretched device consumed all his energy. At that moment of frantic evasion, a Caucasian named Senich, armed with dual pistols, stepped out from the protective circle, a cold smirk adorning his face as he advanced towards the Punisher, Frank Castle. The true battle was only just beginning. Chapter 51. Increasing troubles due to Miss Smith's earlier release of 2 plasma bombs. The previously sealed room had been breached, its walls shattered. With the influx of air from the outside, the once obstructive smoke and tear gas began to dissipate rapidly, no longer posing a threat. Senichi, wielding gleaming silver twin pistols, emerged from Blue's protective shield, charging directly towards Frank. Judging by his speed, Senichi was no ordinary human. He was slightly slower than Li Jie, who employed the 8 steps to catch Cicada's technique, yet significantly faster than an average person. A chilling smile adorned Senichi's face, as if he could freeze everything in its path. As he sprinted, he raised his hand to fire at Frank. Bang! 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 For shots rang out in quick succession, 2 from each pistol. Although Frank was merely an ordinary man, he was among the most formidable of them all. The moment Senichi made his move, Frank had already anticipated his next action. He executed a roll to evade the incoming bullets. Despite evading Senichi's attack, disappointment was absent from Senichi's expression, his icy smile unwavering. Frank performed a sideways roll to create distance from Senichi, simultaneously drawing 2 Browning pistols. These pistols were distinctly different from the commonly available 9mm models. They featured longer barrels and a rare gas-operated system, with noticeably extended magazines, indicating they were specially crafted. Just as Frank prepared to fire, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Bullets that should have missed suddenly veered towards him, coming from behind. True to his reputation as the Punisher, Frank sensed the impending danger akin to a spider's instinct and promptly dove forward. His timely maneuver allowed him to escape, as 3 bullets whizzed past his original position. However, 1 bullet was still aimed at his rear shoulder. Fortunately, Frank had the habit of wearing a bulletproof vest. While the bullet staggered Frank, it failed to penetrate the vest. The ability to curve bullets astonished him, though he skillfully concealed any sign of surprise on his face, maintaining his characteristic poker expression. Lifting the specially designed Browning pistols, he aimed at Shinichi, embodying the Punisher's ethos of an eye for an eye. The deafening sound of the 2 powerful Browning pistols echoed, astonishing in its intensity, comparable to that of a standard 12.7mm sniper rifle. It was no wonder these uniquely crafted firearms featured elongated barrels and an apparent gas tube. They were indeed firing specialized ammunition. The bullet was ignited by the firing pin, causing the cartridge to be expelled from the chamber while the projectile advanced down the barrel. The rifling on the interior wall of the barrel imparted a spin to the bullet, reaching its maximum velocity and rotation at the moment it exited the gun. With a sudden surge, the bullet surpassed the speed of sound, propelled towards Shinichi with searing heat and rapid rotation. This specially designed ammunition featured a copper-plated exterior and a core made of a unique tungsten steel, making it difficult to inflict tumbling wounds within the body while possessing formidable penetrating power. Only those with extraordinary defensive abilities or mutants could hope to withstand such fearsome projectiles head-on. Frank was supremely confident in his marksmanship. He aimed 2 shots directly at Shinichi's heart, certain he would hit his target. Yet, once again, Shinichi's reaction astonished Frank. Maintaining his perpetually icy smile, Shinichi seemingly deflected the 2 bullets, which veered away at the last moment, missing him entirely. Surprised, Frank? It has been quite some time since we last met. Ever since the Vietnam War left me with an incurable wound, I have often reminisced about you. Despite the anger in Shinichi's tone, his expression remained coldly amused. The Punisher, the city's cleanup crew. Just look at the fame you've amassed. It seems that once people find notoriety, they forget their old friends. It appears you've forgotten me. Shinichi, you should be dead. Frank's gaze fixed on Shinichi's face, and a figure from his past suddenly materialized in his mind. The demon from the Vietnam War, a so-called comrade who had committed unspeakable atrocities. He reveled in using flamethrowers to incinerate defenseless women and children, delighting in their screams of agony. The horrors of relentless warfare had driven what was once a normal young man into madness, as soldiers often succumb to various psychological afflictions. Some grow cowardly, some become brave, while others, like Shinichi, become deranged. In the end, the Punisher exacted justice upon this so-called comrade. Warfare is meant for soldiers and governments, not for the slaughter of innocent civilians. Indeed, I should have perished that day when you detonated my flamethrower's fuel tank. Shinichi's voice grew increasingly incensed, yet his unchanging, frigid smile remained intact. You condemned me to a fiery grave, engulfed by flames. That was because you were about to open fire on 20 children under the age of 10. Frank's mind was still haunted by Shinichi's actions that day. We are soldiers. Our duty is to defeat the enemy, not to become butchers of the innocent. They are all enemies, Frank. Everyone in that land is our foe. Shinichi's demeanor had become utterly frenzied. Yet I must thank you. Without you, I would not possess such power today. Hey, I do not wish to interrupt your nostalgic exchange, but could you expedite matters? Frank's earpiece crackled with the voice of Peter Parker. Please deal with that lunatic swiftly and come lend a hand, if you would. I may be in a bit of a predicament. Although Peter Parker's tone was laced with jest, it was evident that he was genuinely in trouble. Li Jie was overwhelmed by Smith's plasma bomb. Frank was momentarily detained by Shinichi, and Peter Parker found himself mired in a quagmire. This assault mission had become increasingly troublesome. Chapter 52. Preparing for counterattack at this moment, Peter Parker finds himself in a predicament, one that involves the chameleon, Reed, whom both he and Lee believed they had vanquished. Reed had been stealthily hiding in the corner of a building, evading the gathering of others, which afforded him a greater distance from the explosion of the flashbang. Although the blinding light and deafening noise of the explosion did affect him, his distance allowed him to recover swiftly. Peter, adhering to Frank's directives, initially intended to ensnare the remaining adversaries with his webbing before rushing to assist Lee and Frank. He decided to first subdue the lizard warrior, Zod, as the other 3 individuals affected by the flashbang were merely ordinary people. In contrast, this mutated lizard warrior was a product of Peter's own failed experiment. With precision, Peter unleashed 2 large streams of webbing directed at Zod. Zod, unfortunately for him, was at a disadvantage. The lizard's eyes possessed thermal imaging capabilities. The explosion of the flashbang relied on the combustion of metallic magnesium, which produced an instantaneous, blinding light. The intense temperature of the magnesium's combustion, combined with the overwhelming brightness, inflicted significant damage to Zod's eyes. Normally, if a thermal imaging device were to be damaged by bright light, it would merely render the machine inoperative. However, Zod suffered a severe injury to his retinal nerves, leaving him temporarily blind, as his ability to recover would require time. Naturally, Peter seized this opportunity, prioritizing the immobilization of Zod. The 2 strands of webbing enveloped Zod, yet his considerable size rendered them inadequate for complete restraint. As soon as Zod found himself entangled, he recalled the individual he had faced that fateful night, the one clad in a red and blue suit who could shoot webs. Being ensnared by such webbing was a troublesome predicament, and Zod understood this all too well. Although the webs initially failed to fully restrain him, he feared that should Peter succeed in wrapping him up like a dumpling, escaping would become exceedingly difficult. Determined, Zod summoned his strength, preparing to break free from the webbing's grasp. However, Peter was not about to allow him such ease of escape. He swiftly shot out another strand of webbing, intending to ensnare Zod completely, akin to how a spider encapsulates its prey in a cocoon, before administering a serum to revert him to a normal state. Just as Peter was poised to bind Zod, the chameleon, who had been slightly dazed from the flashbang, regained his composure. Upon spotting Peter, the chameleon was overcome with rage. During their previous encounter in the underground parking garage, had it not been for Peter's early discovery of his hiding place, he might have evaded capture, rather than coming perilously close to being slain by the hooded Nightwalker. The chameleon's resentment towards Peter rivaled that which he harbored for Lee, as his crimson tongue shot forth like a spear, targeting the unsuspecting Peter. The room was in utter disarray, with debris scattered everywhere as Lee Jie was thrown about by the plasma bombs. The Punisher and Senich were locked in combat, their struggle adding to the cacophony and chaos that dulled Peter's spider sense. It was only when the Crimson Tongue was about to strike Peter that his instincts alerted him to the impending peril. He forcibly interrupted his original movement, using the strength of his core to alter his trajectory in midair, narrowly evading the deadly blow aimed at his heart. However, despite his evasive maneuver, Peter could not completely avoid Reed's attack. The tongue missed his heart but struck his shoulder instead. Fortunately, due to his recent training, encounters with Nightcrawler, and guidance from Frank, Peter had acquired some experience in dissipating force. He absorbed the blow in midair and was propelled backward by its momentum. Though it appeared as if he had been easily defeated by the enemy, he managed to minimize the damage. The impact, though not piercing, inflicted considerable pain on Peter's shoulder. Now, Peter found himself in dire need of assistance from the other 2, as the delay had allowed some of those affected by the shockwave to regain their composure. Lee Jie, hearing Peter's call for help, momentarily diverted his attention, which almost cost him as Smith's plasma bomb nearly struck him. The situation was grim. Their meticulously crafted plan had gone awry, primarily due to the unforeseen survival of Reed, who should have been dead, and the unexpected reinforcements that had emerged during the night. The individual named Senich clearly had a history with Frank and appeared formidable as well. The 3 seemingly ordinary individuals were still shrouded in mystery, but their recovery and ability to fire weapons would significantly jeopardize the already precarious situation. Lee Jie was overwhelmed, realizing that their luck had run out this time. Sometimes, fate plays a cruel joke on even the best-laid plans. He desperately needed a means to alter the tide of battle. Following his previous confrontation with Zod, which had been broadcasted live, Li Jie had accrued a substantial amount of reputation points. Aside from the recently purchased explosive throwing knives, he still possessed nearly 35,000 points. Initially, he had intended to save them for acquiring a more desirable technique that would elevate him to the status of a C-level hero. However, time was of the essence, and preserving the lives of the three individuals took precedence. Previously, Li Jie had explored the technological items available for redemption within the system. As a developing hero with limited initial resources, possessing a plethora of technological tools as support would significantly enhance his capabilities. Most technological items, aside from consumables, could only be exchanged for blueprints and raw materials, necessitating personal craftsmanship for their creation. To be frank, Li Jie's practical skills are rather lacking. One cannot expect him to create any high-tech products. Within the system, there exist only a few exceptional technological items that do not require personal craftsmanship. Yet these items are exorbitantly priced. Moreover, their functionalities are far from complete. According to the system, they merely offer basic modules and limited features, with additional functionalities and modules requiring the elevation of hero levels for unlocking. The item that Li Jie is now prepared to exchange for falls into this category. He has been quite tempted by this item, but its steep cost has held him back from purchasing it until now. The current situation, however, necessitates that he must part with his resources. Gritting his teeth, Li Jie expended 34,000 points of reputation to directly acquire the item from the system. The item he obtained was promptly equipped. It appeared rather ordinary, resembling a typical black smart bracelet. At the very moment Li Jie completed the exchange, Miss Smith launched a new plasma bomb hurtling towards him. Unlike before, Li Jie did not evade in a panicked manner. Instead, he extended his left hand, adorned with the smart bracelet, directly towards the incoming plasma bomb. Come on, let us see what you're capable of, Li Jie resolutely thought to himself, understanding that whether he could mount a counterattack hinged on this moment. The plasma bomb drew ever closer. Chapter 53. The counterattack begins. Li Jie confronted the plasma bomb with unwavering resolve, leaving Smith and Blue to wonder if he had been rendered utterly dumbstruck. It is worth noting that the plasma bomb crafted by Smith boasted an internal core temperature exceeding 3,000 degrees. Such a temperature is sufficient to vaporize the vast majority of steel in existence, as most steels vaporize at merely 2,750 degrees. Even the M1A1 Abrams main battle tank, equipped by the U.S. military, could not withstand a direct hit from Smith's plasma bomb. While the bomb's explosive force may not entirely vaporize or melt the entire tank, the thermal radiation released upon detonation would inevitably claim the lives of all personnel inside. Li Jie's sole reliance lay in the device that resembled a smart wristband adorning his left wrist. As he raised his hand towards the plasma bomb, Smith and Blue anticipated that Li Jie would surely be incinerated by the bomb's intense heat. Yet, in a moment of surprising agility, Li Jie moved. His fingers curled slightly before rapidly splaying open. An invisible shockwave gathered from his wrist, coalescing within his palm. At the instant he spread his fingers, this shockwave surged forth with remarkable speed towards its intended target. Class D item, high-frequency shockwave gun, defective. The defective version of the high-frequency shockwave gun comprises only two fundamental modules, the shockwave module and the impact wave module. This firearm can be worn on the host's wrist, activated either by gestures or energy triggers. The high-frequency shockwave gun contains a miniature nuclear battery, which can be purchased as a replacement within the system. One battery enables the gun to be fired 20 times. In impact wave mode, the gun can repel enemies, while in shockwave mode, it can disrupt certain energy attacks. This was the true nature of the device that Li Jie wore on his wrist, resembling a smart wristband. Although it was his first time employing it, Li Jie harbored great confidence in the products of the system. Despite Smith's seemingly formidable offensive capabilities, Li Jie surmised that the energy emitted by the plasma bomb was not particularly high, for the plasma mass she could assemble was modest, roughly the size of a small apple. The actual lethality stemmed from the plasma's extreme temperature. The explosion produced minimal shockwave, and as long as one could avoid the chaotic plasma currents, the danger was greatly mitigated. Thus, Li Jie resolved to take a gamble, curious to see whether this high-frequency shockwave gun, acquired for over 30,000 prestige points yet rendered defective, could dismantle Smith's plasma bomb. The speed of the high-frequency shockwave far surpassed that of the plasma bomb. In an instant, the shockwave collided with the plasma bomb, revealing its potency. The high-frequency vibrations swiftly separated the plasma within the bomb, causing the previously tumultuous plasma to gradually dissipate. The apple-sized plasma bomb, upon encountering the shockwave, could barely travel 2 meters forward before it was entirely disintegrated. The oscillation violently separated all the plasma that had originally coalesced, rendering it difficult for the disjointed plasma to maintain its original form, which swiftly dissipated into the air. During this dissipation, the plasma released an abundance of heat, causing Li Jie to feel a wave of warmth wash over him. Nevertheless, air is an exceedingly poor conductor of heat. Even though the plasma bomb unleashed an intense temperature in an instant, it was quickly diluted in the surrounding atmosphere. The heat merely induced a slight dizziness in Li Jie, but did not inflict any real harm. Successfully neutralizing Smith's plasma bomb instantly restored Li Jie's confidence. As long as he could find a way to quell this pesky threat, he believed he could swiftly conclude the battle. Meanwhile, Bru and Smith were left dumbfounded. Having fought alongside each other for many years, they had never encountered such a situation. Who could possibly render a plasma bomb ineffective? All their previous adversaries either evaded the plasma bomb's attack or countered it with equally formidable force. They had never seen anyone as extraordinary as Li Jie, who could directly decompose a plasma bomb. Li Jie was not inclined to grant the two any time for hesitation. Standing on opposing sides meant they were enemies. A great man once proclaimed that mercy towards one's enemies is cruelty towards one's own kind, a sentiment Li Jie wholeheartedly endorsed. Since high-frequency oscillation could decompose the plasma bomb, he was confident it could also disrupt the pure energy shield created by the formidable African man. Although the high-frequency oscillation gun could only be utilized 20 times before incurring exorbitant costs for a new micronuclear battery, Li Jie would not hesitate to employ it at a critical moment. After all, such a tool was not meant to be saved for trivial occasions. Li Jie swiftly closed the distance between himself and Bru and Smith. Raising his hand, he released a high-frequency oscillation wave, a faint buzzing sound emanating from the air as the wave vibrated through it. Before Smith could prepare his next plasma bomb, the oscillation wave collided with Bru's protective shield. Li Jie had previously hurled numerous explosive throwing knives at Bru's shield, yet none had proven effective, leading to the impression that the shield was impenetrable. However, this seemingly invincible barrier now faced its nemesis. The high-frequency oscillation wave struck the shield like a molten nickel ball hurled at a block of ice, rapidly disintegrating and dismantling Bru's energy shield. The previously unyielding shield, which had withstood Li Jie's relentless assaults, was now breached. What the hell? What kind of attack is this? Bru struggled to maintain the shield while hastening the energy output, attempting to rapidly repair the damaged barrier. Stay calm. Bru, we must not falter. Smith, tucked behind Bru, remained eerily composed. Although she harbored ominous premonitions, she sought to comfort Bru, urging him to steady his emotions. In the heat of battle, losing one's composure is the most common precursor to error. A single misstep could lead to one's demise. Under Smith's comforting presence, Bru managed to regain a semblance of calm. However, the vulnerabilities in the shield had already manifested, and how could Li Jie possibly turn a blind eye to them? With a swift motion, Li Jie unleashed 6 explosive throwing knives, which hurtled directly towards the two through the gap in the shield. As Li Jie initiated a turning point in the skirmish, the situation for Spider-Man Peter Parker was deteriorating rapidly. The 3 individuals previously disoriented by the sonic blast had regained their senses. A Caucasian man and 2 individuals of Asian descent had begun to grasp the unfolding scenario. It was clear that Li Jie and his companions were there to cause chaos. Unbeknownst to them, the trio was targeting the Stanich family and the Great Lizard. They mistakenly believed the 3 were there to disrupt the transaction and launch themselves ferociously at the nearest Peter Parker. What Peter had previously assumed were mere ordinary individuals now revealed themselves to possess formidable strength far beyond that of humans. Chapter 54. 3 peculiar individuals. Li Jie's 3 explosive throwing knives pierced through the protective shield, sending Bru and Smith into a flurry of activity. The destructive potential of these seemingly innocuous blades was something they had previously witnessed. Bru had no choice but to lead Smith out of the knives' attack range. His physical prowess was remarkable, It appeared that Bru not only possessed the ability to absorb energy, but had also undergone significant physical enhancement. Even while assisting Smith, he remained agile in his movements. Bru forcefully dismantled the original protective shield and, in its place, created a smaller shield around himself. This was the largest shield he could conjure in such a brief span of time, typically reserved for life-threatening situations. Despite Smith's formidable skill in crafting devastating plasma bombs, her own physical condition was merely above average. To an ordinary person, Smith might seem like a superwoman, yet among mutants and those with extraordinary abilities, her physical capabilities were rather mundane. Bru and Smith shared a romantic bond, one forged through a series of perilous missions where Bru continually shielded Smith with his own defenses, ultimately winning her affection despite his frugality and unremarkable appearance. Regardless of his miserly nature, Bru consistently provided Smith with shelter from the storm, even at the cost of his own life when necessary. With insufficient time to generate a sufficiently large shield for Smith, Bru positioned the shield in front of himself, using his body as a barrier to protect her. This act prompted Li Jie to realize that the seemingly formidable and beautiful woman might, in fact, be Bru's Achilles heel. Without hesitation, Li Jie prepared to launch an attack on Smith first. In battle, there was no room for gentlemanly conduct. While the breach was created on one front, Peter was struggling on another. The three ordinary individuals, now fully aware, charged towards him with a roar. They did not wield firearms. Instead, they employed their own bodies as weapons. In the original Spider-Man narrative, Peter Parker often referred to himself as everyone's friendly neighborhood hero. Throughout the series, he seldom resorted to lethal force, except against a select few heinous villains. Therefore, when Peter saw the trio rushing towards him, his instinct was to subdue them rather than to take their lives. He was already troubled by the presence of the invisible foe. He had faced that individual previously in an underground parking garage. Fortunately, this time he was equipped with thermal imaging technology, allowing him to detect the adversary rather than relying solely on his spider sense. With a flick of his wrist, Peter shot a web at the three attackers, a measure sufficient to incapacitate ordinary individuals. However, their response far exceeded Peter's expectations. Aside from one Asian individual ensnared by a web, the other two seemed to defy the very force of gravity, leaping several meters into the air, completely evading Peter's web attack. As they reached the apex of their jump, they swiftly dove towards Peter. This time, Peter discerned a marked difference in these adversaries. Their nails were unnaturally sharp, resembling the talons of some predatory bird, entirely unlike anything human. Moreover, as they descended, they displayed ferocious expressions akin to ravenous wolves that had not feasted for days, having spotted their prey. Peter noticed their mouths agape, revealing long, sharp canines, reminiscent of a wolf's vicious fangs. What in the world were these beings? Peter was almost certain that these three were far from ordinary. Peter's speed and reflexes had become remarkably agile, and with the aid of his spider sense, even Li Jie would find it challenging to land a hit on him. Furthermore, thanks to his spider mutations, Peter's strength had significantly increased, allowing him to easily overpower Li Jie in terms of raw power. His only vulnerabilities lay in his lack of combat experience and skills, which made him hesitant to strike with full force. As the two assailants approached, Peter opted against employing webbing at such close range and instead executed two high kicks. His melee techniques were largely derived from Li Jie and Frank, both of whom favored straightforward approaches that prioritized minimal distance, rapid speed, and maximum explosive power. Centering his force around his waist, Peter unleashed his kicks with remarkable speed and strength. Although his training had been brief, preventing him from achieving the flawless power release of Li Jie and Frank, Spider-Man's force remained formidable. A direct hit would certainly cause damage. The two adversaries appeared to possess substantial combat experience, as they managed to slightly halt their descent mid-air, a feat requiring exceptional aerial control and extraordinary core strength. They narrowly evaded Peter's kicks, feeling the gust of wind generated by his strikes. Although Peter's attack came to naught, it effectively disrupted their offensive momentum. Upon landing, the two performed a forward roll. The Asian individual targeted Peter's lower regions with a sweeping kick, while the Caucasian man assaulted Peter's upper body with straightforward, brutal punches. Their coordination was seamless, as if they had trained together for years, leaving Peter little opportunity for retaliation. Forced to create distance, Spider-Man resorted to using his webbing once more. Meanwhile, Reed, who had refrained from direct engagement until now, seized the moment to stir trouble. Employing his crimson tongue as a weapon, which struck with the precision of a javelin, he posed a significant threat. Peter had previously experienced the pain of such an attack. Moreover, this time Reed did not merely employ his tongue for distant restraint. With the assistance of his companions, he lunged directly towards his target, Peter. Many small lizards are exceptionally adept at leaping, and it appears that Reed has inherited this particular trait. His leaping speed is astonishingly rapid, and his explosive power is formidable. Since he is in constant motion, Reed's skin cannot blend seamlessly with the surrounding environment, thereby exposing his gray-green form to the eyes of all present. One of Reed's hands still resembles that of a human, yet the other has transformed into a claw akin to that of a lizard, much like Zod. Another lizard. Goodness! What enmity do I hold against lizards? Peter lamented. Chapter 55. The reversal of form. Although Li Jie had been engaged in combat with Bruce and Smith, his mind remained somewhat preoccupied with Peter. Among the trio, only Peter Parker was genuinely a young lad, both in spirit and in the physical sense, a minor in every regard. As Li Jie gradually gained the upper hand against Bruce and Smith, he allowed himself a momentary glance towards Peter's situation, which appeared far from auspicious. Surrounded by three adversaries, Peter utilized his webbing to create distance and entangle his foes. However, the lack of variety in his offensive strategy became glaringly apparent. In the narratives of Spider-Man, Peter often thrived under the protective glow of protagonist status, rendering him nearly invulnerable. Yet, devoid of that narrative shield, he found himself increasingly beleaguered. Without hesitation, Li Jie launched a barrage of explosive throwing knives in support of Peter, targeting the trio that was besieging him. With his spider sense tingling, Peter sensed the imminent arrival of Li Jie's projectiles. Having collaborated with Li Jie on numerous occasions, he instinctively knew how to respond. He unleashed another broad web, aiming to ensnare his opponents while relying on Li Jie's knives for effective offense. Though the web he produced was rather sparse, insufficient for trapping adversaries in a conventional sense, it proved adequate for restraining them, thanks to its remarkable stickiness and resilience. The expansive web enveloped the attackers, ensnaring them partially just as they sought to extricate themselves. At that moment, Li Jie's throwing knives struck with lethal precision. Due to their scattered formation, the trio was not entirely vulnerable to targeted assaults, as Li Jie's skills were limited to rudimentary throwing techniques rather than the sophisticated arts of renowned assassins. Nevertheless, the explosive nature of the knives ensured that even a glancing blow could inflict substantial damage. The knives hurtled towards their targets with ferocity, finding their mark. Only Reed managed to evade, narrowly escaping with a substantial gash, while the other two were impaled. In truth, these knives were relatively small, and their blades alone would struggle to cause significant harm. However, once imbued with delayed explosive properties, they transformed into instruments of devastation. The two who had previously underestimated the threat posed by these diminutive projectiles were now acutely aware of their perilous potential. Boom! The muffled explosions erupted within the bodies of the two assailants. One knife lodged itself in a shoulder blade, while another penetrated the abdominal cavity. The ensuing blasts were gruesomely visceral. As the detonations reverberated, one assailant's arm was obliterated at the shoulder, the blood vessels insufficient to contain the catastrophic damage, reducing the area to a mass of mangled flesh. Chunks of gore and bone fragments were propelled outward by the shockwaves of the explosions, some even splattering onto Li Jie. One individual had their abdomen violently ruptured, with intestines mingling with blood gushing forth from the torn area. Remarkably, this person appeared unfazed, casually grasping their own intestines and stuffing them back into their body, all the while continuing to assault Peter. If these were ordinary humans or even typical mutants, such grievous injuries would undoubtedly spell their demise. Yet these two beings exhibited a ferocity beyond Peter's wildest imagination. Initially, Peter believed that Li Jie must have dispatched these two, but their resilience surpassed all expectations. However, there was no time for hesitation. Li Jie's onslaught provided Peter with a prime opportunity. Though these two appeared capable of movement, it was evident that their speed had significantly diminished. Meanwhile, Reed had just been forced back by Li Jie's flying knives, and seizing this moment, Peter unleashed a torrent of webbing, ensnaring the two assailants like rice dumplings. On another front, Frank had entirely abandoned the use of his handgun against Shinichi, opting instead for close-quarters combat. Shinichi seemed to possess a unique ability to manipulate high-velocity bullets, leading Frank to initially believe that Shinichi's powers were akin to those of Magneto, the leader of the Mutant Brotherhood. However, when Frank attempted to attack Shinichi with a dagger, he discovered that Shinichi could not control a similarly metallic blade. With firearms proving ineffective, Frank resorted to hand-to-hand combat, where his fighting prowess was unparalleled. Yet, in this instance, Shinichi appeared to have undergone some mutation or enhancement, making him a formidable opponent. Frank could not ascertain the extent of Shinichi's transformations, but it was clear that his strength, speed, and reflexes had been significantly augmented, rendering him exceedingly difficult to confront. Even as Frank brandished his dagger in their melee, Shinichi stubbornly clung to his firearm. It was puzzling, as guns are notoriously less effective in close combat, yet Shinichi continued to fire while grappling with Frank. Frank soon understood the rationale behind Shinichi's persistence. Despite being forced into a close-range skirmish where shooting was challenging, Shinichi utilized his bullet-controlling ability to its fullest. Bullets, seemingly aimed at empty spaces, would inexplicably curve mid-flight and dart toward Frank. Frank managed to narrowly evade several shots through sheer instinct, yet he was still struck by 2 bullets. Although Frank's bulletproof vest was specially designed to withstand even assault rifle fire, the impact of the bullets was unmistakably felt, causing him considerable pain. Enduring the agony, Frank delivered a powerful kidney punch to Shinichi's left lower ribcage. The force of Frank's fist was akin to that of a world heavyweight champion, and a blow to the kidneys could incapacitate an ordinary person for a month, or even prove fatal with a single strike. Now, the strength and speed of Shinichi have undergone a remarkable transformation. However, this does not imply that he would recklessly withstand Frank's blows with sheer force. Shinichi subtly shifted his body backward to evade Frank's latest assault. To his surprise, Frank did not pursue the attack. Instead, he executed 2 consecutive sideways rolls, distancing himself significantly from Shinichi. Shinichi's pupils involuntarily constricted. Frank's actions had alerted him to a lurking danger. Indeed, Frank's recent strike was merely a ruse, a fade designed to create an opportunity for his subsequent maneuver. The feigned punch aimed at the kidneys was a deception. Frank understood that given Shinichi's current speed, landing a genuine blow would be exceedingly difficult. The motion of his fist served solely as a cover for his true intentions. With an uneasy premonition, Shinichi glanced at his waist. The hem of his suit had been affixed with a miniature bomb. This explosive, no larger than a 50-cent coin, was the true objective behind Frank's attack. One must never underestimate anyone, regardless of their apparent inferiority in absolute strength. Given the right opportunity, they can still be lethal. Frank's actions served as yet another lesson for Peter and Li Jie. Boom! The bomb may have been diminutive, but the force of the explosion was anything but. The blast resonated with the power of a genuine hand grenade, with the sole distinction that this miniature device emitted numerous arcs of electricity during detonation. It appeared to be yet another one of Frank's enigmatic acquisitions. As the smoke from the explosion dissipated, Frank beheld Shinichi, toppled to the ground by the shockwave. The majority of Shinichi's clothing lay in tatters, revealing a body that no longer resembled that of a mere human. His muscle tissue was exposed to the air, but rather than the vibrant red of ordinary flesh, Shinichi's muscles were a pallid gray. Interwoven within them were numerous fine tubes, some no thicker than strands of hair. The severed arm exposed what could hardly be called a skeleton, for Shinichi's structure was composed not of typical bone, but of metal and carbon fiber. Despite enduring such devastation, Shinichi remained unscathed, a cold smile still etched across his face, as if that expression were his sole demeanor. Frank finally comprehended why Shinichi had not succumbed. It appeared he had undergone an extraordinary transformation. Chapter 56. Strategic Retreat. The explosion orchestrated by Frank caught the attention of Blue and Smith. Good heavens! How could that ordinary man have subdued Shinichi? Blue cursed vehemently. If he perishes, we shall face dire consequences. We must devise a means to provide him support. Miss Smith appeared uncharacteristically flustered, sensing the significance of Shinichi in this mission. It seemed that their endeavor had likely met with failure, as this hooded adversary proved to be exceedingly formidable. In the interlude of Blue's utterances, Li Jie unleashed another high-frequency oscillation shot from his weapon towards Blue, swiftly followed by a shockwave. The dual assault shattered Blue's protective shield once more. He braced himself against the impact of the shockwave, shielding Smith, who stood behind him. We must find a way to extricate ourselves from this predicament and secure Senich. Otherwise, even if we return to the company, we shall reap no rewards. Smith found herself bereft of time to concoct a plasma bomb. Currently, her only recourse was to employ a plasma beam to constrain Li Jie. The plasma beam relied on the rapid flow of plasma itself to generate a cutting force capable of inflicting harm upon its target. However, Smith struggled to produce a sufficiently potent plasma flow in such a short span of time, as Li Jie relentlessly pressured and attacked, leaving them both exhausted. Without adequate protection, Smith became an easy target. Despite her capacity to unleash formidable attacks, this fact remained unchanged. Blue found it impossible to divert his attention to assaulting Li Jie, as all of Li Jie's attacks were directed at Smith, compelling Blue to devote his efforts to safeguarding her. The plasma flow generated in such a brief interval lacked the necessary intensity. Its range and power were insufficient to pose a threat to Li Jie. Whenever Li Jie perceived that Smith was preparing to strike, he would invariably anticipate the trajectory of her attack, evading it with ease while nonchalantly tossing her a few explosive throwing knives for amusement. "Smith, channel energy into my body," Blue implored, desperate to alter their current predicament. Unbeknownst to him, Li Jie's high-frequency oscillation gun possessed a mere 20 shots of capability. Once the energy was depleted, the weapon would merely transform into a sophisticated wristband. Moreover, Li Jie had no surplus reputation to procure a micronuclear battery for energy replacement. Yet, even if Blue became aware of the limitations of Li Jie's oscillation waves, he would likely still refrain from enduring further blows. He could already sense his energy waning, and the frustration of absorbing punishment without retaliation was infuriating. His energy was wholly squandered on the incessant repair of his protective shield. Upon hearing Blue's words, Smith discerned his intentions. Her eyes reflected a hint of reluctance, yet she acquiesced to his command. With a swift motion of her hand, a sphere of blue-white plasma materialized before her. Unlike her previous attempts to create plasma bombs or streams, she refrained from heating this plasma. Instead, she infused the plasma sphere into Blue's body in its most unadulterated form. Li Jie sensed danger from the movements of the two individuals, akin to the ominous feeling one experiences in a film when the villain prepares to unleash a devastating ultimate technique. Instantly, he distanced himself from them, hurling explosive throwing knives to create further chaos. Smith, with remarkable speed, extracted several plasma orbs and injected them into Bru's body, prompting a furious roar from Bru as the orbs coursed through him. His skin, once the color of rich chocolate, began to emanate a soft blue glow, and tiny arcs of electricity flickered from his pores. His previously dark eyes transformed completely, resembling LED lights as they shone with a radiant blue luminescence. Vivid blue and white energy surged from within Bru, leading Li Jie to ponder whether this creature had evolved into a godlike state akin to a super scion. However, Bru lacked the luxury of time to indulge in lengthy monologues like movie villains, for he understood that this method of forcibly absorbing energy would exact a severe toll on him. He could not sustain this state for long and needed to conclude matters swiftly. With his hand shaped like a blade, Bru launched a cutting strike towards Li Jie. The blue-white energy within him seemed to coalesce, forming a crescent-shaped blue beam aimed directly at Li Jie. Despite the distance, Li Jie could already sense the terrifying potency of this blue crescent. He felt a tingling static coursing through his body, an uncomfortable sensation that compelled him to endure. Suppressing the discomfort, Li Jie employed the 8 steps to chase the cicada technique, deftly evading the onslaught of blue crescents. Bru, seizing the initiative, unleashed 4 consecutive blue crescents at Li Jie. The path of each crescent carved deep gorges wherever they passed. The crescents that missed Li Jie collided with the wall of the building, causing the reinforced concrete to shatter as if it were mere paper, splitting it in two without any resistance. Bru was not yet fully confident in his ability to eliminate Li Jie, so his immediate priority was to force Li Jie back, enabling him to rescue Senichi and ultimately escape with both Senichi and Smith. As for the other two lizards, Bru regrettably acknowledged that he was not particularly familiar with them. Li Jie found himself continually pushed back by the blue crescents released by Bru, unable to mount a counterattack. Bru capitalized on this opportunity to fire a blue arc of light at Frank, who was poised to eliminate Senichi with a single shot. The ethereal blue arc sped toward Frank, and fearing that Frank's agility might not suffice to evade the attack, Li Jie unleashed a shockwave directed at the arc. The high-frequency shockwave collided with the ethereal blue arc, dispersing a portion of its energy, yet nearly half of it still surged toward Frank. Fortunately, Li Jie's intervention granted Frank sufficient time to react. With a swift leap followed by several agile rolls, he evaded the arc's assault. Bru, now resolute, understood that once the decision to flee was made, there was no room for hesitation. In battle, greed and the desire to continue fighting could easily lead to one's demise. Bruce unleashed several arcs of light towards Li Jie and Frank, compelling them to retreat. He then hoisted the severely injured Senich onto his shoulder, while gripping Smith with his other hand. Concentrating all his energy in his feet, a ghostly blue radiance erupted, akin to the searing flames of a rocket engine, propelling Bruce and his companions away with tremendous force. Li Jie hurled several throwing knives in the direction of Bruce's escape, yet it appeared to be in vain, as the knives could not match Bruce's speed. At that moment, Li Jie and Frank had no time to concern themselves with Bruce's retreat, for Peter required their assistance. Chapter 57. The battle concludes. The two humanoid creatures, previously injured by Li Jie's explosive throwing knives, have now been subdued by Peter. He is currently entangled with two lizard-like foes, Reed and Zod, a pair of unfortunate brothers, once inseparable comrades on the battlefield of Baghdad. Both have since undergone transformation and mutation, sharing a lineage with lizards, a testament to their uncanny bond. Zod, having had his burnt optic nerve fully restored, has rejoined the fray. The lizard warrior, Zod, possesses immense strength, making it impossible for Peter to confront him in direct combat. Meanwhile, Reed, swift and agile, adept at leaping, wields a chameleonic tongue for mid-range assaults. Peter finds himself unable to withstand the lizard warrior at close quarters, yet any attempt to create distance leaves him vulnerable to Reed's ambushes, rendering his situation quite troublesome. Fortunately, Bruce and the others have fled, allowing Li Jie and Frank to lend their assistance. Li Jie swiftly launches 3 explosive throwing knives, which soar towards Zod in a formation resembling a character from the Chinese language. Frank, on the other hand, opens fire to restrain Reed. Damn it! Bruce has escaped. Reed, who had been preoccupied with Peter, had not yet realized Bruce's strategic withdrawal. It is only now, with Li Jie and Frank's arrival, that he comprehends Bruce's intention to retreat. Bruce's decision to leave Reed behind was deliberate. Their relationship is merely that of ordinary teammates, devoid of any emotional ties. Additionally, Bruce hopes to buy time for the trio's escape by leaving Reed to fend for himself. Whether Reed lives or dies is of no concern to Bruce. Spider-Man, use the serum to inject that giant lizard. Do not engage him in direct combat. Li Jie's previous throwing knives were swatted away by Zod's powerful tail. Having suffered from such knives before, Zod was not about to fall for the same trick again, effortlessly batting the seemingly harmless yet deadly projectiles aside. Li Jie's words suddenly remind Peter of the serum he had brought to reverse the lizard's genetic alterations. Distracted by the battle, he had momentarily forgotten this potent weapon. He swiftly retrieves the serum from his waist and calls out to Li Jie and Frank, "Hold him off for a moment. I will soon take care of this giant lizard." Li Jie, having expended much of his reputation points to acquire the high-frequency vibrational gun and explosive knives, finds himself reluctant to continue using the 50-point explosive knives. Instead, he grabs a steel knife and charges at Reed, intent on taking him down with close combat tactics. Meanwhile, Frank employs his firearms and small explosives to keep Zod at bay, ensuring that Zod cannot focus entirely on Peter, thereby granting Peter time to administer the serum. As Reed sees Li Jie rushing towards him, he extends his crimson tongue in attack. Li Jie stands his ground, having learned from their previous skirmish in the underground garage that Reed's assault, though striking in appearance, possesses limited power. Having mastered the indomitable body technique, Li Jie is now capable of enduring kinetic damage of up to 700 joules. Reed's tongue attack evidently falls short of this threshold. When Reed's tongue strikes Li Jie's chest, he merely experiences a twinge of pain, without any genuine injury. Braving the onslaught, Li Jie advances to Zod's side, executing the wind-cleaving 8 blades with fluid grace, their lethal gleam exuding the scent of death as they descend upon Reed. Although Li Jie's strength and speed have not significantly increased, he perceives a growing prowess within himself, especially during attacks, where his movements and reactions have become increasingly adept, perhaps an enhancement wrought by accumulated combat experience. Reed, caught within the reach of the blade's arc, senses impending doom. Li Jie's technique is executed with such precision that it forms an impenetrable wall of blades advancing towards him. This overwhelming pressure leaves Reed with nowhere to flee. The chameleon's greatest asset lies in its invisibility. Once that is compromised, Reed's capabilities pale in comparison to Li Jie's, rendering him less formidable than the gargantuan lizard warrior. Faced with the onslaught of blades, Reed can only hastily shield his vital areas with his hands, retreating rapidly in an attempt to evade the lethal edges. However, such chaotic withdrawal during a skirmish is perilous, as Li Jie capitalizes on every opportunity, delivering decisive blows. Infused with inner strength, his steel blade is exceptionally sharp, swiftly severing Reed's arms as he attempts to retreat. Blood bursts forth like an uncontrollable faucet, and Reed's agonized screams fill the air. Generally, Li Jie refrains from delivering lethal strikes to ordinary criminals or common individuals. He prefers to incapacitate them, allowing fate to take its course, as they pose little threat to him. Yet, those endowed with abilities such as mutants or genetically modified beings can retaliate with considerable menace. Therefore, Li Jie does not intend to show mercy to such adversaries, particularly since the mercenaries from the Redwater Security Company are entangled with the Stanich family, both factions evidently not to be trifled with. In a swift maneuver, Li Jie circles behind Reed, striking his spine with his blade. Instantly, Reed suffers a grievous injury. The spine is intricately linked to numerous nerves, and damage can easily lead to paralysis. With his spine wounded, Reed collapses helplessly to the ground. Had it not been for Li Jie's consideration of Peter Parker's youth, his innocence untouched by the brutality of murder, he might have finished off the chameleon with a single blow. As Li Jie concludes his battle, Peter's confrontation is also nearing its end. Under Frank's restraint, Peter successfully injects the serum into Zod's body. The serum begins to eradicate the lizard genes within Zod, as his human DNA is progressively reconstructed. Zod's massive form shrinks rapidly, his strikes growing increasingly feeble. Though he yearns to escape, Peter ensnares him with webbing. In mere minutes, the once formidable Zod, akin to a robust Asian elephant, deflates like a punctured balloon. In the end, he transformed back into his original human form. The disheartened Zod, who had lost both legs and his left arm, lay helplessly on the ground, struggling. "Oh, God," Peter sighed, unable to bear the sight. Zod's current state extinguished any interest in confronting or eliminating him. Li Jie, upon witnessing Zod's true appearance, felt a wave of melancholy. Had Zod retained his reptilian form, Li Jie would have unhesitatingly severed his head. However, in his current condition, he found himself reluctant to take such action. Noticing the pitying gazes from Li Jie and the others, Zod erupted into a maniacal laughter. "Ah, is this what you wanted to see? Are you satisfied? I have fought valiantly for this nation, only to end up like this. Do not look at me with such pitiful eyes." Zod's voice grew increasingly louder. "I was once a soldier defending this country and its people, sworn to fight for their safety and freedom. But what has become of me? Cast aside like disposable refuse. You may consider yourselves protectors of the populace. But mark my words, when you lose your worth, you too shall be discarded by the people, abandoned by this world." "It is regrettable, soldier," Frank replied calmly to Zod. "Your fate should have been to perish on the battlefield, not to languish like a wretched worm in the abyss of hell. I am willing to offer you a bullet, that your soul may find peace. May the God of heaven forgive you, for you too once fought for justice." The tranquility in Frank's tone brought an unexpected silence to the frenzied Zod. "Grant me a bullet, whether to ascend to heaven or descend to hell. I shall remember your kindness." Having lost all will to live, Zod now sought only death. May the Lord bless you, amen. Frank made the sign of the cross before aiming his gun at Zod and pulling the trigger. With a gunshot echoing the resentment towards the injustices of this world, Zod departed from it. Peter stood by, frozen in disbelief. He seemed on the verge of expressing something, yet the words eluded him. Should he condemn Frank for arbitrarily executing a severely disabled man? Yet, Zod had been pleading for death, having lost all hope for survival. Perhaps the only thing that had previously fueled his will to live was his hatred for this world and a desire for vengeance. But when both hatred and retribution became unattainable, what reason did he have to continue living? Frank disregarded the still-dazed Spider-Man and directly approached the other two individuals bound by Peter. He realized that he had encountered quite a number of familiar faces today. The first volume is finally coming to a close. As a novice writer, the author may not yet be fully adept at crafting stories, but the support from friends has been a constant motivation to continue writing. I am immensely grateful for the support and encouragement from all readers. If you have any suggestions or feedback regarding this book, please leave a comment in the review section or join the author's QQ group 539763655. I extend my gratitude to the esteemed friend, whose moniker is not merely a sequence of digits, but rather the whimsical little bird 1587. I humbly request a delectable stir-fried noodle dish, while respectfully declining any illusory tokens of appreciation. Chapter 58. Vampires and food. These fellows are rather peculiar, Peter remarked to Frank, who was leading the way. Having just survived such a catastrophic explosion, it was evident that both men were no ordinary individuals. Their faces were ashen, perhaps due to excessive blood loss, yet their demeanor remained remarkably composed, exuding a fierce and menacing aura as they fixated their gaze upon Li Jie and his companions. Bam! Without uttering a single word, Frank approached the two men and fired 2 shots directly at their heads. The potency of Frank's handgun was terrifying. Upon impact, the bullets generated a tremendous cavitation effect within their skulls, causing their brains to explode from the immense pressure. Grayish-white brain matter and crimson blood mingled with shattered bone fragments, splattering across the vicinity. Oh, damn it! Frank, must you kill indiscriminately? This marked the second time Frank had taken a life in Peter's presence that day. The first incident had already rattled Peter, though he refrained from expressing his discontent, knowing that Zod was intent on death. However, this latest act of violence struck him with even greater intensity, as Frank had executed a close-range headshot, rendering it particularly gruesome. So I shouldn't have killed them? Who do you propose we hand them over to for resolution? Frank mused with a hint of amusement. Perhaps we could entrust them to the NYPD? Peter pondered, uncertain whether the New York police would truly be able to handle such dangerous individuals. The NYPD? Ha! Frank let out a cryptic laugh. I recall there's another person. Spider-Man. Where did you tie him up? Over there. Peter pointed to the ceiling, where the initially restrained individual dangled upside down. It appears our haul today is quite substantial. Frank mused, gingerly touching the areas where bullets had grazed him, still feeling some pain. What on earth are these creatures? Li Jie observed, astonished that the 2 men Frank had executed remained alive, their injured brains healing at an exceedingly slow pace. Creatures? You are correct, Nightcrawler. They are indeed creatures of the night, unable to endure sunlight. Frank sighed softly. You should check the adjacent warehouse. If I am not mistaken, it should house many captives. Remember, do not release them just yet. Understood. Li Jie and Peter, heeding Frank's advice, departed from the disheveled office. Adjacent to it stood the massive warehouse, originally constructed for grain storage. The United States is the world's largest grain exporter, accounting for over 20% of global grain exports. Warehouses such as this, situated near ports, were commonly built by large grain companies. It was only after the expansion of the New York port that these companies relocated their silos, rendering this place obsolete. Nightcrawler. Frank mentioned that many people are confined within that warehouse. Do you find that credible? Peter inquired, engaging in conversation with Li Jie as they walked. Frank never speaks without reason. I trust his judgment. As Li Jie responded to Peter's inquiry, he approached the warehouse in search of the entrance. Naturally, I have faith in Frank, yet I ponder how many individuals would be needed to fill such a vast warehouse. I mean, What could the Stanich family possibly intend to do with so many people? Peter, swifter than Li Jie, located the entrance to the warehouse. I am uncertain, but a mere guess would reveal that it surely bodes no good. Together, Li Jie and Peter heaved open the massive doors of the warehouse. Have you ever experienced the sensation of thousands of eyes in the darkness reflecting the faint moonlight, all fixed upon you? It is a chilling feeling, and both Li Jie and Peter were engulfed by it. The entire warehouse had been entirely transformed by the Stanich family. It was no longer an empty space for storing grain. Instead, rows upon rows of prison cells had been constructed along the walls. Each cell was enclosed with iron bars, cramped to a mere 6 square meters, yet intended to accommodate 6 individuals. The rudimentary bed frames were affixed directly to the walls, a design choice made to maximize space for even more captives. Li Jie was disinterested in counting the number of cells or the individuals housed within them, for the stench was unbearable. Thousands of people confined to a single warehouse for their basic needs. Even with adequate ventilation, the odor remained intolerable. My goodness, what on earth is the Stanich family doing with so many captives? Peter Parker was taken aback by the sheer number of imprisoned souls. Suddenly, a cacophony of incomprehensible sounds erupted from one of the cells, serving as a catalyst for the ensuing chaos. The cries from the remaining cells rose in a dissonant chorus, predominantly from women and children. Through the moonlight, it became painfully clear that the prisoners were mostly female and young, with not a single adult male in sight. We must leave at once. Perhaps Frank already understands why so many are detained here. Li Jie, fearing the potential for unforeseen calamity, hastily pulled Peter away. Frank, do you know that the warehouse holds many? As Peter began to recount the harrowing scene he had just witnessed, he was abruptly interrupted by Frank. Women and children, right? I have been perplexed by the influx of food shipments lately. It seems the Stanich family has embarked on a smuggling operation. Frank's icy gaze fixated on the 2 bound individuals. Though their wounds had yet to heal, their faces betrayed no signs of injury. Li Jie could not fathom how a person could survive without brain function. Even Wolverine, renowned for his healing abilities, would likely falter. Only a being as extraordinarily resilient as Deadpool might endure such a fate. Do you wish to know why so many women and children are imprisoned here? Because they are destined to be food for the vampires. Frank's voice erupted with fury as he spoke. You are inciting a new war. The bound white man revealed a hint of disdainful smile upon hearing Frank's words. This smile evidently infuriated the Punisher. Frank drew his pistol and fired 3 shots at the white man. Bang, bang, bang. The powerful handgun inflicted several immense wounds upon the man's body, causing blood to pour forth uncontrollably. Yet, the man defiantly declared, "You cannot kill me." Despite the apparent loss of blood that should have rendered him lifeless, he continued to speak as if nothing were amiss. Observing this blood-soaked individual maintaining a calm demeanor, Li Jie and Peter couldn't help but shiver involuntarily. Chapter 59. The Underground Vampire Empire. Wait, Frank, are you saying those beings are vampires? Li Jie suddenly grasped the implication of Frank's words. The individuals confined within the warehouse were sustenance for the vampires, and the fact that these creatures could not be vanquished no matter the effort perfectly aligned with the characteristics of vampires. Vampires are magical entities that cannot be measured by the standards of science. To slay them, one must employ specialized weapons. Otherwise, even if one were to sever their heads, they would simply regenerate anew. They are an exceedingly troublesome breed, utterly distinct from humanity. In essence, whether mutants or those with supernatural abilities, they remain human. However, vampires are an entirely different species, cloaked in human guise and sharing similar habits, yet they stand as humanity's archnemeses. Vampires prey upon humans, establishing a predator-prey dynamic. For an extended period, humanity existed in a state of passive disadvantage. It was only with the explosive growth of modern science that humanity began to gain the means to curtail the vampire's reign. Indeed, those 3 beings are vampires. Frank delivered a fierce kick to the white male before responding to Li Jie's inquiry. Hold on, brother, aren't vampires just legends? Shouldn't they be mere tales from the Bible? Peter was in a state of confusion. He had never known that creatures like vampires existed in this world. He had only encountered the concept of vampires in television shows and novels, and this was the first time he had seen them with his own eyes. leaving him momentarily disoriented. Li Jie himself felt a twinge of bewilderment. He could not recall any mention of vampires in the Marvel Universe. Could it be the world of Blade? He speculated quietly. After all, Blade was also a character within the Marvel realm. Although it seemed that he had not been referenced in other Marvel films, the Punisher had appeared, so Blade's presence would not be surprising. These beings are indeed vampires, appearing formidable and seemingly indestructible. Yet, if one grasps the method, it is achievable just like this. Frank responded to Peter while drawing a silver blade from his waist. This knife appeared distinct from conventional tactical daggers. It had not undergone the typical darkening treatment to prevent reflection and exposure. Instead, it resembled the exquisite silver cutlery found in high-end restaurants, glistening with elegant silver under the moonlight. Upon seeing the knife Frank produced, the two previously unflinching men suddenly grew tense. "You see, lads, they are afraid now," Frank remarked, his tone laced with derision, mocking the vampire's effete of strength. To slay a vampire, one cannot rely on ordinary weapons. One must utilize high concentrations of garlic essence or potent ultraviolet light. The intensity of ultraviolet light must match the solar radiation emitted at the time of the Earth's closest approach to the Sun within a year. As Frank demonstrated with his dagger, he explained to Li Jie and Peter how to effectively harm a vampire. The intensity of ultraviolet rays at night, or the inadequate sunlight during winter, fails to inflict sufficient harm on vampires. Frank, speaking, began to lightly slice a vampire's skin with his silver dagger. Instantly, a billowing cloud of black mist erupted from the wound, as if it had been seared by a glowing iron. The man, who would normally remain silent despite immense pain, now emitted a tortured shriek akin to a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Furthermore, weapons crafted from mithril can also deliver significant damage to vampires, rendering them in a state of excruciating agony. However, mithril weapons must strike the vampire's vital points, such as the heart or head, to ensure a fatal blow. Frank's practical demonstrations on dealing with vampires were vivid and engaging. He preferred to teach others through action. "Like this," he declared, as the mithril dagger plunged directly into a vampire's skull. The attacked vampire let out a piercing cry reminiscent of a helpless animal's final moments, a sound that reminded Li Jie of the filthy rats in the sewers being crushed. The mithril dagger pierced the vampire's brain, akin to electrifying a light bulb. The entire vampire began to emit a crimson glow, starting from the injured brain and extending along the blood vessels throughout its body until the red light enveloped it entirely. As the brilliance reached its zenith, the vampire swelled like an overinflated balloon, ultimately bursting in a manner akin to a balloon that could no longer contain its air. With a resounding pop, the vampire's body disintegrated into a cloud of ash, scattering in the wind, leaving no trace behind. This method of demise was visually striking for Li Jie and Peter, confirming for them that this entity was indeed a vampire and not human. Although Peter had previously disapproved of Frank's direct killings, he felt no such aversion toward slaying vampires. His uncle and aunt were devout Christians, and Peter, influenced by his faith, recognized vampires as wicked beings condemned in the scriptures. Moreover, Western folklore is replete with terrifying tales of vampires, not to mention the women and children they had recently encountered in the warehouse. Frank had stated they were the vampire's prey. What fate awaited the prey of vampires? Peter could easily surmise the answer. Thus, he harbored no sympathy for the vampires. When confronted with a villain, one might choose to punish him or report him to the authorities, as they remain part of humanity. Yet, when faced with a malevolent vampire, the only option is to eliminate them swiftly. Frank sheathed his dagger and said to Peter, "Frank, have you encountered vampires before?" Li Jie's understanding of the Punisher was solely derived from the characters in the video games of his childhood. However, he remained largely ignorant of the Punisher's past, prompting him to inquire further. "Indeed, I once served the United States government. In those days, we engaged in fierce battles against vampires, compelling them to sign a truce that barely sustained a semblance of peace." Frank fixed a fierce gaze upon another vampire, causing the latter to feel a chill run down his spine. The human society regularly supplied a portion of blood to the vampires, in exchange for the vampire empire's cessation of malevolent acts. This, in turn, elucidated why our blood banks were perpetually insufficient. The unremunerated blood donations from the populace had been siphoned off to sustain the vampires. "Wait, Are you saying the government is aware of the existence of vampires in this world? And they actually signed a ridiculous truce with them? Peter reflected on his past experiences of donating blood without compensation, now realizing it had been used as sustenance for vampires, leaving him feeling utterly disheartened. Chapter 60. The call to arms for a new war indeed, it is but a farcical ceasefire agreement, for the vampire empire has endured for millennia. Many vampires have lived for centuries, some nearly 1,000 years. Frank produced a cigar, ignited it, took a puff, and then elucidated the tale of vampires to Li Jie and Peter. Vampires, unless slain, do not truly perish. Perhaps their strength wanes with age, yet they remain impervious to death. When their powers diminish, they enter a state of slumber to replenish their energy, awakening as lively as ever. Due to their prolonged existence, many vampire clans have amassed vast fortunes, infiltrating finance, arms, real estate, and even the political arena. Frank's words illuminated for Li Jie and Peter the expansive influence of the vampire empire. It is conceivable that even within Congress, there are vampire minions. Thus, the last war ended without resolution. Frank's demeanor remained inscrutable, revealing neither joy nor anger, yet his dissatisfaction was palpable in his words. Are you suggesting that the current American government is under the dominion of a cadre of vampires? Li Jie inquired of Frank, a chilling thought indeed. A cadre of hunters governing the realm of prey is akin to allowing wolves to act as shepherds. Not everyone in Congress is a vampire. Some are merely ghouls, Frank clarified. Ghouls? What are they? Peter, intrigued, found the true nature of this world far more terrifying than he had previously imagined. They are a group of sycophants who worship vampires, serving them in hopes of gaining favor, ultimately seeking to align themselves with a powerful vampire in the hopes of being transformed into one. Frank's explanation left Peter even more bewildered. Why would anyone desire to become a vampire? If I am not mistaken, vampires cannot bask in sunlight and must dwell in darkness. Peter was genuinely perplexed, questioning the sanity of those who aspired to become vampires. For the sake of immortality. Once one possesses power and wealth, the desire to retain such power and wealth becomes paramount. A yearning for eternal life, to forever subjugate those beneath them, Li Jie interjected, elucidating the mindset of these individuals. As power swells, so too does the number of those seeking immortality. In China, there was Qin Shi Huang seeking the elixir of life, with emperors and ministers throughout various dynasties favoring charlatans and Taoist priests, all in pursuit of the dream of ascension. Indeed, as the Nightwalker said, our war has concluded without achieving its full effect, Frank lamented. It seems this artifact is of immense significance to the vampires, Li Jie remarked, retrieving the small box they had previously been trading. Within lay an ancient parchment, quietly resting inside, appearing to have weathered the trials of millennia. The scroll itself appeared tattered and fragile, and Li Jie hesitated to lift it, fearing that even the slightest movement might lead to its ruin. Indeed, regardless of what the vampires seek, we must thwart their ambitions. Frank seized the box from Li Jie's grasp. What shall we do now? Should the government be informed of these events? Both Peter and Li Jie were overwhelmed, pondering how to conclude the matters at hand. This situation entangled a mysterious security firm, Crimson Water, a faction of vampires dwelling within the underground society, and thousands confined within the warehouse. If you wish to keep your objectives concealed, it would be prudent to depart momentarily. I shall summon assistance to address this predicament. Frank carelessly tossed aside his extinguished cigar, its tip landing squarely on the face of another vampire, who, ensnared by spider silk, was rendered immobile, forced to endure the searing pain of the burning cigar. Li Jie suspected Frank's actions were intentional. What then shall we do with these two vampires? And this lizard? Peter gestured towards the bound vampire and the chameleon, whose hands had been severed and spine shattered by Li Jie, leaving it incapacitated. Rita's complexion had turned a ghastly pallor, having lost copious amounts of blood. Though the wound had ceased to bleed, he was utterly drained of strength. Let us dispose of these two vampires. Frank cast a disdainful glance at the remaining vampires. He drew forth a silver dagger and plunged it into the vampire bound to the ground. Just like the one recently slain, this vampire too disintegrated into ash with a flash of crimson light. As for the other fallen vampire, Frank wielded the dagger as a throwing knife, dispatching it with a single lethal strike. "Have we no use for living captives?" Li Jie inquired, observing the two vampires transformed into dust, still uncertain of their intentions. Vampires adhere to a stringent hierarchy, and the lesser ones will never divulge the secrets of their superiors. It is ingrained in their very essence. Therefore, do not expect to extract information from them. If you seek knowledge, the most effective approach is to investigate it yourself, Frank elucidated, retrieving the silver dagger. Very well. Li Jie acknowledged another trait of vampires. It seems the best course is to eliminate them upon encounter, as they are unlikely to reveal anything. Let us keep this lizard alive. I believe it will pique someone's interest, particularly that of the Crimson Water security firm. Frank adjusted his attire and began to urge Li Jie and Peter to depart. You two should leave this place. I will notify others to handle the situation here. It would be quite troublesome if they spotted you both, he insisted. Hey boss, are you truly certain you do not want us to assist from the shadows? What if their accomplices arrive? I believe we could conceal ourselves from detection. Peter expressed his unease about Frank being alone. My people are swift. Rest assured. Moreover, do not underestimate them. Even if you excel at hiding, those fiends will unearth you. Under Frank's insistence, Li Jie and Peter hastily departed. After ensuring that Li Jie and the other individual had distanced themselves sufficiently, Frank picked up the phone and dialed a number that had not been called in quite some time. After 2 rings, the call was answered. Frank? A deep voice responded, tinged with confusion. Nick Fury. I believe it is time for us to converse. Frank replied, his tone grave. A new war is about to commence. Chapter 61. The abduction of Tony due to the incident involving Jin Yong's legal action against Jiang Nan. This book will henceforth refrain from including any martial arts terminology from Mr. Jin Yong's works. The previously mentioned Zixia Divine Skill is officially renamed as Tengjiao Skill. We request the understanding of all readers regarding this matter. According to confirmed reports from our correspondent in Afghanistan, Tony Stark, the head of Stark Industries, was assaulted by terrorists yesterday afternoon in Afghanistan. All 12 American soldiers accompanying him in 3 armored vehicles have tragically perished. Their bodies have been located, yet no trace of Tony Stark has been found. Thus far, no organization has claimed responsibility for this attack. It is anticipated that Stark Industries stock prices will plummet significantly when the market opens this morning. This constitutes the major news of the morning. Whether on ABC, BBC, or other media outlets, the headlines across all news and social media platforms are dominated by this story. The world-renowned billionaire and CEO of Stark Industries, Tony Stark, was attacked while showcasing the latest Jericho missile to the U.S. military in Afghanistan. His whereabouts remain uncertain, leaving his fate in question. Li Jie, meanwhile, is enjoying breakfast while watching the news. It has been 2 days since the previous warehouse battle, and today marks the first day of school in September. The past 2 months of summer vacation have been nothing short of exhilarating. The excitement experienced in both his previous and current lives pales in comparison to these 2 months. As he observes the news about Tony Stark, Li Jie feels no emotional upheaval. In fact, he finds himself stifling a laugh. After being teased about his name resembling that of a character from the Texas Chainsaw Massacre and criticized for the tastiness of his Turkish steamed burgers, it seems that karma has come calling. Knowing that Tony will emerge unscathed from this abduction and will ultimately undergo a transformation into Iron Man, Li Jie feels no concern for Tony's safety. He is currently reviewing Stark Industries stock price fluctuations over the past week, noting that the price stands at 120 per share. A dramatic decline is expected upon market opening. If memory serves, Tony has likely been held captive for about a week before announcing plans to shut down Stark Industries' weapons division, a move poised to plunge the stock into a deep abyss. However, the eventual introduction of the arc reactor as a new energy source has buoyed the stock price once more. If there is ever a time to profit, it is now. This is the singular opportunity known to Li Jie as a time traveler to make a fortune. His work in the food truck business over the past 2 months has netted him nearly 60,000, from which he has deducted over 8,000 spent on equipment for the Nightwalker base. Li Jie currently has 52,000 remaining and has asked his mother, Jayasili, to assist him in opening a trading account at the bank. He is preparing to invest in Stark stock for a profitable venture. On this sunlit first day of school, one can only hope that those bothersome vampires will remain indoors. Bathed in sunlight, Li Jie is in exceptionally high spirits. Certainly, where there are those in high spirits, there are also those in despair. Within the opulent edifice of the Nouveau Riche Real Estate Group in New Jersey, the mood of the young and dashing president, Deacon Faith, was decidedly grim. Our dispatched agents have perished, and all provisions have been confiscated. Before Deacon stood a robust Caucasian man adorned with a traditional Scottish beard, bearing news that utterly disrupted Deacon Faith's prior schemes. His expression remained impassive, yet he clenched his jaw, revealing his vampiric fangs. We have assured our subjects of an ample supply of fresh sustenance at the Blood Clans festival. The frigid plasma in our reserves has nauseated us for decades, Deacon proclaimed, his handsome visage shadowed with discontent. My subjects yearn for fresh blood, warm with life. Moreover, the elders and nobles require exquisite pureblood offerings. The fresh blood Deacon referenced was a sumptuous feast for vampires. The burly man before him could not suppress a swallow. Deacon, I fear we are unable to amass such a quantity of provisions in this limited time. A young woman, who had been seated on the couch, interjected. It is no longer decades past. The government's regulation of the populace has tightened considerably. A mass disappearance would surely arouse their suspicion, unless we wish to declare war on humanity. Her tone bore a note of caution. The farcical truce. When does a lion seek the approval of a zebra before the hunt? The burly man scoffed. Hey, Quinn, refrain from speaking so disparagingly to our esteemed pureblood. Miss Lyses, Deacon interjected with an elegant composure, though his tone was laced with amusement. Deacon, there is no need for such insincere pretense. You are merely a latecomer to vampirism, whereas I was born into this lineage, the blonde, blue-eyed Miss Lyses replied, her demeanor replete with pride. The truce is an accord established between the elders and human society. Irrespective of your opinions, you must adhere to the council's decrees. That is precisely why I have been dispatched here. Purpose? Ha! Deacon seemed to find humor in her words, bursting into laughter. Those decrepit old fools? Let us not forget who provides them with fresh blood, not the icy plasma. Suddenly, Deacon lunged menacingly toward Miss Lyses, startling her. It appeared that if she uttered anything displeasing, he would not hesitate to sink his fangs into her delicate, pale neck. Deacon, you must understand that the empire is not yours to command alone. Miss Lyses appeared genuinely intimidated by Deacon, hastily uttering her formalities before making a swift exit from the room, avoiding his gaze altogether. Bah! Ignorant and foolish pureblood. Deacon cursed under his breath as he watched her leave the chamber. Humans and vampires are natural adversaries. If we cannot gain complete dominion over humanity, there will inevitably come a day when we face annihilation at their hands. Quinn glanced in the direction where Lehose had departed, ensuring she had indeed gone far enough before lowering his voice to speak to Deacon. Deacon, the sacred scripture has also been taken. Deacon's facial muscles involuntarily twitched. This was the most crucial element of his plan. Contact all our operatives. We must retrieve the scripture. Deacon was resolute in his pursuit of that precious parchment. And what of the festivities on September 21st? We have already pledged to our subordinates that they will receive ample fresh blood. Failing to fulfill this vow would severely damage our reputation. Quinn appeared equally troubled by this predicament. With less than 20 days remaining, we need to reach out to the Ten Rings and the Free Warriors. If we cannot procure sufficient supplies domestically, let them source it from Afghanistan and Iraq, and expedite its transport to the United States. Deacon voiced his decision. I fear we may still be pressed for time. Shipping by sea from the Middle East will take over 20 days to reach us. The festival may very well be over by then. Quinn continually reminded Deacon of their limited time frame. Then let our subjects revel. It has been decades since anyone has truly celebrated a festival. A glint of madness flickered in Deacon's eyes. But what of human society? Let those ancient beings contend with it, he replied. Perhaps chaos is precisely what we require at this juncture. Humanity is advancing far too swiftly. One day they will rise up against vampires. Since a confrontation is inevitable, why not initiate it now, striking a fatal blow before they are adequately prepared? Chapter 62. Preparedness. Hurry up, Hand over the money. And your phone. A familiar scene unfolded in a parking lot on the streets of New York, where two unsavory delinquents accosted two boys who appeared to be around 15 years old. One, with tousled golden hair and glasses, and the other, slightly pudgy, seemed to radiate an aura of vulnerability. The pudgy boy clutched a plastic bag emblazoned with the logo of a comic book store, suggesting he had just purchased some comics. "Move faster, you punks," barked one of the assailants, a menacing young black thug brandishing a knife. Without hesitation, the bespectacled boy surrendered all his loose change, a total of $20, and an antiquated Nokia phone. The pudgy boy, however, produced only $15 and no phone, eliciting apparent dissatisfaction from the two thugs. "Hand over the bag too," demanded the other thug, a white boy, gesturing towards the plastic bag in the boy's hand. "It only has comics in it," the pudgy boy stammered, visibly reluctant to part with his newly acquired treasures. "Quit stalling. Give it here." The thug advanced menacingly to snatch the bag. "Hey, can't you do better than this? Are thugs now robbing middle schoolers?" A mocking voice emerged from behind the two delinquents. "Don't interfere." The black thug turned to confront the source of the interruption, but his words faltered as he beheld a figure clad in a striking red and blue suit. "It's Spider-Man. David. Look, it's Spider-Man," exclaimed the pudgy boy, tugging excitedly at his companion's sleeve. I see it, Todd. Stop pulling my shirt," protested David, his clothing askew from the vigorous tugging. "Indeed, I am your friendly neighborhood Spider-Man."
Peter Parker quipped, striking a playful salute. "Bullshit, Spider-Man."
"I don't believe in those ridiculous legends online," scoffed the white thug, clearly skeptical of the existence of such a hero. With that, he lunged at Peter with his knife. "Oh, my friend, that behavior is quite unfriendly, you know." Peter effortlessly evaded the thug's attack, emitting two streams of web that ensnared the two delinquents. "I believe these belong to you," Peter remarked, returning the items previously stolen from the boys. "Could you do me a favor and call the police to have these two apprehended?" he asked, handing the phone back to David. "Of course. It would be my honor, Spider-Man," David replied, clearly an admirer of the superhero. Thanks to the televised battle against the Lizard, some people had begun to recognize Spider-Man, further fueled by Peter's penchant for doing good deeds. His rise to fame has outpaced that of Li Jie's Nightwalker significantly. Li Jie primarily focuses on combat skills, which makes many situations more cumbersome for him than for Peter. For instance, rescuing a girl attempting to leap from a high building or using spider silk to halt a runaway car. Consequently, Nightwalker's renown genuinely pales in comparison to that of Spider-Man. "Excellent. I need more good kids like you in New York. Can I trust you?" Peter inquired with a smile. "Absolutely," the two boys replied enthusiastically. "Very well, you shall be Spider-Man's eyes and ears from now on. Remember to call the police when encountering wrongdoing, and avoid entering deserted alleys or parking lots. All right?" Peter was imparting wisdom on how the boys could protect themselves.
Understood, Spider-Man.
"Now let us call the police. You need to continue helping others in New York," they replied. Before departing, Peter bumped fists with the two boys as a gesture of encouragement. David, the boy with glasses, gazed in rapt wonder at Peter's departing figure, lost in thought. Li Jie awaited Spider-Man's arrival at the Nightwalker base. Following the recent warehouse battle, he had completed two tasks: guiding Spider-Man back to the right path and dealing with the Lizard Warrior. Guiding Spider-Man earned him an X-Gene reward, D-Class X-Gene, Enhanced Sensitivity. This greatly amplifies the host's tactile senses, serving as a simplified version of Spider-Sense, with no side effects and guaranteed compatibility. This reward was rather favorable, as it is rare for an X-Gene to lack detrimental side effects. The enhancement of tactile sensitivity is particularly advantageous, as Li Jie realizes that despite improving his abilities, augmenting his reaction speed remains challenging. Human reaction speed has its limits. Relying solely on physical enhancement encounters a bottleneck. Exceptional foresight, akin to Spider-Man's Spider Sense, allows for preemptive judgment. Similarly, legendary martial arts that strengthen the mind can also facilitate preemptive actions. Otherwise, relying on conventional martial arts to enhance reaction speed has proven increasingly difficult. Nevertheless, Li Jie is not inclined to integrate the X-Gene, at least not for now, due to a significant flaw: it is easily detectable. Not to mention, there is a peculiar ex-professor lurking in the outskirts of New York, perpetually hunting for mutants. Furthermore, the deranged General Strick views all mutants as a thorn in his side, eager to eliminate them. Therefore, unless Li Jie can attain at least alpha-level abilities within the mutant classification, he is hesitant to become a mutant, as the drawbacks far outweigh the benefits. The reward for dealing with the Lizard Warrior was a set of D-class martial arts. Great Sun Buddha Seal is a profound Buddhist martial art, merging physical and spiritual cultivation, with a suppressive effect on all malevolent beings, capable of being elevated to C-class. Li Jie is quite fond of this martial art. Great Sun Buddha Seal not only encompasses internal energy cultivation but also includes methods for spiritual training and a comprehensive set of hand techniques. In the realm of Marvel, there exist individuals with extraordinarily potent mental abilities, such as Professor X and the Master of Illusions. Should these individuals seize control of your brainwaves and compel you to take your own life, no matter how formidable your other powers may be, you would still meet an inevitable demise. Furthermore, it is noteworthy that the Great Sun Buddha Seal possesses a suppressive effect on malevolent beings. This is hardly surprising, as the martial arts of the Buddhist tradition inherently carry the purifying essence of Dharma. Presently, there exists a faction of vampires. Thus, possessing skills to counteract such entities is of paramount importance. After the conclusion of the warehouse battle, Frank seemed to have discreetly tied up loose ends with an unknown party, and the entire incident was subdued without a trace. Li Jie felt he had suffered a significant loss, having gained little in terms of reputation while incurring substantial costs. The sole consolation was that those he had rescued appeared to have provided him with a considerable amount of prestige, 3,000 points to be precise. At this juncture, Li Jie found himself perplexed by the methodology behind the calculation of reputation points. Despite having appeared on television and being viewed by millions, the acclaim he received did not always reflect the exposure. Conversely, having saved just a few thousand people yielded an abundance of reputation points. When he inquired with the system, it refrained from offering a definitive answer. Consequently, Li Jie could only speculate that reputation points might not merely be a reflection of public awareness but could also hinge on the recognition and gratitude felt by individuals. For instance, rescuing one person could elicit gratitude and yield 5 to 10 points, whereas those who witnessed the act might contribute 1 or 2 points. Meanwhile, viewers from television or the internet could only provide a fraction of a point. Thus, the further removed an individual is from the epicenter of an event, the lesser the reputation they can confer, as they are likely to have minimal connection to the occurrence and merely have a cursory understanding of it. Li Jie's understanding of how to accrue reputation points was thus limited to conjecture, as the system never addressed such inquiries. He resolved to conduct experiments in the future when opportunities arose. "Hey, Nightcrawler, I'm late," Peter said as he pushed open the base's door, feeling somewhat apologetic. "I encountered 2 boys who were being robbed on the way and lent them a hand." "It's all right," Li Jie replied. "Spider-Man, I have a blueprint for you to examine. Do you think you can construct it?" He handed Peter a schematic. This weapon was specifically designed to combat vampires, and since Frank had warned them about the vampire situation, Li Jie had been diligently preparing to confront these creatures. Humans and vampires represent an irreconcilable conflict. While a temporary truce may exist, it has never been said that wolves and sheep can genuinely coexist in harmony. Even in Chinese animation, the gray wolf is perpetually intent on devouring the joyful sheep. Given that the vampire faction has begun to shatter this fragile equilibrium by capturing the living as sustenance, the onset of a new vampire war could erupt at any moment. It is always wise to prepare for the worst. As Li Jie and Peter delved into the blueprint, Frank awaited the arrival of an old friend in an apartment on Long Island. Who can guess the identities of the 2 boys who were robbed? Thank you to the reader for the generous support in the form of rewards. If you enjoy this book, your support through collections and recommendations would be greatly appreciated, as it serves as the greatest motivation for the author. Chapter 63, Old Friends. Long Island, a picturesque peninsula located in New York, is renowned for its serene environment and has become a favored residence for many of the city's middle and upper classes. It is also recognized as one of the safest areas in New York. The Green Forest Apartments, a brand under the prestigious international hotel chain Four Seasons, houses the affluent of New York City. At first glance, the apartment's 305 suites appear unremarkable. However, even the hotel management remains oblivious to the illustrious identity of its owner. Nick Fury, the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., is the proprietor of this residence. The only individuals privy to this information, aside from Fury himself, are his close friend Frank Castle, also known as the Punisher. Both veterans of the Vietnam War, they share a bond of trust that allows them to entrust their lives to one another. Frank awaits Nick's arrival in their private gathering place. "You arrived earlier than I anticipated," he remarks as the one-eyed Nick enters the room, only 5 minutes later than Frank. "I am simply more punctual," Frank replies nonchalantly. "Would you care for a drink? I have tequila from Mexico and cacha from Brazil," Nick offers as he heads to the kitchen's freezer to retrieve some beverages. "Tequila. Have you uncovered any information?" Frank inquires about his choice, directing the conversation towards the recent vampire incidents. "Most of the abducted individuals hail from the Middle East, with a portion from South America," Nick explains, handing Frank a glass of tequila. "We are arranging their repatriation. As for the vampires' motives, I presume you are already aware. They have grown weary of the blood plasma from our blood banks and now crave the fresh blood of the living. Additionally, the vampire carnival is approaching, as you know. Perhaps some vampires intend to make a move during this time." Nick shares his findings regarding the matter. "That parchment may very well be the vampire scripture. Are you prepared to address this issue?" Frank asks after taking a sip of tequila. "You must understand, our department is responsible for Homeland Security, and these matters have always been handled by the Special Vampire Incident Division. Moreover, the Security Council prohibits our involvement." Nick's explanation is rather dry. "However, I will keep the matter of the vampire scripture under wraps." "Ha! When did you become so bureaucratic?" Frank retorts with a tone laden with disdain. "Has your prolonged tenure in a high position begun to corrupt you? You know the nature of the Special Vampire Incident Division. It is akin to a sanctuary for the undead. They merely clean up the mess left by vampires." Frank holds a deep contempt for such departments, accusing them of covering up the truth and resorting to endless compromise. "What would you have me do? Start a feud with the Security Council?" Nick finishes his drink in one gulp and responds. "The S.H.I.E.L.D. requires the support of the Security Council as well as funding from Congress. Frank, we humans are not alone in this world. There are countless external forces that could obliterate humanity and the Earth at any moment. Perhaps due to the influence of alcohol." Nick's tone grew somewhat agitated. "We must arm ourselves. We need the means to protect ourselves from invasion." "Ridiculous. The threat of vampires is imminent. Yet you still concern yourself with extraterrestrial beings." Frank interrupted Nick's discourse with a scornful laugh. "Vampires cannot truly pose a threat to human society. I have understood this since the last war. We are continually advancing, yet the vampire leaders have grown old and complacent. Those lurking in the shadows, watching Earth, are the true menace of this world. If we do not assert our military might, we shall be easily conquered by them. We need to unite more forces." Nick Fury's arguments seemed unconvincing, and Frank was not swayed by them. "Do you include vampires in your so-called strength? If they can be of use, I have no qualms about employing vampires." Nick Fury is a consummate pragmatist. As long as it benefits all of humanity, he does not hesitate to temporarily ally with former foes. Vampires are entirely untrustworthy. "The war has begun, Nick," Frank warned Nick Fury. "I require 200 gallons of highly concentrated garlic essence, diluted 20-fold, 3,000 silver bullets, and at least 10 silver-forged blades." Frank presented his demands to Nick Fury. Since Nick was not prepared to take action, he would do it himself, which is characteristic of Frank. "Are you preparing for a massacre?" Nick Fury instinctively frowned. "Slaughtering vampires is far preferable to slaughtering humans. I will retrieve the items myself." Frank disregarded whether Nick would acquiesce to his requests and prepared to leave. "Frank, you are mistaken. It is not that the war has begun, but rather that it has never truly ended." Nick called out to Frank, who was about to exit, causing Frank to pause momentarily. "And what of those two little ones in New York City?" Nick inquired further. "Do not interfere with them, Nick. They should not be drawn into your conflict." Frank turned to face Nick. "I can refrain from seeking them out, but I hope you will train and guide them well." Time for Earth is running short. Every additional ally is invaluable to us. Nick conceded to Frank on this matter. I will place the items where they belong. The vampires need a lesson. They seem to have forgotten the pain of the previous war. Without waiting for Nick to finish his sentence, Frank had already left the room. Watching Frank's retreating figure, Nick Fury wore a faint smile. Wow, Nightwalker, where did you acquire those blueprints? They are simply magnificent. Within the Nightwalker base, Peter Parker meticulously examined the blueprints presented by Li Jie. These blueprints were acquired through the system, as Li Jie had previously amassed approximately 1,000 reputation points. Following the rescue of those who had been kidnapped, he earned an additional 3,000 reputation points. The newly obtained Great Sun Tathagata seal, upgraded to a minor level, cost him 2,000 reputation points, leaving Li Jie with a balance of 2,000. Having experienced the formidable power of the high-frequency oscillation gun, he resolved to equip himself with some technological items. The blueprint in question was purchased at the cost of 1,500 reputation points. Gratitude to the book friend, Fried Rice, Canis Lupus, and the support from the beginning of Shun Chen's Muzi Qingxia. Frank and Nick Fury's characters are inspired by the arcade game The Punisher, where they are depicted as friends who fought together in the Vietnam War. Both have undergone anti-aging treatments, which serve solely to prolong their peak years without granting immortality. Many within S.H.I.L.D. have also received such treatments. Chapter 64. The Cold Blade in this world. There exists a most intriguing theory known as Murphy's Law. The essence of Murphy's Law is succinctly captured in the notion that if there are two or more ways to accomplish something, and one of those choices leads to disaster, someone is bound to choose that very option. For instance, during the two world wars, despite the overwhelming restraint exhibited by most nations, the selfish desires of a few individuals caused the balance of peace to irrevocably tilt towards conflict. Humanity, with its remarkable capacity to forget pain, has seemingly influenced even the vampires who have long interacted with them in this regard. Decades of peace have allowed a portion of vampires to bury the memories of the wounds inflicted by past wars, particularly among those newly transformed in recent years. The last war left both vampires and humans severely weakened. Over the decades, vampires have covertly transformed numerous humans into new vampires to bolster their ranks. Generally, vampires are reluctant to convert humans, as such transformations require the expenditure of their own strength. However, the explosive technological advancements of humanity in recent decades have resolved numerous issues, including the transformation of humans into vampires. The vast lifespans of vampires have afforded them immeasurable wealth, with many owning their own companies and laboratories. The blood slave virus represents a novel technology developed by vampires, particularly by Deacon Faith, who has invested considerable effort into its creation as a means to vie for power. Though only a decade old, this virus has already enabled Deacon to amass a formidable army. Unlike traditional vampire transformations, the blood slave virus infiltrates human genetics through a viral mechanism, endowing humans with certain vampiric traits without fully transforming them into vampires. The virus is notoriously difficult to preserve and cannot be directly injected or transmitted to humans. It must first be injected into a vampire's body, from which the vampire can then disseminate the virus to humans through blood consumption. One dose of the blood slave virus can convert 10 humans, and the vampire performing the transformation only requires a minor expenditure of magical energy to suppress the virus's overwhelming destructiveness. Those controlled by the blood slave virus exhibit a thirst for blood akin to that of vampires. However, their lifespans are not as prolonged, and their abilities develop at a slower rate. Nevertheless, this is of little consequence to Deacon, for his goal is not to turn all humans into vampires. The vampires still rely on humans for sustenance. His aspiration is to completely subjugate the human world. Within a decade, the blood slave virus has helped him assemble an army nearing 10,000 strong, with these blood slaves strategically positioned across major cities worldwide, poised to launch an assault on humanity at his command. The provisions housed within the Stanley family's warehouse were originally intended by Deacon to serve as a lavish celebration for all his subordinates in America. Just as a human festivity would feature fine wines and grand feasts, the most exquisite reward for vampires is the taste of fresh blood. However, the news of the unseized food somehow leaked, inciting a rebellion among the blood slaves in America. Their thirst for blood surpassed even that of vampires, for they lacked the formidable magic of the undead. Blood was the most potent means to replenish their strength. Some vampires and blood slaves began to engage in irrational behaviors. As initially stated by Murphy's Law, if there exists a possibility for things to deteriorate, they shall inevitably devolve into chaos. Buffalo, the second largest city in New York State, boasts a population second only to that of New York City. The night is when vampires most prefer to hunt. Although they have ostensibly signed a truce with the human government, they remain unable to quell their insatiable craving for blood. An Aston Martin roared down the streets under the cover of darkness, driven by a handsome Caucasian man whose smooth skin and golden hair rendered him exceedingly charming. "Roger, where are you taking us?" inquired a beautiful girl seated in the passenger seat, her sun-kissed skin exuding health and vitality. In the back seat were two of her companions, all three having encountered Roger outside the theater. His elegance, striking appearance, and youthful affluence captivated the girls' attention. At Roger's invitation, the three girls entered his sports car to attend a gathering he described. "Look, that's the villa. My friends and I are about to throw a grand party. I wager I could bring the three most beautiful girls here," Roger declared as they departed the city center, heading towards the outskirts of Buffalo. There stood an opulent, standalone villa, which was Roger's destination. "How cool is this?" exclaimed the girl with sun-kissed skin, utterly mesmerized by the scene upon entering the villa's party. A vast swimming pool was teeming with revelers, while a professional DJ spun tracks on stage, and many young people swayed rhythmically to the music. A magnificent champagne tower stood in the grand hall, inviting all to partake. "Roger, you finally made it." A rather handsome young man approached, embracing Roger. "See, I bet I could bring three beauties, and here they are," Roger replied with a hint of pride. The man surveyed the three girls with a subtle smile. "Since you're back, everyone has arrived, and I can officially declare the festivities commenced." The girl with the sun-kissed skin and her companions blended into the dance floor, ready to sway with the crowd. The rhythmic music compelled their bodies to move. Suddenly, the music ceased, and the striking young man from earlier took the stage with a microphone in hand, proclaiming, "Ladies and gentlemen, I hereby announce the celebration officially begins." As his words resonated, the surrounding crowd erupted in fervent cheers. The three girls joined in the raucous applause, yet soon they began to sense something amiss. The once lively dancers have fallen silent, their eyes fixed on the three girls with a terrifying intensity. This gaze, reminiscent of predatory animals before they seize their prey, instills a profound sense of dread in the trio. They are not alone. Several others in the vicinity near the pool and bar are also encircled by a group, all casting malevolent glances. A piercing scream erupts, the first of many that echo throughout the villa. The once handsome Roger reveals his sharp fangs, his gaze cruel as it settles on the three girls he brought with him. A chill runs down their spines, and they realize they may be in grave danger. Roger opens his mouth wide, exposing his jagged teeth, and lunges at the girls, driven by the allure of beautiful women's blood. As Roger advances, the three girls emit terrified shrieks. Yet, the anticipated attack never reaches them. Instead, a thunderous gunshot pierces the air, shattering the tense atmosphere. Accompanying the shot is a barrage of buckshot that tears into Roger's body, leaving gaping wounds. With no ability to resist, he glows red before disintegrating into ash. "I'm afraid your revelry has come to an end," intones a chilling voice belonging to a formidable warrior, clutching a Remington M870 shotgun and adorned with a silver longsword on his back. He is clad in a black trench coat over combat gear and a sturdy bulletproof vest, with various weapons strapped to his attire. The arrival of this imposing figure instantly silences the crowd. "Daywalker! Blade!" someone cries out, their voice trembling with fear. The man known as Blade smirks disdainfully, his shotgun serving as a dire warning to the vampires and blood slaves present. Their nemesis has arrived. Chapter 65. Night Slaughter Blade. The Daywalker is a legendary figure, a hybrid of human and vampire. He possesses the formidable strength of a vampire, yet is devoid of their vulnerabilities. Robust and endowed with a terrifying capacity for healing, he remains unscathed by sunlight and silver. His mother was bitten by a vampire just before giving birth, immersing him in vampire blood even before his arrival into the world. a condition with a survival rate of less than 1 in 10,000 for newborns. The odds are further diminished by the timing of the bite, making his existence exceptionally rare. From the moment of his birth, Blade was destined for greatness, seemingly born to combat vampires. Wherever vampires lurked, there he would be. His purpose in life is to eradicate every vampire on this planet. His daily routine consists of eating, sleeping, and hunting vampires. Armed with a Remington M870 shotgun, Blade shows no mercy towards the vampires. Skillfully pulling the bolt, the spent shell is ejected from the firearm, and a new round is chambered. With a cruel smile, he fires at several nearby vampires. The silver-infused bullets, accompanied by the acrid scent of gunpowder, soar towards their intended targets. 2 vampires are struck down, their bodies disintegrating into ash from the close-range shotgun blast. The blood slaves and vampires present, numbering over 60, had appeared momentarily frozen in shock, only snapping back to reality with the sound of gunfire. Kill him. Finally, someone reacted, preparing to counterattack. Several vampires and blood slaves lunged towards Blade. While the vampires moved with speed, Blade was even swifter. He rapidly cycled the shotgun and squeezed the trigger. Each shot unleashed 9 specially crafted silver pellets, effortlessly dispatching the advancing vampires and blood slaves before they could reach him. The pellets struck their bodies, reducing them to ash amidst flames. Blade swiftly discharged all 8 rounds from his shotgun. Each gunshot echoed the demise of a vampire. At that moment, other vampires burst forth from the villa, brandishing AR-15 rifles. This firearm is among the most common in America, readily available in most gun shops, though typically in semi-automatic variants. However, the ease of modification to fully automatic versions, coupled with the authorization for the Northern Industrial Group to manufacture AR-series rifles, has made them relatively affordable. Many state governments in the U.S. procure these rifles for their militias and National Guard units. 5 vampires, armed with AR-15s, unleashed a barrage in Blade's general direction without proper aim. This indiscriminate fire risked hitting their own kind, but neither vampires nor blood slaves feared such physical attacks, as they could rely on their innate regenerative abilities. At worst, it would merely sting. The Blade Warrior possesses the regenerative abilities of a vampire. However, this does not imply that he will stand idly by and absorb blows. With a deft roll, he evades a barrage of gunfire, simultaneously hurling a boomerang shaped like ends towards the 5 vampires armed with rifles. The boomerang, crafted from mithril, boasts sharpened edges on both sides. The strike is precise and ferocious, showcasing the Blade Warrior's mastery over this weapon. His strength and angles expertly calculated. The boomerang traces a perfect arc through the air, severing the cervical spines of the 5 vampires at the most lethal angle. Their heads soar skyward, while blood erupts from their necks like a gushing fountain. In a fleeting flash of crimson light, the 5 are reduced to ashes. The boomerang, with some residual force, gracefully returns to the Blade Warrior's hand. Wearing a cruel smile, he reveals his sharp fangs, casting a menacing gaze upon the remaining vampires. Several blood thralls, unable to withstand the taunting grin of the Blade Warrior, brandish an array of weapons and charge at him. Had any vampire who had previously faced him and survived been present, they would surely have intervened to halt this reckless assault. For in close-quarters combat, the Blade Warrior has yet to encounter a vampire he could not vanquish. With a swift sound, he unsheathes the mithril longsword from his back. The gleaming silver blade reflects a chilling light as several blood thralls, armed with daggers and other weapons, recklessly advance. These blood thralls are a recent creation of the past decade. They lack the extensive training of true vampires and do not possess their formidable physiques, rendering them mere subpar specimens of the vampire race. Were it not for the ease of their transformation, the vampire lineage would not have accepted such incomplete beings. Despite their reckless bravery, the blood thralls are severely lacking in both strength and speed when faced with the Blade Warrior. With a simple turn, he deftly maneuvers behind several of them, evading their attacks. His long sword, meanwhile, unleashes a deadly arc of light. The Blade Warrior's movements are so swift they nearly defy perception, and in an almost simultaneous manner, the tip of his blade pierces the hearts of 5 assailants. Direct and devastating, this is the essence of the Blade Warrior's technique. Some vampires and blood thralls have begun to retreat. However, The Blade Warrior shall not allow a single living vampire to escape this place. Grasping the blood-soaked long sword, he charges into the throngs of vampires and blood thralls. The three girls invited by Roger stand in stunned silence, unable to comprehend how they will navigate the chaos of this night. Everything feels utterly insane, and even as the police arrive at the villa, they remain in a daze. The only remnants of the night's events are the ashes strewn across the ground and the blood that stains the floors and walls. "How was the harvest tonight, Blade?" inquires an elderly man with white hair, waiting in the driver's seat of a car to welcome the Blade Warrior's return. 60 or so vampires and blood thralls, replies the Blade Warrior as he takes a seat beside the old man. Whistler, his partner and guardian since childhood, is the craftsman of all his weapons. Buffalo is situated quite close to New York, and it seems an increasing number of vampires are hastening towards the city. "I suspect there is something amiss," Whistler remarked as he ignited the car's engine. "In recent years, the vampires have become increasingly restless. Hence, we must venture to New York to uncover the truth. Perhaps we can apprehend a few of the vampire overlords and subject them to a sunbath." Blade, rare in his humor, made a jest. Although it was not particularly amusing, Whistler managed a chuckle. The two drove off, preparing to head to the epicenter of the unfolding events in New York City. Chapter 66. The illusion of tranquility. It has been 5 days since the commencement of Metropolitan High School, and to be honest, Li Jie is beginning to find the student life somewhat disconcerting. At this stage of his senior year, students aspiring to enter prestigious universities are bustling with various activities aimed at enhancing their admission prospects. Pursuing higher education in the United States is not solely reliant on national examinations as it is in China. Many of the esteemed institutions, including those within the Ivy League, often utilize independent admissions processes to select their candidates. Therefore, for numerous students, participating in diverse social practices is of paramount importance, in addition to maintaining commendable academic performance. For instance, Peter Parker partook in Dr. Connor's summer internship program, and prior to the Dr. S. disappearance, he had penned a recommendation letter for Peter to New York University. The value of this letter far surpasses that of Peter S.'s record of achieving A grades throughout his high school years. Li Jie, on the other hand, never intended to pursue a university education. Although his grades are above average, he could certainly gain admission to several reputable universities if he were willing to pay full tuition. However, Li Jie has set his sights on a different path, aspiring to become a world-class chef, a pursuit that universities do not teach. Thus, his final year as a student will be a fleeting chapter in his life. His family does not oppose his decision. Through 2 months of operating a summer food truck, Li Jie has already demonstrated his culinary talent to his parents, proving he can indeed become a true chef. Consequently, his academic pursuits have become somewhat dispensable, as all his thoughts are now devoted to the art of cooking and honing his skills. Despite the looming threat of vampires, life must persist. After all, this world does not depend solely on Li Jie as its hero. Relying on a single individual to uphold the safety of the realm? That is absurd. Li Jie is not the one who dons red underpants on the outside. His philosophy is to undertake endeavors commensurate with his abilities. The Nightwalker can combat evil and vanquish vampires, but only within the realm of what is feasible. Attempting the impossible does not constitute heroism. Such individuals are more aptly described as martyrs. Thus, the Nightwalker and Spider-Man are engrossed in devising new equipment to confront the vampires. Recently, Frank has been elusive, rarely seen, leaving one to wonder what intelligence he has garnered. In any case, in the Marvel Universe, Li Jie currently perceives himself as a minor character. Should calamity strike, S.H.E.L.D. will bear the brunt. Li Jie simply wishes to focus on his established goals. Present, he faces an irksome task concerning the Stanich family, having completed the elimination of trading points and the $100 million transaction mandate. The sole remaining challenge is to locate Hank. Initially, Li Jie intended to consult Frank for assistance, yet he has been absent in recent days. Consequently, he must temporarily set this aside and concentrate on researching equipment with Peter at their base. During the day, he will assume the role of a diligent student attending classes. Jason, Peter, how about a barbecue in Central Park this Sunday? During the intermission, Harry invited Peter and Li Jie to join him for an outing over the weekend. Of course, that sounds delightful. However, will you be able to drive out your large RV? I would rather not haul a grill to Central Park myself, he remarked. Li Jie felt that the battles of the past 2 months had left him mentally strained, and he now required some well-deserved respite. Harry, I've noticed you haven't missed a beat lately. Has your father's health improved? Peter inquired with a hint of concern regarding Norman Osborn's condition. Oh yes, he has made a complete recovery, and I am truly elated, Harry replied, his face beaming with joy. During his illness, I felt an immense weight on my shoulders, with the Osborn Group's responsibilities resting upon me when I was not yet prepared. Thankfully, I had the support of you two wonderful friends, especially you, Jason. Harry smiled at Li Jie. My father mentioned that your guidance has been tremendously effective. A remarkable businessman should know how to leverage such reliable assistance. Moreover, the individual drone project I organized has garnered my father's high praise, and its investment status has been elevated, with both the U.S. government and the European Union expressing keen interest. Harry spoke with a tone of pride. Oh, if you truly wish to express your gratitude, please prepare some gourmet delicacies for the barbecue gathering on Sunday. Fresh Australian Wagyu would be splendid, Li Jie suggested, intending to entice Harry into a generous expenditure. M12 grade would be exceptional. I cannot find such quality Australian beef at regular butcher shops. If you could arrange to procure some, we would love to sample it, along with some Vietnamese giant prawns and the delectable barramundi from Southeast Asia. If possible, do bring some along, he added, feeling a hint of saliva at the thought of such culinary delights. With these ingredients, we can create a plethora of delicious dishes. Wow, that sounds absolutely fantastic, Peter chimed in, clearly intrigued by the luxury of the ingredients Li Jie mentioned, which he had never tasted before. All right, securing the Australian Wagyu should be manageable. I will make a call to see if our Southeast Asian branch can procure the fish and prawns today. If so, I will have them dispatched to New York overnight, Harry said, though he was uncertain about the feasibility of the logistics before Sunday. The life of a world-class billionaire was indeed different. When one desired something, could be sourced locally and flown in via private jet. The costs of these gourmet ingredients scarcely amounted to the expense of aviation fuel and crew. By the way, Peter, remember to invite Gwen as well, Harry reminded him. I also intend to introduce you to a new friend. Seeing the mischievous smile on Harry's face, Li Jie quickly deduced, she must be a beauty. Indeed, you are correct. She is a newly arrived actress on Broadway, performing in musicals. A true knockout, Harry replied, his happiness unmistakable. As a top-tier scion of wealth, Harry was no stranger to the temptations of beautiful women, yet it was rare to see him so genuinely joyful, suggesting that this girl had captured his interest. Honestly, Jason, it's about time you found yourself a girlfriend. Even Peter has found a wonderful girl like Gwen, Harry advised Li Jie with the tone of a seasoned friend. However, Harry's manner of speaking irked Peter. What does it mean to be someone like me? Hey, I am the brightest student at Metropolitan High. Clearly, I am the most foolish bookworm. Ah! As Harry and Peter engaged in their playful banter, Li Jie suddenly pondered whether Norman Osborn should fall ill and perish, or perhaps be slain by the little spider. It was all quite chaotic. Having traversed this world for 17 years, many memories had begun to blur. The film plots he had witnessed in the previous world felt somewhat muddled, leaving Li Jie uncertain whether Norman Osborn was indeed meant to die at this juncture. Tim, please ensure that all of Connor's research materials are sent to my private archive, commanded Norman Osborn, who sat imperiously behind his grand desk in the opulent office at the top of Osborn Tower. Before him stood Tim, the executive president of the Osborn Group, who appeared somewhat anxious and hesitant to meet Norman's gaze. Very well, Mr. Osborn. If you have no further instructions, I shall return to work, Tim said. Norman waved his hand dismissively, signaling for Tim to leave. Tim exhaled in relief as he hastily exited the oppressive office, feeling the weight of his somewhat intimidating employer. Norman Osborn then opened his personal computer on the grand desk, authenticated his identity through iris and fingerprint recognition, and accessed a confidential back-end file. He stared silently at the folder titled Reverse Transcription Proliferation Virus. Chapter 67. Thompson in trouble. Norman Osborn bore a small patch of green scales upon his chest, remnants of the hereditary affliction known as the retroviral proliferation syndrome that plagued the Osborn lineage. To date, no remedy has been discovered, with the onset of this malady occurring at the age of 20. Harry Osborn, now 17, was merely months away from his 18th birthday. Time was slipping away for Norman Osborn, and he was prepared to barter his very soul to the devil if it meant liberating his son from the hereditary curse that bound their family. With this thought, a flicker of resolve crossed Norman's eyes. Richard Parker, forgive me, my old friend. It was never my intention to entangle your child in this harrowing predicament. Yet for Harry's sake, I find myself compelled to act. Please grant my transgressions mercy in the afterlife. Meanwhile, Peter Parker, attending classes at Midtown High, suddenly felt a chill run through him, an ominous sensation brushing against his heart. Beside him, Liz Allen was diligently taking notes, preoccupied with plans for the culinary delights she intended to prepare on Sunday, blissfully unaware that her involvement had further stirred the already tumultuous world around them. The fates of many, the trajectories of numerous events, had been profoundly altered by the mere flutter of his small wings. Central Park, the largest urban forest park in the world, sprawls over nearly 3.5 square kilometers, proudly holding the title of the most expansive city park globally. Within its verdant embrace lie not only lakes and woodlands but also a farm and a ranch. Amidst the towering skyscrapers of Manhattan, Central Park unfurls like a lush green carpet, infusing vibrant hues into the otherwise drab and leaden cityscape. Hey Jason, you finally made it. Peter and Harry had long awaited Liz Allen's arrival at the camping area of Central Park. Today's primary event was a barbecue picnic, and without the chef, the culinary prowess of the remaining attendees was uncertain at best. Apologies, I was caught in traffic. I should have taken the subway, Liz shrugged, expressing her own frustration, as the drawbacks of urban life became evident. Come, Jason, allow me to introduce you to a new friend, Mary Jane. Harry stood beside a striking young woman. This girl left a lasting impression with her flowing auburn locks and captivating green eyes. She possessed a statuesque figure that, while tall, conveyed a sense of health rather than the frailness of some models. Her gentle smile revealed two endearing dimples, and she wore a delicate lavender pleated dress that exuded elegance. Mary Jane's beauty contrasted with that of Gwen Stacy. It was not the youthful charm of a girl, but a blend of intellect and grace, coupled with an inherent confidence that perhaps explained her successful presence in the competitive realm of Broadway. Hello, Jason. Harry often speaks of you. Please feel free to call me Mary. Mary Jane greeted Liz Allen politely, extending her hand in friendship. Hello, Mary. You are even more beautiful than I had imagined. No wonder Harry mentions your name more than 50 times a day in front of Peter and me. Liz quietly assisted Harry with a subtle compliment. Hey, Harry. Feeling a bit awkward, subtly gestured towards Ligia. Is that so? Peter did not mention this to me earlier. Mary glanced at the somewhat embarrassed and slightly shy Harry, a faint smile gracing her lips. That is because Peter is rather introverted and not particularly fond of conversation. Ligia's fib was quite absurd. Gwen, who was sipping water, choked and inadvertently sprayed it out, creating a comical scene. Peter, a chatterbox who dislikes talking? Gwen and Harry stifled their laughter, unable to contain their amusement, while even Peter himself held back a chuckle, his expression betraying a delightful inner turmoil. Really? I never perceived you as an introverted person. Peter, Mary raised an eyebrow and turned to him. During their previous conversation, Peter had been quite the talker, reveling in jokes and anecdotes, which hardly aligned with the notion of being reticent. All right, our esteemed chef, please commence with the cooking. It's already 11 o'clock, and we certainly do not wish to starve while awaiting dinner, Gwen interjected, sidling up to Ligia and playfully urging him to prepare the meal. Can't you allow the chef a modicum of dignity, my friends? I've just arrived and am already tasked with cooking. Ligia lamented as Gwen pushed him toward the kitchen of Harry's large RV. You can't use your tardiness as an excuse. Hurry up and start cooking. Both Harry and Peter chimed in unison, showcasing their camaraderie. Reluctantly, Ligia wiped away a tear and trudged to the RV's kitchen to begin his culinary duties. Meanwhile, Harry and Peter enjoyed the autumn sun with their respective girlfriends, engaging in outdoor games. For lunch, Ligia prepared a sumptuous feast, featuring M12 grade Australian Wagyu, which required only a brief sear to achieve exquisite flavor. He concocted 3 sauces, salsa, honey mustard, and green pepper sauce, alongside the simplest seasoning of pepper and garlic salt. The pomfret, a prized fish, is relatively rare in Southeast Asia and is typically found in high-end Cantonese restaurants. Its common preparations include steaming and oil steaming. Some may confuse pomfret with sole, yet the price and flavor of these two fish are worlds apart. This time, Harry had arranged for 2 live pomfrets to be flown in directly from Southeast Asia. To cater to Western palates, Li Jie opted for the oil-steamed method. Generally, the finest fish is best preserved through steaming, which retains its natural flavors. However, pomfret is peculiar. An abundance of oil does not diminish its taste but rather enhances the fish's tenderness and firmness. The technique of oil steaming is rarely mastered by most cooks and is a skill possessed by only a select few chefs. Although referred to as steaming, it is, in reality, a form of low-temperature frying. A true master can achieve the essence of steaming through this method. The challenge lies in preventing the ingredients from absorbing excessive oil, which tests a top chef's perfect control over cooking temperatures. Li Jie not only employed the oil steaming technique for the pomfret but also executed a quick double frying after the initial cooking, yielding fish with a tender interior and a crisp exterior, creating a delightful dual texture. The large prawns were exquisitely split in half, with one side grilled to perfection while the other was prepared in a creamy custard sauce. Additionally, Li Jie prepared several vegetables, thus completing the lunch ensemble. Jason, you ought to establish a premier restaurant in the most coveted location of Manhattan. Mary Jane, experiencing Li Jie's culinary creations for the first time, was visibly thrilled. In the presence of such delectable food, she momentarily cast aside her grace as a musical theater performer, lavishly praising Li Jie's dishes. Indeed, Jason, are you not contemplating foregoing university? After graduation, I could invest, and we could open an upscale restaurant on Fifth Avenue, accepting reservations solely for dinner services. I am confident you would garner acclaim throughout New York and even across the entire nation. Harry holds great faith in Li Jie's potential as a chef, and despite the exorbitant annual rent of $1,200 per square foot on Fifth Avenue, he remains eager to invest in Li Jie. Thank you, but my grandfather expects me to take over Mr. Li's restaurant. Li Jie graciously declined Harry's generous offer, feeling somewhat elated by their flattery. After lunch, the group basked in the warm autumn sunlight, playing a game of chess on the grass. After about an hour, the girls expressed that the sun's warmth was making them drowsy and decided to rest in the RV. Harry indicated his desire to play basketball and inquired if Peter and Li Jie would join him. Peter, having stayed up late crafting equipment for the Nightwalker, was rather fatigued and opted out. Thus, only Harry and Li Jie ventured to the open basketball courts in Central Park. The park boasts 22 basketball courts, a favored spot for many on holidays. Of course, the main draw was to indulge Harry. Given Li Jie's superior physical coordination, it would be unfair to dominate him. Yet, as a friend, Li Jie found it beneath him to engage in such unsporting behavior. Thus he stifled his abilities to enjoy a 1v1 match with Harry, all while concealing the fact that he was holding back. This internal conflict caused Li Jie considerable distress, as he refrained from executing even the simplest of moves to intercept the ball. Fortunately, after more than 20 minutes of play, Harry expressed the need for a break, which relieved Li Jie immensely. Jason, look, that's our school's tall guy, observed Harry from the sidelines as he and Li Jie watched others play. Following Harry's gaze, Li Jie recognized a familiar face. Eugene Thompson, the power forward of the Metropolitan High School basketball team. Thompson had frequently clashed with Li Jie and Peter in the past, even engaging in physical altercations. However, after Li Jie's power had significantly increased, he had chosen to ignore him. Thompson appeared to be training diligently today, though his usual companions were conspicuously absent. Despite his somewhat unruly reputation, he was earnest in his basketball training. Having fallen short of the top 32 in the National High School League last season, he was determined to make a championship bid in his final year. Li Jie observed Thompson from a distance, noting his rigorous training, yet he felt no inclination to instigate trouble. After all, Thompson was merely a transient figure in Li Jie's life, especially now that they existed in entirely different realms. However, Li Jie refraining from confronting Thompson does not imply that others will do the same. A group of African-American individuals, clad in hip-hop attire, approached the basketball court, seemingly in search of someone. Ultimately, they zeroed in on Thompson and made their way directly toward him. Upon catching sight of the group from a distance, Thompson furrowed his brow, turned on his heel, and departed, abandoning even the basketball that lay on the ground. For those who have forgotten who Thompson is, a review of Chapter 6, The Food Truck Plan and Summer Interns, will reveal that he is the basketball player who antagonizes the protagonist. Chapter 68. Announcement of supporting characters. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to all who have supported me throughout these days. I am deeply appreciative of the readers who have generously contributed their intellect to the creation of supporting characters. One of the enchanting aspects of online literature is that readers should become integral participants in the evolution of the narrative. Some have attempted to distinguish online novels from traditional printed literature through simplistic prose or narrative structure. It is an oversimplification to assert that a feel-good story is synonymous with online literature. I hold reservations about this notion, as the esteemed literary classic The Count of Monte Cristo is also an immensely exhilarating novel. Indeed, the illustrious Alexandre Dumas masterfully crafted its characters and depicted societal structures with profound depth, showcasing his literary prowess. In my humble opinion, novels that invite reader participation and foster interaction create a dynamic where the exchange of ideas between reader and author results in a collaborative brainstorming process. It is this synergy, where the author distills these contributions into the narrative, that embodies the true essence of online literature. If a particular online novel is well crafted, I would argue that 50% of the credit belongs to the author, while the other 50% is owed to the readers, provided, of course, that their feedback is constructive rather than baseless vitriol. Thus, I believe that the sense of participation is what truly differentiates online literature for its audience. I wonder if other authors have initiated a character recruitment process akin to mine, focusing on substantial supporting characters rather than mere extras. These characters will not simply make fleeting appearances. Rather, they will play pivotal roles in the unfolding narrative, potentially serving as crucial links within certain plotlines. Some may even adopt the guise of antagonists. Having shared these reflections, I shall now unveil the selected supporting characters. Reader, refusing illusory characters. Zhang Chu reader, Canis Lupus. Albert Manstein reader, Sleeping Gun. Mike Tavis Wong reader. The Beginning of Divine Dust. Lu Zhengqi reader, Mighty and Awesome. Su Xiao reader, Mourner Hope. Ivy reader, 160926212050389. Roland. The aforementioned 7 readers' characters will be woven into the fabric of the story, appearing at various junctures. As I mentioned earlier, some characters are particularly suited to embody charismatic villains, possibly being positioned as one of the major antagonists. Others may not logically intersect with the protagonist but will nonetheless propel the narrative forward. I aspire for these characters to exist as fully realized individuals within the story, rather than mere accessories to the protagonist. Each should experience their own joys and sorrows. Furthermore, to ensure that the overall style of the book remains cohesive, some characters' appearances and dialogue may be subtly modified while preserving their established personalities. The character recruitment process is now closed to new entries. I am profoundly grateful for the unwavering support from numerous readers. Thank you sincerely. Chapter 69. The arrival of the violent Loli. As September unfolded, the weather in New York began to cool, though not to the extent that coats were necessary. Yet, a group of individuals donned baseball jackets. Li Jie's keen eyes soon discerned the bulges at their waists from a distance, suggesting that the jackets served merely as a disguise. The attire and demeanor of these men bore a striking resemblance to some gang members Li Jie had encountered previously. He glanced at Thompson, who was fleeing, and the gang members pursuing him, furrowing his brow. It appeared that our hapless giant had landed himself in trouble. Do you think we should call the police? Although Harry harbored a hint of schadenfreude, he recognized that those individuals were not of good character. Thus, he inquired, albeit with a tone tinged with uncertainty, for while minor disputes among classmates were commonplace, entanglements with gangsters were a different matter altogether. Hence, Harry asked Li Jie whether they should alert the authorities. I'll go take a look, Harry. Li Jie adjusted his clothing, preparing to follow and ascertain the nature of Thompson's predicament. Should Thompson be the architect of his own misfortune, Li Jie would have little interest in intervening. However, if Thompson were genuinely in distress, he would assist in contacting the police. After all, the American underworld is not to be trifled with. Failing to report the situation might lead to Thompson's demise. The discord between Li Jie and Thompson had not yet escalated to a point where he could stand idly by while Thompson faced mortal danger. "Hey Jason, this could be perilous." Harry was reluctant to witness his friend venture into danger. "I could accompany you. Rest assured, Harry, I am the sprinting champion of the school. If anything arises, I will be the first to flee. If you come along, I won't be able to carry you with me." Li Jie chuckled, urging Harry not to worry about him. "You should head back. I'll return shortly." With that, Li Jie trailed after Thompson and his entourage. Thompson felt exceedingly unlucky, as he had encountered someone he wished to avoid at all costs. Years ago, Eugene Thompson's life had been fraught with difficulties. His father was a notorious alcoholic, entangled in the vice of substance abuse. During those years, Thompson resided in a neighborhood of Brooklyn known as Hell's Kitchen, a tumultuous place that subjected his childhood to the harshness of violence. In middle school, Thompson was compelled to join a street gang, as survival in such chaos demanded it. His mother, unable to bear the thought of her child growing up to mirror his father's failures, resolutely divorced him and took Thompson away from that dreadful environment. While Thompson's mother worked tirelessly to provide for them, she fortuitously met her current husband, a retired NBA player. Though he was not a star, having achieved only the accolade of Sixth Man of the Year, the salary of an NBA player is generally substantial. Even as a bench player, he managed to secure a middle-class contract worth $2 million annually. After retiring, Thompson invested his savings as a player into a golf club. His mother worked as a waitress at the club, leading to their serendipitous connection. Subsequently, their relationship blossomed, and Thompson's life improved significantly. His basketball talent was discovered by his stepfather, and now Thompson enjoys a life of affluence. His stepfather treats him well, covering his full tuition at Metropolitan High School and dedicating time to coach him in basketball, fostering a bond that surpasses that of biological fathers and sons. However, certain indelible marks linger in life. Some stains may haunt one for a lifetime. Thompson's blemish is held by a man named Rainey, who once coerced him into joining a street gang. As a member, Thompson was compelled to assist with the gang's operations, which included transporting drugs within the school. High school seniors from rival gangs were also involved, and Rainey arranged drug transactions to occur on campus, where law enforcement rarely intervened. As long as he remained discreet, Thompson could facilitate these exchanges with ease. Rainey and other gang leaders conducted cash transactions outside the school, entrusting Thompson to deliver the drugs to designated students inside. This method of separating money and goods proved to be highly effective. Even if Rainey were apprehended, the lack of evidence at the scene would prevent a conviction. The substances Thompson transported were genuine drugs, not mere trifles. After leaving Brooklyn, he endeavored to forget those unpleasant experiences. Given the vastness of New York, avoiding certain individuals was relatively simple. Yet, fate can be capricious, and in the sprawling city, Thompson unexpectedly encountered Rainey again. Rainey held incriminating evidence of Thompson's past drug transportation. Thompson's aspiration was to play in the NBA and become a star. He had garnered the attention of scouts and needed to perform well in the upcoming national tournament to secure a tryout with an NBA team. If his previous misdeeds were exposed, his dream of stardom would shatter. Determined to evade his past, Thompson sought a secluded path through the woods, aiming to exit Central Park and reach the vibrant streets of New York. He hoped Rainey would not dare to act recklessly in Manhattan, a place brimming with law enforcement. With urgency, Thompson quickened his pace to leave the area. Suddenly, emerging from the thicket was a figure, a black man blocking Thompson's path. Rainey had finally caught up, his head adorned with unruly braids and a grotesque grin revealing crooked teeth. Why not catch up with an old friend? He taunted, a smile more dismal than sorrow itself. Ren, listen, I do not wish to stir up trouble, nor do I desire any association with you, Thompson said with a tone of impatience. How disheartening, my brother. Ren responded with a seemingly indifferent smile. Do you recall the days we spent together? Back then, you were so small and now you've surpassed me in height. Yet, you were far more endearing and obedient in those days. Just think of how much you helped me earn back then. Ren remarked with ill intentions. I have been searching for you for quite some time. I watched the National High School Basketball League, and your performance was commendable. I hear NBA scouts are interested in you. Do you suppose they are aware of your past? Will you still have a chance to play in the NBA? Ren whispered menacingly to Thompson. What do you want from me? Thompson forced himself to remain calm despite his simmering anger. See, I enjoy engaging with intelligent individuals who grasp my meaning without difficulty. You are far easier to communicate with than my dim-witted subordinates, Rain said with a mischievous grin. It's quite simple, really. I have observed your games, and it seems you are doing quite well, even attending Metropolitan High School, a place reputed to be populated by the children of affluent families. Ren finally revealed his motive. Actually, I do not require much from you. Do you see these delightful little creatures? All I need is for you to sell some of these at school. Of course, I won't leave you empty-handed. I will compensate you. What do you say? Ren said, pulling out a plastic-sealed bag containing approximately 70 to 80 sky blue capsules. These were his latest merchandise, dubbed Paradise No. 3. This substance was more addictive than traditional drugs and provided greater pleasure, all while being less detectable during withdrawal. It had become a popular item on the market. However, it did have a significant drawback: its exorbitant price. Each capsule cost over $50, and after covering various necessary expenses, Ren would need to sell them for at least $120 to justify the risk of dealing. Yet, Ren was merely a small-time street gang member, with only a handful of subordinates, all of whom resided in impoverished neighborhoods. The price of these pills was evidently beyond the reach of those destitute individuals. While inadvertently watching the National High School League games, Ren recognized a familiar face, Thompson. This former underling was now a student at Metropolitan High School. To make a profit, Ren was unconcerned about selling drugs to students. His search for Thompson was solely to have him assist in breaking into the Manhattan market. Only those who could infiltrate the Manhattan underworld were deemed significant figures, a consensus within New York's underground society. Ren was confident that Thompson would acquiesce to his demands, for he held leverage over him. If Thompson aspired to be an NBA player, he would have to comply. Upon seeing the contents of Ren's bag, Thompson understood their nature. A drug dealer brandishing a bag of pills would hardly be asking him to sell pain relievers. Thompson is currently in a state of turmoil. He is reluctant to become entangled in past affairs, yet fears jeopardizing his opportunity to play in the NBA. Rain patiently awaits Thompson's response, confident that it will not disappoint him. After a prolonged hesitation, Thompson finally speaks, declaring, "No, Rain, I will not engage in any unlawful activities again. Even if it means sacrificing my chance at the NBA or facing imprisonment, I refuse to assist you any longer. I have made numerous mistakes in the past, but I do not wish to err again. Are you attempting to manipulate me?" Upon hearing Thompson's resolute answer, Rain, in a fit of rage, draws a handgun from his waist and presses it against Thompson's forehead. "I will not help you. Give up, Rain." Yet, even in the face of the ominous barrel, Thompson remains steadfast. Concealed in the shadows, Li Jie, upon witnessing Thompson's courageous choice, feels a surge of admiration. Although Thompson has erred in the past, he was merely a child then, lacking the capacity to resist. Now, he possesses the bravery to confront these nefarious individuals and say no. This alone compels Li Jie to extend his assistance. Despite any previous conflicts between them, those were mere trivial disputes of youth. Hiding behind a tree, Li Jie dons the attire of a nocturnal warrior, prepared to intervene on Thompson's behalf. However, someone moves even faster than Li Jie. A small figure clad in purple leaps down from a tree, brandishing a sharp blade that effortlessly severs the hand holding the gun. Blood spurts forth, leaving everyone present in stunned silence, including Li Jie, who is momentarily bewildered. He gazes at the small girl amidst the crowd, adorned in a purple combat suit, draped with a cloak, sporting purple hair and a black eye mask, seemingly unfazed by the violent scene she has instigated, her lips curling into a subtle smile. Chapter 70. The Nightwalker and Hit Girl. Gentlemen, I apologize for interrupting your reminiscing. However, I believe you will have ample time for such reflections in the future. The young girl uttered these words in her sweet voice while the others stood in a daze. After making her statement, she refrained from further trivialities and brandished a double-edged sword, casting a glimmering cold light. The girl's speed and agility were remarkable, yet her inherent strength was limited. She relied on the blade's sharpness and sufficient gravitational acceleration to unleash its full combat potential. This long sword was evidently custom-made, sharp, durable, and lightweight, perfectly suited for the girl's use. As the sword reached its maximum velocity, its blade swiftly turned towards Rennie's chest. Rennie felt a chill run down his spine. He had weathered many storms in his life. However, he had never encountered an assault from a mere child, especially one that could sever a hand. This unexpected turn rendered him momentarily slow to react, leaving him unable to evade the girl's strike. His subordinates were even slower, their eyes wide as they watched the blade descend upon Rennie without any response. Yet there was one exception. Li Jie, who had been trailing Thompson from a distance, sprang into action. A flying knife sliced through the air, hurtling towards Rennie at breakneck speed. Just as the girl's sword was about to strike, Li Jie's knife arrived. Surprisingly, the target of the flying knife was not Rennie, but rather the girl's razor-sharp weapon. The collision of the flying knife and the long sword produced a crisp sound. This was an ordinary E-class flying knife that Li Jie had exchanged for in the system, devoid of any special effects yet exceptionally sharp. Infused with inner strength, the flying knife severed the girl's long sword in one decisive strike. Li Jie had exerted considerable effort for this throw, as he had already deduced the girl's identity from her attire. Clad in a violet leather combat suit, she wore a belt emblazoned with the initials HG, short for Hit Girl. Li Jie was astonished to discover that Hit Girl was indeed a character from the Marvel Universe. The violent little girl had left an indelible impression on him from her film in his past life. Thus, he had no desire for his knife to harm this petite warrior. Moreover, he was acutely aware that while this adorable girl appeared charming, she was, in truth, an unmitigated harbinger of death. In terms of bloodshed, she could rival even the Punisher, Frank. Hence, Li Jie felt compelled to prevent this little demoness from committing further carnage. Of course, his motivation for stopping Hit Girl from eliminating these gangsters was not merely a sudden surge of benevolence. There were deeper considerations at play. Where exactly were they? This was none other than Central Park in New York, a world-renowned location, a mandatory stop for tourists visiting the city. Can one imagine the chaos that would ensue if a murder were to occur in the Summer Palace or the Forbidden City, with 7 victims all brutally mutilated? Such an event would surely send shockwaves through the nation, prompting a frenzied manhunt for the perpetrator. Perhaps the formidable Hit Girl and her formidable guardian are unperturbed, while the Nightwalker, Li Jie, possesses means to elude pursuit. However, Thompson may find himself beset by misfortune. Entangled in such matters, his future appears uncertain. The recent conversation has significantly altered Li Jie's perception of Thompson, prompting him to extend a helping hand and thwart Hit Girl's subsequent actions. Nevertheless, the fact remains that Hit Girl's weapon has been shattered, rendering her vulnerable in the presence of armed gangsters. Although a formidable ally may lurk in the shadows, Li Jie is resolute in preventing this young girl from taking unnecessary risks. Clad in the Nightwalker attire, Li Jie approached the group with astonishing speed, traversing 35 meters per second. The recent upheaval jolted the gangsters back to reality, prompting them to draw their firearms. "Kill them," roared Rain, now driven to madness by the loss of a hand, ordering his men to open fire without regard for the situation. It must be stated that, at times, the uneducated minds of these individuals are beyond ordinary comprehension. Li Jie, however, would not allow them to harm Thompson or Hit Girl. His velocity was such that he infiltrated the throng before the gangsters even realized his presence. When dealing with these minor adversaries, Li Jie found no need for weapons, nor even for the 2 martial arts techniques he had mastered, the wind-cutting 8 blades and the Great Sun Tathagata seal. Relying solely on his bare hands and the fundamental techniques from basic combat, he dispatched all foes with ease. After enduring lengthy battles, Li Jie had become adept at controlling his strength, no longer the novice who indiscriminately unleashed his power, leaving his opponents grievously injured. Employing the 8 steps to chase the cicada technique, Li Jie navigated through the crowd with fluid grace. His palms, akin to blades, struck at the gangsters' necks, targeting the major arteries and veins. A precise strike could momentarily halt blood flow, inducing a state of unconsciousness due to temporary oxygen deprivation in the brain. In his earlier days, Li Jie would have merely shattered an opponent's neck, lacking the finesse to modulate his force. However, after rigorous training with Frank Peter, he had finally mastered the art of control. At times, subduing an individual proves far more challenging than taking a life. In less than 3 seconds, Rain and all present gangsters were rendered unconscious by Li Jie's strikes. Noticing Rain's profuse bleeding, Li Jie deduced that if the hemorrhaging continued, the man would not survive. Reluctantly, he resorted to using the remaining half-bottle of hemostatic spray. It pained him to witness the Nightwalker stoop to the level of tending to the injuries of a criminal. "You are the Nightwalker. I have seen you on websites and television," Hit Girl exclaimed, her eyes alight with recognition. "You are so cool." Her excitement was palpable. "Last time, you nearly killed that giant lizard, had it not been for the SWAT interference. There are also rumors in the underworld that you have dispatched dozens of assassins from the Stanich family and disrupted numerous underground dealings. It is simply astonishing. How did you manage that?" The voice of the female assassin possesses the distinct sweetness characteristic of a little girl. "You are called Nightwalker. I had assumed you only appeared at night." The female assassin, now in the presence of her idol, incessantly bombards Li Jie with questions. Li Jie is acutely aware that the female assassin has been influenced by her father's unconventional upbringing, leading to her unique interests and idols. It seems I may have misphrased my last statement. Idol worship is entirely normal and indeed a commendable pursuit. Regardless, the female assassin sees nothing amiss in Nightwalker's ruthless dealings with the underworld. Rather, she considers it quite exhilarating. Meanwhile, Thompson is far from impressed. Today he encountered someone he never wished to meet, came across a terrifyingly violent little girl, and ultimately laid eyes on Nightwalker, a figure he previously believed to be mere myth. Thompson now feels utterly disoriented. Even more bewildered is Li Jie, who finds himself in a state of exasperation. Could not the father impart some semblance of normalcy to the female assassin? Shouldn't a girl of her age be indulging in sweets within a candy house, watching the Powerpuff Girls? What madness is it to present her with a butterfly knife and ask him to inscribe his name upon it?